doing this full time for like 3 years, so I really do appreciate it. Big love emoji to you guys. Also, I've kind of covered, like, I feel like pretty much every music topic. I don't know, I feel like I've hit a lot of them, so I'm thinking of maybe branching out a little, but I'm not sure exactly to what. So maybe just let me know in the comments below what you guys want to see. Don't worry, I'm not going to stop doing music stuff. Like, all of my ideas are music related. That's my main interest. But if there's any other lane or topic you guys want to see, maybe let me know in the comments and I'll consider doing it. But yeah, with that being said, I want to crush the new year, so let me know in the comments what you guys are feeling, and yeah, let's get along with the video. In 1976, Bob Marley had really just started experiencing his peak, touring around the world and making a pretty big name for himself in the music industry. But it wasn't just music, since a lot of his songs actually addressed oppression, so he also became somewhat of a political figure as well. At this point, his band Bob and the Wailers had already released majorly successful projects such as Burnin', Natty Dread, and Rastaman Vibration. As you can tell by his music, his albums had hit songs like Get Up, Stand Up, I Shot the Sheriff, No Woman, No Cry, and War, to name a few. As you can tell by his music and overall vibe, Bob's Jamaican ancestry and culture was very important to him, inspiring much of his iconic music. And at this time, there was quite a bit of political tension in his country. So, in an attempt to be the change he wanted to see, Bob Marley announced that he would be performing at the Smile Jamaica concert in '76. As things turned out, in a sad and ironic twist, a big part of the concert being put on was aimed at countering political violence. Political conflict was already heavy in Jamaica. However, since a general election was due in early 1977, things started to heat up, mainly between the supporters of the current administration, the Democratic Socialist People's National Party, or the PNP, and the pro-US opposition, the Jamaica Labor Party, or JLP. Leading up to the election, tensions got so high that at one point in June, the government had declared a state of emergency, which was a big motivator for Jamaica's Ministry of Culture at the time to plan a free concert to bring people together and try to diffuse the tension, notably asking the star Bob Marley to perform. Bob was obviously sympathetic to the cause out of love for his homeland, but he also insisted on a bunch of conditions to try to reduce the link to the PNP. He declared himself politically neutral, and some of his songs had even been banned by the government. Regardless, though, the JLP now saw this as an endorsement of the PNP, especially since the current PNP Prime Minister decided to move general elections up within just 10 days of the concert. However, before Bob could even perform, on December 5th at 8:30 p.m., just 2 days before the concert, things took a very dark turn. While Bob and his band were on a break from a rehearsal, 7 gunmen raided his house, shooting his wife Rita in the head in her car in the driveway. After this, the men entered his home, shooting him twice, once in the chest and once in the arm. They also targeted his manager, hitting him in the legs and torso, as well as one of the band's employees who was also hit in the torso. But by some miracle, there was 0 fatalities. Even his wife, who was shot in the head, made a recovery. Despite the shooting, though, Bob still said that he would perform at least one song at Smile Jamaica, the track appropriately being his song called War. Instead of just one song, though, because of the energy that was in the air at the concert, Bob and the Wailers went on to play a 90-minute set for the 80,000 people in attendance, even with an injured arm which prevented him from playing the guitar. And at one point, he rolled up his sleeve to show the crowd his wound, saying, "Bang bang, I'm okay." In an even crazier twist, even Rita came out to perform in the hospital gown because she had just got discharged like 2 hours earlier. Overall, there was reportedly over 200 people on stage, in part allegedly also providing a human shield for him. Regardless, though, following the concert, the PNP won the election and Bob Marley self-exiled himself to London for around 16 months, which inspired him to create his next extremely successful album, Exodus. And around 2 years later, he finally returned to Jamaica for the One Love Peace concert, at which he famously brought PNP's Manly and JLP's Siaga on stage for an awkward embrace.
The atmosphere buzzed with energy as Marley took to the stage shortly after midnight. He performed some of his greatest hits, including Jamming, but it was during this song that he made a pivotal gesture, inviting both Manly and Siaga onto the stage. Marley clasped their hands together in a powerful symbol of unity.
But you're probably wondering, who would try to kill Bob Marley? Aside from the obvious political reasons, who do we think was behind it? Well, in a Bob Marley biography by American rock music journalist Timothy White, he wrote that information he received from Jamaican as well as U.S. law enforcement officials led him to believe that a JLP gunman was contracted by the CIA to organize the shooting, allegedly leveraging a local gang called the Shower Posse who was somewhat loyal to the JLP to carry out the murder. And there's also other theories saying that the JLP set him up to be a martyr, sort of like what has happened recently with Charlie Kirk. And while the shooters were never officially caught or put through trial, Bob's manager has said that both he and Bob were present for the street justice that ensued, which allegedly was was a makeshift court where some of the shooters apparently confessed and even admitted a CIA link and then were executed. Regardless, there's a lot of conspiracy theories about what actually happened, and we don't know for sure what the motive is, but I wouldn't put it past the US government to try to take out a major social opponent in their big old fight against communism. I mean, they used to send letters to MLK telling him to take his own life, so wouldn't be too surprising. And while Bob Marley was targeted for political reasons, I think 50 Cent just pissed off the wrong people. 50 Cent first started getting some major popularity when he dropped his song How to Rob. In this legendary comedic diss track, 50 goes at a long list of other artists, undeniably punching up at some names that were way beyond his fame at the time, some of which included Diddy, Jay-Z, Will Smith, DMX, R. Kelly, and even Mike Tyson. Well, most of the disses were never meant to be taken too seriously. Obviously, some people took offense to his bars, especially since the majority of the song was talking about how he would hypothetically rob or mug each person mentioned. When asked why he made the reckless move to make this song, 50 said, "There's 100 artists on that label. You gotta separate yourself from that group and make yourself relevant." And relevant it did make 50, since it got the attention of rappers like Jay-Z, Corrupt, Sticky Fingers, Big Pun, the Wu-Tang Clan, and more, who all responded to the track. But not all of the attention was bad, since even Nas invited him on his tour. Nas said, "The way you came out with that record, it felt like when I came out with Illmatic," which is probably one of the best comparisons an up-and-coming rapper can get. However, while everything was looking up for 50, things were about to change dramatically. On May 24th of 2000, 50 was attacked by a gunman outside his grandmother's former home in New York City. After getting into a friend's car, he was asked to return to the house and get some jewelry. So when 50 got back into the car, another vehicle pulled up. When this car stopped, a man got out and walked up to 50's car and proceeded to fire 9 shots at close range with a 9mm handgun. 50 was hit in the hand, arm, hip, both legs, his chest, and his leg.
I don't play this
As
a lot, but
of his facial wound, 50 suffered a swollen tongue, the loss of a wisdom tooth, and a slightly slurred voice. His friend was also wounded in the hand as well. They were both quickly rushed to the hospital, where 50 spent 13 days recovering. And just 3 weeks later, the alleged shooter, Daryl Homicide Bohm, who was Mike Tyson's close friend and bodyguard, was found and killed in revenge. 50 recalled the shooting, saying, "It happened so fast that you don't even get a chance to shoot back. I was scared the whole time. I was looking in the rearview mirror like, oh somebody shot me in the face. It burns." Aside from the earlier mentioned damage to his mouth, 50 was forced to use a walker for 6 weeks and fully recovered after 5 months. Well, in the
Let's
hospital,
go 50.
signed a publishing deal with Columbia Records
down.
before he was dropped from the label and blacklisted by the recording industry.
Damn, I'm getting
In this
close to
case,
3,000.
It might not be much of a why someone tried to kill 50, but more of a who. Specifically, since he just went at pretty much every big name in the industry on how to rob. However, shockingly to a lot of fans, it wasn't necessarily connected to that song. Instead, it was his other highly controversial song, Ghetto Quran, which was leaked in early 2000. The song mentions drug dealers from the 1980s.
The past like 300 hours has just been me digrinding though, so I wouldn't really count that.
I guess it turns out that
well, I would
making
for like
real-life
hours, but
characters from
if you're
the
thinking about
40 years
progress.
isn't the best idea, especially when it came to Kenneth McGriff and his nephew Gerald Prince Miller of the 80s drug gang Supreme Team. And these guys weren't just some small drug dealer. Kenneth was a full-blown drug lord running an operation.
Like I basically maxed the game. I'm just waiting for something, then I will max everything.
In 1987. So when 50 mentioned him on his song Ghetto Quran, he decided to retaliate.
I'm stuck waiting until October for expired pumpkins.
They even linked the murder
So,
of Run DMC's Jam Master Jay.
there's no
amongst
point
others
for me
with
to grind
criminal
max level
issues
before
with
then.
Mike McGriff and his associates. Years later, after a few run-ins with the law,
I'll do it like 1 week
finally
before I can buy
convicted of
expired
multiple other
pumpkins.
murders and
Then I'll
his
be ready to be
conviction.
fully maxed
As
at
a
once.
result, he was eventually convicted of murder for hire, as well as a bunch of other things, and is now serving a life sentence. But these aren't the only issues that Ghetto Quran caused 50. It also somewhat led to a basis for his future beef with Ja Rule, Irv Gotti, and the Murder Inc. music group because of their connections with Kenneth. So while 50 did end up eventually reviving his career after being shot and being temporarily blacklisted in the US, it definitely came at quite the cost. And 50 Cent explicitly upset other people. But Justin Bieber just had a psycho fan that wanted to castrate him.
Wait,
I don't know about you guys, but to me,
shooting?
Justin
Wait, you
Bieber
wanted to
hate has
kill
always been a big
JB?
thing, especially when he was a kid for some reason. And I think maybe for like when I was a kid too,
Jealousy.
people my age were jealous. I don't know what the adults were on, but that's what us kids were on. But the hate train
Yeah.
was taken to a
All the girls loved him, bro.
when a New Mexico inmate, an ex-convict on probation, and his nephew plotted to castrate and murder the then around 18-year-old Justin Bieber.
Every girl wanted him, bro.
Police, their plan involved targeting
It was so
Justin
annoying.
Bieber's bodyguard in New York City, with their motive coming from the inmate's quest for notoriety and his infatuation with Bieber. Apparently, the inmate who was serving 2 life sentences for a rape and of a 15-year-old girl in Vermont has a tattoo of Bieber on his leg and attempted to correspond with Bieber who never responded. Apparently, he took the lack of a response from Justin as some sort of aggression, so then he planned to kidnap and murder Bieber. Although, obviously, he was still in jail, so he was just the mastermind. Intending to use the uncle and nephew duo throughout his plan, for some reason, he needed them to kill 2 other people in Vermont. The entire scheme to kill a total of 4 people
Why would you kill
when
JB?
the uncle and nephew missed their turn on a Vermont road and ended up heading toward the Canadian border. There, a U.S. border
Holy shit, they are jealous as fuck, bro. They gotta get a life.
Have an outstanding warrant for a felony.
Actually, I hope they don't have a life.
The nephew was released, but then he spilled the beans about the murder plot when he called the inmate the same day. Prison guards recorded the call where he spoke in code, referring to the victim.
No work today either because I'm still hurting in my back. So I'll just wait until Monday, then I'll be back at work.
Stated he himself was the one who is going to do the castrating. You might be wondering,
I should be better by then.
Any of them have to gain from this? Well, apparently the nephew was promised $2,500 per testicle by the inmate. And
what?
As a result, the 2 faced
that little?
Of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Bro, Justin Bieber's testicles is probably like millions.
When asked how the inmate who the uncle met while in prison himself was able to convince him and his nephew to try and go through with the wild act, the uncle simply stated that the inmate was a very good manipulator and that he offered money as well as a Vermont farm in exchange for the completion of the request. In the end, all 3 were convicted for their wild plans, which were thankfully nipped in the bud before anything could even happen. But this is one of the stranger ones because the motive is ridiculous, and the whole guy being in prison and then asking the 2 people who have nothing to do with it to complete it for him. I don't know. One of the most ridiculous assassination attempts I've ever seen. And while luckily none of the suspects were ever able to get close to Justin, Lil Wayne had a much closer call. In 2015, Lil Wayne's career was marked by major legal battles, with Cash Money Records over his long-delayed album, The Carter 5. Around this time, he was also facing criticism for his sound
album is fire.
No Ceilings 2. Overall, you could say it was a transitional, turbulent period, highlighting his strained relationship with Birdman and his label while he sought new ways to release music. This led to a lawsuit and the release of his independent FWA or Free Wheezy album through Tidal. But while there were tons of drama-filled headlines revolving around Wayne and his career, a major standout was the assassination attempt. In April of 2015 at around 3:30 a.m., Wayne and his crew were riding around in their tour buses outside of Atlanta after finishing a show. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, 2 of the buses were shot up in a drive-by shortly after the police escort discontinued. Thankfully, no one was injured, but the buses were significantly damaged. With the bus
is that not it?
They
There you go.
at the back of the bus, they shot my engine, my radio,
Let's see this.
and then just started shooting down the side of the bus. Witnesses said they saw 2 vehicles flee the scene, and also that when the show ended, a group of people tried to confront Wayne and his crew at the venue. Since all of this Birdman stuff was going on, a lot of people assumed that was who was behind it. And about a month later, a man named Jimmy Carlton Winfrey, also known as Pee Wee Roscoe, who was Young Thug's former tour manager and an alleged gang member, was arrested. He was accused of firing multiple gunshots from a weapon arrow at Wayne's tour buses and charged with aggravated assault, terroristic threats, criminal damage, possession
attempted
of
murder
by a felon, and criminal gang activity. At the time, despite the label dispute, Birdman reportedly told TMZ in July that he was not involved in any way with the shooting. But as the case developed and indictments were released, both Birdman and Young Thug were named. Now, being mentioned doesn't always imply guilt. However, in this case,
I remember this. This is where Thug was. This is where Thug was snitching, right? Thug was literally snitching, and he was pulling gun around. Fucking stupid. I fuck with both of them, but like, bro, come on, bro. It makes no sense.
Records indicated Winfrey contacted Birdman and Thug before he fired shots. And according to court documents, Winfrey even claimed Birdman should be held liable as a party to the crime, as he believes it was the financial dispute between Wayne and Birdman that led to the shooting. Still though, even with this all going on, nothing ever happened to Birdman or Thug. Just Winfrey was sentenced to 10 years in prison, followed by 10 years on probation after reaching a
that's not that bad.
Guilty to 6
He's probably out in 6 years.
Not the 30 counts which he initially was indicted for. And eventually, for a whole bunch of legal reasons, they overturned his conviction in 2018. So for a while, it seemed like no one was really going to be held accountable for the assassination attempt of Lil Wayne. That was until the whole bus shooting affair was used as a major point of focus in the Young Thug RICO trial, which is a whole other can of worms. Because of all of this, many fans theorized that Thug put the hit out, but I think the most logical assumption was that Birdman was behind it, you know, allegedly of course, but that's what most people think. And while at least Lil Wayne's shooter was caught, the same can't be said for Rick Ross's. On Rick Ross's 37th birthday, around 5 a.m., he was leaving the dinner with his girl.
37. This is 13 years ago now, right? He turned 50 recently. I saw that on YouTube.
Aside here, leaving dinner at 5 a.m. is crazy, but I guess.
But I don't fuck with Rick Ross anymore, bro. Bro, he's a bitch.
Some reports say he was out clubbing before.
He out there disrespecting Drake, bro. We cannot be taking this.
But regardless, let's get back to the story. Witnesses said they heard at least 10 rapid-fire shots.
Drake disrespect is banned.
A high-powered rifle, with some even specifically saying it was an AK-47 or pretty large rifle. It was definitely a rifle. Usually shootings like this use handguns, but I guess Ross is a pretty big guy, so maybe they figured rifles were needed. While the bullet spray missed the car, Rick crashed his vehicle into an apartment building as he tried to drive away. This is where some red flags started to get raised, as of course 50 Cent decided to jump in, pointing out, "Ha ha ha, Fat Boy hit the building? Lol, it looks staged to me. No holes in the car." Although, to be fair, there was clearly some witness statements that at least confirmed parts of the story, like gunshots being fired and bullet holes in the front of the restaurant. Allegedly, the shooter fled the scene before police arrived, and Ross spoke to investigators, which again was kind of a tough look on his gangster persona. But in a weird twist, rumors started circulating that the shooting must have been gang-related, specifically with the gangster disciples who Officer Ricky was apparently targeted by after using their signs, symbols, and logos without paying required fees.
That shit is gone.
Backed up even further by a bunch of threats towards Rick being posted by the gang throughout the months prior to the shooting. Although authorities never were able to confirm a motive for the shooting, so no one really knows.
I just picking him as this.
Rick decided to cancel his upcoming tour, claiming that his promoter was unorganized, but many fans speculated it was because of the shooting. If you remember, this was the last time Ricky Rose almost got assassinated, as his wife was famously almost shot.
How you can you tell when someone is out to kill you?
Thank everybody for all the prayers, but I'm gonna tell you, we on the jet, and I'm seeing the fighter jet. I see his nose. It's like Tom Cruise from Top Gun. I seen his nose. I'm seeing him in the cockpit. And I'm
what?
Like, damn. I see his cheeks and nose going back from the G-force. And then, hey man, it happened. You know what I'm saying? I can't say what happened, but it happened. Come on, white boy. White boy, BBL Drizzy, I know you got the ashtrays in the armrest in the house.
Wait, see, he's disrespecting Drake, bro.
Some smoking shit, you know. But we safe, everybody.
So in the end, it's really hard to tell what is and what isn't true with Rick Ross, which has been quite the repeating trend throughout his career. And
well, he's lying, but bro,
so far,
Drake made your career, bro.
Use a bomb. Bjork is a very popular artist who is a little.
All of your big songs, Rick Ross, probably more, is with Drake.
In 1993, a man by the name of Ricardo Lopez became very obsessed with Bjork. He started stalking her and learning every little bit of information about her.
I can't even name a Rick Ross song without Drake.
He sent her a bunch of creepy letters and all that stuff. Then he started writing a diary talking about how bad he wanted Bjork to accept him and how he wanted to be in her life. According to Wikipedia, he fantasized about inventing a time machine to travel to the 1970s and befriending her as a child. His fantasies about Bjork were not sexual. In his diary, he wrote, "I couldn't have sex with Bjork because I love her." He had a diary that had over 800 pages, where he was just going on and on about his thoughts of him and Bjork. Apparently, Ricardo felt inadequate because he was too fat, he had gyno, and he couldn't get a girlfriend. But I never tried to assassinate anyone, so I don't know why he felt special. Real funny joke. He was also an exterminator and had no bread, so he was really down bad. He talked about taking his own life 34 times in his diary and had 14 references to murder.
Why didn't they do it?
A total of 408 times, and other celebrities 52 times. 3 years later, while continuing this behavior the whole time, Ricardo found out that Bjork was dating someone, and obviously got very upset. In his diary, he said, "I wasted 8 months, and she has a f***ing lover." I'm sure you guys can see where this is going. Instead of writing his diary, he decided to start filming it. He recorded a total of 11 videotapes, with each of them being about 2 hours long. On these tapes, Ricardo can be seen preparing for his revenge, as he got progressively more upset throughout the tapes about Bjork's relationship, which eventually resulted in him deciding to kill her. At first, he thought about making a bomb full of HIV-tainted needles, but he wasn't smart enough to figure out how to do that. So then he decided to make a letter bomb, which had sulfuric acid inside of a book, so that when she opened the book, it would explode, which is honestly kind of clever for such a dummy. He sent her the letter and then planned to take his own life so that they could be together in heaven. On September 12th, 1996, Ricardo filmed his final video diary called Last Day, where he prepared his stuff for the post office. He then finished filming after dropping the letter off. With Bjork's music playing in the background, he shaved his head, eyebrows, and painted his face. He was also naked. He then said, "I'm definitely not drunk. I am completely not depressed. I know exactly what I am doing. The gun's cocked back, it's ready to roll. Then he shot
Yeah,
himself,
shoot
and
yourself.
eventually
Good.
days later his body was found. Once
Good.
his body was discovered
Yes.
on the tapes, the police were able to piece
Fucking
everything
idiot,
together.
bro.
Luckily, the letter
What is
hadn't made it
this?
to New York yet, and the police were able to contact the post office across the pond, and they sent a bomb squad to intercept it. The bomb was safely detonated and everything was cool. Ironically,
Weirdo,
New York and her
bro.
boyfriend
Weirdo.
broke up right before Ricardo took his life, and the bomb
What?
probably never would have made it to her anyways, since all of her mail was vetted by her team. Regardless, this is definitely one of the craziest attempts on this list. If you like this video, you might like
Wow.
the video about music's most
The amount of
disturbing urban
plotting is
legends, as
insane.
there are a lot of very entertaining theories in there with a similar vibe to this video. So make sure to click the video that's on screen right now. There are a ton of urban legends involving popular musicians,
Yes.
which can get really
I
disturbing.
can only see
Whether it be
this.
theories that Courtney Love killed Kurt Cobain, or that an artist literally sold his soul to the devil for success, they can get pretty crazy. So today we're going to be looking into some of the most disturbing music myths.
I don't understand this sold your soul thing. It doesn't even make any
Robert
sense.
Johnson is a legendary musician that allegedly sold his soul to the devil in exchange for his musical talents. But while his influential career is remembered by many, his short, strange life is still shrouded in mystery. Robert was born in Mississippi back in 1911, so he's pretty old. Early on, he took an interest.
Is there another fiesta
Growing up,
today?
he learned to play multiple instruments,
Yeah,
including
9
the
hours.
harmonica.
Damn.
However, while Rob wanted to continue learning to play, his stepfather insisted he work in the sharecropping plantation field instead, which led to some pretty heavy conflict between the two. In search of freedom, at 19, Robert went off and started his own life, marrying a girl and getting her pregnant. But tragedy struck when she and the baby passed away during childbirth, leaving Robert with almost nothing and back where
Damn,
he started.
that's
On
tough.
top of all of his personal difficulties early on, his life came just one generation after the abolition of slavery, so he had some pretty intense social factors working against him. When famous blues musicians performed at nearby venues, he attempted to get his foot in the door by playing guitar between the main act's set. However, the legend has it, at this point, he was so bad at guitar, he'd often get booed off stage. With some people saying, "Put that guitar down, you're driving people nuts." These early struggles led to Rob traveling around the South, and this part of his story is the one that's full of myths, rumors, and urban legends. Some people think he was searching for his real father, or maybe just trying to improve his musical skill. However, the most popular theory is that this is when he made his famous deal with the devil. Legend has it that late one day, Robert was walking a trail practicing his guitar when at midnight he approached a crossroads where the devil appeared. Here the devil took his guitar, tuned it,
yes, bro,
and then gave it back to Rob. And as part of selling his soul in exchange for musical talent, Rob was also apparently doomed to an early death and eternal damnation in hell. This obviously sounds insane, but according to the rumors, he got crazy better at guitar after this happened. Just years after being booed off stage, he became one of the best guitarists of all time.
Yeah, because he's practicing.
People believe this myth. When he returned home to some of the same venues he was previously booed and laughed out of, he was now instead begged to stay, with audience members.
Damn.
Although while Rob clearly reached a new level, he didn't even start recording his music until 1936, when he finally got a record deal and recorded his first of nearly 30 total songs. Through this, he was able to get a solid amount of success and a following, but due to his music often containing themes associated with hell, the devil, and death, his dark image sort of hurt his progression. However, while his music was dark, lots of it came off as extremely relatable, especially to those struggling with similar problems that he went through. And in the genre of blues, this style flourished. For Robert, though, his career was cut short as he died the next year at the age of 27. The details surrounding his death are about as mysterious as his life was, with the official date in 1938 not being discovered till around 3 decades later, when Robert's death certificate was found. What makes things more confusing is that on the certificate, no cause of death was found aside from some writing located on the back. This, of course, prompted more urban legends. A simple explanation was that he died from untreated syphilis, which was common at the time. Another theory is that Robert was murdered. Apparently, he was flirting with a married woman at one of his shows when the woman's husband offered him a drink. Robert's buddy first knocked the drink out of his hand, warning him about the dangers of it, but he ignored it and consumed the second poison drink offered to him by the husband. And a blues researcher even claimed to have tracked down and got a confession from the murderer. But these claims were also very sketchy and never actually cited the name of the alleged murderer, so we don't know if this is actually true. Regardless of how it happened, though, he did end up dying relatively early and didn't reach the level of fame or respect in the genre that he has today until much later on in 1961. This was after they re-released his music under the album King of the Delta Blues Singers. This brought him an insane amount of posthumous popularity, since the album is considered by some as one of the greatest and most impactful albums of all time. So, while he likely didn't sell his soul to the devil, he did have a very short and impactful career. His legend is so big that aside from being just talked about, it's also been depicted more recently in major movies like Sinners, where the character Sammy is loosely based on Rob. And another thing you may have noticed is that Robert passed away at 27 years old, making him one of, if not the first, musician to join the 27 Club. The tragic phenomenon known as the 27 Club is basically an informal list of at first just musicians, and later including celebrities
I didn't think about that.
Oddly died at the age of 27. The myth first began when in a span of just 2 years, Brian Jones of the Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Jim Morrison of The Doors all passed away. However, these deaths were attributed to different things like drowning, asphyxia due to drug use, drug overdose, and heart failure respectively. A major factor which tied them all together though was the fact that they passed away at 27 years old. This was the string of tragedies which created the myth, but it has continued to grow with notable artists and celebrities alike, including Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, Fredo Santana, and many more, passing away at 27. And the fact that Robert Johnson allegedly sold his soul to the devil and then passed away at 27 too, some theorize that that also is a part of the 27 Club. I don't know exactly what they think, but I guess it's like they sold their souls for brief success and then
Alright, I think this is too much. This is too much.
Which often is seen is the common influence of mental health and drug abuse on members of the list. Some claim that drug use and mental struggles can help in making good music. The end product doesn't always seem to be worth it. Some artists claim that it can help them as a pathway to recovery, but it's also important to ensure that the lifestyle associated doesn't bring you down. The 27 Club also has a lot of mentions in pop culture as well. The song 27 by Fall Out Boy references the club with lyrics describing the dangerous lifestyle lived by rock and roll musicians and other genres artists alike. Mac Miller's song Brand Name features the line, "To everyone who sells me drugs, don't mix it with that bullshit. I'm hoping not to join the 27 Club." And in 2018, at the age of 26, he tragically passed away from a drug overdose after taking fentanyl-laced pills. Countless other songs mention the 27 Club as well, like JPEG Mafia's song The 27 Club, or Juice WRLD's line on Legends where he says, "What's the 27 Club? We ain't making it past 21, who tragically died the next year of an overdose at 21. And Frank Ocean's Nights, which discusses the white lighter part of the myth when he says, "No white lighters."
These things are pretty strange, bro.
Or curse is an urban legend often associated with the 27 Club. This is because it's claimed that several members of the club's list died in possession of a white lighter. This part of the myth is mainly based on the deaths of Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, and Kurt Cobain. However, these are mostly internet rumors since some of the artists definitely didn't have white lighters on them, and Bic didn't even produce a white disposable lighter until after 1973, which was after the deaths of some of those claimed to have had white lighters. Anyways, back to the 27. Well, it is odd that this many big names died at the same age. Similarities come from the drug use, the mental health problems, and the overall dangerous lifestyle choices lived by young famous musicians. Pressures, expectations, and the stress that comes with being super famous at a young age, for many who already had prior issues, in combination can lead to a tragic end. Of course, touring all the time and partying and traveling just can't be good for your health. So it's more likely that this is why the 27 Club exists, rather than some weird satanic selling your soul to the devil just to die
I think so too.
type of deal. Even statistically, you are not more likely to die at 27 than any other age. Instead, it seems that deaths at this age are overreported, further perpetuating the myth. So while the list does around it, more realistically, death can be attributed to the many negatives that can come with fame. And speaking of Kurt Cobain, one of the biggest urban legends ever is that he didn't actually take his own life, but was killed by his wife. In the early 90s, Nirvana grew in so much popularity that they were arguably one of the biggest groups in the world. Ironically, as an alt-rock band, they didn't really love this attention, especially since being a mainstream artist was a little against the whole counterculture thing. However, all of this somewhat unwanted pressure inevitably took its toll, worsening the already poor physical and mental health of Nirvana's lead singer, Kurt Cobain, which some believe eventually aided in his death. Official police reports have ruled that the young star took his own life, although to some fans, something felt off. And as a result, they decided to look deeper into the circumstances surrounding Kurt's death, creating theories of what they believe might have actually happened. Kurt had a lot of struggles as a kid, with a messy divorce from his parents, drug use early on, family members taking their own lives, and much more. He started his grunge band Nirvana in 1987 at just 20 years old. Making music began as a healthy pressure release for the stress Kurt felt throughout his young life. Eventually, though, it ended up adding more as the band's popularity skyrocketed. Even with all this success, Kurt's problems remained and even worsened as he eventually started using heroin to cope with the new level of noise. At this point, his addiction felt almost irreversible. That was until he married Courtney Love back in 1992. But instead of a change for the better, things ended up only getting worse. Courtney allegedly began doing heroin with Kurt, and even despite having a child together, their destructive habits continued. And to make things worse, due to Kurt's drug use, Nirvana began to struggle as well. And in combination with his career struggles, Kurt's marriage with Courtney also started experiencing a rift, partly due to his growing out-of-control drug use. At one point, she was able to convince him to go to rehab. However, this sadly didn't work, with Kurt instead choosing to escape mid-program by climbing over the fence at LA's Exodus Rehab Center. Following this, he decided to go back to Seattle, which would tragically be his last flight. After arriving home, Kurt purchased a large amount of heroin along with shells for a Remington Model 11 shotgun, a weapon which was purchased earlier for Kurt by his friend, Dylan Carlson. Throughout these couple of days, some accounts spotted him throughout the city, once at a park and another time at a gun store. During this time, Courtney was desperately searching for her husband. She even hired a private detective in hopes of locating him. However, with all of these efforts searching for him, he still managed to evade being found. Then on April 5th of 1994, he finally returned home early in the morning. Kurt went to the greenhouse located above his garage. Here he drank a beer, injected a large amount of heroin, and tragically shot himself in the head with his shotgun. His body was found 3 days later on April 8th by an electrician who was there to install security lighting. Following Kurt Cobain's death, a plethora of conspiracy theories began to form. One of the main ones pushed by Nirvana fans is that Courtney Love was actually responsible for Kurt Cobain's death. Allegedly, her motive was to secure the inheritance that he left behind. So here are the facts. Kurt was found with a 20-gauge shotgun that he had bought lying across his chest. A bunch of heroin was found in his blood, a box with needles and drugs was next to him, and a suicide note staked in a pile of potting soil near his body. After an investigation, the Seattle police ruled the scene as a suicide, which is totally understandable given the circumstances. I mean, Kurt Cobain even had a song called I Hate Myself and I Want to Die. So while there are a bunch of reasons to why it's likely that his death was a suicide, the theories that blame Courtney do have some interesting evidence as well. A big speculation was that right before Kurt's death, he was in the process of trying to divorce Courtney and write her out of his will. Allegedly, this didn't go through in time, and once he died, theorists say she received an estimated $150 million. Again, this is alleged, but this is what some people say. Another point of contention revolves around the suicide note. Handwriting specialists analyzed the note and believe that the last part may not have been written by Kurt. However, allegedly, since the note was faxed and didn't have the same color, it was hard to be sure. But what makes things even weirder is in transcriptions of the note, many theorists claim everything before the last portion could be taken simply as career retirement. Of course, though, this is very subjective. To add on, the wording in the final section came below Kurt's signature, which is pretty weird considering it was the only part that mentioned his family. So of course, the reason theorists point all this out is to say that Courtney actually wrote this note or added on to it. Multiple other people who analyzed the note came to the conclusion that aside from the handwriting itself, a different linguistic style appeared to be used as well. However, many other experts dispute these theories, claiming that the differences are not compelling enough to make a definitive decision. However, things get even weirder, because after his death, Tom Grant, the investigator hired by Courtney, began to suspect her in the mysterious death. Tom even eventually released a documentary titled Soaked in Bleach, where he dove deeper into the case. During this film, he uses real audio recordings of him and Courtney talking, some of which she didn't even know were being taped. In these recordings, she says a few odd things, including filing Kurt's missing persons report under his mother's name and not her own, burning notes from Kurt that talked about divorce, changing her story, and several other things. She also talks about being angry with Kurt since he turned down a $9 million contract to headline Lollapalooza. Many of these recorded conversations, specifically the ones where she's lying, are used heavily in the theories claiming Courtney had a part in his death. However, while pushed by a lot of theorists, many of Grant's claims in the documentary have been shot down and refuted. Another thing that theorists point to is Kurt's drug box. When police arrived, apparently all of his supplies were placed back into the box, which is a bit of an odd organizational move considering he just shot up heroin. But that isn't the biggest part. Lots of theorists think a major red flag is that a toxicology report stated that he had 1.52 milligrams of heroin per liter of blood in his body, and that would have killed him instantly. Most serious heroin users only take about 60 milligrams, which would equate to 0.42 milligrams of heroin per liter of blood in the body, which means that Kurt's level would have exceeded 200 milligrams injected in total, meaning that he would have been probably out cold. Statistically, this amount of heroin would have been 70 times the lethal dose for the average person, and 3 times the lethal dose for even the most addicted heroin user. However, this narrative is a common misunderstanding from theorists that comes from a misinterpretation of the toxicology report.
Bro.
Referred to his TMS.
This is, oh my god, I love mining Fiesta with Ironmans in the lobby, bro. 2 IQ average.
Metabolites in the bloodstream. including
Can we get
one
some
to stay
Subway
active for
Surfers?
hours after
Bro,
shooting
what?
up and increase in the blood
I've never watched.
with
I never
multiple
played
injections
this.
over
Well,
time.
actually, I
People
did.
have been pulled walking, talking, and even driving on higher total levels than Kurt had. This is also meaningless in attributing a cause of death, and is just an indication of what he'd been doing in the build-up to it. In the end, Courtney was never put on trial, and the case was only ever reopened in 2014, but nothing came of it. And honestly, the facts are debated with a ton of other details I could have included to make a whole dedicated video. So if you're interested in the whole deeper story, let me know in the comments below. But it's likely that Courtney was not actually responsible. And what's even less likely is that one song was responsible for multiple people taking their own lives. Gloomy Sunday is a Hungarian song released in the 1930s, which has been rumored to make people commit suicide. The song has allegedly been tied to hundreds of deaths, and while a song can't make you kill yourself, the myth does have a very interesting and dark backstory with some shocking coincidences. Gloomy Sunday was first composed by a Hungarian Jewish composer named Reso Seres. I think that's how you say it. In the early 1930s.
Why not?
Leading up to the song's creation, Reso and his girlfriend moved to Paris so he could further pursue his dreams of making music. However, he didn't really find any success. And after his girlfriend's parents begged him to get a job, she finally decided to leave him, so he was having a tough time. Allegedly, the day after she left, which was a Sunday, he decided to make this song. And with the help of a friend who was a poet, he created the first version of Gloomy Sunday, which was called Somru Vasnarap. I don't even know what that's supposed to say, or how you say that, so I'm just kidding. The lyrics are direct references to suicide, which...
Bro, it's insane, man.
They read, "Gloomy is Sunday, with shadows I spend it all. My heart and I have decided to end it all. Soon there will be candles and prayers that are sad.
I wasn't siding with the level 300 guy until I heard he was there first. Then, yeah, I don't know.
It clearly encapsulates the type of energy.
If he was there first and then another guy comes and mines and says it's his, that doesn't even make any sense. Can we just use common sense? Hello, Louis Fuse.
Because of his lacking success, ended up becoming a success of its own after a popular Hungarian artist recorded it. Following this, not only was it a hit in Hungary, but also across a large portion of Europe. And the song's success didn't stop there. It grew so popular that it was re-recorded by a bunch of other artists, including one of the most well-known English versions by Billie Holiday in 1941. Despite all of his success, though, he was unable to get his girlfriend back. And what made things even worse is that a multiple of
Onyx
songs were
damn.
recorded in connection to the relatable, sorrow-filled song.
How you doing, bro?
Left behind that quoted
Are you
lyrics from the
doing
song,
Fiesta?
pieces of sheet music being held by those who took their own life. Eerie connections started popping up left and right. During World War II, it got to the point where the song was even banned by the BBC in England until 2002. And while there were a ton of examples similar to these, maybe the most unsettling was when Reso later attempted to find his lost love. He discovered she had also committed suicide herself, allegedly leaving 2 words in her note, "Gloomy Sunday," which is actually a crazy turn of events. Reso is quoted saying, "I've become the suicide singer. I'm devastated that this has become the song's fate. At this price, I don't need success." But the tragic story doesn't even stop there. During World War II, Reso endured 4 years in a forced labor camp and an 8-year ban.
Yeah, I know. I'm missing 2 levels, bro.
And years after the end of World War II,
You got me, bro.
career, he also
I'm slacking right now.
the same fate as others connected to the song, and he passed away at the age of 68. And because of all these tragic connections and factors in the story, Gloomy Sunday has been labeled the Hungarian suicide song. However, like I mentioned earlier, it's pretty much impossible to blame a song for making people take their own lives, as most people were almost definitely struggling with
doesn't even make any
mental
sense.
health problems already. So it's more likely Gloomy Sunday may have embodied the sorrow that people felt and even triggered overwhelming emotions, which is why its presence was found on so many scenes. It's unlikely that Gloomy Sunday is actually responsible for the deaths of multiple people.
Yeah,
However, its
that's
tragic
crazy.
lyrics may have had some sort of small inspiration with listeners. If you like this video,
With this logic, we can call Eminem a serial killer, which doesn't make any sense.
it's pretty much just
Eminem probably got like
yeah, if you enjoyed, please make
20
sure to
people
like,
killed
comment,
minimum.
subscribing down below. Other than that, it's been your boy Matty Balls, and I'll see you guys next time.
And in some jurisdictions, refusal to submit to a blood draw, like in Wisconsin, they can tase
Prairie
you and
dogs.
take the fucking sample anyway, without getting a warrant.
Damn.
And as soon as I turned, it was boom right in the
Okay.
just as I almost completed my turn.
Okay, so you're almost finished with your turn?
Yeah, I was.
Onyx.
Now, did you see where the
This is so not. I love Fiesta when it comes to commissions, bro. It saves so much time.
Almost done with her turn.
Just look at this, bro.
He have hit her in the side, like towards the back of the car.
kind of see where the point of impact was. Literally, I was slowing here, and then maybe like 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's a gene.
So you slowed down to 20 then?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just give me a couple minutes.
Use that there. So I need 1,000 refiners for. Holy shit. That seems like a lot, no?
She has something on board. Do you really? Yeah. Yeah. So we have to.
Is there going to be enough to
I
search warrant?
So yeah, I'll write it. I mean, unless you want.
What changed?
So I was just studying her. She got a couple misspelled words.
This is fucked, bro.
She wrote sign. She estimated the distance between the guy on the motorcycle and her to be 100 feet, which that's way
What?
More than 100. That's like, yes, 500 feet. She said she was almost through her turn when clearly she was at the very beginning of her turn.
Yeah, she is yapping.
Smell, but I think I smelled a little bit of odor of alcohol, enough for me to say. And then I told her, I'm like,
Damn, bro, the cop got caught lacking.
loud impairment. I think with everything, we have to. I mean, I will write the search warrant. All right. So, like I said, we're really trying to rule alcohol out. I'm not convinced that alcohol wasn't a factor. So right now you are under arrest. Okay.
Okay.
So I have a chance to
Okay.
go back.
She doesn't seem to care.
So we will be,
At least she's not yelling and screaming.
Okay.
Okay.
That way there will be no.
To get an accurate blood alcohol reading, time is of the essence. But first, Sarah is taken to the Richland Police Department, where she sits in a holding cell for nearly 2 hours while the judge approves the search warrant.
Now, keep in mind, every breath, it dissipates the alcohol just a little bit. However, once they get it, they can kind of backtrack, and there's a way to calculate what your blood alcohol level would have been at the time of the crash. Typically, though, you're required by statute in most states to take the sample within 2 hours of driving.
Warrant. She's next taken to the Cadillac Regional Medical Center for a blood test. Finally, nearly 6 hours after the collision, the blood test is administered, and Sarah is booked at the Benton County Jail. It'll take several days for the lab to return with her blood alcohol content level. One day after the accident, investigators visit Joser's grieving family.
Is mom here? Yes. Okay, is she available to chat?
Wow.
Or I think so. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, for what reason?
Oh, man.
Just had a couple questions for her regarding obviously the incident that happened last night. She's not in any trouble. Just trying to piece some stuff together.
Yeah, but remember we are destroyed. That's my kid. You know. My son.
Yeah.
Okay.
Investigators learn he was new to riding motorcycles and had only ridden his 3 to 4 times in total.
Wow.
Unbelievable. You know, motorcycles are dangerous.
That is so unlucky, bro.
They're to be respected, and even the most seasoned
Bro, he just started.
Himself like this. I remember we were riding in Eureka Springs, Arkansas, and we come around this bend, and there's a long line of cars, and these guys are on the side of the road, and you can see that they're fishing out the guy's motorcycle. These guys, these big burly guys, are all fucking in tears because they had just lost one of their buddies who went off the side of the road. It's so easy, you know, if you're just not paying attention. You know, we are all calmed up. We're doing everything right, we think, and for the most part, we are really, really safe riders. But on this one occasion, you know, your life can change in an instant.
Why is this shit? What just happened? Let's be rude, but what did she just say? Oh. Makes more sense.
As the traffic unit await the lab results, they look to retrace Sarah's steps to determine where and how much she had to drink. They need security camera footage, which is typically deleted within a matter of days. Time is not on their side. As Sarah was returning from Domino's the night before, traffic investigators set their sights on the nearest franchise along the street connecting to State 40. The security cameras at businesses sharing the block not only confirmed that Sarah picked up an order from Domino's less than 10 minutes before the crash, but that she and her husband first visited a bar for 4 hours. Investigators now know that
4 hours at a bar.
Wow.
Is she under the legal limit? Probably not.
Now know that Sarah was at the Moon Palace restaurant. What they don't know is how much she had to drink.
This is fucked, bro. How can you be a police and you're this ignorant? How can you be in the bar for 4 hours drinking and you think, yeah, bro, I'm gonna just hop in the car real quick and drive home
We think they may have been here.
and then kill someone?
They've been in here a long time ago.
A long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay, were you working on Saturday?
I was not working on Saturday.
Give her life. I don't care, bro.
Saturday.
One of the girls.
I don't care, bro. Give her life. I don't care if she's a cop. Who cares?
So,
What are the names?
I don't really want to answer anything because I don't know what it's going to turn into. So.
All right, so that's kind of what I figured. So I did apply for and was granted the search warrant for this location.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Here you go.
Uh-oh.
You don't have to cooperate, but if they don't cooperate, you can get a court order, to get access because they're sitting on evidence.
Yeah.
Evidence of where she was prior to the crash.
We're going to search and seize the location for receipts, financial documents, badger ledger, entries, or any similar documentations. I will leave you with a copy of this warrant.
Can you let me ask my attorney first? Would that be okay?
No,
You don't have the choice, sir.
So what we're gonna need you to do, unfortunately, everyone's gonna have to leave. We're gonna have to close you down.
Is she stupid, bro? Someone died, bro.
Back up.
You guys are gonna have to leave. I'm sorry. Okay. We have a search warrant for the location. None of you guys are suspected of doing anything wrong.
as patrons clear out, the investigators initiate their search. The bar's bookkeeping does more than raise some eyebrows.
Any receipts from that night, just like it says there through that time period? We're not looking for the entire day. We just need the document.
The thing is, nowadays, at restaurants, they have bill of sales records that are just so detailed, down to the time, the drink that was ordered, the food that's ordered, the amount that was ordered, the
Paradox.
and it's really, and they keep those records forever.
Damn, bro. How do you know me, bro? From YouTube? I don't really make videos like that, I think.
I don't keep track of my.
Bro, chill out, bro. I'm not like that, bro.
You have no record of who was here.
I don't have no records of who was here.
It's probably going to be more comprehensive than we originally thought. So what other documentation can you provide to me, or is this all that you have?
I wouldn't call myself a YouTuber like that, but okay.
We will probably have to search the premises then, because I feel like this is lacking.
And here's the other thing. Every bar nowadays has got surveillance cameras.
Bro gave me a free shout out for no reason.
St. Paul ones, and
It's whatever though. It's
22
cool.
cameras or something like that. Inside and outside, they catch every single angle of what happened. And I was able to prove my client had nothing to do with this homicide.
Like I said, people pay per drink. I mean, that's all it is. You come out here,
so you don't have receipts. You don't give people receipts.
I don't give people receipts at all.
So you don't use this.
I do.
Money 45, bro. Get a look into it.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah.
Brad fetches the bar's records, a Clorox bleach box filled with loose slips.
Uh-oh.
He refuses to divulge who served the Claysons or
What?
acknowledge their presence on the night of the
What's wrong with this homie?
All due respect, I don't understand why you wouldn't be willing to share.
Yeah. This guy makes no sense. What the fuck?
That's not my interest. So
I feel like he is
He doesn't have to. And it is got to be frustrating for these cops. But, he doesn't have to.
I feel like he is interfering with our investigation.
I feel like you're interfering as well.
Sir, you need to leave.
Okay, so
You're not going to sit right here. You are going to be obstructing our investigation, and you will be in handcuffs. Do you understand?
ooh-wee. They're crashing out.
Sir, you can sit outside the door. We are going to search the premises. Do you understand?
Or you
We
can go,
tried to make you
you
work.
go sit in the corner.
What's wrong with this guy?
Without a further hitch, the investigation continues. Meanwhile, other investigators on the case conduct
homie is stupid.
the accident was truly
She's
unpreventable, or if things
refusing
made them out to be.
to help out.
look around. Go.
They find their
Why?
suspect's trail of beers is well documented, but one uncharacteristic gap has their attention.
I'm thinking maybe amend the search warrant,
You want me to do that right now?
and we just
While we're here?
take all of these, because
You want me to amend it right now?
Probably just get on the phone and
Am I missing a skeleton key?
for the amendment because
And do I open records? I guess I should, bro. It took so long for this one.
Okay.
that's why he's lying. So that's
Oh, I know.
Like, bro, 91 shafts, bro.
okay.
Sheesh.
Okay.
18, 16.
I need scrap, so I'm just mine out this.
Something so simple can wind up putting a noose around your neck.
Oh yeah, he does. He's destroyed evidence.
He knows who they are.
Well, but not only that, but he has destroyed evidence.
Yeah, she's retarded.
No, there's no way. If every time they come, there is a receipt, and there's no receipt this time, there's 2 transactions.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's wrong with this homie? Is he paid off?
You don't have to answer anything.
Okay, you can't tell other people to shut up. They're thinking that he destroyed evidence, and he's trying to obstruct justice by telling other people not to answer the cops. Now, you don't have to answer the cops unless you're in front of a grand jury.
You don't have to answer anything. Call Scott, okay?
What?
Interviewing the employee
What's wrong with this guy? Just help the investigation. It's not that deep.
All right, Judge Shea Brown, you are now on speakerphone with my body camera report.
Are they arresting him? I hope so. He's a fucking retard. What?
We just suspect that the owners likely got rid of the documentation.
Why?
The 1st of March after hearing
Just why?
What had happened with this incident, kind of giving its high-profile nature, and probably want to absolve themselves from any responsibility.
Oh. But we know they aren't responsible though. They're stupid. They're just gonna catch a charge for this. No?
Thanks to a name provided by the employee, investigators interview her co-worker who served Sarah and her husband on the night of the crash. She confirms that not only was Brad working that night, but that the
Uh-oh.
Even if they are friends, why would you go to that length?
Exactly.
Because now it's serious. There's a death involved, and you're obstructing a death investigation.
Why? Exactly.
You know, just because she's a cop?
The Claysons are a couple of their only regulars who run up tabs, often having 3 to 4 drinks.
Damn, the fuck? A skeleton key stood 8 million coins. What?
December 1st to March 1st.
Alright, we're all done. All done.
Okay, so I can just go back to open up for business.
What is about to be? What would you have to be?
That's normal. You are free to meander as you want.
The bar tab from the night
What's
of the
her
incident
bench?
was not recovered. According to the police reports, the investigator noted
What?
Mr. Wu and the Claysons have likely developed a personal relationship and may have had motive to destroy records to protect her. Following a 72-hour
Oh, you mean in the gym, bro?
Clayson was released on her own recognizance.
Oh, I did not go to the gym. You can tell that, bro. What the fuck?
She's remained on administrative leave.
So typical what happens is
I don't have time for that, bro.
when there's a blood draw like
Well, I do, but I'd rather play the game.
probably several weeks. So if you are on the hook for criminal vehicular homicide or operation, it means death or serious bodily injury, and they've taken your blood, well, they're going to release you pending charges. Just like on a crim sex case where, you know, they're looking for DNA and, you know, we don't have instant DNA. So, you know, you're released.
Wait, the release E-pars?
The Washington State Patrol Seattle Toxicology Laboratory returned with their findings. Sarah's blood alcohol content was 0.17%, more than twice the legal limit to drive, nearly 6 hours after the crash.
You think she's a state trooper any longer? I don't think so.
The crash.
I think she's in state jail. Wait, no, that's not a thing. Is it? I don't think so.
He was traveling between 53 and 54 miles per hour when she turned her Kia and struck him with her right fender. It would be 6 months after the incident before Sarah Lee Clayson was formally charged by Spokane County's prosecutor's office
Yes, sir.
for vehicular homicide while under the influence.
Ooh-wee.
A delay that Joser's own mother questioned to the media.
At least 8 years, bro. Come on.
Cause that delay.
Please.
The accident reconstruction can really take a while. Probably by the time she was charged, her lawyer had already worked out a deal, is my guess.
At her arraignment on September 24th, she
I'm in the wrong armor.
guilty. While she was ordered to not consume alcohol or controlled substances, she wasn't ordered to wear a monitor. Her trial is scheduled to begin in February 2026.
I would suspect after they got the blood test that she's
February 2026. That's now.
probably
That's now. That's this month.
But that's a state trooper, you know, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen it where cops think they're above the law, you know. I had one cop that he had a fake investigation in narcotics thefts. He'd go into homes and say, "Can I just look at your medicine cabinet just to see?"
And he stole it all?
And he was stealing perks and oxys. And he wound up having seizing out and broke both of his shoulders. There's no, and alcohol's no different. You know, you think it's just, oh, I'm just going to have a few beers. Imagine what would have happened.
I don't play anything else. I just gifted people ranks because
she'd be home safe,
why not?
and the guy in the motorcycle would be safe. You know, she's 0.17.
I don't play anything else now.
0.17 6 hours afterwards. You take 0.015 per hour, so she.
It was only 1,000 anyway. That's fine.
That's my guess. So she was shit faced.
I gifted MVP plus only. And it's pretty. It's like $80. No, $8 per gift or something. Plus like $2 because of fees.
Anyway, that's why, as you embark on this holiday weekend, make sure you make good choices. You know.
Yeah, the fees on the store is like 20% or something for me. It's fucking nuts.
Feel the urge you need to either go get cigarettes or Taco Bell. You know, we've got delivery services for all that, right? So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you smile at your loved ones. Don't do anything stupid. And if you do, hire me. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers. And we'll see you next time. Make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter.
There's done them.
Of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your
board certified criminal lawyer. Yes.
My pearl handle pistol cufflinks so graciously gifted to me by our former content genius Michael Rivers, who's created the channel. God rest his soul.
Thanks
Today
for the
we're
follow.
reacting to Don. Is that lemon? Is that lemon I smell? He got arrested and now he's charged with a crime. So we're going to go into all that. We're going to watch the video and kind of do some legal analysis of was it just or unjust? Am I middle of the road? Am I center left? Am I center right? Or do I just
the only reason why I cared is because I never.
So this is also brought to you by.
I never bothered to claim the level rewards, so I never had the MVP plus color. So I just spent $1,000 instead.
Interrupt a church service
to get one.
And intimidate them or do threats of violence.
I'm close to level 250 now, but
anyway, I don't
that's
know.
from just Skyblock.
I haven't even seen this presentation that I'm about to do. This is cold. You're getting it raw, just like a dog. Anyway, so go to askalawyer.com if you need legal advice for $49. You can get a living, breathing human being lawyer. Yes, we are living.
Why do you give
beings.
the raw
for
to
example,
a
if your
dog?
grandma's in her basement and like mine is, and she wants to do an OnlyFans feed page but doesn't know how to incorporate. Well, you know what? Go to askalawyer.com and they can help you. Or perhaps
this guy is so unserious, bro. Why does he keep talking about his grandma?
How do you evict somebody out of your house that's been there forever and you really love, but you really have to do something horrible? Well, go to askalawyer.com. You know, and if you're doing your own legal research, they also have an AI component trained in all the 50 states. So go to askalawyer.com. Same people that brought you eForm and eSign.
Yeah. Go.
Okay, Don Lemon, former disgraced Don Lemon. Why was he disgraced? Don Lemon is a journalist who got well known on CNN, and he was there for 17 years. 17 years. He was fired in 2023 after a series of stupid comments.
I was informed this morning by my agent that I have been terminated by CNN. I
am
stunned. Lemon went on to blast CNN's management. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought that someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly. At no time was I ever given an indication that I would not be able to continue to do the work I have loved at the network.
But he made a comment about being sexist in regards to Nikki Haley's age and not being in her prime.
This whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think that I think it's the wrong road to go down. She says people, you know, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry.
Who cares about that shit, honestly?
Yeah, who cares?
Also, a Variety report
What?
alleging a long-standing mistreatment of women in the workplace. A gay guy treating women poorly in the workplace? Seems hardly fair, does it? I mean, it's just one of the girls. Oh my God. They'll probably clip that out of there. His contract was supposed to go to 2026, but they let him go early because of, you know, he was.
The fuck?
I do remember watching some episodes of CNN.
Damn, they did Don Lemon dirty like this?
And I just don't know why you would do that. I mean, if you've got a high-profile position like that, you're gonna have to be a little more careful than me, for example, because I say some crazy shit. So
Yeah, you don't give a fuck, bro.
Called the Don Lemon Show, and on X with Elon Musk as his first guest. So he's getting big-name guests. After a tense interview, the show was canceled before the episode could air. Lemon then shifted to YouTube, where he self-produces content. Here's the deal. He shows up in Minneapolis, my home city, on January 18th, and anti-ICE protest took place at City's Church. Now, here's the deal. The pastor of this church...
Wait, Bruce Rivers lives at the Ice City? Oh no, I feel bad for him.
Best friend's daughter in Richfield. So we know this guy. Nobody liked him in high school. Couldn't get a girl in high school. Now he's a pastor and a nice guy, you know? Anyway, and he's got some Mexicans in his basement. No, I'm joking. That's a joke. He doesn't have any Mexicans. I think they're Pakistani. Oh, I joke again. Sorry. I can't help myself.
Damn.
Oh, this pastor is David Easterwood. He's an acting field director for the St. Paul ICE field office. A senior leadership role within ICE enforcement to remove operations. A protest was organized by Nikema Levy, used to be Pounds, when she sits around the house. She sits around the house. No, I'm joking. Nikema Levy Armstrong. Let me tell you something about Nikema Levy Armstrong. Organizers.
She's an serious gang.
That's her profession. I mean, I don't know how she gets paid, but that's what she does. And I knew her from a case that I had, and she was just incensed that I didn't know her. But she was a civil rights attorney. I don't know that she's ever spent a day in court, to be honest with you. Her day is in the sun, on the street, vocal. That's who she is. I saw her at this hearing, and she's like, "You don't know who I am?" I said, "Sorry, I don't know who you are." She goes, "How many black, powerful women do you know?"
What?
Well, I know quite a few federal judges, and I know, you know, some state court judges and lawyers, and your name never comes up. So Miss Levy Armstrong is the former NAACP local chapter president or whatever, not the current one. Anyway, she organizes this protest in a church, and there's a thing called the FACE Act. You know, you can't do that. You can't disrupt a service. You can't intimidate. You can't destroy property. It's the same thing for abortion clinics. You know, you can't interrupt and try to dissuade somebody from going there. And they're going there to protest because the pastor of the church is his church is, he's the ICE guy, right? So here's Don Lemon's.
Let me do this. I can't see anything on that side. That's okay, I got it. Just park. Just hit park. Twitch, we're back. Sunday morning church. Yeah, okay, we'll see. Into Minneapolis a little bit ago.
So you go from CNN to this. Low budget, low brow. You know, and why did this get you there? Because your fucking mouth. You know, and I don't mean to badmouth Don Lemon, but that's what got him, you know, to go independent.
Yeah.
And maybe he's making more money now. I doubt it, because I have more subscribers.
And did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's geared.
Okay, so right there, what's he doing? He just used the word reconnaissance. Reconnaissance. What is that?
Is that illegal?
It indicates kind of you're planning, right? Shouldn't have used that word, Donnie. All right, so let's hear what I mean. Shouldn't he use the word reconnaissance? Because that sounds like you're part and parcel of what's going on. Hi, I'm Don Lemon. I'm reporting here as journalist. Blah blah blah. Doing reconnaissance for people who are gonna fuck up this church. I mean, doesn't make sense.
Bring up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance.
Okay, MAGA does not have, first of all, MAGA does not have a monopoly on the American flag. You should see my underwear. And MAGA does not also have a monopoly on the Second Amendment. Look at my desk.
These protesters, they're planning an operation we're going to follow them on.
I disagree.
I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but
because Trump is out of pocket.
And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. In these
operation.
Surprise operation.
Okay, doing reconnaissance after we do this operation. Don, you got to be careful with the language that you use.
Again, I can't tell you where. It may look like MAGA coded, but there's a reason they have so many white people here. I'm just going to be honest. It's because of the operation that they're doing today.
Again, MAGA does not have a monopoly on white people. Look at me. I'm white.
Important to have allies, as they said, white allies here.
Okay, so he doesn't support them. That's good. Because I think Bruce is common sense. He's pretty common sense. Apart from, I disagree with Bruce on one thing. He's against the death penalty, which I'm definitely very much for. I think they should bring it back, actually.
Criminalizing
everywhere.
Journalism, if in fact that's what it is. This is before the protests with Nakima Levy, formerly Pounds. And here's the thing. I think it takes some dedication and balls to do the stuff that she's doing. I don't know that I would have the patience or see the payoff. And clearly these protests have had an impact.
Tell us, why are you doing this?
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual. So that
disrupting business as usual is okay, except for certain protected areas.
That's what we're about to go do right now.
Days. Ice, baby.
If I was at church, this would fucking piss me off. It really would, because it's like, it's supposed to be a sanctuary, right? You want to do it in the parking lot? Even in the parking lot, I don't think it's permitted. But you want to disrupt something, do something else. I mean, nobody in the church is, screwing with people.
Demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not stand. They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is directing ICE agents to wreak havoc upon our community and who killed Renee Good, who almost killed a 6-month-old baby.
It's Bruce Rivers. It's the GOAT, bro.
Oh,
He's awesome.
A lawyer. She's an activist. She's a reverend. I wish maybe she should marry me and my fiance. No, thank you.
He's a good guy.
Thank God she's on God's side, because I would hate to have her on the other side, right? So Don Lemon is in there taking a statement from Nakima Levy Pounds, Armstrong.
Citrine.
What's that gonna mean?
This is a white supremacist agenda.
Why do you say that?
Team?
This is Don Lemon. All right, well, sorry, brother. I'm so sorry. Really? No, I'm so sorry.
On our team.
Yeah, so why do you say that?
Are we all on the same team? We're on
What
Team
team?
America.
Yeah, why have you got to divide shit?
What I
It
don't
doesn't
like
make
about
any
some of the
sense.
protesters is like he just attacked Don Lemon and called him part of the white whatever, just because, without knowing who he was. So let's look at some of the protest footage, then we'll talk about the act.
Just because. Damn. So they're invading a church? That's so lame. Boo-hoo.
Renee Good! Renee Good!
Yawn. Why are you just invading a church for no reason, bro?
Are
What?
they disruptive? Certainly are. They stopped the service right in its tracks, didn't they?
What is this? Is this lame, bro? I don't know if Don Lemon is an issue.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have
Yeah, they don't want this.
What do you do? What do you
They're here for church.
Somali and Latino communities. And why are you attacking these people who are just going to
What?
fucking church?
Exactly.
I mean,
This makes no sense.
They have a Nazi for a prisoner or a priest or whatever. I don't know that he's a Nazi, but he's in charge of ICE here. So what? You know, pick it. Why don't you just, you know, drive your minivan, you know, over one of them and see what happens?
For your Somali and Latino communities. You have no comment. Exactly.
I mean, they're going after these prisoners.
What?
They don't know anything.
Yeah,
about
this
them.
is ridiculous.
And, you know,
I don't defend
that
this. I
half
don't
the
know.
prisoners probably don't even know that he's, you know, an ICE field director.
So it's just a normal church session, but because of one guy there works for ICE,
So these videos
they're
are
doing this.
excellent evidence, you know, so it's not going to really be that big of a stretch to try this case. Okay, what does this mean? You know, I mean, this is not too far from this, is it?
All these comfortable white
I can't
people
stand for
who
this.
are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps.
Give me a fucking break.
What?
What do you think is living in this guy's beard? Honestly.
What's wrong with this guy?
Nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters.
Excuse me, you spilled my
Oh.
latte.
You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No.
What?
Jesus would die within it. Do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens. Hey, you are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting?
What's wrong with this guy?
Humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending.
Now, this is the same guy that wore the buffalo thing in the House of Representatives. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. He reminds me of him, though.
To be Christians, but we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people
What?
are starving. Shame.
And what are you doing? You're harassing people for not doing anything. That doesn't really change anything.
Is that, at least so far, is Don Lemon participating, you know, in the chants.
Living real comfortable while the people starve. Living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps.
And what's your point? Yeah, I'm cozy. Got my steak.
Yeah, and you're living very uncomfortable, bro.
Stand with the Somalis. Stand with the Latinos. Quit ignoring this injustice. He wears a suit and tie, and he hangs out with Christy Nome. How is that a Christian? You're supposed to
Come all over your face, bro. Come on, bro.
Why are you not going down to Whipple and joining us in protest against this inhumanity? You claim to be a Christian. Act like one.
What?
I am not going to invite that guy to my house for appetizers and drinks. Not coming to my Super Bowl party, buddy. So now let's take a look at what
That guy is retarded, bro.
stuff was going on.
I think I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire.
So
Exactly.
he's talking to one of the parishioners. So this is not, and all this stuff is fodder for evidence.
I think it's good to speak up. I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going into God's church.
You don't think this is peaceful?
Well, it's trust.
No, it's not. It's loud and
It's definitely not
they're
peaceful.
screaming at you. I think it's intimidating.
Nobody fighting.
It's trespass.
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my.
I guarantee you, Don did not read the FACE Act before he did this.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah, and a freedom of religion. So here's Don after the protest.
What do you think of
There's
this?
a harmless Christian here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I gotta go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
Oh, what do I have to say?
Can you understand?
So that was a good statement that Don made. I'm not with the group. You know, I'm chronicling.
Yeah.
He's reporting. That's a good thing.
And why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. This is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus, and that's not something that we have to run away from.
Oh.
So this is kind of a bad day for us.
I do agree with the comment. The one guy said, "Shouldn't fight fire with fire." Why not?
Here's the thing. I don't like ice or anything at all.
Keep your fight at
But
Whipple. Keep your
why
fight
are
on the
you
street,
exactly? Listen to this guy.
parishioners, and they're not attacking them physically.
He's
but
spitting
they're
bars right now, bro.
attacking their right to assemble.
He's saying what I'm gonna say, but he says it's better.
They are attacking that right, no question about it. I get where they're coming from, and maybe this is Nakima's way of getting in some good trouble, as our former congressman used to say. But look at this guy. He's affected by this.
But, we're going to heaven, so that's the best news we got.
Do you understand that some of these folks feel voiceless?
I don't understand, because right now I'm so upset right now. I don't really have I'm thirsty, and I can't think very clearly. So what I want to do is just say we love you. My son and I love you guys, and that's.
I'm a journalist. They're activists.
The simplest thing we can say is that we love you guys.
Another good statement.
What do you mean, you guys?
I'm
well,
a journalist.
whoever's
I'm not an
here
activist.
in this house.
Okay.
We don't distinguish between Christian and non-Christian. We love everyone. We want everyone to
Yeah.
go to heaven.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. We want folks to go to heaven.
Is that something you could disagree with?
And if we need to talk about these things, then, this isn't the time for that, really.
But don't you think until we go to heaven, if you believe in that there should be some sort of peace here on earth, and that people should have agency, and we shouldn't be beat?
Okay, Don, I'm just going to give you a constructive criticism. If you want somebody to take you seriously, take your hands off so we can see your eyes.
Beating people up off the street. We should be abiding by the Constitution.
I think that's just a little bit loaded for me right now. What you're doing.
Why so?
Well, I don't want to interview right now. I don't want to interview. I just want to tell you guys I love you. I don't need to interview right now, because
at that minute I would back off and say, okay, I respect that.
I want to be with my son. It's Sunday. It's time for rest and for renewal. I would like to answer your question. I just can't right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's just watch one or two more of these.
Watch this guy here. Look, he's hugging his kid.
Wow.
And
This is so stupid.
It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but again, careful. It's very slippery right here. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about, and so.
What?
Here's what
No,
happens
it's not.
when you have a crime, or
You can protest in the streets peacefully.
anything
Why
you
are you
say
invading
as
the
it is
church where
defended
people?
comes into evidence, as long as it's
What?
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy.
What?
Are you fucking serious? This is why you're not on CNN, my friend.
What?
White supremacy because they're in a church?
Huh?
And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian.
Why is she nodding her head?
We left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a
Don
Christian.
Lemon, you are out of your mind.
Pretty much.
I don't believe in God. I really don't.
But it's an intimidation
Maybe,
tactic.
but I'm not Christian. It doesn't make any sense.
And,
You don't just run into a church where people are having the daily Sunday routine, going to the church.
And I'm also as
Who's talking about supremacy now? Look at me. I'm a big fucking deal on the internet, baby. I got 1.1 million subscribers. 300,000 less than Bruce.
I was on with my producers this morning. You and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America.
I just think you're a guy who shoots his mouth off and gets in trouble for it. I mean, honestly, to call that church a white supremacy kind of thing is I think, a little stretch. So, let me read you what the FACE Act is all about. The Special Litigation Section of the Department of Justice also enforces the civil provisions of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, that's the FACE Act,
Is it
of 1994, and it was really designed for abortion clinics. That's where it kind of started. But the act prohibits the use.
Fuck with you, Reese. You're not picking sides. You're thinking logically. This is how everyone should be. People aren't.
With a person seeking to obtain or provide reproductive health services, or to exercise First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship. Was there any? Did you just see any act of force or threat of force? Not really. Just loudness, right? Is it intimidation?
Yeah.
Well, that one guy was being a fucking complete jerk and in people's faces. And you could see some of the things that were growing in his beard attacking the people that he was talking to. But did it interfere with the service? It fucking right it did. It stopped that service in its tracks. It also prohibits the intentional property damage of a facility, providing, so you can't bomb a clinic, can't bomb a church.
Yeah.
And it authorized the Attorney General to seek injunctive relief, statutory compensatory relief, and civil penalties against individuals who engage in conduct that violates the act. It is codified by 18 U.S.C. 248 and makes the certain conduct a federal crime when it involves force.
I don't understand how people can side with Democrats in this. Well, yeah, that's what they're doing. I would assume it's like far left versus far right. Why can't we have middle?
Exercising their freedom of religion. So what makes it a crime is force, threat of force, obstruction,
make middle
or intentional property damage.
A far middle, far middle.
What did he do? He was
far middle, bro.
Nakima,
that's what I am.
Pounds, Armstrong. He interviewed a few parishioners, and then he gave some commentary afterwards. There's another act, 18 U.S.C. 241, commonly.
Oh, actually, middle is what we call common sense. So yeah, I guess I am middle.
Formerly called the KKK Act, or the Ku Klux Klan Act, passed in 1871 during the Reconstruction, and I'm reading this, of course, just so you know. Created specifically to stop KKK violence and intimidation. Boy, in 1871. They targeted conspiracies meant to prevent people.
I don't really care what people do as long as they don't hurt people.
It became a general civil
or is an annoyance to the public.
Law, not a KKK specific statute. So it's a federal felony when two or more people to conspire and to injure, oppress, threaten, intimidate any person to the free exercise of right. And I didn't even see that there. So I didn't.
And this is a case of being annoying and disruptive, so I'm not standing for this.
And my understanding is, looking at the indictment, it encompasses the conduct of the crowd onto Don Lemon. So how is this connected to the church protest? So in the Minnesota case, prosecutors argue that the protest was planned and coordinated.
Their intention initially, the goal is good, but their execution is very bad. So.
But is
and the area is terrible.
With worshippers' right to freely exercise religion. Some participants obstructed or intimidated congregants, and that's why the DOJ paired the FACE Act and the Civil Rights Act. This combo is what escalates a case from a protest issue to a serious federal civil rights prosecution. So let's watch another clip and see what Don Lemon has to say.
There's strong reaction today to Don Lemon's arrest.
The Trump administration taking new aggressive steps against journalists.
His former colleagues at CNN expressing outrage.
This very much has Trump retribution vibes.
The White House responding with mockery, announcing Lemon's arrest on social media with the caption, "When life gives you lemons."
Kind of catchy, isn't it?
What?
Here's the thing. I'm not seeing what the DOJ has seen. I'm just not.
He was taken into custody early Friday morning in Los Angeles after attending a pre-Grammy party. According to one report, he was seen being handcuffed while flanked by FBI and Homeland Security agents. Lemon is here in Los Angeles to cover the Grammys for his YouTube channel. He's scheduled to be here at Crypto.com Arena on the red carpet interviewing celebrities before Sunday's show. But all that is up in the air now that he's in federal custody.
What?
So you get into federal custody, the first thing they do is a detention hearing. Well, one of the things they're going to ask for is his passport, limit his travel from Minnesota to New York, a whole bunch of other kind of crazy conditions of his release.
Gonna walk in, see what's happening.
It was this report 2 weeks ago that landed him in hot water with the Trump administration. He followed anti-ICE agitators into a Minneapolis.
I noticed he's the only journalist there, or the only one reported to be there.
Church, whose pastor is believed to work with ICE.
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
But the White House claims he was one of the organizers. And today, Attorney General Pam Bondi says a grand jury indicted Lemon on charges that...
Pam Bondi is the person who deflected the Epstein files, right?
Oh, did I just say that? I just made that up. You've never heard that before, have you?
If I haven't been clear already.
Oh my god, I hate her so much.
Right, we are coming after
I hate her so much. She has 2 IQ. Wait, that's too much. She's the person who was talking about the value of the DOW.
Let's take a look at this clip on CNN.
DOW.
Even if he had
what the fuck is it called?
Which he probably did, because that's why he was there, and he probably was talking.
The DOW fund or something. I don't know.
He was probably talking to her ahead of time, you know, and so that's.
Yes, I'm streaming the next one too.
If he planned it, this is what conspiracy.
So like
is. This
he
is.
is.
Don Lemon would have some liability.
She was like there was the victims of Jeffrey Epstein in the. In the stand or something, and she was like talking about the value of something, an economy or something, and she just ignored everything. I don't know, bro. I don't really recall what happened, but she just ignored the victims.
In a conspiracy, but let's hear what
ridiculous.
CNN has to say.
Former CNN anchor and a former colleague of mine and friend, Don Lemon, has been taken into custody by federal agents, according to his attorney. It comes after Lemon covered the protests earlier this month, dozens of anti-ICE protesters rushing inside of a church in St. Paul, Minnesota.
But he didn't do anything though, he was just there.
Just there as a journalist.
Yeah.
Photographing the incident as a journalist, asking questions as a journalist after the protesters went in, and has been very clear he was not part of the protest group.
In this clip, you can see him interviewing the pastor, right? And the pastor is being interviewed. He knows who Don Lemon is, and he's participating in this, right?
In a statement, Don Lemon's attorney says, quote, this unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparency.
I mean, they clearly just went for the big guy. They probably didn't arrest any of the other people. They just went for him. I mean, it's so obvious.
Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. Now,
well, he's got a good lawyer. Abby Lowell is very well known.
I just want to quickly let you know, Don Lemon spoke with Allison Camerata, another colleague and friend from CNN, who now works for Scripps News, about the church incident.
They just don't like him not glazing MAGA, probably.
It's right by my building.
So they just find an excuse to arrest him.
Just moments ago.
So
it's so lame.
He was covering a protest. This is the St. Paul church. The protesters had reason to believe that the pastor there was an ICE agent. And so Don, the way Don...
Okay, so the pastor was ICE agent?
He was doing what we do.
But he was there for Jesus.
He wasn't conspiring with
He wasn't there disturbing anyone.
Protesting something. He wasn't in on their plans, he says beforehand.
This is so lame. Why does everyone need to fight, bro? Why can't we just show love to everyone, man? What's the point of fighting all the time? Well, don't show love to the weirdos in this world. And killers and stuff, but they should all just die. But apart from that.
Either way, that's a misdemeanor, and
it isn't trespassing on private property. He didn't trespass on. I mean, a church is it private property? I suppose it belongs to the church, but it's really a public space.
You know, the idea that Don Lemon, as a journalist, has now been arrested is just in an entirely different...
I will not stand for like predators who get jailed for like 5 years and then they're released as a sex offender and they're just on the streets.
No, of course they don't.
Like, how?
I don't think
how is this even possible?
Any danger?
As a big issue in the, I guess the
By the time he went in, it
law
seems like
law
the
system.
interference had already happened.
I mean, it's like that in every country too.
The service was over, and he was taking statements from people as a journalist would do. So
Like, why have no countries become more strict on this? Apart from like Dubai and stuff, they just kill you. So I guess that's valid. Excuse me, what's happening here?
So let's see this video footage of him getting arrested.
What?
That's the wrong footage. You're a funny fucker. I'm not putting those in there.
Oh, you did.
Did post this. Don Lemon arrested for involvement in the St. Paul Catholic riots. Or no.
Yeah, of course they will post this everywhere. They're so happy for this.
You know,
this is so lame.
Don't have with this White House is a modicum of maturity.
Yeah.
Honestly. So here's a statement from Abby Lowell. Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards.
It's so forced.
And his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. I agree with that. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest. And this is
the only issue maybe is that he's giving attention to the situation, but also the police arresting him brings like 50 times more attention to it. Like, you will not gain anything from arresting him. It will just give you more bad feedback than good. Like, I don't know.
Conspiracy to accomplish the object thereof. Defendants Armstrong, Allen.
Like, sure, he wasn't like fully in the right, but I feel like arresting him will never be beneficial to any of these people.
Together with other persons known and unknown to the grand jury, committed various overt acts.
Well, maybe Trump has like a kink though of being humiliated or like being bullied. Maybe I don't fucking know anymore.
To indict you, but they moved to dismiss, and the district court judge dismissed it.
I don't care about politics like this, but lately it's too much.
Says, having considered the arguments,
even I don't even read the news or anything, but I still somehow heard about. I still somehow found out about stuff just from the co-workers at my job. So, and I keep talking about it all the time.
Denied. The mandate shall issue forthwith. I would deny the emergency petition without prejudice on the basis that while the district
we got furry Paul Lover in the lobby. Oh, my days.
A judge of the court may consider any pretrial matter under this subparagraph. The complaint and affidavit clearly establish probable cause for all 5 arrest warrants, and while there is no discretion to refuse to issue an arrest warrant once probable cause for its issuance has been shown. Basically,
that is the most disastrous combo ever, bro.
Establishes probable cause.
And of course, there are. All right.
Establish probable cause doesn't mean that they're going to be able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And one of the things that the judge can't do is when you have a complaint, they don't weigh credibility. They don't say, "Well, I saw the video and it doesn't seem like it to me." No, they have to take everything in the complaint as true.
Yeah.
Now let's go fight about it in court. And basically, if you look at the overt acts, Don Lemon began live streaming on his internet-based show, The Don Lemon Show.
Give me bang.
Where he explained
too many keys right now. I'm not getting any angles.
That was gearing up for a resistance operation against the federal government immigration policies.
Ooh-wee. Hold on though.
Steps to maintain
this is a big hit.
Security by reminding certain co-conspirators not to
Did I have
disclose the target of the operation and stepped away so his mic would not accidentally divulge certain portions. Is that part and parcel of the conspiracy? Is that him interfering with the church service? During a discussion with the defendant Armstrong at the pre-op briefing,
all right, here we go. It's a lot of money coming up here now.
Defendant Armstrong for what she was doing and assured her that
wow,
he was not
look at that corpse. What the fuck?
In other words, he was not disclosing the target of the operation. Defendant Armstrong
I got 400,000 back from the corpse.
Operational pull-up
Are you serious?
A clandestine operation in which she
How?
and other agitators would show up, and I don't think she used the word agitators. I guarantee you she did not use the word agitators. Would show up somewhere that is a key location where the targets don't expect us, and we disrupt business as usual. We saw that clip earlier. And that's what we're about to go doing right now. Just because he's got some knowledge of what's going on doesn't mean that he's part of this conspiracy. What step did he take? Concealing what he's been told? I don't think that's enough.
Oh, there's one more lapis. I'm stupid.
Before heading to the
Shut
church
your
to
bitch
join
ass
his
up,
conspirators,
Diddy.
Defendant Lemon advised his live stream
Alright.
audience that we're going to head to the operation. Again, we're not going to give any of the information
I'm
away.
not gonna shut up
So
at
I
all.
don't think that's necessarily an overt act. Overt act 11. While en route to the church, defendant Blank told the defendant Lemon that they had to catch up to others, and defendant Lemon replied, "Let's go catch up," because he was still live streaming. Lemon instructed Blank. I hate it when they black things out. I just fucking hate that. An unidentified male. Don't give anything away. We don't want to give up. And the reason I'm reading these overt acts is because it gives you a flavor of what the government's case is built on. So overt act number 19. While inside the church, defendant Kelly disrupted the service by chanting that this ain't God's house. I don't
Yes, it is.
This is the house of the devil.
What?
Approached one female congregant who was with 2 young children and demanded to know in a hostile manner why she was not involved in and supportive of the takeover operation, and screamed Nazi in congregant's face.
What?
And asked,
No, don't. This is,
you know your
bro.
parents are Nazis? They're going
What?
to burn in hell. Now, I think that's clearly a violation of the FACE Act. Clearly.
What?
But is that something that Donald
Why?
is involved in, or is he just reporting on it? As the
Or they're just
operation
going to
continued,
church as
defendant
usual,
Lemon
bro.
acknowledged the nature of it by expressing surprise that the police hadn't yet arrived at the church, and admitted knowing that the whole point of the operation is his knowledge is clear. He knows. But he's not directing things. He's not taking a substantial step.
Yeah, I agree with this.
Other than just being there.
Unless there's some criminal
Co-conspirator standing nearby, defendants Lemon
thing
and
for
Blank
just being there, then
approached
yeah,
the
there's nothing
pastor
to
and
take him
largely
out
surrounded him
at all.
to his front, and both sides stood in close proximity to the pastor in an attempt to oppress, intimidate, and physically obstructed his freedom of movement, while Lemon peppered him with questions. So,
Oh my god.
we got Lemon peppered him with questions to promote operational measures.
Oh.
He didn't do anything of the sort.
Lemon pepper.
He was interviewing the pastor.
Lemon pepper
And he got the
freestyle.
pastor's viewpoint. That's my view, anyway. Overt act number 27.
I like you,
As
Bruce.
one of the congregants reported to the responding police officers, some of the agitators blocked the stairs leading to the church's child care area and made it difficult and hazardous for parents to retrieve their children, causing some to take alternative routes. Now here's Nakima Armstrong being arrested. And then here's her son being arrested.
The fuck is that?
Around our waist, and we had handcuffs with
Yeah.
in the middle.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Majored in African American studies, I can tell you that that is the closest I ever felt to slavery in my life.
What?
Really? Just now? Wow, you've had a blessed life. You've got some black privilege going on.
Being shackled as if I was a slave.
What?
Sweetheart, you ain't no slave. You ain't no slave. You're loud and proud. You've got a law degree, and you're a pastor. You are a
What?
and yet you went into a house of worship and disrupted it. And you got arrested.
Wait, she's also a pastor?
Everybody got arrested and treated the same way.
It is unacceptable and unconscionable, but it's on brand for a while.
And she's on brand. So I'm just going out on a limb that the guy in the middle here is on some methamphetamine.
Oh, is that the guy who was yelling and recording himself? Yeah, that fucking
He
idiot.
came to my house for tea, but they all got arrested and they all got put in chains. It wasn't like they just put the black people in chains.
You think every single one of them got arrested? I think so.
The public that agents are at my door right now. They're saying that
Okay.
they were able to go before a grand jury sometime, I guess, in the last 24 hours.
Yeah?
And that they have a warrant for my arrest. I've talked to
Yeah, so go outside.
and I'm being advised to go with them, I guess, down to Whipple. And
Yeah, do it.
my children are here. They're impacted by this. This is all.
I don't have any trouble with arresting somebody who violates the law.
Yeah.
Whether it's an agent killing somebody or whether it's
Exactly.
a protester, interrupting a church service. I do have a problem with lumping journalists in there.
Stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional
Oh,
right.
was she filming and interviewing, or was she a part of this? That's a big part.
Be a member of the press.
Oh, wait.
I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest.
Hey, man, you're kind of stalling them. You should probably go outside right now.
Time here, you guys, but I wanted you to know for me.
Hey, miss. Yeah, we get it, bro. Time to open the door.
Send a relative outside to talk to them. They're showing some type of documentation, apparently, that they got an indictment from a grand jury. I knew that I was on a defendant's list. I did not publish it because it was under seal. And so we've done everything.
Maybe it's time to go out the door, man.
And abide by,
my heart goes out to her. I mean, she sounds more sympathetic than Don does, kind of. But I still like Don Lemon. I mean, I do like Don Lemon. I think he's made some really dumb comments that white supremacy comment didn't need to happen. I mean, what evidence does he have that people in that church were white supremacists?
None.
I mean, aside from the Nazi logos that were all over the windows. Oh, wait, that didn't happen.
The advice of our attorneys.
Yeah.
You have ICE agents outside. What are you going to do?
People are gonna start just making up shit, bro.
Standoff? Or a Pakistani standoff? Or some other minority standoff? I mean, you're not going to do that. You turn yourself in, and then you go fight it in court.
But right now, you guys, I wanted you to know I'm going to have to hop off here and surrender to agents as a
Yeah,
member of the
just
press.
do it already.
ICE! We got a warrant!
We've seen all these violations. All right, you guys, I got to go. They're knocking.
She's coming right now.
Give me 1 second.
I gotta get my shoes on. William Kelly is now in custody. Our nation was settled and founded by people fleeing religious persecution. Religious freedom.
Wait, this is the guy who was yelling. Yeah, this guy is stupid. I don't like this guy. He was harassing people.
We will protect America's faith. Well, good for you. And then we have...
This guy was yelling at people and shit. Yeah, he's a fucking loser, bro.
He has to say.
I need sunglasses.
Alright. Hello, Don.
Wow. Can everybody hear me? Are you guys set?
Yes.
Everybody ready? So look, I want to thank everybody for their support. It truly means the world.
And really, to be honest with you, this probably should have been charged out by summons. This is not a... There's different ways you can charge a case out. You can have an information.
Is Fiesta over? 3 minutes.
They could have agreed to an information. They could have agreed to, okay, you're going to get an indictment.
Running place
Let's set a court date, that kind of thing. But instead, they put a warrant out because it's the Trump administration. It's heavy-handed. Let's go after these people. I mean, is he really a risk of flight?
No, not at all. He's here, boots on the ground.
I spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now.
He didn't write that, probably. But I do agree with that statement. In fact, I think that's what was Abby Lowell's statement. I think I read that. But I totally agree with that. I mean, I used to kind of poo-poo the press, but really the press is a check on those in power.
Now I will not stop ever.
What have you done?
The DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced.
I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
Well, that was probably the best worded thing he's ever said. Way better than the white supremacy comment.
Look forward to my day in court. Damn.
Let's hear what Bill Maher has to say, because we all, love Bill Maher.
Let's hope court is in public, though. I don't understand.
Somebody went, yes, like good. I don't know. I didn't hear him. It's not good to arrest him. I don't,
Well, I'm going to say he violated the FACE Act. He went into a church, disrupted their worship, and then later in an interview compared the...
Did he, though?
He wasn't even saying anything.
Until it was already disrupted.
Yeah.
Supremacists. That's not journalism. That's activism. I had an experience with Don Lemon.
Getting arrested?
Disrupting a worship service, stopping people's right to worship God.
She is so retarded. Look at her.
And under the Biden
All plastic.
Pro-lifers.
I still hit though, but come on, bro.
Up to 11 years for praying in front of an
Actually, no. If I hit, I would become too stupid.
So I don't think that's journalism. That's not First Amendment, going in and harassing people in the middle of church. And
Imagine having a baby with her. Oh, and Lord.
Guy that organized it, and we had to call Capitol Police.
Okay, but could we just charge him with not cool, man?
I don't disagree with that. I mean, let's see what Nicki Minaj and her 3-inch nails have to say.
Oh
you
my
called
God.
for Don Lemon's arrest over his church stunt in Minneapolis.
Oh, she,
Since called you racist,
bro,
homophobic.
Nicki Minaj, bro. It's so sad to see her fall off, man.
Cocksucker, stop.
Just because
So sad to see what happened to you, bro.
doesn't mean you have to give him all kinds of shit. All right, let's hear an opposing view from Megyn Kelly, who she was. I love how she was one person on NBC, and then she gets her own conservative thing. Now she's this rabid fucking MAGA person. So let's just see what Megyn Kelly has to say.
Don Lemon is in so much more trouble than that, because he did not just trust.
Now she's a lawyer. You know that she's a lawyer.
Wait, what?
And for her to not know how much trouble he's in is ridiculous.
Pass into somebody's private property, which a church is. Absolutely.
A church house. You trespass on a church's property.
I can walk into a church and worship. I can go into a Catholic church right now. I can go into any house of worship when they have a service and sit down and go, oh, I can do what I wouldn't do that, but that's not how I worship. Yeah. But this is ridiculous.
He did not have an invitation to be there, and he trespassed.
You don't need
Bro, what a waste of a good-looking woman, bro.
A state misdemeanor. You don't have federal
She a MILF too, bro. Shit.
But not on.
That's my type right there, bro.
Not be a federal misdemeanor.
And still, she's somehow so dumb, bro.
Into a house of worship.
How are you this age and so dumb?
Of a religious service.
You would think with age you would become smarter.
Because now you're talking about rock-solid rights that the churchgoers have under the Constitution and under federal statutes. Not to be bothered.
Fucking calm down. Jesus Christ. I mean, I can see the blood coming out of her eyes and her whatever. Who said that? Remember that? Now you love the guy.
And Don Lemon is either too stupid.
Too stupid.
Come on.
Or too rude.
Rude.
To know that. Okay?
Oh, really?
Too dumb.
Dumb?
How fucking angry do you have to be? Calm down. I mean, is this like...
She's alone in a room and being this mad, bro.
Very famous, very well-paid lawyer Abby Lowell, before he did this colossally stupid thing.
AskAlawyer.com is what he should have done.
Or he did know and he flouted the law intentionally. Either way, he's
Bro.
in a shit ton of trouble.
No, he's not.
No, he's not in a shit ton of trouble.
What? He's not.
In a shit ton of trouble. There isn't a judge in Minnesota who's going to give him 1 day jail or even a felony conviction. Mark my words.
Well, maybe. Because Trump might appoint a judge to him.
To do it.
But look at his role compared to everybody
Because that's what Trump does.
Was he chanting? No.
No.
Was he yelling at people?
No.
Was he interviewing people? Yeah.
Yes.
But was it already interrupted? And he
Yes.
interrupted? No.
No.
Under the FACE Act and the Klan Act, for that matter. All right? So he messed with the wrong group of people.
Yeah. Hey,
Crystal Mangum's house.
you mess with the people. Hey.
And he not only violated the
She is
trespass
so
laws,
mad.
he
She is
stepped
so
in a
mad.
whole
He's not charged with trespass.
host of other shit because it was a religious house in the middle of a service.
What?
I used to kind of like her. I thought she was a classy woman. But, you know, the more I hear her, you know, vitriol, I mean, why not
Sad
give
to see
her
the
a
good
real
ones
analysis
go.
of this? He's going to spend a day in jail. He's not in a lot of trouble at all. And
They
this
gotta
case
lie,
is
though.
going to go away.
The difference here.
They always gotta lie.
It doesn't matter whether he participated as a protester, which there was a very strong case he did, or if he didn't.
But he didn't, though.
It does matter. It does 100% matter.
Doesn't matter. I
Yes, it
cannot go
does.
to an abortion clinic as Megyn Kelly journalist with a bunch of pro-lifers.
Well, I've seen your kids, and maybe you should have.
Who were impeding women's access to the clinic. Even they wouldn't have to be putting chains on the door into the surgery room if they were standing between
That's insane.
an abortion seeker and the surgical facility.
Do you see a difference between somebody getting
Wait, that might be more rare than a die. I'm gonna be honest.
public gathering?
What the fuck?
You don't see
We find Umber
Or
and
never mind the abortion facility at large.
from a
they'd be
lapis?
committing a crime.
Excuse me, bro?
And if I were in there too,
And a
I
scrap?
would be also committing a crime. You don't get a pass just by saying, well, I'm just here to put it on my YouTube channel. That's not how it works. Or even CBS Evening News, or 60 Minutes, or ABC Nightly News. Sorry, every real journalist knows that does not give you a
Wait, that's like
free-for-all pass
the
to
stuff
do
I got from there is like 1 in 100k chance. Wait,
She's
probably
got
more
mouth
rare.
fire, doesn't she? I mean, I would not
Bro,
swear like that.
should you
ever.
give me
I
a
mean,
die
fucking
instead, bro?
I just would not do that.
If only. I mean, if only. We'd have
She is
amazing
swearing
guests
because she is so
all
mad
the
right now.
time.
She is so mad.
We would be participating in all sorts of crimes.
I guess it's
can't
gone.
believe she's the angriest person on TV or on podcasts.
Arr.
Everybody can have a podcast now. If you don't know that. Even
Yes.
like shitty little lawyers in the Midwest can have a podcast.
Yep.
So here's some random thoughts that I have on this. In closing, this has been a long episode. You're probably tired and you know you're at the bottom of your popcorn and you probably
No, I'm not. I'm very much
You
awake.
better not be drinking box wine because my
I never had wine or alcohol in my life. Calm down,
You're
Bruce.
probably drinking, you know, you're snooty.
I'm a
white
good
wine.
guy.
But
I'm
here's
not
the
dumb.
thing. I don't think Don Lemon should have been prosecuted. Could he have used better judgment?
Yes.
Probably. Is he part of the conspiracy? What
No.
overt act did he take? He was there to document what was
Crispy.
going on in
Yep.
a journalistic capacity. I think it's fair game, honestly. I think Abby Law, he's got a hell of a lawyer. He won't see a day in jail. Not a day.
I don't think so either.
And that whole shit by Megyn Kelly. I mean, why are you
She's
so angry?
insane.
Is I spin to your house or something, or you want for tea, or I just don't get why you know and just like the other guy, the guy with the fucking beard and the shit coming out of his beard.
Yeah, that guy was also sorry. Yeah.
Let's take the temperature down a notch.
Yeah, that guy pissed me off too.
Down a notch. You know, we tolerated a certain amount of illegal immigration in this country for a lot of years, and the reason we tolerated a lot of illegal immigration in the past is because it benefited us, right? I mean, they come here, and not all of them are rapists, murderers, robbers.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. They're not
Exactly.
most people that come here.
They
come here
just
for a better
pick.
life.
They just
So
pick
they
and
make
choose.
money and send it home.
They all just sit there and wait for something to happen. Some immigrants make one mistake,
So let's turn the
and then they will. Oh, this is why we should get rid of them.
Don Lemon,
And Americans probably do more crime by a long mile.
he could be prosecuted. But should we really be prosecuting journalists for documenting
No.
what's going on in a very hot button issue? And I come down on the side is, you know, there's people we should prosecute, like the guy with the shit coming out of his beard. We prosecute him. He was.
Bro, I
he
saw
was
something
facing-
crazy
he was
earlier today.
Intimidating people. He was an asshole. But I think overall, Don Lemon was just somebody who was documenting this, and he had some advanced knowledge, but he didn't take a step towards the conspiracy. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
I'm gonna show you,
That's
bro.
why I come down on it.
The craziest shit ever, bro. Andrew wrote, this was crazy. I saw this earlier. Oh, look at this.
Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeff Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated.
You haven't.
Speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame.
As soon as you're no longer a president, you are cooked.
Royal family. It's very, very sad to me.
Oh, it's sad.
When I see that, it's a very sad thing.
Oh, it's sad he got arrested.
His brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, king.
But look at the ratio, bro. 2,000 comments on 3,000 likes. Oh, yeah.
But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated.
Oh, yeah, Trump. You're exonerated, man.
He was fighting me in the election.
Yeah. You are such a good guy.
3 million pages of documents.
Bro, Trump was mentioned 1 million times in the files. Look at this shit. Bro, this shit's insane to me.
Stuck to his promise and redistributed all of this wealth to the poor in Horizon City.
Alright. I suppose if I say this big, yes, YouTube Music better. YouTube Music is so much better. You get premium and YouTube Music. No ads, both of them, easy. Let's see this. Hello, XTC. Hello, hello. Hold on. Yo, the beat's cool, crazy.
There's a difference between
Thanks for the follow, Ank.
and bury me in the backyard.
Oh.
There just is. Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board certified criminal defense.
What just happened? How did all this shit spawn?
And the pistol cufflinks that were so graciously gifted to me by our former content genius that you know and I know is Michael Rivers. God rest his soul.
Yes, sir. Rest in peace to him, bro.
To make sure it's done, both Lawrence Krauss interviews confessing to killing his parents. This is a cold reaction.
Parents?
But just given the set,
why?
Goofy this looks, this might be a good one. But let's just see what we got going on here.
All right, Lawrence, well, thanks for sitting down with us. We really appreciate it. We'll get to the statement, but first we want to talk about the more recent event, actually the prior events and now the more recent events. Take me back to the summer of 2017.
Okay, if you have any kind of exposure, the last thing you want to do is vomit your story out on the airwaves. Anything he says, anything. If he says, I was in a chair, I had a knife, I had a gun, I had, oh, there we were at the
Nothing will benefit him.
Anything he says.
He just wants clout.
To hold against him.
Yeah.
What happened to your parents?
Uh-oh.
My mother wrote me a note, which the police must...
Look at the glee on his face.
Alright, bro.
He wants to tell this story, right?
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
This is criminal. React snitch.
Which the police must have now.
Damn, Rivers.
Walking across Whitehall Road. I'm not Whitehall, Wolf Road. And
Perry
fell down on
Dots.
her face.
Oh, yeah?
She had, when I saw her a week or so later, yellow and green, black and blue marks on this.
Ah.
She wrote that down.
Mm-hmm.
That was
He's taking way too long to say this. He's making up shit on the spot. Like, what?
Of course, it's going to become a problem.
When you're telling the truth, it comes out easily. You say it right away. It's easy to tell the truth. But he's clearly just sitting here thinking what to say. Because he's just lying about shit. He hasn't even thought about an excuse or an explanation. I don't know why you would ever do this interview.
He couldn't drive, so they were losing their independence and so forth. And my mother had a brother who had Alzheimer's, and my father had a sister who had Alzheimer's. They were both in nursing homes. My mother had a second sister who also had Alzheimer's, and you know, they put you in a bed, they put catheters into you, they
Okay.
you know, they rip your teeth out to try to keep you, you know, whole 9 yards. So
What?
I don't know any procedure where they rip your teeth out. I mean,
Huh?
I mean, if they're infected, I suppose. But is it me, or does this guy look too much like the Wild Bill from Silence of the Lambs?
So you didn't want to see them deteriorate and go through that, did you?
Effects. What am I missing?
And having to see my sister die from cancer, I was 16.
Is it in this? Maybe?
So what I'm gathering from this is kind of a mercy killing. You know, he didn't want to see his parents, you know, decline and go through this, so he killed them in the effort to make them suffer less. That's not an excuse. I've had many.
I can respect that if they clearly wanted it to happen.
It's usually the husband that does this. The wives usually don't do this. But
I'm not very opposed to this.
And you know, she's terminal anyway, so he ends her life thinking he's going to end his life, but then he chickens out.
Go through.
I'm not against this, to be honest.
You know, the agony.
Instead of suffering, you just want to
Did you kill your
die.
parents as a mercy killing to put them out of their misery? You can be honest with us.
But I feel like he's kind of lying.
And it's just us here. There's
I do feel like this guy's lying.
No, the cops aren't going to listen to this, are they?
I'll leave that to the statement that I put on your website.
The statement doesn't mention that.
I know,
The statement does not mention that.
Right.
I want to hear from you.
Yeah.
What did you do to your parents?
Bro, he's making himself snitch so bad.
I buried them up to their neck.
Bro, self-snitching so bad.
I buried them, you know, the thing is, it's hard to
He doesn't even need to do this.
when you bury somebody.
I think, isn't this just the news?
You buried them in the backyard of that house in Albany.
It's just the news.
At what point did they become deceased?
No, it's you know,
Uh-oh.
manipulating a body after death, but I mean, bigger charge is murder, so.
I need to see a calendar.
It's difficult to wrap my head around somebody who thinks this.
What?
You know,
I need to see a calendar.
I mean, how many people did he help, you know, assist with their suicide? A lot. And he got a lot of years in prison.
Sometime August 2017.
And did they die at your hand? That's the question.
Right. I'll have to leave it for that statement.
But
It is a bit.
and I think it's important for people to know what
Right.
happened to your parents. They were your parents. You loved them. They were deteriorating. What did you do?
I will.
Don't tell me you're going to leave it to the statement, because it's not in the statement.
I know.
What did you do to your parents?
My goal is for the American people to recognize that there's 40 million boomers. They're all going to go through the same kind of problems.
40 million boomers.
It affects all of us.
Are we rich yet? No, bro. I'm not making it out the hood.
So widen up the law so that you can
Look at my bank, bro.
that are closest to you.
I have 500 in my bank. I do have a lot of stuff I can sell, though, to NPC, I think.
You know, we had a billionaire. I don't know if he was a billionaire.
I'm not rich before I'm number 1 net worth on Ironman. So 10 bill to go.
$100 million in debt, and he was a big player here in the Twin Cities for a long, long time. And his wife was declining.
That's why I'm mining, to be honest. Especially Jasper's. I need to mine this for net worth.
When you see these mercy type killings, because on the one hand, you know, you don't want to see somebody suffer, but at the other hand, you don't have the authority to kill somebody. You just don't, no matter how humane you think you're being.
I am not very opposed to mercy killing. I'm really not. I'm gonna be honest. I'm really not. If they have like 1 month to live. I tell you, please kill me. I don't want to suffer anymore. And you do it. I'm not gonna be against you, to be honest.
I have to plead my Fifth Amendment rights until.
But this guy must be lying, because why would he kill both his parents?
You've already given up the ghost.
I feel like both of them wouldn't die at the same day. This is not a mercy killing.
I would never have done such a thing if I.
You did.
Knowing it's wrong.
Sounds a little like OJ, right? If I did it.
So you believe what you did was right. You believe taking your parents' lives was the right thing to do for their sake.
If I did it, absolutely like that.
But you did do it. You're saying to us that you did it.
There's a statement there that we'll deal with more later.
Wait, what?
Well, you buried them, and you admitted to burying them. So, were they alive when you buried them? I mean, were they breathing when you put dirt on their mouths?
Bro, I love it like Mr. Beast, bro.
I appreciate that, and we'll talk about your statement, but show me where in this statement it says that you killed your parents. It doesn't. It doesn't talk about the fate of your parents here. You keep talking about the statement answering my question, but the statement does not answer my question. It's the question people want to know. And I think they need to hear it from you.
Yes, there's time for that.
And I think now's the time. Did you kill your parents to put them out of their misery?
My concern for their misery was paramount.
You know, there's a guy who,
What?
I think it's PP Texas or whatever.
In this case, I will not. I will not believe this guy. It sounds.
Are you? You know, and there's an art to getting somebody to talk, especially when they want to talk. I mean, why would you be on a news program if you don't want to sit there and tell everybody what happened?
Yeah, why would you even be on a news program and tell this shit?
It was a huge
The
burden.
lawyer must be so mad at you, bro. The lawyer just gave up on the spot.
This is a horrible situation.
Sure. So you alleviated that burden.
You're a good question.
Huh?
I have to protect my Fifth Amendment rights.
You're not denying it, though. It's obvious.
In an interview with a news reporter.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've already given up the ghost for the most part.
Yeah.
Until the right time.
I'm not an attorney. I'm not an officer of the law.
But the law is watching. The law is watching.
Yes, but I mean, whatever I say here is going to be held against me.
Yes. Obviously.
That's some presence of mind, knowing what he's doing, right?
You probably answer to a higher.
So he knows what he's doing is stupid,
You can tell us.
and he does it.
What happened?
Anyway.
Did you kill your parents together at the same time in the same place? What method did you use?
Uh-oh.
All that kind of stuff I would answer later with that deal with.
You just deny it. Just say no.
I'm not going to speak about such things like that.
Him not saying no is just him not answering no means yes. Like, why would you not deny this right away? You would be disgusted.
Be in a 6 foot by 8 foot cell, and you won't be able to respond. So do it now.
Exactly.
You don't think you're going to get better feedback if you're honest with them? And tell us what happened?
I put things in the right order. I have to be in the right order. But it's very important that.
She sounds so sassy, bro. Am I tripping?
The police have that statement from my mother regarding what happened to her crossing the street at Wolf Road, falling down.
You sound so sassy.
She
You know?
also had a problem with. She mentioned she was getting lines in her eyes for some reason.
Huh?
I don't know what that would be.
That was the prelude that helped set things in motion. You're saying.
That was the.
That started your.
Go to the hospital then.
Trend, health-wise.
Check up on their health.
So the letter from her to me said, "Do something."
Yeah, do something.
This you need to know this in a way that.
Your parents asked you to kill them?
Does that stretch credulity?
Or to take their lives in a merciful fashion?
I think they want me to take responsibility for things.
They asked you
What?
to take their lives. To do what they couldn't do?
They wouldn't want you to take responsibility for this if it was.
So you were just.
In other words, no, they didn't. I mean, people have medical directives, right? So, like, do not resuscitate. So if I wind up being...
I don't think they would want you to get caught if you did it and they wanted it to happen.
It looks like I'm going to die anyway. Don't use extraordinary measures to keep me alive. Or if I'm going downhill, and a can only be kept alive by machines, don't bother. All right, so according to CBS News, and I'm breaking into like kind of a.
But still, though, you always gonna keep that on your mind. The way your parents died is by your hand. Like, I don't know, man.
After police say they recovered 2 bodies from the home in all.
I feel like a peaceful death is way better, but also.
Franz and Teresa Kraus. They were receiving Social Security payments despite not having been heard or seen from in years. So Lawrence Krauss contacted the CBS affiliate WRGB-TV and sat for a half-hour interview in which he described the deaths as mercy killings for aging parents. However, he's been collecting their Social Security for that time. So we think that messed up here. Just to let you know. AskAlawyer.com for $49. You can get a living, breathing, human being lawyer. Are lawyers human beings? We've been accused, of not being human, but we are. And if you have a case, or if you're looking at suing somebody, or somebody suing
AskAlawyer.com.
a legal issue, and you need advice, for $49, you can get a decent.
$49, bro? I ain't got bread like that. Okay, I do, but I'm not just trying to spend that shit. Come on, bro.
Legal research, they have an AI component that's trained in all the 50 states. So.
Wait, I got paid today, didn't I? Hold on. I don't know what to do with my payment check though. I don't need it or anything right now.
Run something by a lawyer for almost nothing. I mean, it's really reasonable. It's money well spent. So go to AskAlawyer.com. They're good folks because they're the same people that brought you e-sign and e-forms. The same people, and they're a good sponsor of our channel. So I'll give them some love.
So you were just granting their wishes?
My mother, after my sister died, my mother would give me these.
There's the shafters.
Every few months.
There's a difference between do not resuscitate and bury me in the backyard. There just is. And there's a difference between, okay, I'm going to kill you so I can get your benefits.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I'm on a machine and I don't want to be revived.
Yep.
She wanted to die, given her grief for my sister, her daughter.
And you love your parents and you wanted to honor their wishes.
There's something special about our family that we can somehow read each other's minds.
Huh? Alright, bro.
You can read each other's minds. I think I saw a Twilight Zone episode about that.
Alright.
Explicit isn't necessarily. I could complete my grandmother's sentences for her, and she would say, "Well."
Huh?
So I mean.
This is the most nonsensical talk ever.
The context of all this became to bear on me.
It's been said that if the news outlet is acting like an arm of the police, there's issues about whether or not this can be used. That's BS because he's not in custody, so Miranda does not attach. You know what Miranda is? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney. Blah blah blah. That only attaches if there's in custody interrogation. He's free to leave. And so there's no Miranda, there's no
This is just
issue with anybody.
The police is
any purpose,
fucking
especially
rubbing their hands with this, bro.
And here's the other thing. Oh, well, he might not be in his right mind. Bullshit. He killed them to keep their fucking benefits. I mean that's and he's telling you he's got a rational reason for doing this, supposedly, but he knows that it's wrong. And he even talks about changing the law. And knowing and then he's invoking his Fifth Amendment right, but he's really.
But he's there.
Did your mom
he's failing so bad.
And the other ask you to take their lives?
They didn't explicitly say that, but they.
Explicitly say that, did you say?
Made it clear that they were going downhill.
Is that what they said? Please don't. Did they say that?
They were going downhill.
When it actually happened, when your parents died, did they know it was happening to them?
Oh yeah.
And they knew it was at.
Oh yeah.
Oh, how do you know?
Awareness. I mean, listen to all that stuff.
Knew it was at your hand.
Fifth Amendment.
Right. So they realized what you were doing to them as it happened.
Yes.
They knew that this was it for them, that they were perishing.
Now he's admitting it, but she's...
So quick.
And then did they
Huh?
realize that you're going to keep collecting their benefits? Here's the thing. They hadn't been heard of for fucking years. It's not like he just killed them last week and now he's coming forward.
Oh, shit.
This sparked as an investigation.
Oh.
Neighbors thought they moved back to Germany. You know, and here they are, their Social Security checks are still coming every day. He buried him in the fucking backyard.
And it was so quick.
Damn.
How did you do it?
I can't talk about that.
Well, you've just told us.
Right.
It was at your hand.
Right.
Were there drugs involved? Was there suffocation? You suffocated.
Suffocated. Okay, that's mercy. If it weren't for drugs, alcohol, and dumb decisions, I wouldn't have it.
You suffocated.
Damn.
So much for your Fifth Amendment rights that you were trying to protect. Jeez, what a dumb shit.
That was the best way to take their lives, through suffocation.
Basically.
Which parent did you suffocate first?
My father, and after he died, my mother put her head on his chest, and she was there for a few hours, and then I finished her.
Okay, this makes no sense.
Cold.
This makes no sense.
Suffocated your parents.
This doesn't make any sense anymore.
The quick and easy thing is just zot them right in the back of the head while they're eating their Wheaties.
And then what did you do?
Yeah, he took the long one.
Did you bury them?
I didn't know what to do after that. I was thinking what to do. And it took me several days to realize I can't do this, I can't do that. Just bury them on the property, and it was wide open, sunlight. I remember my sister would receive either a gift of a lamb or
Oh, bro.
a lamb
I'm trying to clean my hands here, bro. It's still cold. Hello? Hello?
You call it a grave? You bury them in the backyard and you see it as a grave?
Well, I bury them, and I put a ring around my mother's.
How many feet did you go down? I mean, did you do the requisite statutory 6 feet, or did you, do 4.5 to 3 feet and not really, comply with the ordinance on how people are supposed to be disposed of? I mean, I really don't get why the hell this guy's talking to the media. I mean,
what did you think as you were doing it?
Okay, hold on.
As you were taking their lives?
Hey.
What was going through your head?
Not a thoughts, action. Make sure it's done, and not fool around, not make a mistake. But I'm sure the police are going to say, "What an incompetent idiot I am on that." But
this reflection on what the police are going to say, and your Fifth Amendment rights, and all that shows an awareness of the consequences, and that you know right from wrong.
Did they both pass away peacefully?
No, they were fucking smothered by this son of a bitch. Are you kidding me? They pass away peacefully. What the fuck are you saying? I mean, does that seem peaceful to you? Here, lie down. Let me put a pillow on your fucking head. How peaceful is that as you're fucking gasping for air? Jesus Christ, what a dumb question.
Did they struggle as you did it?
I would say the last minute, no. But they're I think my father died very quickly. The part with my mother, that went quickly too.
Did you realize what you were doing, as righteous as you thought it was illegal and...
Oh, yeah.
Did you realize that it was illegal? Of course I did. Why do you think I buried them in the fucking backyard? I didn't want anybody to know. And why did I keep collecting the Social Security checks?
You knew you were breaking. You were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have to law to fit the humans, not us. And we have 40 million boomers. They're all going to suffer.
So we're a law of men, not a land of laws. You know, I mean,
horrible death, typically. My mother always. If somebody died in their home, she would say, "Great, the person died with their boots on," instead of going to a hospital and going through a meat processing thing. So they were both children of World War II. My mother was born in '42. She was a toddler. She told me she would follow funerals behind the horse and wagon. This is the kind of world she grew up in. My father was at age 12 in a communist concentration camp for 3 years. So they had very serious lives. Given the globe, genocide, British geopolitics, as I call it. So they were not fooling around on things. They were serious people.
When you were doing this, did you think about the financial ramifications, the fact that you would continue to take their government money?
Once that happens, what do you do?
what do you do? I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, hey, they're dead, so they're not going to miss the money anyway, right? I mean, so no harm, no foul. I mean, give me a fucking break.
Man, my finger's hurting, bro. Why?
The government is pissed because I took the Social Security money and
yes.
gave it to people who are starving in the Philippines. Okay, then.
What?
But anything, the police know all the money that I have went to people to help them. Thousands of dollars. I gave almost, not all of it away because there was still a lot left.
What? I give almost not all of it away. Not a lot of it away.
I gave it away. I didn't enrich myself.
Does that justify what you did?
No.
No, but this is not a kill for money case. It's important to say.
Then why you collected right away?
For the killings, doesn't matter. It could be an ill motive, like killing for the money, or it could be mercy killing. Because they were suffering and I wanted to end their suffering. It doesn't matter. It's still murder one. It's a premeditated murder.
Is that?
I was helping people before that.
Yeah.
Just fine. So it didn't. The issue of taking my parents' money for other purposes related to that doesn't fit. That's why the police, they had a theory going which we talked about on Tuesday, and they were going to try to say that this was taking their money to give away to other people, but it was that the other part is the primary.
I've had cases where I had one case where this woman worked for an apartment complex. This guy had a bunch of different apartments, and it was a pretty big outfit. And over the course of about 6 or 7 years, she stole about $1.5 million.
Why you said that?
She didn't use $1 for herself. It was all, I buy my granddaughter a trip. I bought this person, I paid for their tuition. And it was all to help other people. But the overarching theme was it made her look good. You know what I mean? It made her look like a hitter, like she's this magnanimous person. And really just feeding her own ego throughout this. Meanwhile, she's ripping somebody off. So what he's really saying is, I didn't enrich myself. I gave this money to people who needed it more than the government needed it. Well, here's the thing. Dude, that's a selfish reason in and of itself. Because you look like, you're some Robin Hood. Give me a break.
Someone called that blood money.
Right, and I was giving it away.
But it's still blood money.
Well,
give it away now.
If if you kill to take someone's money away, that's bad money. But if you know, what was I supposed to do with this money?
I don't know. Not take it. Fuck.
Again, I couldn't tell anyone. The government needs to have an office where you can say, this is something that happened, and here's how it happens, and this is. They need to have They need to.
Yeah, here's the office of non-consequential confessions. You know, where I go to the office. Oh, I killed my parents. Oh, good. Thanks for telling us. Okay, have a good day now. What the fuck is he talking about?
Oh yeah.
In an open way. Everything in this country is hidden away.
Hidden away.
Yeah, 30 million people are going to deal with this, and maybe
we don't have assisted suicide in this country. We just don't.
You know, a multiple of that given their friends and family. So I mean, it's a reality of human experience, and I just wanted to say, in 2020 there was this YouTube channel called Tribe of the Fox, and they did a video of the Mannerbrunde. And they explain how in the ancient times they had men who would do this.
Okay, so he justifies it by watching a YouTube video. Okay, so.
We're not in ancient times anymore, my friend. We have extraordinary measures that can help people, but you know the thing about it is, aging parents, you know, are aging parents.
Yeah, it's super sad to see.
And
it's so sad.
Slow decline is hard to watch. I watched my mother die. She was 55 pounds when she died at 63 years old. She had cancer, and my
so
father
sad to see, bro.
Colon cancer.
No father, no son.
So I didn't really care about that one. I don't mean to be callous, but you know, aging parents is part of life. It's just died of colon cancer. He was a jerk, so I didn't really care about that one. I don't mean to be callous, but you know, aging parents is part of life. It's just what happens. And doesn't give you the right because you have certain beliefs to go against the law. You just don't. So this is premeditated, cold-blooded murder.
He beefing his father who died?
But I mean, he might say this and that, but he smothered them, and he snuffed them out, and then he kept taking their money. That is what happened. And he knows about this. I mean, it's not like he doesn't have a mental health defense. As you can see, he knows right from wrong. As you can see, he knows the consequences of what's going on. As you can see, he can appreciate the illegality of what he's doing. So, I mean, this is very difficult for a defense lawyer because, first of all, it's all out there. So you just described
as you can see
how they died, what you did with the bodies, and that you kept the money to do whatever you wanted to with it. And if you wanted to be magnanimous with the money because it made you feel good, well, that's all well and good, but that's just icing on the cake for a prosecutor.
So they wouldn't have to suffer. Of course, the ancient Greeks always believed in dying on the battlefield rather than dying, you know, in a bag of bones, like a bag of bones. So, I mean, culturally, America is totally different.
They didn't die on a battlefield, though. It sounds like they died in their beds with a pillow over their faces.
That's what it sounds like to me.
What?
I mean, it wasn't a battlefield.
Well, right. It's not. I mean, the preference of
No, it's not a battlefield.
Of the ancient Greeks was to die on a battlefield rather than die so infirm that you had nothing.
Was it a pillow that you used?
No.
What did you use to suffocate them?
For my father, my hand. For my mother, a rope.
What?
That's pretty personal.
Wait, what?
They couldn't fucking breathe.
So you strangled her?
Yeah, that would seem better.
It was strangulation, not suffocation.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What?
Honestly, so you choked her to death, and you choked your and you put your.
Not suffocation.
Well, it's the same. No, denial of oxygen.
Okay.
But also blood circulation.
So you cut off the oxygen to both of them. That was your method.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that this has come to light and the police started investigating, do you have any regrets?
I did the right thing for them based on the situation. I did my duty to them as a son, and that's.
He sort of caved quickly, don't you think? I mean, I don't want to.
You know, I kind of respect him for standing on business here because He doesn't care about going to jail because he believes he did the right for his parents. And if this is true that they wanted to die, then I stand by him. I don't know.
But it did. So no, I don't have. It's a horrible situation to be in. One does one's duty, when it's done. The issue of regrets.
Newsflash: it wasn't your duty to end their lives like that. Did it just become too much for you to care for them, or were you even in fact caring for them? I mean, it just seems to me that this is your excuse of how you took their lives and then took their money.
Regrets. I can't say this. It's a regrettable experience, a regrettable situation. And of course,
You know,
has horrible moments in life.
Honestly, he's pretty well spoken.
That's that.
I just want to make sure I have it correct, because I'm a journalist and facts are important. You used
No.
a single hand to kill your father? Right. Putting it over his nose and you choked him? Okay. Yeah. And you did the same with your mother, but with a rope? You choked her with a rope? No.
Just a rope.
What?
Right. I meant you choked her with a rope, though, instead of your hand.
The rope doesn't make any sense to me.
Particularly cruel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That you choked her with a rope? I mean...
If you want to die, you would want to get shot in the head. Then you just died. So.
Are you on any medications today?
Well, no.
Nothing? Is your mind clear and...
I'm just a little sleepy, but trying to keep my eyes open.
Okay, but you have no mental disabilities that are affecting what you're saying here today?
Correct.
You're confident in what you said and clear of mind as you say all this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would appreciate. I hope that you could put this on YouTube, the whole thing.
What?
We'll put this on.
Well, thanks for that little endorsement. This is Criminal Lawyer Reacts, reacting to the dumbest criminal ever to live on the planet. He kills his two parents and then goes on a broadcast.
And are you ready to face
I mean,
with the police and the authorities?
Yes, but I would like the American people to also read my statement so that everybody can have something to appeal to on this. I know my statement is
irrelevant. Your statement is irrelevant. You shouldn't have done this.
I still stand by him a bit if this is true.
There's something much bigger in life, and we have to deal with the big things in life.
But again,
I mean,
in 2017, you took your father's life.
Correct.
And then moments later, or a short time later, you took your mother's life.
Vanguard, let's go.
Well,
so they died in 2017. So let's see, that's 8 years ago. And this is just
that's what I don't understand.
Living a lie for 8 years. So he's collected their fucking checks.
I don't know. It's kind of weird.
8 years.
Oh wait, what?
So in other
wait.
Words, he's using
wait, I missed this part.
Purpose, even if he's
wait,
some of it away.
but he still using. Okay, never mind. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, fuck this guy. Never mind. Wait, I missed this part. What? Oh, so he quit his job and he's living on his. Wow. Okay. Great. Wow.
Your father's life and the taking of your mother's life.
I had some Fruity Pebbles and put bananas on them, and then watched some Rockford Files, and just kind of chilled for a little bit.
W chill.
Sit with your mother? Were the three of you together in one
room?
Well,
before they died, my father was here, my mother was here, and I told her.
Let me get them 5 scraps, please, game.
After she died.
I need this.
My sister died in the house too.
4, there we go.
When she died.
Wait, your sister died? Wait, you killed your sister too? Wait, what?
She died in May of 1988.
Oh, never mind.
That fall. I was doing my 11th grade now then, and there was I had to do a paper in a big test, so I did an overnighter to do that test, and then tried to do.
Huh? What's happening? What is he talking about?
And
He has fully lost me. What is happening?
I went to bed at like 2:45 in the morning, and sometime then after, I popped out of my body. And
Muffle plate.
started floating up to the ceiling. I saw the nooks and crannies. And
Why is a skeleton 37 mil?
nooks and crannies of the ceiling. And then the whole world disappeared. And I was in this big black void. And I was...
Really? Tell me more.
Things were rushing by, and then I saw...
Big black void.
In the doorway, in profile. Anyhow, after that,
This is bullshit.
Yeah, she has fully lost me.
To manufacture a mental health defense. That's what this looks like to me. They call it malingering.
Ooh.
That experience kind of thing. And so I told my parents about that experience, and I told them it's time, go find Rosa. My sister's name was Rosa, and so my father just died quickly, so quickly.
Hmm?
And I told him find Rosa,
Hmm?
and
Wait, does Titanic have it to be? And I don't understand this Titanic thing.
And again, just take me through after your mother died. How long was it before you buried them?
Good as does it right now. Very good.
So you're.
So they sit
Wait,
there,
what?
And they're decomposing bodies, smelling to high heaven, and then you bury them in the backyard.
Deceased bodies were in your house with you for 2 or 3 days. And then you
Bro, why did they make Venomous 6 or Tier 6 now instead of Tier 7? It's so annoying. Because I think I got like 3 or 4 Venomous 6 when it was a Tier 7. It was like half the books I got on Ironman.
8 years.
Was the burial to
And now it's not even
crime?
special anymore, so I'm cooked.
You didn't want to be found out.
right, of course. I mean, what to do?
What to do? You know, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry.
So again, just occurred to me. Oh, she can fit here and he can fit there, and then just do it, and it was done. And that's that.
Have you lived with fear of being found out all these years?
Now this is a good question because this kind of his state of mind, even after the crime.
Let's see.
I struggle to do other things with my life to try to make something great out of it, because if that's what I know that they would not want me to rot away to death in prison over this. And I have a duty to everyone to make the best out of my life, and in the end do what's best for the people of Germany. Really, I call it being a Volkssaver. It took me years to understand all this, but
Let's see if I can get all 5 minutes on. Let's see.
8 years.
1, 2.
I never knew before, and I learned, self-educated in so many ways. So I did
1, 2, 3.
being caught is,
Okay.
I was able to buy time to solve huge problems. And that's worth it in many ways.
Was that good? Yes. I'm a heme.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Buying time,
All
yeah.
right, so
What?
fast forward to the end of the interview. Guess who was watching? Guess who was notified?
Police, obviously. What? Of course the police is watching. What? You can be just 8 years later and you're still just lying about not telling the truth here. He would have never been arrested, actually. It looks like 8 years later. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so we just got to put the confession front and play it. But at 5 o'clock, we got to just go to that confession part. You don't want to show the confession at 5?
Rainbow bit offline 13 days. Holy shit.
So that's him right outside the station. What fucking dumb shit. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen anybody so stupid in my life. So then they interview him.
Yeah, exactly. It's not quick.
Jailhouse. Let's just take a little bit of that.
He was a little lost and unsure.
A gunshot is quick.
At times because it was so new, but now he's in jail. He has time to think, and he was in jail because
he smothered his mother.
He would be much more reticent to talk.
Wait, no. He hanged his mother and smothered his dad, or like suffocated him. He suffocated his dad. He didn't strangle him.
Tried to shut down the interview after one question. I asked Mr. Krause, "Do you want to keep talking?"
Wait, isn't that suffocating? Wait, that might be. Wait, never mind. I'm stupid.
Questions. The lawyer said, "That's it. You're standing up. You're walking out with me right now," and that was the end of the.
Wait, is that the same? Because you stop them from breathing? I don't know. But suffocating, that's a long time. He looks so happy. Hello?
This reporter can't get enough of the story.
He looks so happy. What? What's up with homie?
Not any extra relief.
Did you all of a sudden develop an affinity for wearing orange and slides that are graciously gifted to you by the hotel that you're now staying in?
No, not at all.
The world knows what
I cannot hear anything he's saying.
That does help.
It just left it only.
I'm glad that people know about my statement. That's important to me.
But I think people out there care about your parents and what happened to them.
Yes.
Can we just go through that again very quickly? That night that you decided to take their lives.
When you decide to take a life, it really doesn't matter why you decide to take a life, unless it's like self-defense.
Yeah.
If you're
Oh, I need to give a flower to.
Believing you to be in fear of
Bachelor.
you can take another life under certain circumstances, and everything you do.
Let's give it to him. Let's see if I can get a die right now.
Can't be just willy-nilly. Oh, I thought Robert was gonna shoot.
Give me the die.
He doesn't have a gun, and he wasn't anywhere near me, but I just shot him in the back anyway. You know,
Wait, can you get copper die and the other die from the same visitor? Imagine the scenes.
Stretch his credulity that it was a mercy kill. It seemed to me that, I mean, he fucking chokes him out with his bare hands. And then with his mom, he used a rope. Seems to me to be a little cruel.
Very.
But he's trying to paint himself as this magnanimous character concerned with the well-being of, our society and aging parents and blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, it never ceases to amaze me the stupid shit people do. So that's our reaction to Mr. Krause, who is now a guest of the inn, and I guess he pled not guilty, but, he's got no defense. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you go to clrbrucerivers.com.
He is severely cooked.
Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Patreon. Become a member to Patreon. If you sign up and you're a paying member on Patreon, we'll get you one of these lovely trucker hats where you can spread the message that Mr. Krause didn't get. Stop self-snitching. This is the ultimate self-snitch I've ever seen.
I'm so ashamed of myself. I'm sorry.
The thing about it
oh, look at her.
It's just such a fucking fuck job on everybody around you. It's on you, it's on the children, it's on your family.
Oh.
If it weren't for bad behavior and dumb decisions, I wouldn't have a job.
Oh, never mind. I just you shouldn't be a teacher on drugs. I don't know.
Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer, here to give you all the cruel and unusual punishment that you deserve. In other words, a reaction from me. I'm coming to you with my pearl-handled pistol cufflinks so graciously gifted to me by
a lot of done right now.
Genius that you knew and I knew is Michael Rivers. Today we're reacting to cocaine teacher gets arrested at work. This is a cold reaction. I haven't seen this, but it brings in the whole idea of workplace bullshit and the things you shouldn't do at work, like drink. You shouldn't drink. Remember we did the teacher who got drunk and then tried to hide her alcohol, and then we got this guy, and then we got a cop. We had a cop who was on his off days, kind of little ladies. Fucking A. It just if it weren't for bad behavior and dumb decisions, I wouldn't have a job. Before we get to this is brought to you by.
Let's see this here.
Who's our sponsor? AskALawyer.com.
Yes, sir.
Same folks that brought you eForm and eSign, which I both use actually on a routine basis. But eForms or AskALawyer.com is a very effective way for you to
Nothing fun in that one.
advice of a lawyer for almost nothing, $49. And you get a living, breathing human being. I know lawyers are human beings. Just ask my grandma; she's in the basement. I'm her grandson. And if you have a business, if you have a dispute with somebody, if somebody's going after you for something, if you're worried about something, and you need legal advice, go to AskALawyer.com. If you are doing your own thing and you are doing your own research, they have an AI component trained in all the 50 states. So go to AskALawyer.com. One of the reasons why this stuff is so popular is because we love to watch train wrecks, right? We love to see people fucked up and oh my god. I think it's the oh my god, I'm glad that wasn't me factor, you know? Why do you think when we're driving down the freeway and we look and see an accident, you know, you got the Gawker slowdown? Well, grab your glass of wine and your little bag of popcorn and put your feet up and you and your little sweetie, your white wine, and let's get to it.
Damn, Soggy, but it's taking ages here. Hello?
Where's her stuff? A substitute teacher accused of bringing cocaine into her middle
Yeah, she looks like a crackhead.
using it right before class.
Wow.
22-year-old Melissa Martin is now out of a job and facing felony charges.
Hold on, she kind of. Wait, she kind of bad. Hold on.
Yeah, it looks like nothing from here up is real.
Oh yeah, she's not true.
You know, when you are involved with drugs, you don't give a shit about your priorities. You think, you know, it's like when people steal, for example. You know, oh, I'll just take a little bit of money and I'll put it back later. A few months goes by, nobody noticed. Oh, I'll just take a little bit more. Pretty soon, you know that you've stolen from your fucking employer $1 million. That happens all the time, and that is usually women, honestly. And the same thing can be said for drugs. I'll just do this a little bit more. Then it becomes a fucking habit. And guess what? You fucked your life up.
And police say it wasn't a coworker or administrator who caught her. It was one of her own students.
Uh-oh.
This time we're seeing exactly what happened inside that Vermont school.
I see this.
On body cam. This is a story that has left a
W student though.
and it might leave you
W student.
in complete shock because it's about a substitute teacher allegedly busted at school with cocaine. And the body camera footage from that day shows officers walking into a scene that's tense, chaotic, and completely unexpected.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I feel like a lot of teachers is on drugs. Because the kids are so annoying. There's no way people aren't on drugs. There's no way you can be sober and a teacher, bro. How? But kids are so annoying sometimes. Like, I can't imagine. I feel so bad for the teacher I had in my primary school. Like, bro, we were pissing her off so much.
There's a certain thing called aggravating factors. So when you involve children in your crimes,
Like, I don't know how she even bothered to stay.
you got dope in your purse.
How would you not go crazy?
So that's one of the factors the judge would consider when determining bail.
You gotta behave professionally too. You can't be say anything back or anything. You gotta just be behaved the entire time, otherwise you get fired. Even though people are calling you everything.
So let's set the scene. It's the morning of October 1st, 2025 at the Berrytown Middle and Elementary School in Vermont. The school resource officer there...
I mean, teachers have some benefits though, bro. Whenever there's no school, then teachers don't have to work either, so they get so much free, like days off. I think like 3 months or something, days off.
You know, people act differently in different situations. You know,
So 1/4 of the year they have off, and I only get how many weeks? I get 5 weeks off.
who's in charge of students? Hi. I mean, hi.
The moment the officer walks in, he's stepping into a perfect storm. You have the teacher, Melissa Martin, clearly in some kind of medical distress, the school nurse trying to check her vitals, and the principal trying to explain an unbelievable situation that there's cocaine in the building right now in this teacher's pocket.
Uh-oh. So sorry.
Yes, you are. You know, the thing about it is, drug addiction is just such a fucking fuck job.
Yeah.
Everybody around you, it's on you, it's on the children, it's on your family.
This guy lost his son recently, like 2 years ago, I think. To drugs as well. Feel bad for him.
People it does. But for quite a few people, when you're...
He lost his mom, lost his dad, lost his son, lost his wife. But he's still good staying strong though. Gotta love Bruce, man. What the fuck?
These things always manifest themselves in kind of a non... It's not like that she's in the parking lot buying cocaine from a dealer. They didn't find it that way. It was, you know, she's... I don't know how they found it, but maybe they just found her purse. You know, a little kid was going through her purse or whatever and just find it.
I think she just tried to move it into her pocket in front of the students like an idiot. Like, she's stupid.
Let them get into the cafeteria, and then we are going into a clear the halls for the entire school. Okay? I don't know if the ambulance is there or not.
I'm already on it. You're all set.
Here's the other thing. This is a small town. And guess what? You can't fart in one part of the town where somebody doesn't smell it in the other part of town, and they know whose it is. You know? I've got a client that drives, right? And it's this tiny little town, and he doesn't have a license. The minute he gets in his car, anybody sees him, they call the cops.
Huh?
Oh, by the way, sheriff knows you, and I mean, so you can't hide shit from these people in a small town.
Yep. I don't know. Did you guys already send one?
Damn. I don't want the ambulance. Ambulance.
Send them anyways, and she can just decline them when they get here.
Oh.
That's good that you.
Pretty animated. Would you want that around your child at school?
No. This person is meant to teach your kids. Wow.
Where is her stuff? That's what I was curious about. Yeah. Well, there's no way she didn't do it here. That's on immediately.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, if she did it like 2 hours ago, she would be acting like this. Cocaine is a very fast-acting drug. Not that I know it from personal experience, because I don't do drugs, and I've never tried pot one time in my freshman year of college. And, oh my God, I went to play golf with my uncle. My uncle's 4 years older than me, and we played golf. I could not hit the fucking ball to save my life. I had like pivots around my ball.
What?
Each time I swung at the ball and couldn't hit it, I laughed harder than the...
How is your uncle the same age? Wait, what happened here?
And,
Wait, how does someone become uncle?
I just didn't really like the way it made me feel.
Isn't it
but I've had
your...
so many clients.
If you're the grandma.
Wealthy clients.
Oh, if you're the mother, it's your other kids getting kids, right?
On the table, you know, in terms of their career, in terms of their money, in terms
So maybe...
God damn it,
So maybe this Bruce guy was born... Maybe... Wait, maybe his uncle was born at a young age by his parents. And the parents of Bruce had a baby at a way older age? I don't know.
officer moves down the hall.
Is that how it works? I don't know.
On the desk and chair, her jacket and backpack sit unattended. The alleged cocaine inside still a threat.
Because all my uncles is like 50 plus, so I'm kind of confused how it's 4 years apart.
So now the cocaine is in her purse, unattended. I don't know why they would leave her purse unattended. That just seems stupid. I would have quarantined that purse ASAP.
Yeah.
And it's not like, you know, methamphetamine or you know, anhydrous ammonia that you need to make methamphetamine with, or, you know, that all of a sudden you're in the presence of it, it's going to hurt you. But if a little kid got a hold of it and ingested it, that would be a problem.
Yeah. You gotta be a devious kid though to see a teacher get arrested and then you go into their purse and steal their cocaine before the cops notice. I don't know, bro. That this is not gonna happen. Why am I not getting a scrap, please? Oh my god. It's one of these, bro.
I'm not gonna touch it. No, I'm not gonna I mean, give me a break. It's not like it's fucking, you know, a bomb that's gonna go off. I mean, really.
575, 573. You want to slide over here? It's a chick, and she's like visibly high. Like, she's in Erica Pearson's office, like tweaking.
I'm not getting a scrap yet. Come on, bro. I always gotta get a scrap before I can dip.
People do really fucking strange things. I had a client, a buddy of mine, a colleague of mine. He's about to start a murder trial. He makes a thing out of making a private meeting with his client before the trial started. And they get a private meeting room, and all of a sudden he goes into the bathroom, and sheriff's deputy was in the bathroom at the same time, and these little remnants of cocaine. So they search his bag, and they find fucking cocaine in his bag. I mean, this is a very prominent lawyer. This is quite a few years ago, so I'm not talking out of school. And he wound up getting charged, and I probably got a favorable disposition. He's still practicing law, and he's a good guy.
Oh, really? Nice.
I mean, fucking hell.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, I thought he was fired forever, bro. Alright, he's back.
This goes to show you what a hold these drugs have on somebody. You know, I got another couple that, you know, they're...
Okay, it's cool he still has his job. That's sick.
County prosecutor. And she was the
Prosecutor. That's the lapis right there, right? Yes. Finally.
It doesn't hold any discrimination as to your income level.
I need 10,000 suspicious scrap. So either that's 10,000 shafts, or yeah, unless it's Vanguard, which I mine all the golden, which is 5 scrap.
She has it here. She didn't show up high. Like, she is like tweaking right now. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Officers continue piecing together this scene. They verify Martin, confirm where
I mean,
he lives.
apparently the update is coming next week with the corpse orange emitter, so I guess die will be very easy.
At the same time, the officer
So I'm just gonna try and prep 200 skeleton keys. It shouldn't be too bad.
Something tells me that's probably the case.
Probably not anywhere.
The situation intensifies as officers describe Martin's behavior to this.
You know, that's another factor to consider. You know, if you hold a license, you know, I had a client who was a nurse.
Damn, the fuck, why is it pointing to the barrel?
From the hospital. You can't do that. You're going to lose your license to practice. If you're a lawyer, if you're a doctor, if you're a teacher, if you're a police officer, You know, you hold these licenses, and you do anything and follow the law, you're going to lose your livelihood. So I guess you're going to have to go sell cars.
To the state's attorney and plan their next steps.
Hey, it's Officer Morse from the town, just looking to run something by one of the essays. Doing well. Calling with kind of an interesting one there. I assume there's some sort of criminal charge. My assumption would be reckless endangerment. We're at the school right now.
Citrine right there.
Of narcotics.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with a teacher who brought and used cocaine at the school. She was a substitute teacher today, and she is visibly high on a stimulant right now, like completely tweaking out. And she said that she brought and used cocaine here. We haven't actually found paraphernalia or anything yet. We're waiting for Leo to show
Hi,
up.
Valeria.
Oh, yeah. I mean, cocaine sets in and like instantly, so it's not like she didn't use it here. She has said she used it at the school, yeah. I haven't interviewed her yet because she's dealing with nurses here right now, but she told the nurses that she used it here.
$1 billion business meeting, but I could not care less, bro.
She's like absolutely tweaking.
What?
Which makes me think the drugs are left in the building. My thought is just leaving any drugs around children is reckless endangerment, but yeah, I was more curious. I mean, I'm not sure.
Reckless endangerment is, I'm okay with that. That's a fairly low-level case, really, depending upon the state. But the drug possession is really what carries some teeth, I think.
How much she brought, I can't imagine she didn't use what
Yeah, cool beans then. Gift me 100,000 subs then.
And it's not like it's a DUI, so we can bring her up there for an evidentiary draw. So I wasn't sure if it reaches that level then or not. It's not a DUI, so how does that work when it's not a DUI though? I mean, I can always see if she consents to an evidentiary draw, but I was at the school and one of the teachers came down and told me to head upstairs. They were calling.
Is there anyone in the world who's even worth 1 billion? Also, this doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how it came about yet that it became known that she was high, but like she is like absolutely tweaking. It wouldn't take a DRE to realize she's high.
A DRE is a drug recognition expert or evaluator. There's certain guys that are trained to notice certain different behaviors. And
You so much cap, gang.
Drug use. For example, if your eyes are, pupils are wide, oh, you're on Molly. Or, they also do the Romberg test. You know what the Romberg test is? That's where you count down, like, from 30. And then they actually, if you like, count, like, to 30 and it really only, like,
Next number.
Time has gone by. So, basically, the officer says, okay, 30, how much time is
Oh, right away? Damn.
For like 30 seconds. And if you say like 12
Insta shaft?
then you know
Let's do this. Paired it again? Bro.
Heartbeat was also like 130, which is another indication. Because I overheard the nurses saying that too. I'm almost certain. So it's lunchtime here right now, so all the kids are out to recess.
And all the kids are just running around with like a chicken with their head cut off. I don't know why.
Like with cocaine, as I said, sets on almost immediately. The fact that it's recess time, the kids went outside, and that's when I get called. As I said, I haven't interviewed her yet because she's with the nurses right now and they're checking her out. And I'm in the classroom with their stuff, so we don't want any kids coming in here and being around the drugs. But yeah, I'm almost certain she used the drugs in the school, and if that's the case, then they were in here around children.
They run the dog, it hits. Now officers are deciding whether to pull the jacket and backpack, get consent to search, or go for a warrant. The audio you're about to hear catches officers trying to piece together what happened.
Bro, I cannot be bothered to mind Paired for ages.
How much and
There's not that much.
came to happening inside the school.
What'd you say?
Jasper, I mean, I have my Jasper, but I don't know about that one there. Too much.
These dogs are actually amazing.
If she wasn't using cocaine though, I would smash. Bro, she was kinda, you know what I'm saying? 40 plus, bro, that's the goal. 40 plus and only. W dogs though.
Have some manners.
Damn, bro, he's freaking out.
So now you have to ask yourself, do they need a warrant? Well, they should just ask her. You know, I mean, consent. You don't need a warrant. You know, we had the dog hit on your case, on your clothes. Do you mind if we search your clothes? You've already admitted to using cocaine here at school, so you mind if we? And I guarantee you, she's gonna say, "No, I don't mind."
Well, she told the EMTs again that she used it this morning, and
Mm.
he was like, "No, when?" And she just said, "I don't know." And then he said, "How much?" She said, "I don't know." But she said,
I'm getting a lot of money XP though.
so she was rubbing it.
I'm liking this.
I just want to make sure it wasn't like in a bathroom somewhere and then in the trash.
I need to remember to use my abilities and stuff though.
Yeah, there's the jug.
Okay.
We call that fun.
Go up to the hospital.
Is she going up to the hospital?
They just loaded her.
Yeah, we'll go up there then. We'll try to interview her up there. And okay, we'll see if we can just get consent to search these things up there, and if not, we'll have to apply for a search warrant to search it. Now, is that her backpack there, or is that a student?
No, that's an emergency student backpack.
Okay, perfect.
And then the officer learned something shocking. It wasn't another teacher or staff member who first noticed Martin's behavior. It was a student who reported she appeared high.
How did it come into you?
She's quick with it. She's always Laura. She knows when she's working. It's like something was reported, and I was face to face with Melissa, and I'm like, something's off, and I got Erica.
Yo, what's up, Siltoshi?
Yeah. So the student.
I mean, how sad is that?
The student found it out.
Honestly.
So the students, but they weren't already out to read.
I like how the student found it out.
On his way, stopped in. He was getting ready. They were getting ready to go.
Love you, student though.
But he also comes from a background in which he would be able to identify that.
Okay. Oh, does he really? Oh, I didn't know that. I love it how these. You know, somebody sent me a comment.
What? Excuse me, bro? Oh, bro, you got me there, Bruce. Chill out on this.
Her name was Karen. That left the comment. You know, if there are any Karens out there, you know, you guys are taking a bad fucking rap with that name, Karen. This sounds like a Karen to me. Oh, and he has a bad family. Oh no. You know, get a little whiter, why don't you?
Hmm.
And then when I saw her,
I kind of feel bad for people with the name Karen, yeah. Because the name is fucked forever. If you name a kid Karen now, yeah, bro, you're out of it.
You know, usually when I take meth, that's how I act.
Meth and coke are pretty similar, both stimulants.
But here's the thing, maybe it was meth. I mean, maybe she thought she was doing cocaine, and it was cut with something. I mean, here's the thing, that's the other reason why I would never try.
Corpse looter.
How the fuck do you know what you're getting? You don't. There's no honor in the drug trade. They don't give a shit. And what's really more prevalent these days is what they call, it's third-degree murder here, but it's murder by giving somebody drugs, and then them, and especially like with fentanyl, because with fentanyl, it's so powerful.
With the classroom cleared and the evidence located,
How can you know you're gonna kill people with it? And killing your customers is maybe the dumbest thing ever, bro. Ruining the bread.
And what happens next, frankly, it's hard to watch. Body cam video captures Martin in clear distress as doctors and officers try to figure out exactly what she took and when.
Which room is the teacher in who's brought in that's high? The teacher who's high. B0? Thank you. It's over here, isn't it? Oh, awesome. Thank you, appreciate it.
Hey. What? Aww. How much she take, bro? She's gone.
Glamorous, isn't it? Let's do some cocaine. I think that'd be a great idea.
She is out of there.
Fucked up and fuck our lives up and fuck our freedom up and fuck our pocketbook up and fuck up my career and you know. Oh,
Yeah, it's so worth it.
It is hard to watch. You know what's worse is when you have somebody in your life that's fucked up on drugs and you can't talk to them. You know, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
You know, you try to watch them, you try to do this, you try to do that, and you can't fucking get to them. I think, you know, when I was a kid, my dad was a fireman, and he made us watch this video once, and we watched this person writhing on a stretcher from drugs and whatever, and it just scared the shit out of me, you know, and it scared the shit out of my sister when we were watching this, and he was talking to us about drugs, and I never once had an inkling to try drugs.
Mm.
My uncle had me smoke some pot. That was only back then. God, that was 40 years ago.
Hell uncle, bro. Hell unc.
Honestly, if you have kids, have them watch this. You know, look at this as a fucking teacher. You know, she's ruined her life all for what? Because she's addicted to drugs.
How much cocaine do you think you're using every day?
What the fuck is happening here? What?
Now, I've seen.
Damn.
I did a clinical rotation.
Alright.
I was driving an ambulance, and part of that was doing a stint in the ER, getting some training. Right. These doctors don't have a whole lot of patience for people who do drugs because they clog up their emergency room and it's self-inflicted. And what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm such a disappointment. I'm such a
That's the other thing that drugs do to you. They deplete your self-esteem.
Yeah, rightfully so.
People generally don't do drugs, you know. And if you're in that class of people who's always doing drugs, you know that you're on the fringe of society.
Yeah, rightfully so.
You know,
You need to be. Otherwise, you will never ever improve. Or even have a goal to improve.
Martin has read her rights and questioned about what happened that morning. She maintains she never used cocaine on school grounds, but the officer, drawing on his experience and the timing of her visible impairment, presses her on the details
Oh no.
and confronting the evidence head on.
So Melissa, I'm here for
She should have just kept it real, bro.
into this, obviously. So
Just keep it real. Why would you lie now?
based on that, first State's Attorney's Office.
It just shows that you don't really care, bro.
Remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk with a lawyer and to have one present with you during questioning. You have the right to a lawyer to be present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you at public expense.
How do you not have this memorized as a cop? I suppose if you're a liaison, you're not arresting people very often. School liaison officer.
If you wish to respond, let's call the public defender. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop questioning at any time. Do you understand those rights? Okay. All right. So, what exactly happened today? Will you tell me?
Knowing these rights in mind, are you willing to speak with me? That was the next question he was supposed to ask. But she's not in custody yet. She's in a hospital. She doesn't have handcuffs on. So Miranda only attaches when you are in custody and there's interrogation. We have interrogation, but my guess is she's not free to leave.
See my finger, Daddy, and poking.
She is so gone, bro. It is to see, but I can't really be feeling bad either. Because there's many ways to get help, but they don't do it. So I don't know how to feel. It's not because nobody wants to be around someone who does drugs. I'm sorry, but nobody wants that.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Well, your jacket was in the school.
Right.
So, Melissa,
I wore my jacket into the school, but I didn't do any at school.
So there's still some in your jacket pocket?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where.
So now we're looking at it's 11:45. So you could probably figure out 45 minutes. or so to get her to the hospital, roughly. So but in school starts at what time? Like 8 o'clock, maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock.
She cap. She just cap, bro. She just cap, bro.
Melissa,
It's kind of pissing me off that she's lying.
I've been around people who've used drugs for a while. I know cocaine hits you pretty quickly.
Mm.
I know it usually wears off in a couple hours. It was around 11 o'clock when this happened. So if you showed up today at 8 o'clock, which is a normal start time for the school, you wouldn't be visibly high right now if you hadn't used at the school.
Mm. I swear. Alright, bro.
My assumption is the kids went out for a recess and lunch, and that's when it would have happened. Is that true?
No, they had the 8th grade.
Bro, this just admit it, bro. Own up.
And one of the boys
Come on, bro.
high or left it. So a girl came back into the room and she goes,
"Why are you twitching your feet like that? Can you try to stop doing that?"
Yeah.
I have restless
okay,
legs.
that's fine. That's fine.
My legs.
Yeah. Try making up an excuse now. Oh, That's where your legs is moving.
Anxiety is drug use, and creating a situation that creates more anxiety, because nothing helps anxiety than more anxiety.
Despite her insistence that she hadn't used at school, officers searched her jacket and backpack, where a canine hits on both, pressing her about the student who first raised the alarm.
So you said one of the 8th graders came into the room, or did he see you out in the hallway?
Damn. 8th grader knows? Get bored like that? Damn, bro. He might need to get off some drugs.
One of the girls that was in the class came back into the classroom and she's like, so-and-so, the student's name.
Whoa.
What are we talking about?
Damn.
She goes, saying that you're high. And I was like, what?
What?
I'm guessing it's probably saying it because my feet and my legs.
Yeah.
I can't stop it.
Yeah, we don't know why. Yeah. Nice.
I used it before I got to school.
Mm-hmm.
Like out in the car, at
Mm.
home.
In my car.
Oh.
Before I got to school.
Is there any in your car? No. So you used it in your car, and then you brought what you had left into the school?
Well, because I had it in my jacket pocket.
Okay. What?
I had my jacket on, and I wore my jacket into the school.
And wear my jacket in school.
I mean.
So if there's nothing left in her pocket, then what do we do? I mean, you don't have an amount of drugs to charge her with, right? So that's probably why he's talking reckless endangerment. But if she doesn't admit that she did it in the school, then she didn't bring. Here's the other thing: it is a crime to bring a separate crime to bring drugs into a correctional environment, for example, to bring it into jail. And so to bring it into a school and expose these children to potential drug use, that's what the cop is talking about here. And that's why he's trying to build a case on that. Otherwise, you just have somebody that's high and you don't have the drugs to prove it. A lot of times you'll get the lowest level drug amount if they have some paraphernalia.
Mm.
I didn't use any, I swear to God.
Wait, what?
Where did you get the cocaine from?
I found it.
You found it?
No, you didn't.
What?
No. I got it from your mom.
I just found it, bro.
Fuck you. I want you to do this blow off my fucking tits. I mean, Jesus Christ, I love these. You know, I found it. Find it and do it.
Find it.
Look at them feet, bro.
Okay, alright, that's fine. So, you don't have to talk other than answering this question. Frankly, you don't have to answer. We're going to proceed regardless. So, where we're at right now is
She up that good.
we ran the canine around your stuff. The canine hit on both your backpack and your
Uh-oh.
jacket. So, you can either consent to us searching your jacket and your backpack, or what's going to happen take it back to the police department,
Mm-hmm.
a search warrant, and a judge will make a determination as to whether or not to grant that search warrant for the backpack and the jacket.
You can search my backpack. There's nothing in it.
Okay, and can I search the jacket too? Okay. So I assume in this dime bag is the cocaine?
The what?
The dime bag?
Yeah.
That's it? Okay.
So even if she's
She have that good. She have that good. Come on, bro.
a low-level felony offense. So the question has been asked, why would they need a warrant for that? I don't think they do, because I think there's reasonable grounds to say you got contraband right here.
Yeah.
There's no reasonable expectation of privacy in your backpack or in your jacket once they take him into custody, because then they can do an inventory search of both. But they're offering that as kind of like just to be safe.
Is it just a gram? Like 100 piece? Like 100 piece? Okay. No needles in this bag, is there?
Okay. As the interview goes on, the question turned to how long she's been teaching, what she had in her bag, even the pills in her glasses case. And then the conversation shifts from a criminal investigation to a moment of crisis.
How long have you been doing substitute teaching for?
3.5 years.
That's quite a while. So you said there's nothing in your car?
Mm.
Because we're going to run a canine around that car as well. And if I'm not a canine guy, but I have heard that canines will alert you to narcotics if there's been narcotics in the car and there aren't any more. If that's the case, like for example, if you had cocaine in there this morning, the odor of that cocaine will linger in the car for far longer than a couple hours. So I do find it likely that a canine.
In my car, but I just told you.
Yeah, just based on the fact that it was in there this morning.
Oh my god.
Hmm?
So I'm just gonna take the cocaine and leave all the other stuff here. The hospital will hold.
Of course he's gonna take the cocaine, bro. He's using that shit.
So,
Melissa, I don't want to go to jail.
Melissa,
Uh-oh.
The hospital's gonna help you. So, based on the. You okay? It's okay. So you're not.
Oh no.
You're gonna stay here. I'm gonna walk out this door in a couple minutes. So you're here to get help first. You taking care of yourself is the priority. Based on.
Isn't that a poster child for let's do drugs? I mean, honestly, you're not going home. You're in a hospital. All your colleagues know that you're never coming back ever. You lost your teacher's license. All for what? Just because you stayed up the night before? You want to get high now?
Your statements to the hospital staff, I have a feeling the hospital is going to ask you, or you might not even have a choice, frankly, based on your to them. They're probably going to want you to get checked out by Washington County Mental Health. Melissa, that's for the best. If you're going through...
She is ulting right now. The ult is screaming out. Is she laughing or crying? What's happening? What? Is she laughing or crying? Am I crazy?
After going through her belongings and talking through the events at school, the officer moves to wrap things up, explaining the charges and issuing a court citation.
Uh-oh.
So, Melissa, I'm just going to issue this to you and then I'm going to get out of here, okay? Is there anyone you want me to contact for you?
She was a good. Yeah, like,
No, that's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't want somebody to know you were up here. I can do that for you if you need. But so what?
You can also do it like later, in a few hours, or whatever.
She had that good. Come on, bro.
Melissa, what this is the citation to court right you. It's going to be for next Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. Okay? You're going to be charged with reckless endangerment and cocaine possession.
I can't tell you how many ERs I was in with Michael. And how many times until like 2 in the morning. Finally, I look at the doctor and say, "Is he gonna be okay? He'll be okay." And I was like, "Fuck this! You know, I'm leaving. I'm going home. He can wake up here alone." It just got to be that bad, you know. And it's so sad when you see somebody, and she's already there, you know. And this is now what, noon, their time, and she's just beside herself. And what happens is she gets charged with a low-level drug thing.
Still gets the license revoked.
Go to treatment, keep it off your record. Won't have to do any jail time, just as long as you get fixed, basically.
So, at the time of it, you're gonna show up.
Reckless endangerment.
Reckless endangerment for bringing drugs into a school.
Yeah.
It's reckless because if a kid gets possession of those drugs, the kid could have serious health complications for that. And the drugs were left unattended in the classroom.
Oh damn.
That was the reckless nature of it. So if you don't show up at that time and date, there will be a warrant for your arrest. You do understand that? Okay, will you sign acknowledging that you understand that? Okay.
Well, thank God. Wait, what the hell is it?
A week later, Melissa Martin was back in public, this time inside a Washington County courtroom. The 42-year-old former substitute teacher stood before a judge and pleaded not guilty to 2 criminal charges: possession of cocaine and reckless endangerment. That second count tied to the drugs found in an unlocked 8th grade classroom. Martin was released on conditions including that she stay off school property.
When you get arrested for something like that, you get a trespass order. You can't go back to the school, no contact with the school. You're going to have a no-use condition, so they're going to test you. And, your lawyer should tell you, go get an evaluation, get into treatment, and successfully complete it, and I can probably keep this off your record if it's your first offense. And then if you do all that stuff, you do all the heavy lifting, the lawyer's job is easy. There's no issue about the guilt in this case, right? So it's just a matter of what's the right result. And it's just sad, when you see somebody suffering like that, because he really was suffering, but making dumb decisions like, let's use some...
It's sad, but also kind of funny when she's out there freaking out, bro.
Anyway, if you have a child, have them watch this, because somebody just ruined their life over just some drugs, And
so
I
dumb.
mean, like, if you have a 12 or 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old, have them watch this, because it's powerful stuff,
Yeah, true.
When we have children, they are like,
Thanks for follow.
when they're toddlers,
Hey.
we have them all the time, right? They're easy to control. The only thing we worry about is they're going to hit their head on something, right?
Yeah.
But once they start getting some independence and start going out to parties and start going out to dances and start driving, they can't see what's around the corner. So somebody comes up with some fucking drugs, they don't have any perspective. Say, this could really fuck me up. You gotta educate them. You gotta tell them.
I don't know. If you get offered, I got offered drugs once. I of course said no, though. Like what?
Cocaine teacher. Hi.
Why would I say yes?
So we'll see you next time here at Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Sign up for Patreon. Go to clrbrucerivers.com for all your merch needs, because holidays are right around the corner, and Nick needs to buy his mom a new set of panties. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
Face. Bruce Rivers is the criminal lawyer. Who is he? What do you do? After all this snitch. Hey.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your very own personal board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my pearl handle pistol cufflinks given to me by the creator of the channel, Michael Rivers. Today we're reacting to A.J. Owens 35-year-old mother of 4, shot dead by her neighbor. And I think the
Damn.
title of this is The Perfect Neighbor. God. I think there's a Netflix series on it. So let's just dive into this.
This is a perfect neighbor.
Miss Owens lived in the same neighborhood as Susan Lawrence. And she's a 58-year-old single woman. Now we know why. She worked from home, and by her account, she's lived a hard life. She's suffered some sexual abuse by her husband, and multiple health complications. And her nickname is Karen. So the two neighbors, they live next door to each other in Ocala, Florida. Why is everything happening in Florida? But during that time that they were engaged in many disputes, you know, I had this client who's got this ongoing neighborhood dispute, and I represented her on like a disorderly conduct. You can see her, the neighbors had these cameras installed, and she's walking down with a dildo on a stick. And,
what?
And all you see is this dildo like going up and down by the fence. It's the most hilarious. One of these days, maybe I'll share that with you. It's really fucking funny. But they've had many disputes over the years, specifically over the use of the yard next to Susan's apartment. The kids would play here, or a dog would be there, and this upset Karen or Susan, whatever the fuck her name is. So let's just take a look. So the neighbors say Susan would use racial slurs like the N-word, which we don't use. People.
Damn.
Unless we're mad. No, I'm just joking. We never use that. I just think it's so ignorant for people to use that fucking word. Anyway, Susan referred to each kid as slaves or living next to the Underground Railroad. Karen, where are you now, Karen? Give me a fucking break. Let's watch this video and just see what this Fox 35 clip has to say.
Her said that she's gonna come and drag my and beat me. When I started calling you because she wouldn't get out of my face, she just kept saying in front of me, "Don't you crazy?" The attitude and stuff. You know, she runs over there. Why do her children have to be over here screaming?
That's just 3 of several calls between February 2022 and.
Here's the thing.
Bruce, who is he?
They can be a blessing. The sound of kids laughing is nothing better. Are these kids doing anything to her home? Probably not. Are they just loud and they have a dog and they're doing what normal kids do and she's just irritated? Well, you know what? Go live in a fucking retirement home. Jesus Christ.
And April 2023.
Always says no trespassing, and they're always walking the dog. The dog's always taking a fall. There's poop on the sidewalk. There's all kinds of stuff. I said,
oh no, then you might as well shoot her.
Can you please keep the dog over there?
Deputies responded to Susan Lawrence's home several times over the last year and a half. She would call to say her neighbor's children were harassing her and trespassing.
Yeah.
They know they're not supposed to be over here. They've been told many times.
What a fucking thought-ho, bro. What a stupid bitch. Boo-hoo.
Kids can be mean, and kids can be little.
How are you beefing with kids, bro?
Give them some candy. If you stay off that piece of land, I'll give you a Snickers.
The children said it was the other way around. Neighbors claim Lawrence was
racist, stupid hoe.
Kids were just playing in the neighborhood lot next to Lawrence's house.
What a loser, bro. It's fucking kids, bro.
So we had a neighbor when I was growing up. Her name was Gladdy. We called her Gladass. And Gladdy, if our ball went into her yard, mine.
What?
Just seen her side of her garage, so it was just pelted with baseball marks.
Over the last year, the feud between the
kids just trying to be kids, bro. Oh, you too young.
You're living next door to somebody. Bake them a fucking pie. Honestly, you know what I do with my neighbors? Every fall I make split pea soup. He called me one time and said, "Hey, it's really windy out and your umbrella on your deck is open. You mind if I shut it for you?" No problem. And I did the same for him. That's the way neighbors behave. All right, before we get more into this, let's just give a shout out to our sponsor, AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com is a very effective way if you have a neighbor dispute to get some legal advice. What are my options? My neighbor's tree is growing over my property. I need to get rid of it. Or I need to do this. I need to do that. Or my landlord is suing me for back rent. Or my landlord's not taking care of this. Whatever your legal needs, go to AskALawyer.com. For $49, you get a living, breathing lawyer. And guess what? If my grandma uses it on a regular basis, it's good enough for her, it's good enough for you. She's sitting down and, consulting with askalawyer.com about her OnlyFans feed page to set up a corporate
I want to see them
structure so
pics.
that the government doesn't take all her money in taxes. No, she doesn't pay taxes. Anyway, and if you're doing your own legal research, they have an AI component trained in all the 50 states. So for a really reasonable fee, you can get legal representation or a start on it anyway, and you can get your own legal research done. So go to askalawyer.com. So on the evening of June 2nd in 2023, so Miss Owens' kids were playing outside, and that's going to upset Karen, or Susan, whatever her name is. Reportedly, one of her sons was struck in the
Wait, I should definitely get a demonstrator. Fuck.
She also threw an umbrella.
I'm using Prestige
calls 911,
Topaz on this one, right?
Home by the children.
I got another one. I can
There are
use
several kids outside right now.
Jade on it and Lustrous.
Bullshit. So at 9 p.m., Karen Susan was inside her locked home when Miss Owens knocked on the front door demanding to speak to Susan. Susan fired one shot through the front door, striking Miss Owens in the chest. All right, let's talk about that. You're in your home, right? Your home is your castle. You have no duty to retreat when you're in your own home. And you can use lethal force if you reasonably believe a felony is about to be committed and the force is necessary to avoid great bodily harm or death. If someone's going to slap you in the face, can you use lethal force? Fuck no. This is called fuck around and find out. I mean, give me a break. I just cannot believe this.
What?
I'm going to play for you now some of the video from the aftermath as officers respond. Body cam video. This is tough stuff. Tough stuff. But remember what you just heard from her, that this is all self-defense. Here's the heartbreaking aftermath.
Self-defense? How? She just been waiting to kill. But this is not self-defense.
Look at all this chaos. This all could have been solved with a pie.
Yeah, a cream pie. My bad.
Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! Does the Marion County Sheriff's Office come outside with your hands up?
Stupid hoe. Dumb hoe.
Show me your hands!
Chiofo.
Why do they have their guns out? Because there's a shooting.
Turn around. Where's your gun at? I don't know what's going on. You're going to be detained for now. Is there anybody else in the house?
Goofy ass.
No, not right now. You're not under arrest. You're being detained.
Okay, what's the difference between being arrested?
Yo, hello, up-highs. There's no difference.
Fuck you. If I've got handcuffs on me, I'm not being detained. I'm arrested.
Yeah.
Come over here.
Exactly.
Hey, who all was out here when it happened?
Hi, uncle. How you doing, bro? Damn, bro. Damn, bro. That's the kids, right? That's kids. Her kids.
Unbelievable.
So sad.
Children should not see this shit.
When it happened, just stand right here so I know who was out here when it happened, okay?
Okay. My iPad over there because we were playing games, and
Your iPad?
I said give me my iPad because she dropped it, tried to throw the skates at me, and and then I got my brother. He said come in with the skates, and then
How ridiculous is that? And these kids are now without a mother.
Wow.
Y'all seen it? Y'all understand it?
For what? What do you need 350M for? And what's your setup for making coins?
Y'all love mom. Alright. Well, I got some bad news to tell you. Mom is not coming back anymore. Come. No. Come here. Come over here. Listen to me.
Such an awful moment. I remember when I had to tell Michael his mother passed away. It was just the worst. He was 6 years old. That was one of the worst days of my life.
Wow.
I know. Okay. It's okay. I know.
Wow.
Okay. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Alright, that's enough of that. Fuck. Ugh, just so heartbreaking. For nothing. For nothing. I feel for my life. Because what? So, Florida does allow for a ground law. Use of deadly force. If one reasonably believes it's necessary to
wait, so
immediately death or bodily harm. See, but
my diamonds. I just want to. Bro, don't sell your money here now, bro. There's like 4 more Fiestas now. If you can make it to any of the other Fiestas, you need to wait.
Susan was racist towards AJ and her kids. Neighbors believe that the shooting could have been premeditated. I don't know that it was necessary.
A hype is only for master mode, for healing. You don't need it for anything else. Term is basically carry. And you don't really need hype for master mode either. Maybe just an M7 as tank. Yeah.
It took 5 days for Susan to be placed under arrest, and this caused outrage. I don't know why it took that long. But once they did, what do? They have to interrogate her. So let's just take a little bit of a... It's really a long interrogation, so we've kind of chopped it up a little bit. So now when you watch this, watch it for the reason the cops are asking the questions. Because if it is premeditated, when did you buy the gun? Have you been using, what's your research history on Google? That kind of stuff. So this is her in the interrogation room.
Susan, okie dokie. Susan, I appreciate you coming back in and talking.
So right away you can see it's 2-on-1, and she's in the corner. So, and she's in a corner. She can't get her way out of it.
One of the things I wanted to clarify with you is and try to understand better is when Ajiko was at the door. When she approached the door, when was it that you realized that it was her coming to the door?
Because I said, who's there?
So, knowing who it is a big key factor, because it's somebody that she's had a dispute with. She didn't think it was some robber or somebody else other than her neighbor.
Okay, how did you know someone was there initially? Was it because...
It was a huge banging.
Okay.
Just pounding at that door.
Oh my God, you might as well fucking shoot her then.
If she had a problem, she should have called you guys. Honestly. I mean, if she really thought there was something seriously wrong, I don't understand why she just came over and just started pounding on my door and, screaming and yelling. So.
And then what happened after?
Well, a Hyperion doesn't really do Kuja for you either.
And then she started.
Just so you know,
it's more terror armor and term, unless you're doing lower floors.
If I yell at you, guess what? I might hurt your feelings a little bit. You might be a little bit upset with what I'm saying, but I can't kill you with my words. And I can't cause you great bodily harm unless I say, "Look out!" and you go.
Really banging, just pounding on that door. She was relentless.
How long is it?
Let me check something.
I don't know, because
Did they change something with?
It was an extended period of time.
She's got ripped abs. She's got all 3 layers of abs.
Probably 20-30 seconds, easily.
But during that time, you didn't hear anything else? Did you think she went away?
No, I obviously knew she didn't go away because she was screaming while she was pounding.
So,
Wait, I want to see this. Okay, so.
Understand this a little better because I'm not really sure. So,
there was some changes here, right?
What is her name?
AJ.
AJ. Right, it's AJ. Okay, and how long have you known her?
I really didn't know her. I just, she was a neighbor across the street.
Okay.
What I didn't hear is the Miranda warning. That's probably earlier in the video. But when you're in custody like this and there's interrogation, they have to reach you your rights. I'm assuming that happened earlier.
So how long has she been a neighbor across the street from you?
Year and a half
and 2 years. And in that year and a half and 2 years, how many times have you guys
been
able to talk?
We've never talked. It's more like screaming.
No, okay, all right. So maybe better would be communicate. How many times have you guys been able to communicate in that year and a half or 2 years?
2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times. And in those 2 or 3 times over a year and a half and 2 years, what were you guys screaming about? What were you guys communicating about?
She would take her dog and walk it on my sidewalk to make sure it's shit on the sidewalk.
It starts the first story to learn.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing fun about tier 1 Kuja, and it doesn't really do anything.
If she knew the dog,
I mean, you can get Kuja tentacles, so it's maybe like a couple mil an hour, like 25 mil, I don't know.
I mean,
but it's nothing crazy.
Get to know your neighbors. Love your neighbors.
I don't really know.
I mean, instead, you just have to hate everything she does, no matter what she does. And the dog's shitting on the fucking sidewalks. Hey,
kinda dead.
picking up your dog shit.
Not really though. It's
I'm
still
just gonna
good
fucking at your
at
kids as well,
max gear and max rates, but without that, it's not that crazy.
That time that you hung up with 911, how long before she showed up?
You need like good runs, very good runs, and
10 minutes? Okay.
very little downtime for it to be good right now.
And they said, hey, we have deputies on the way. 10 minutes after that is when she started pounding on your door. Okay.
Pest farming is just more reliable, to be honest.
The cops are already on their way.
But at the same time, pest farming is so fucking boring. Nobody wants to pest farm, bro.
So she's saying these things. The thing is everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah.
That's not
What?
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not. I'm sorry. That's not what.
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean, you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so you can,
Well, I know.
Yeah, mining is also kind of boring, unless you do shafts.
That's what she's talking about.
Only shafts is kind of fun.
I'm not talking about physical violence.
Any other type of mining is just ass.
That she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside.
So what the cops are doing here is that they're getting her to tell her story, and then then they're injecting what other people are saying into it. So they're slowly building a case.
Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some
Yeah, I know.
about the tablet.
That's the issue, bro. The way the admins are going right now, they're aiming to make any RNG drops way less valuable
That's what I heard.
with their Magic Find rework, which just generally ruins every type of money making method, apart from NPC. And the NPC money making methods is the most boring money making methods in the game. Nobody wants to mine, nobody wants to farm. Like, I don't understand. The Magic Find rework
Like I said, she was banging
comes with
much
so many
and shaking
downsides.
and moving.
Now that house,
Which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
that was my next question. So it's a cement block house.
It basically limits normal profiles to doing certain things that they don't even want to do to make money, because otherwise they would just be wasting time.
You know what they're doing, right? They're shooting down any theory.
It's very stupid. It makes no sense. It's very bad thought through. I disagree with basically all of it.
But your belief that your life is in jeopardy has to be reasonable.
It's just so aimed. Every update is aimed towards Ironman. It feels like, but Ironman is probably like 5 to 10% of the active player base. They're not the determining player base that people should focus updates around. Like, there should not be Ironman focused updates. They should focus on normal profiles.
Closed. It's a block house. I'm just trying to understand.
They need to stop. They need to start ignoring these YouTubers like Derelius who keep whining and complaining about stuff. It doesn't make any sense. It's ruining the game slowly but surely.
I'm so sorry. She followed me a foot behind me up until I went into the house. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
From some of the other
like every update, I don't think I've liked a single update since Vincent. Vincent is the last time I liked the update.
It sounds more like
and what was that?
3 knocks, and then there was 3 more, and then she was.
Actually, I liked one thing, but it's not really significant. It was
less than 20 seconds, is what I would say.
I liked Vincent, and I liked Kudra chest coming to Crow's chest or something.
Okay.
Because to me,
this is why you don't.
That's not. Yeah, and then after before that, the Glacier tunnels.
So guess what? She tries to testify about anything else later.
That's the third most recent updates. They're not even recent, though. That's what I'd like the past like 3 years.
Was your goal to shoot and kill her?
No.
I need maybe at the level 100.
She'd hear the shot and dissipate.
But you.
Oh, she dissipated it, right? She dissipated it all the way down to the floor.
Took aim at the door, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the goal was to strike the door and to dissipate it. I'm really having a hard time understanding, like, how you. If you could go back in time, would you not do what you did? Would you take it back and I don't know.
I have no legendary pets left to level.
To get there,
Like,
trying to
can I
understand
make a
that.
pig pat?
Do you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honest to God thought she was going to kill me. I mean, that's all I felt. I just felt that terror. I mean, it was...
That terror. Oh, poor you. Poor Karen. Poor
Can I go and
Karen.
upgrade this
She's
now?
really goo-goo. Give me a fucking break. Your belief has to be reasonable. And I'm telling you, she ain't going to play well on the stand.
I mean, it was sheer terror.
So, I went out to the house that morning, you know, when I met you out there.
So I think you didn't like the removable address. Yeah, I did not like it.
First of all, I looked at the door, we processed the door.
It limited the stuff I can optimize. It limited optimization in this game, and I'm not for it. I like the optimization. It made it unique. We could have many different types of things, and everything. You could just find up random combos. That was good. It was fun.
Pretty securely. The bottom lock, just the doorknob lock, and even when the door closed, I stood on the outside. There were no indentations, no dents in the door anywhere that I could see, and I pounded on the door pretty hard, and that was with the door unlocked completely. There was no lock secured, and that door was very sturdy. I'm not trying to.
Wait, am I missing? Do I have Rose anywhere? Cat Rose.
What an idiot.
Take away the fears of being scared and
flower.
everything, because I think that is a legitimate, scary situation to be put in. But to justify to go from being scared to a point where you're taking deadly force on someone who's standing on the other side of the door and you don't even know where you're shooting at. That's a big jump, and I think that's where Detective Pender is.
It could have been one of the kids standing there or something.
It affected me, but I know it ruined people. So.
Sure, because we've talked.
So she knows who's standing there. I think that's
No,
another big
the
problem.
attribute removal actually made Kuja more money an hour.
Slaves. You know, I mean,
For
she's
like
just
a couple of
a
months.
hateful person.
It made it more money an hour, but it made it less fun. Like you could roll for god rolls and stuff. It was fun, exciting. You got something cool.
3 times that you guys met, and one of those times it was you're talking
And attributes you could optimize so much. You could get like 3 different fishing Magma Lord sets. You could get 4 Aurora sets for different things. You get multiple Crimson sets. You could get multiple Terror sets.
Okay.
Multiple sets of equipment. It was just good, bro.
Like in Florida, as far as self-defense.
Why would that be important? And when did you do it? You know, one of the things that happens in a lot of investigations when they take your electronics, they look at your Google history. But they do, and you can tell a lot about somebody by their internet history. So delete.
Things like that.
I looked at it today. I was on Facebook.
Well, it's that now. It's what they're doing now.
On Facebook.
They're going in a way to just fuck over every single endgame player, which I think is absolutely stupid.
Self-defense and
As we are the people who played the game the longest and have been loyal to this game, and the fact that they show zero care and respect for anything, they just keep fisting us over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and then they add nothing new to us, content for us. They add, like, this is goes to late game too, late game and end game. There's nothing, and they make end game quicker to achieve, but once you get to end game, there's nothing to do. So it will just make people quit quicker.
The aggression.
I don't know. I don't know. Elements are cooking cereal, maybe.
Self-defense, and there was a bunch of lawyers and stuff like that.
Say if we were to look through everything in your phone.
Damn, bro, Hypixel is so good. I didn't know it was this cheap to make it.
Research on your internet history that would show that you've done research on like self-defense, or have you ever heard of the term stand your ground?
Yes.
Have you ever done any kind of research on that?
Yes, when it was
17 seconds, bro. Like, what is this?
The guy shot someone at a convenience store. And they
Like,
said stand your ground.
the Giant Rod nerfed it twice? No, 3 times, I think. People spent billions and billions on this. Ironman chance just came out of nowhere and fucked everyone, bro. People who grinded it prior just got fucked. They wasted all the time. We have
basically before
Cloverham has
December,
become basically useless now.
we're not talking like a couple years ago. We're talking
Very, very
within
sad
the
to
last
see.
few months. Would there be?
It used to be
Because your
like a
internet browser,
16
even
billion
if you
helmet
did
at one
when you
point.
go on private browser,
Now it didn't even sell for 3 billion
you know,
last
you
gen.
take a look at those things because we
It's sad to
did
see.
go through your phone. The judge
I liked expensive items that you could like grind for.
enough
It gave me like
to be able to do that. So if that were the case, if we were just to look through that, would there show anything?
A lot of times the cops will ask
I like stuff
questions
you
they
could
already know
grind
the
for
answer
raw.
to. They already know this answer. They know what she's been looking up.
Thing that you were looking up stand your ground or self-defense laws in Florida on the internet?
I don't know. I look up tons of stuff.
Is it a possibility that you looked that up?
Could have been. I don't know.
Okay.
I look up. I just
And the
when I
reason
read
I ask is
articles,
I'm
I
trying
just
to-
go and see why
It's
the laws were.
ridiculous.
You know, so I want to know.
And I feel like no endgame players or late game players are speaking up
in the situation.
because I don't know, they don't seem to
I think you know the
care.
reason why I'm asking that question.
Well, they don't care enough to
You're
post stuff on
smart,
forums.
okay. And the reason
They don't
is-
take the time to do that.
No.
And
Absolutely
I at
not.
least
Thinking that I
complain all the
look
time on
up
forums
so I
the
could
past
do
like a week.
something. No,
Because this is getting out of hand, bro.
Where you set something up to because
So,
you
I
were
don't know.
tired of this person, you were tired of the situation that they
Didn't
put
see
you
anything.
in.
I didn't notice it.
While I was
Alright,
out
how
there
to like close to
kind of
that.
going through the notes and everything, I
Yeah, I know.
So when someone calls
It was made to
911,
make
as soon
stuff
as that
easier
call
to
goes to
obtain,
our communication center, it logs
but
it
it
gives us a
reduced the value of
timestamp.
everything.
Hour,
So
minute, second from the
it
very
didn't really change
Timing
anything because
in
the
cases
drops
like
you
this is often a huge
obtained
issue,
were worth
because
way
you can
less.
tell
So
somebody's
it still took the same amount of time to
delaying
grind
doing
for
something,
something.
or if it's happening
Because you
quicker,
got less
you know?
money, but the item cost
And
less.
so one of the things,
And
if she's
instead, they should
pounding on
make
the door
it cost more,
and you shoot right away
but you make
because you know
more.
who it is,
Like
it's
I want to make
quicker.
more money.
That's
I don't want to
different
make
than
less money
somebody
and get cheaper
continuing
items.
to
I don't
try
know.
to get into your house.
I'm not the only one who
It's
thinks this
a
is
totally different scenario.
stupid.
time
Like,
that call
I
is
find it
received
fun
to
to
the
make a
time
lot
that
of
it's
money, right?
disconnected, okay?
On the game.
And that's for every single time someone
And then you
calls.
just see
So the first
every
time you
update
call
you lose like
911 talking
5
about
billion
the
net worth.
boys out there
Like bro,
trespassing and
are you
things like that.
serious?
So that call started at 8:54 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes. I really wasn't looking at the clock or anything. I just remember calling.
That's what time it says on our call center. And that call lasted for 5 minutes and it disconnected. At 8:59, deputies are on the way.
Okay.
Okay. Now you estimated that
So the deputies are on their way within like 5 minutes.
it was approximately 10 minutes after you disconnected
man.
until the AJ started.
I need like
pounding the door.
15 pig pets. Is that enough?
So the
Is
second
pig pets still
911
good
call, you
profit?
called,
Are you on normal profit right now?
I shot her through the door. That call came into our call center. It was received at 9:01, which is 2 minutes after you hung up with the communication center the first time.
Yeah, but you probably were mining, right? A lot of fiestas and stuff.
And so you see all
So
this
NPC-based money
electronics,
making
you know,
method.
the body cams,
There was a lot of
CAN report,
fiestas.
which is, you know, basically the dispatch.
But
report,
that's,
you know,
I don't
reporting,
think that's
you
the
know,
way
when all
you
these
should be
calls
making
came in.
coins in this game
That
if you
paints
are
a
a normal
different picture
profile.
than she's painting.
I feel like if you are a normal profile, you
That's
should be
2
able to
minutes
make
that
coins
all these things
in any
that you say
type of way
happened at your front door.
and not
From
make an
pounding and
NPC
pounding and
method
pounding
the
and pounding, I'm
superior.
gonna kill you, all these
I think
things.
the best method for
Within
coins
2
should be
minutes,
based
she
on the market.
showed up at your
That's
front
just
door
my opinion
and
though,
did all
but
these things to the time that
I
you
think
pulled the
player
trigger
to player trades is
when
way
you
better
found
than
your phone and you
NPC
then called
and
911.
player to NPC.
So, and that's why I'm trying to get.
To me, it seemed like that amount of
Like
time. That's what it was,
I'm pretty unbiased when it comes to this stuff. I am a max, basically max level normal profile and Ironman. So I see both sides, but I just can't be favoriting the Ironman side. It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. There should be more ways to make money.
See, this is why you don't
And
talk to
ruining those methods is
you know,
a very bad,
maybe
very,
that wasn't
very
true.
bad
Maybe
idea
this
for the
isn't
game.
true as well, you know? Could you be wrong about
But
that?
it looks of this,
I mean,
right?
the first time I want
If you've
anybody to
read
hear
the
my
Magic
client's
Find
story
rework, right?
is when they testify.
The
not
Magic
this
Find rework
bullshit with the
basically
cops.
suggests that
What she said.
every fishing drop
I mean, that's what I heard.
you
That's
will
why
get
I
like
said,
four
in
of
my life,
each,
I was like, Jesus Christ,
four of the
she's
drops
pounding
at
on the door,
once
she's gonna
instead
go
of
again, she's gonna kill me.
just
Why
one,
is it a possibility?
or a
You
chance for
believe
one.
that there was 10 minutes to
This is
15 minutes
literally murdering fishing. Fishing currently has like 5 ways to make 40 mil an hour or 30 mil an hour plus, and this will make it all like maybe 4 million at most.
That what she actually said?
I have no idea.
Like it kills fishing. It's this murder of fishing. Like, I don't
I'm
understand.
telling you what I heard.
I think
So
fishing is
most
the
of them
coolest skill in the game. I
we've
like
talked
fishing.
enough that I've come to a
It's my
conclusion
favorite skill.
here. Everything
And
that I've learned, okay, and I see this
I
on
don't
a
know, man.
scale
It's
here.
very sad.
Detective Stith had brought up, you are Susan. Are you the Susan that has done research on Stand Your Ground?
Well, yeah,
and
nobody
has
likes low ballers though,
planned
bro.
for this to
They're like the
happen?
most
Who's
annoying
planned
ever,
this
bro.
happen? There's a
You
spectrum
just
here.
flood
Is
the
this
chat
Susan
in
over
every
here?
lobby.
And then there's also could be a Susan over here that was.
I only
So
lowball if someone
basically,
asks
he's
me to
trying to
lowball
say,
their stuff.
is
I'm
this
never gonna go
premeditated
and look for
murder,
people to lowball.
or is it manslaughter, or is it somewhere in
So
between?
if someone messages me, can you like lowball this? I'm like, okay.
I have a gun in the house. I'm scared. Someone is knocking on the door. I'd like them to go away. I'm just gonna. Oh, I picked up the gun and I accidentally
This
shot
is
the gun.
taking
There's
so
a
long,
Susan
bro.
somewhere in the
Fucking
world
hell,
like
bro.
that.
It's like
You've
10
somehow
seconds each
found a
pig.
spot
Why?
in the middle where you're trying to explain this, but it doesn't actually make any sense. That within 2 minutes, because we know it's 2 minutes, within 2 minutes, this person came over and they were able to put down a series of statements.
No, but
such
you
as,
haven't done
said
late
this, and they
game
came
or
right up to the, and
well.
they want to have a
Here's the
discussion
thing:
with
end game
the
fishing
way that you were
takes like
treating
no time
their
to
kids that
achieve
day. You
now.
said that
Before it
they
took a
were going to
long
make that
time, right?
sentence. I want to talk to
With
you
all
about
the
the
attribute
kids. I'm
system, I
banging
think
on the
max
door.
fishing gear was like
I want
25 to
talk to you
30
about the
billion
kids.
coins.
They're making statements
Now
like
max
that in
fishing
the
gear is
interview
like
of the
500
people
mil coins.
that it was a very
I
brief
don't know.
interaction, and
I'm not
then
gonna
you
say that's a good
shot
thing.
them. Now this
Here's the thing, right?
That's
As an
important.
endgame player,
That
I
timeline
think
is important because if it's only 2
everyone
minutes,
should be able to obtain a
that's
very
not enough
good
time
setup
for you to
for
feel
everything,
threatened
right?
in a concrete
For an
house.
affordable price.
This wasn't a long
But
siege. It
the
wasn't a casual
very
siege. It didn't
best
last for 20, 30 minutes. It
items
was
in
2
every
minutes.
skill
So
that gives you a
you're
very
trying to tell
small
us that
stat buff.
that a
It doesn't
reasonable
even need to
person
be
would shoot
seam
somebody
related, anything.
for less than 2 minutes of making
I think
statements
those
outside.
should remain
That doesn't make
expensive
any sense.
or even
So
get
that
more
have to work on a
expensive
scale
and
here.
get more
Where
stuff
is
that is
Susan?
like that.
Did she plan this? Is she
I feel like there
cold-blooded
should be
killer
more
that plans
expensive items
things?
added to the game.
Was this an accident, or
Because
was
when
this
you
something
get
that got out of hand?
like
Is it
the
somewhere in the middle?
500
That
million
makes more
setup for
sense.
fishing,
Not what
that's all
Susan's
you have.
telling me.
That's
Is
all
it
you need,
somewhere in the middle? 'Cause
and
I
you're
know
just
that I
gonna
called
use that to
Detective
make
Stith.
billions. I
We
don't know,
kind
bro.
of went through your first
I
interview.
feel like it's
And in
kind of
that
like
first
boring
interview,
progression.
you even said to the kids, you know what, go get your mom.
There's a lot of lack in progression on every skill right now, in my opinion.
I never said that. I mean, they're not going to
Because they're making it so easy and simple,
If you said, go get
which
your mom,
I don't know.
and
It's
then,
like targeting the
and
Roblox
the mom
community,
comes, you just invited her over.
like 10-year-olds.
You
But
said
fishing is
something
not
along the lines
slow.
of when they
I
said,
wouldn't
I'm
say
gonna go
that.
get my mom, you said, go get her.
Go get
You
her.
just haven't
Which is
done
fine.
like
If you wanna
max
talk to
fishing
adults,
gear
I don't wanna talk to a
grinding.
kid.
Fishing with max gear is a lot
So
of fun.
this has happened a few times during our
With
interview
with a
also.
full party,
You
yeah,
have
I really
these-
enjoy
I
it.
don't remember. There's been a couple times.
I love it when you're talking to somebody and they say, well, that never happened, when you know goddamn well it did. I mean, fucking say it all you want. I got it on tape. I know what the fuck happened.
That you don't remember, and these are important things to remember.
I've been playing since
I believe
I
that
think
you do remember them, and that
2021
that makes me feel like you're not telling
on my
us
normal
it
profile.
because you are trying to that you are Susan.
It's
the person
just
that is
a
playing.
shame, you
And
know.
I'm just trying to figure out who's sitting in front of me here. Is it over here?
Like the
I'm
dark
planning
auction
this.
change, it's so
I picked
pathetic
up the
in my
gun
opinion.
and I was waiting for her to come over because it was very quick. It was 2 minutes.
And now you don't even need
Or
a
it
spirit
was,
mask
I
for
had the
Mort
gun
or
in my
something.
hand and I made
And
a
spirit mask is
mistake.
in
Now
M4
I've
now.
dug my heels in and I've made these statements so far to Detective Stith.
Spirit mask is probably the most OP helmet in the game, especially for dungeons.
Talk to the police.
And
Let's
you're just gonna make it
investigate
15 million
what
coins?
really
Why?
And
It should be
a good
expensive.
defense
That's
here
my
would be,
opinion.
look, I didn't mean to
For
pull
how
the
good it
trigger.
is, bro, it should
I was
remain
scared
expensive.
out of my wits, and she hadn't
Like,
threatened
let me
me.
see how
I
much
thought she was going
how
to.
much most mask is now.
And I had the gun
Very
there,
nice.
and I did not, and it went off. I mean, I'm not experienced with a gun, and I'm just devastated by this.
I don't know
She
where
has
spirit
no
mask
emotion
is.
whatsoever.
This is my
And I feel
dice, by
like
the
I
way.
can't go back. I don't
I
want
like
to feel
grinding
like you're at
dice.
a
That's
point
my
that
pro.
you can't go back.
That's my progress.
We are all human. And I'm going to tell you
But,
this, 99% of the people that sit in front of me in this room, they do not tell me the truth like the entire time.
I remember it even peaked at 600 m, 600 mil, bro.
Evening, what happened? What happened? Bring me to that moment when you.
And now it's not even in dark auction anymore. They removed it fully from dark auction, bro. What's happening?
Just, I felt she was going to come through that door and kill me. I'm sorry, that's what I felt.
And look, bro, 700 mil for the racing house. Ironman channels make no sense.
You maintaining that
That's so dumb.
You were in fear for your life.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like at this point, today you really haven't, and I'm not judging you.
Wait, I need to see if I
everybody,
can.
Processes things differently, so I understand that. But you haven't really seemed remorseful for today, at least. For what happened.
Oh God.
I'm trying to look for where this is.
It just makes me
There's Spirit Mat. I finished Dungeons like 2 months, no, 3 months ago.
In the past, I don't know what the
I
hell
think I
to
just put it away somewhere.
Well, I know what you can do.
Maybe
You
it's
can
in my
start giving
wardrobe.
a taste for bologna sandwiches, because that's what you're going to get in fucking jail. This is why I think so many people
no.
talk about guns and getting a concealed carry permit
Let me
and
see.
all that stuff. You know, and there's so much.
I'm trying to
room
just see
for
how
people
sad is
to
this.
misuse that power, and this is a classic example.
Where the fuck?
You said, let me ask you this. You said that you went on Facebook today.
I do have quite messy backpacks though, so maybe that doesn't really help. But
Yes.
the bonus mask is in there, so that means it must be nearby.
The child, I
Right?
said all kinds of things that I never said.
You know what I saw? I saw 4 kids that no longer
67 to 69 million coins. Wow.
And
wow.
I'm not taking away how you were treated.
You have to see this here, right?
Children, nonetheless, right?
Issue 3.
It is interesting. You know, the cops do that kind of thing. They play that sympathy card. But you don't hear her talk. She was talking about herself. That's the only thing. She didn't give a shit about this woman that died. And that she's left 4 children to be motherless.
Now they don't have a mother to go home to. And I think you know what you did was wrong. I think you know that there were already deputies on the way.
So can you check how much a pig is?
There was times I
Level
called
100?
the deputies never showed up.
I understand.
Legendary?
2 minutes. So
to me, it wasn't 2 minutes. To me, it was much longer. In my mind, it felt like.
But there's only one reality where time exists, and I understand perception of time can be different for different people. But in the reality of things, you had just disconnected. Within 2 minutes, a shot was fired through that door.
This is very annoying though, bro. It's like super time each time.
2 minutes. That is a linchpin for her case.
Minutes where statements were made. I want to know why you're throwing
Legendary right there.
stuff at my kids or whatever it was she was saying, and then shot fired and she's down, and then another 911 call.
I'm just to get these here, and then I think I'm ready to do
There's
mine
no way
again.
to justify that. In my mind,
I heard Pigs is getting reworked
and clearly
for
in other people's minds that we've discussed this case with
$40
the
almost.
state attorney,
Damn, let's go.
our legal counsel, and
Yeah,
things
so
like
I'm
that.
just doing it for
So,
net worth.
I mean,
I'm leveling pets for net worth, but
at this point,
Pigs
we
seems like a
discussed
good
it with
idea
the
right now.
state, and
Because it's
they
easy
are
to get on Ironman and
on the same
40
terms
million.
as far
Yeah.
as charging you with manslaughter. Okay.
Okay.
The manslaughter is a good charge for this. That's a solid charge. What is manslaughter? It's the unintentional, reckless killing of somebody, basically. And so for sure it's manslaughter.
I don't know what to say.
I think it's second-degree murder, honestly. Second-degree intentional murder.
I was in fear for my life. I mean, honest to God,
Bullshit.
I just feared that she was going to come through that door.
How much money actually do I have right now? 1.5 bill.
I can't change the way I felt.
On my other profile, how much do I have?
I mean, it was sheer terror on my part. I mean, honest to God, I was like, I was shaking.
So here it says 1.5 bill. My normal profile is 1.5 bill. Yo.
Susan? All right, we're gonna have you go with this deputy here.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No, you can't just say no.
I don't think it was a request. I think it's,
I can have you go with this deputy here. No.
we can hard tie you and pull you that way, or you can just walk and.
What's going on?
What? No.
Sorry, I can't do this.
No. I'm not going to jail. No.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, we're to that point where that's what's going to happen.
No. Dumbass bitch, bro. Come on, man.
You being charged,
Get up in there.
and you're going to have your day in court to present your side of the story. Okay, so you're going to go with this deputy.
No, I'm not.
You're going to be booked in.
No, I'm not. No.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, bro. What?
They're going to take your pictures, and then you will have an arraignment in the morning.
There's a phone down
I
there.
don't,
You'll be able to call
I don't know.
And your bail will be
My normal, I'm richer on my. The net worth is very incorrect,
They're
though.
booking.
But I think.
But Susan, you.
I don't know why the net worth on
we
this
are
mode
going.
is so ass.
There's
It
no
doesn't show
change
at
in
all.
that now. You're under arrest. In fact, we probably go ahead and put handcuffs on her. Let's get her. Let's get you handcuffed.
Stand up.
Don't touch me.
Susan.
Stand up, Susan.
It's my sax right
Don't
now.
touch me. Do you think that you have any
16.5 bell.
clue as
The
to
Ironman.
how they're gonna take you down if you don't go down voluntarily? So this is the defiant Karen or Susan, whatever the fuck her name is.
No, sorry, I can't.
It can go one
Hurry
of two
up,
ways. It can go an easy
hurry
way
up,
or it can go
cat,
the hard way.
please.
I'm sorry.
We don't want to go the hard way.
I'm so sorry. I
Susan,
can't
put
do
yourself in our position. There's no choice in this. You're going over there.
this. I'm sorry, I can't do this.
I can't do
Susan,
this.
you understand that from the point of the story that you've given us, that by refusing.
Wait, is anything left in my auction house, or has it all expired?
Making you look bad, okay?
I'm gonna check after the priest is done.
Good.
I just can't do
Okay,
this.
well they have medical staff over there
As soon
that
as
can
you get over
assist
there, there's a
you.
nurse right in the front.
They can. You give them the
can't
prescription
do this.
medications that you're taking, all that. They will assist you in making sure that you get the care you need.
No,
but
I can't
we're
do
going
this.
over there. Okay?
I can't do
You're gonna
this.
Go over there and,
I just can't do this.
okay.
Well, you have to do this.
What you're saying and doing right now is not reasonable.
I know it's not
There's been
reasonable, but I
people-
just can't do this.
So when you say
You have
this,
to
know
do
it's not
this.
reasonable, that doesn't make sense to me.
I understand. I just can't do this. I'm sorry.
And this is why we're in
You
this
have to
position
do-
here, Susan, is because the decisions you make.
Sometimes people refuse court, and the judge will say, "Well, put him in a chair and bring him up here," and they hog tie him to a chair and.
You make are not reasonable. You make just like what we're experiencing right now.
I'm sorry. I just can't do this. I can't. Do
You have to do this.
And this is what's going to happen. We're going to put you in handcuffs, and if we
Oh,
have
she's
to
pissing me off.
forcefully bring you out there, that's what we have to do because we're obligated
Really don't want
to take you to the jail now. Okay?
Thank you for standing up.
I can't do this, guys. I can't do this.
Turn it on your back for me.
Unbelievable. So
I'm actually missing something
was
very
charged with
easy, basic
manslaughter,
right now.
The firearm, culpable negligence, battery, and 2 counts of assault.
I wouldn't say that. Definitely not
I
next.
see a more sinister charge here. I see a second-degree murder charge. But what is culpable negligence? Culpable negligence is where you.
I need
appreciate
someone
a
to
risk
find
of great bodily harm or
Xolks,
death,
Xolks in
and
nucleus.
you act with complete disregard to it. So that's basically what it is. And I think I've used the example. My office partner tried a case where this woman who was a photojournalist, and she had a friend who was a cadet at being a cop, and he had a dog and he had his gun there. She wanted to take a picture of him, so he points a gun right at the camera, and the gun goes off, goes right through the
Ooh.
lens, kills her,
Damn.
and she's dead. Right?
Rest
And
in
he didn't
peace.
mean to kill her, but you know what? He pulled a fucking loaded gun.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
kind of like the Alec Baldwin situation, really. You shoot somebody with a loaded gun if you didn't.
Oh,
mean
yeah,
to,
I forgot, I need
and the
to-
circumstances were like an oh shit kind of moment. That's culpable negligence. So here's a little.
I need to do something
Court
stupid.
video real
I have carpal tunnel in both hands and muscle loss and
When does this end?
capabilities. The first time I encountered the Owens was February of 2022.
Yeah, in nucleus. I need to give him a flower or something.
Neck fusion.
How much is a stonks of stonks right now?
Basically attacked me.
I need to buy something.
She threw the sign at me, and I thought, what is going on here?
I need-
didn't expect to be
okay.
confronted like that. And I had a huge red scar on my neck at that point in time, and she's screaming at me, and she keeps coming closer and closer and closer. I'm backing up,
So is this her sentencing hearing? So she had a trial and she was convicted, but then she starts slamming the victim in the case, which she fucking never do. So so my understanding is she didn't testify in court, and they're asserting self-defense. How the fuck do you get the ball down the field in self-defense?
How
if you
much is the
don't
stonks?
Testify, because the only thing that
Do you know?
can't get your interview in, with the cops unless unless the prosecutor plays that for the court, or for the jury. And so one of the reasons why she
2.9
cannot
mils.
testify
So
is because they played that for the jury. I don't know if they did that in this trial or not, but if they played it for the jury, then there would be no need for her to testify.
I
And
should
you
bid
don't
like
want her
70 mil
subject to
each time.
cross-examination because she ain't gonna hold up.
What the fuck
But then
happened
you
here?
get in front
Hello?
of sentencing, and it's like, Jesus Christ, why you say, you should say, oh, I'm so sorry for making this decision, blah, blah, blah.
And then she's trying to rip the cell phone out of my hands. Finally, I had to, say, you're trespassing, you really need to leave. I've never, ever dealt with someone who was that violent, that quick.
Did I get anything from that?
And so
Probably
I
not.
was terrified of this woman, literally terrified. I've never had
Oh.
anyone, the first time I've met them, throw something at me and get so physically abusive. People are saying I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid. I was horrified. And when she was banging on that door.
Anyway, I don't want to listen. We'll watch a little bit of this, but it's all me. So she got 25 years in prison.
She bid
It is a mandatory minimum of
750.
30 for manslaughter with a firearm, first-degree felony under Florida law. Manslaughter in the second degree here in Minnesota, it's 48 months. It's 4 years. That's the guy.
But also, I don't know if I should I be leveling crime for averages.
She'll be 83 years old when she gets
Because
she
here's the
must
thing.
serve 85% of her
More
sentence
net worth,
under the
yes,
Florida's
but
truth
I would
in
make
sentencing
per
law.
coins
So
if I just use
what does it tell you?
Crown of Greed.
This is a lot like the Massey case that we talked about earlier.
So it's either 400 mil coins or I gain 1.4 billion net
What could she
worth.
have done? Waited for the cops to get there. I mean, you've got your gun out. Why the fuck do you have your gun out? You're in a concrete home with a solid door behind you. She's not going
And I
to do
feel
anything
like,
to you. The cops are on their way.
oh, that one is tricky because
there's a
then I
certain
feel stupid with even doing Diana if I
that she
don't get
has,
any
a
coins for
certain
it.
lack
I
of
don't know.
preservation.
I need
of
to
her
do
own
Diana for the
station, right?
mythological die
And why
when
does
she
she
comes
have
back.
that? Why do you think she is alone? Why do you
So,
think she's, got those?
this though
stamps
is
the
something
way
I
she
should
does?
definitely be getting more of.
She's
Things.
sitting there and probably an incredibly difficult person, and somebody that gives a shit about only one person and one person alone, and that's herself. Well, guess what we all need to do? We need to give a shit about each other. Give a shit about your neighbor. Like my neighbor. Your umbrella is up. Oh, thanks, buddy. Here's some soup. What's wrong with that?
I'm gonna try and
Let's
see
get
if I
back
can
to that.
get.
We're at a point in our country where everybody's just got so much fucking hate. You're driving down
I'm gonna
the
see if
road,
I can get someone
somebody
to
cuts you off, "Fuck you,
get
no,
me
fuck you,
exalts.
pow, pow, pow,"
So I get level up.
I mean,
Or
stop.
yeah.
If somebody cuts you off, just back off a little bit. Somebody comes to your house with a complaint, listen
Let's see
to
this.
them. I'm sorry, you stupid cunt. No, I'm just joking.
Wait, no.
You get to know your neighbor. My neighbor told me they were looking for another house about 10 or 15 years ago, and I got so fucking sad because
I'm
he's
selling
such
the
a nice guy,
gourds.
and his wife is beautiful, and his kids are
What?
just tremendous, and they're just such nice people next to me.
He's
I
selling
don't want somebody
salt
moving
gourds.
in that's not like that. You know what I mean? Her shooting
Fuck?
through the door like this makes no sense. I mean, looking from the aerial photos that we had of this, it looks like there was a side by side.
Selling it.
Like either
Yeah,
townhouse.
you got me all the way fucked up, bro. I'm not
duplex kind of
I'm not
situation,
falling for
right?
none of that.
So you're living.
He's
next
not
to-
selling this
you
shit to
butted
me,
up
bro.
Next to somebody. It's not like you have acres of land
It
between.
must mean there's
Get
something.
to know your neighbor.
Him just
You
admitting
just
that
took
means
somebody
it
out of
is
the
in my
picture.
lobby,
They
right?
need to be taken out of the picture. So
I
that's
think.
my little speech for today. Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Not the way I love myself, because that's in the bathroom and I don't want to talk about that. But anyway, so we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you
Damn,
subscribe.
bro.
Follow us
Chill
on
out,
Instagram,
Bruce.
follow us on Twitter. Go to CLR Bruce Rivers for all your merch needs, because guess what? Donned in merch will leave you in a lurch. So, and make sure you go to Facebook, Patreon, all that stuff. We'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
Oh. Oh, why is he trying to sell it? Bro, we don't care about no grotto, bitch. The fuck? What do you mean grotto?
That's it. That's it. It's over with. You gotta go home. That was enough content for today.
What's the cop doing, dude? Yeah, you got to go fun.
What do you think? What are you fingering the cop? Pause. But you know what I mean.
Sick of it. Did you hit him? Oh, shit. You pushed that man up? He slapped his eye.
Stupid vehicle.
He hits the cop's vehicle, and then the cop wants to pull him over. And so then they try to flee from the cops. Guess what? That's fleeing the police, which is a felony. But let's say he kills somebody. I mean, he could look at second-degree murder because it's, you know, what is, or felony murder, which is second-degree murder. Felony murder is where you commit a felony and a death resulted as a result of that. And so if he's doing all this stuff, you know, causes injury to somebody that's a felonious injury, and they die, that's felony murder. And a shout out to Brendan Buckingham, and show him some love. And rumor has it he had some health problems. Let's hope that he's doing okay.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal
Wait,
Lawyer
what?
Reacts.
I meant to go to Sogs first?
Certified criminal defense lawyer. Coming to you with my sterling silver ski racer handcuffs, cufflinks. God, you know, today I've just been off. I've just been absolutely. You ever have one of those days where you're just off? Everything you do, you step in a pile of dog shit somewhere. That's me today. I got gum in my hair. I got dog shit on my shoes. Joke. Today we're reacting to Licensed Driver. This is a Brandon Buckingham video, so it's a cold reaction. I haven't seen this.
Wait, what? I'm so confused.
Brought to you by our local sponsor, national sponsor, AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com is a very effective way for you.
So, no, Jerry C. I need to see this. I kind of forgot. Wait, was it not? Ooh-wee! Business.
You to get legal advice from a living, breathing human being lawyer, and for $49, it's, you know, if you have an issue, go to AskALawyer.com. Start there, and you know they're not going to represent you in court, but if you're doing your own thing, they can guide you. Or if you're just looking to get to the next step.
Okay, so I need to make this dirty and go to the other guy.
Being sued, if you have a legal issue with your neighbor, your neighbor, you know, has just got wild parties.
Now I need to go to the dirty guy.
You know, your grandma who lives in your basement is constantly going over there and getting enticed to do meth. Well, you know, you got to do something about it. Go to AskALawyer.com. They'll help you figure that shit out. And if you are doing your own legal research, they have an AI component that's trained in all the 50 states. It's for $49. It's really a bargain. Now, I don't know exactly what this is about, but I think it has to do with driving. We did a video a while ago with Squeeze, and that was the guy who was driving around New York City, and I don't recommend you doing
Hi, stream. Hi, Uncle.
Let's see what we got going on here.
This documentary is for educational purposes only. I want to stress that the behavior depicted in this video is dangerous, illegal, and should never be imitated.
Dangerous and illegal? Oh, it's right up my alley.
Subscribe, bro.
It takes one bad crash to ruin your
There we
life
go.
or someone else's. Please.
There we go, dirt guy.
When I first watched
Guys,
Tom's
it
video
needs
about the
to be
most wanted drivers
dirty.
in New York, I could not believe my eyes. A guy called Squeeze Benz was driving like a madman, swerving through traffic in a way I'd
Let's
never
see
seen
if
before in my
it's
entire life. Immediately, I knew I had to do a video about it.
Wait, what
But
was
not long
missing
after
for this
Squeeze
again? Okay, that's good.
rose to fame, he completely disappeared.
And it wasn't until 5 months ago when a new driver emerged that rivaled the insane skill of Squeeze Benz. His name is License.
Oh my god, bro.
So, I don't know that I would do this kind of stuff. In fact, I know I wouldn't.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't, bro.
I'll tell
You,
you this. The other day,
you work
some
with
guy
law.
was just
What the
on
fuck?
my ass, and then he just kind of went around me really fast, and I was going like 75 and a 60 or something like that. So I was going fast, and he just cut me off. And guess what happens when you do that? I don't like that. So I had to go past him. I got up to probably about 115 miles an hour before he started backing off. It's like, allegedly.
It's snitching, bro.
I know. Robert just said don't self-snitch. I guess I just self-snitched. But road rage incidents are too common, you know, and people wind up getting pissed off at each other, and some people even pull guns.
I'm going for, I think this should be max XP now. Because they changed that you can give throw to Jerry.
No one has seen his face. Only one thing is known about him. He is currently the most wanted driver in all of America. In this video, we're going to fly to New York City to find this...
What is with this guy in the trees?
mysterious man ourselves. Along the way, we evade police, drift through Times Square, and when we finally find License, he takes us on a crazy run through NYC in 2 Lamborghini Uruses. So join me as we...
So does he own the Lamborghinis, or are they rented? And if they're rented, guess what? You might have a rental agreement, but if anything happens, if you take the insurance out, anything that happens while you're racing and doing all this other stuff is the coverage that you get is null and void.
Begin searching for the most wanted driver in America.
I need water, bro.
So this guy License has been all over the internet lately. Could you tell me a little bit about him and his driving?
Yes, well, License is an absolute maniac. An important thing to note about Squeeze and License is they don't do drugs, they don't drink, they are literally get high off adrenaline. That's it.
And it's only going to take, I mean, here's the thing. If you're...
Well, how do I give water to this guy? What's it called?
It takes one person to
The fuck is the thing called?
to you, and you might not even hit them, but they can go crazy and kill somebody.
They're absolute maniacs, literally psychos. If they do a test or whatever, I think it would show that they have some type of mental issues in all the right ways. But he really is nice. He is a nasty driver on the road. His reflexes are unbelievable, and people can say it's luck, but then he does it again and again and again, and it's just kind of proof.
Bro, why are you glazing this guy so much? Why is up with this homie?
I don't know if you know about New York, but like it's a lot of crazy drivers out here. It's about who really got the wheel, you know? It don't even gotta be you. It could be somebody else just swerving into you and kapow.
Yeah, has there been a ton of crashes? Because I've seen some gnarly videos that seem like there is a good amount.
You know what's crazy? I've been in one of the craziest ones. Thank God it was just me and the other person cutting up. No one involved in it. I lost like $15,000 in that car.
Go to sleep late.
So I had a client that they were doing tricks on their motorcycles, and he was doing a wheelie, and then he like this.
Okay, so I need
and then all of a
to.
sudden, this guy just comes, smashes into him. They're going 110 miles an hour, and flies off his motorcycle and fucking kills his best buddy. I mean, this.
In
shit
2
is
hours, I gotta go back
unplayable.
here. Then I'm max Skyblock level on 9 normal. I think.
This is my car, look.
You slammed it. How fast were you going?
I was going like 100 miles an hour, but it wasn't even my fault. It was like I was going straight, and then...
It was your fault. You were going 100 miles an hour? And what's the penalty for going like 100 miles an hour? Is it reckless driving, careless driving? Is it, I've got a client right now who was driving and passed out and went into oncoming traffic, and they've charged my client with criminal vehicular operation. And the other person was really injured. So this driving stuff is really serious.
And the other driver who was cutting up with me just lost control and kabowed me. I was off the highway.
Kabowed me.
Too.
At 100 miles an hour?
100 miles an hour. Like,
what were you thinking when that was going down?
I don't even know what to think. I was like, yo, bro, what just happened? What just happened?
You got a driving glove?
You gotta have the grip, when you're cutting up.
Yeah, dude, I want to start wearing driving gloves.
The traffic here is just like so tight. And you know, people watch videos, you know, like Squeeze Benz and License, and they just think they're him. They're like, you know, they think, oh, if he could do it, I could do it. But no, you cannot.
Daddy Money wanted to show me his drifting skills, so I hopped in the car and we headed to Times Square, where even in rainy conditions with the police watching, he put on an absolute show. And once again, I want to say, drifting in Times Square is illegal, so please do not replicate this behavior. It could get you arrested or far worse. This is for educational purposes only.
We got a little bit of bad luck with the rain. It's a little wet.
Rhinestones.
Looks pretty dry, so
Wild Rose.
let's hope for the best. And as soon as we're done drifting, let's skedaddle.
There's a cop in front of us, right?
Is that Wild Rose there?
Fuck that, dude. We're gonna do whatever we got.
Running from the cops is a felony. Crashing into somebody in a grossly negligent manner where there's significant injuries is a felony.
Gotta do it. We gotta get the fuck out of here. That's it. I wanna keep my headlights off.
All right, so we're in Times Square officially, pulling up to the location where Dee Dee's gonna drift around. All right, hopping over.
Reforge PDIs. Yeah, there it happened again. The fake big scam. Dang, bro, chill out.
With the cops right there, dude.
Why would you do that? Just
Why?
For clicks?
Yep.
Fuck you, coppers.
He's coming. Right behind us. They're actually chasing for the first time. No, we should be good right here.
The cops didn't even try to get him. Oh, they're making a light attempt.
Nigga, we just did some wild shit, nigga. I opened the door, it looks
Bruh.
so fun. I seen that.
Bro, such a lame.
So you also lose your license when stuff like this happens and you get caught.
Damn! Shit goes out of control like this.
So I'm gonna be missing 2 XP from.
So when you travel at high speeds like that, your field of vision comes, gets narrower and narrower and just looks like a blur going by you.
He's got the 125, dude. What the fuck? You broke the rule. You said no faster than 120.
I'm sorry. Someone crashed. See, someone crashes every single fucking day, every hour in New York, bro. And it's the Belt Parkway, man. The Belt Parkway fucking sucks. Oh my god.
Well, he's not even low key at all. Everyone can tell who he is by his face.
So let me tell you the Urus lore right now, right? So Urus is like the hottest rental out right now. People want to like rent that car and just do what license does. But not everyone has the wheel. Not everyone knows how to handle a Urus. That's a fucking $300,000 car, bro. Like if you're doing it in Urus, you gotta know what the fuck you're doing. Like my parents know I do the stupid shit, right? Cutting up, I get it's stupid, but bro, I've never hurt someone else. I've never crashed.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You haven't.
Into NPC. Thank God. You can see there's another crash right here. And
Exactly, that's one thing too, bro. Idiots.
Because in standstill traffic, you don't want to get pulled over, because you can't go anywhere, and it's Belt Parkway. But I don't want to keep my light on in the car, so we don't get too hot, boy. I have no plates, none of that.
Fun fact, New York City has automatic number plate recognition cameras used by their police department to monitor vehicles, identify potential criminals, and enforce traffic laws. So the wanted drivers use ghost plates, aka altered or fake license plates,
yeah, obviously.
designed to evade detection.
So I have outstanding tickets in France and Portugal.
By plate recognition systems, meaning they can drive as crazy as they want, and as long as they don't get
Damn.
physically caught, there is no tracking them down. But Daddy Money, on the other hand, doesn't even use ghost plates. He actually drives around at high speeds using no plates whatsoever.
So when you driving like that, it's extremely scary, but there is an element that's really fun.
It is, bro, and it's like sometimes you really just have to do it because you gotta get through this somehow, bro. and
sometimes
what?
you never
have to do it.
Unless someone's bleeding out, you never really have to do that. Hey guys, don't risk your life driving crazy, right?
Listen to him, please.
And you know, how many times have you seen somebody drive crazy because they think they might either have a warrant or because their driver's license is suspended?
Yeah.
What do we call that? We don't commit a felony to avoid a misdemeanor. Plain and simple.
I'm back to mining very shortly. I just need this done. The last pig.
Unfortunately, I
A
know
lot
you
of
did
pigs
not
to
find
level.
license last night, so I'm about to hook you up and take you to where license is at right now.
You said
And
you could get us an interview, yeah?
not just an interview, you're gonna see a whole movie.
Yo. What up, bro?
I'm gonna need this guy to actually speak.
Pitch my voice for
You
sure.
gotta make it deeper. You gotta make it anonymous.
Yeah, we'll pitch your voice so no one can tell who you are.
What's your name?
Brandon.
Nice to meet you. License.
Nice to
People
meet you.
can tell who we are, bro. With the clothes.
The Urus is my brother. We got the red and blue. Which pill will you take?
How much do these cars cost?
Between like 200,000-300,000. The higher the risk, the more fun it is. Don't you think? When you got 300K on the line doing this, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a big risk right there.
So bro, less talk. Choose a car. Which one you wanna hop in?
For those at home that aren't familiar with Lamborghini Uruses, they can go 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, reach speeds upwards of 200 miles per hour, and cost nearly $300,000. So without further ado, let's hop in the car and hear from the most wanted driver in America. We literally just missed police.
So I've got 3 vehicles. I have a 4-door sedan, Mercedes-Benz E350. I've got a Suburban, big old truck, and then I have a convertible. Those are the 3 cars that I've always
And a
had,
motorbike.
At infinitum. I mean, different ones over the years. But the thought of having something super fast does not thrill me at all. Because one of the things about these super fast cars, it doesn't feel like you're going fast.
Some random person just went by, no plates, and then cops chase them.
Yes sir, it's normal out here. Before you always drive off, you gotta turn this off.
Gotta turn the pre-warning off?
Yup. Because that's what really messes you up sometimes and makes you crash.
Bruce Rivers definitely has like 10 amps,
That's the
bro.
other thing. Sometimes these cars,
I can just tell by the looks of this guy, bro. He has 10 mil, bro.
911.
On standby.
Like your phone does it. I think if you fall, the emergency vehicles can be called, or emergency services can be called.
Yeah, what?
With the people you're driving with.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot of the accidents seem to happen because people that you're with will rear end, not just you, but the drivers in general. Is that one of the big issues?
Yup. You gotta always have chemistry with the other drivers. You can't really trust everybody. Because you could be the best driver in the world, but it's not always your fault. Like your own man's could rear end you. It happened to me. It happened to Squeeze. It's unpredictable.
Is there anyone you look up to as
Yeah, where did Squeeze go?
a badass driver?
I don't look up to nobody. There's nobody to look up to, but there is some good drivers out there. Like I gotta give credit. Squeeze is a good driver, or my boy right there is a good driver.
Obviously, you're doing YouTube content about it now, but you did it way before you did content, right?
Way before.
It's really just been fun for you?
Yeah, I enjoy this shit. I don't do it for fame. I don't do it for money. Whether I have the cameras on or not, I'd still be doing it. I cannot not drive like this. Like I'm just so used to it now.
Oh shit. Woo.
Bro, the fish lens just makes it look so crazy, though.
Oh my god, dude.
It's funny that he says that about your other drivers. When we are on a motorcycle trip, we're all calmed up, and we're all talking about the conditions. If somebody sees an animal on the road or another truck coming.
Hey, hold on.
Safety is key, but this is anti-safety.
Shit.
It's always unpredictable. That guy came to my lane as I did that cut. But that's why something that makes me different than all the other drivers, I don't have ego. Like, I would wait. I look ahead and I think ahead too. Like, before I make a cut, I think about all the possible, outcomes that could come with that cut. So I'm already thinking ahead. I'm extra cautious when I'm doing this. This is, it's not cool. What we do is really not cool. You feel me? Like, we enjoy it, yes, but the cops is on us.
Cops are on us?
We're about to be out. But again, like, it's not cool, which is why you gotta be extra cautious, like, doing it. You can't have ego out doing this. 99% of the people that does it have ego, and they always, like, end up crashing due to their ego and shit.
You have ego too, bro. Come on.
And I learned, like, and there's other people on the road that, like...
Ego and stupidity are my bread and butter. That's why people do the things that they do. Ego and stupidity.
Yeah, that's how you make money.
So I really drive, like, with cautiousness. As crazy as it seems and shit, like, I'm really in control. Feel me? The chances of me crashing is the same as if I was just driving normally and someone hits me. I love it. Because I don't like fame. I don't want to be famous.
But let's say he kills somebody during one of these things. What kind of offense would he could he be looking at? I mean, he could look at second-degree murder. Because it's, or felony murder, which is second-degree murder. Felony murder is where you commit a felony and a death result as a result of that. And so if he's doing all this stuff, and he causes injury to somebody that's a felonious injury, and they die, that's felony murder.
Ja, det var inte regningen. Han höll på att jobba.
Fucking Crocs. You were wearing Crocs? Nobody wears Crocs.
Det är en iPhone du har, Seas. Visst det pangar mig. For det er låtarna.
Hva?
Fordi jeg har lyst til å bruke knife. Jeg har lyst til å bruke penger. Ja, det var gi det litt penger. Jeg var lånet. Nei, hva sa du?
Look at knife, man. Ass. Jo. Ja.
Jo. Hva har du for ikke bruke?
So, I had a client that ran from the cops once, and he was on a motorcycle, and he takes off, and crashes the motorcycle. Then he takes off on foot, and he goes through the neighborhood, and the cops are chasing. He hops in a canoe, canoes across a lake, and gets away. Oh, I wish I had a video of that. I really do wish I had a video. It's just so entertaining.
Oh, what?
Right now, we're gonna go crazy. We're gonna go super crazy.
Not too crazy, right?
Do you care about your daughter?
Yeah. I don't want to evaporate. I also don't want to hurt anyone else, all the innocent
Det är risky business. Jag tror du kommer inte ställa ner det.
How much does that really weigh on you?
Full mulig.
The prospect of that when you're driving on.
Full mulig.
I don't think of it too much. I'm, like, confident behind the wheel.
I'm nervous.
You ready?
I guess so.
Yeah, we about to go viral. Hop in.
All right. You get excited before you're about to go fast and shit?
Sure. The adrenaline rush. How can you not?
A little bit about what do you do, yeah?
Why is your name license? Is it just because driver's license, or what the fuck does it mean?
Because I never got a license.
Because you're 14.
Exactly. You don't need a license to drive. Just saying.
You do need a license to drive. You ever seen those people get stopped and you're interfering with my right to travel. I'm not driving, I'm traveling. The sovereign citizen type deal. You do need a license to drive. But if you don't have one, it's a misdemeanor. I swear to God, when I see stuff like this, I always worry somebody else is going to just all of a sudden just, like if you're driving in the fast lane or the HOV lane, high occupancy vehicle lane, and the rest of the cars are stopped, but you're able to go by fast. I always worry somebody's just going to just cut me off like in a second.
Is that not terrifying to go like 120 for you?
Not even close.
Oh my God. Oh, no way. Yo.
what a save. No fucking way.
You can tell that, you know, his stomach is in his throat. I remember I bought a Porsche when I was in college, a 944, and I took my buddy for a ride, and we were going down just a residential street about 70 miles an hour. How fucking stupid is that? This is all just for thrills, right? Until somebody gets hurt.
What's the vibe check, bro? You feeling good right now?
I'm chilling. I'm loving this.
You come across people like this, let them go. I remember I was driving into work one day, and you know, this road rage thing is a real thing, right? And this guy totally cuts me off, and you know, reflexively, like, fuck you, you know? And he's like, fuck you, and I'm like, fuck you back. And so we're doing this back and forth thing. And so I start to see that his wife is telling him to fucking knock it off next door to him, right? And so and he's just seething, pissed off. I kept going like this, motherfucker, you know. And he's grabbing the steering wheel. His wife won't let him do this anymore. And he could just, steering wheel's just throbbing because he was holding it so tight. So dumb, isn't it? Isn't that shit just stupid? Because, you know, you should be courteous on the road. Doesn't hurt to back off. You'll get there just in time, you know. If you're a minute late, guess what? You'll still arrive safely.
Bro, this is fucking insane. I want to know what my heart rate is right now.
Yeah, this shit takes so far.
It's fucking. I don't understand how you're driving like this.
Like, it's gonna spin. It's gonna spin.
Here's the other thing. It wrecks your fucking tires.
What do you do when you like to relax?
I like to go on speeds. I try to hit my PR.
That shit is fucking crazy, bro. I feel like I'm on crack right now.
I hope the trunk doesn't close.
Yeah.
You ever see that one where Jeff Gordon takes out a car for a test ride, and he's like, you know, Jeff Gordon is, he's a NASCAR guy, and he takes the car out for a test drive. I think it's a Pepsi commercial, and he just scares the shit out of the car salesman.
Power door locks, standard, of course.
Watch it! Watch out!
What you think? It's not what you think. No, it's just a prank. We're just having fun. Look, this is a camera. Here's a camera. There's cameras. Look, it was all just fun. Look, I'm Jeff Gordon.
God, this is really funny.
What the fuck?
I love adrenaline.
Are you ready?
I was born ready.
All right, let's do this shit.
Seems like a terrible idea right here.
People love their cars, and they love to do crazy shit in their cars.
This motherfucker's doing push-ups. How did that feel, bro?
I love it.
That was nutty.
I love it. I'll do it again I'll do this every fucking day. I don't care, bro. This is fun to me.
You'll do it every fucking day until you get in a fucking crash, and then you can't walk, or you're in jail.
I love this shit. You wanna try it?
No.
It's really fun.
I'm good. I'm good.
That's it. That's it. It's over with. You gotta go home. That was enough content for today.
What's the cop doing, dude? Yeah, I think it was fun. I'm not close, man.
Why invite trouble? Because it's cool, man. Fucking nerd.
Ah, bro, what are you doing?
Don't let him get the plate.
What the fuck's going on, bro? He's sick of it. Did you hit him? Oh, shit. You do something at him? Yeah, he slapped me.
He hits the cop's vehicle, and then the cop wants to pull him over. And so then they try to flee from the cops. Guess what? That's fleeing the police, which is a felony. And if they do wind up catching you, you know, it creates all kinds of other problems, like high-speed chases, for example. High-speed chases are one of the most dangerous things that cops do. It won't be too long before they just shoot a dart at it, and then you've got a GPS signal on where the car is, and they don't have to chase you. They can just wind up where you are when you ultimately slow down. But it's just so dangerous because you never know if somebody's going to cross the other way or if you're going to smash into somebody from behind or whatnot. And it's just, I don't recommend doing any of this stuff, because these guys are just nuts. And most of what they're doing is misdemeanor traffic bullshit and like, who cares? But you wind up killing somebody when you're doing these racing stuff. It's not pretty. And it avoids your insurance. Stunt driving voids your insurance.
Me?
So
Yeah, probably. I sold all my gold rolls. I sold it. I was selling everything. Because I knew the update was close. Well, I had a feeling it was.
Did some other damage. And there's rumors that they're renting these vehicles with stolen credit cards. So you can tell that it's a much bigger picture than just some weaving in and out of traffic. So that's our reaction to a license. And this is the ultimate self-snitching, I mean, we don't have his face, right? We don't have his voice. But we do have some identifying clothes and some mannerisms and, probably people in his orbit. So, it's just a matter of time before he gets busted. Like Squeeze did. Isn't that what happened to Squeeze? When where's Squeeze? We haven't seen him forever. Why is that? Probably because he's on probation or in prison, one of the two. So we'll see you next time here on Criminally Reacts. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, go to clrbrucerivers.com for all your merch needs, and if you're driving like a crazy person, make sure you got plenty of money in your pocket for bail. Then call me. And a shout out to Brendan Buckingham, and show him some love, and rumor has it he had some health problems. Let's hope that he's doing okay. We'll see you next time on Criminally Reacts. Because guess what? When you have drugs and guns together, that raises the bar. So if you are dealing drugs, which I don't recommend you do, but if you are, you shouldn't have your guns anywhere near the drugs. A kilo of cocaine in Chicago was going for 25 grand, but in Canada, the same kilo was going for 35,000. 60 tons of cocaine. You know how much a ton is, right? 2,000 pounds. That's 120,000 pounds a year that he was trafficking. So they say. So here's where I think this case goes. He's looking at a mandatory life sentence. Mandatory life. Judge won't have any discretion unless he snitches. And I think he's already snitched once. He's going to snitch again.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And it's going to all the self-snitching.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to a fun-filled episode of Criminally Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my pearl handle pistol cufflinks so graciously gifted to me by our former content genius that you knew and I knew is Michael Rivers. God rest his soul. Today we're reacting to Ryan Wedding. Weird name, last name, Wedding. Ryan Wedding was a snowboarder, Olympic snowboarder, and decided he'd venture out into a capitalistic adventure. And he turned around, he found out, and he fucked up. So or well, no, he fucked up, found out. I don't know how that goes. Found out let's see, how does that go? Fucked around and find out. That's what it is. Oh God. Anyway, but before we get to that, Ryan really should have gone to AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com is a very effective way for you for $49 to get legal advice from a living, breathing lawyer. So if Ryan would have gone to AskALawyer.com, hey, is it a good idea to be a kingpin?
No.
No, it's not. Oh, okay, thanks. Would have saved himself a huge load of trouble. Or if you have a grandma in your basement and she's sitting in Cheeto stained underwear and she's wanting to, have her friends over and start a meth lab in your basement. Well, how do I get my grandma out of there? You go to AskALawyer.com. You have an issue with your landlord. You've got a contract dispute. Go to AskALawyer.com. And if you're doing your own legal research, AI component trained in all the 50 states, same people that brought you eForm and eSign, AskALawyer.com. Very loyal sponsor to the channel, so go give them some love. All right. So who is he? He was born in Thunder Bay, Ontario, which is right close to Minnesota. His family was involved in winter sports. His grandparents owned a ski resort, and his uncle was the director of a ski school. His father was a competitive skier, but he decided to snowboard instead. Those goddamn snowboarders. I ski race. Here's a picture of me racing. This is what a real racer looks like. All right, at the age of 15, Ryan made the Canadian national ski team. He won a bronze medal in the parallel giant slalom. How do you do perpendicular giant slalom? GS that's the race I do in 1999, and then he just won a silver in 2001. So he's getting better. His coach described him as a kid without fear. Oh, I tell you, I'm about to go to Italy to go watch Lindsey Vonn race in the downhill and the Super G, and you talk about they're going like 70, 80 miles an hour down these hills in some spots, and you really have to be strong. In 2002, in Salt Lake City, he competes for the Team Canada in the giant slalom, and he finished 24th. Looks like he went sliding down backwards. That's when he stopped snowboarding. He moved to Vancouver, and while there, he started bodybuilding and became a bouncer, and he dropped out of college. So just all, not building anymore, just kind of dabbling in this and that. But instead of college, he started growing marijuana. Now, keep in mind, marijuana in some instances is legal, but for the most part, it's illegal federally. So in 2006, his farm was raided, and they had 6,800 plants, a gun, and $10 million in cash. So he was flush. I think it's just amazing that people would put their gun and their drugs and their money on the same spot. Because guess what? When you have drugs and guns together, that raises the bar. So if you are dealing drugs, which I don't recommend you do, but if you are, you shouldn't have your guns.
If you are,
drugs, or you shouldn't have your cash anywhere near. It should be in a different house altogether. Ryan wasn't on the property at the time, and there wasn't enough evidence to charge him. How is that?
What?
After several bad real estate investments, Ryan was broke. So he teamed up with Iranian and Russian cocaine smugglers, as one would naturally do. Let's just look at this video here.
The FBI first became aware of Ryan Wedding's activities on June 10, 2008, when 3 men landed at LAX San Diego. One Russian, the other Persian, and the third Canadian. They were
now keep in mind, all these cases are all built by what? Snitches.
They weren't there for business meetings or sightseeing. They were there to buy 24 kilos of cocaine from a former KGB agent.
That sounds like a business meeting.
When they landed, the former KGB agent asked to see the money. However, the Canadian refused, saying, "Obviously, I didn't put it in my fucking suitcase." This angered the ex-agent, but they found middle ground. They'd first buy 1 kilo, inspect it, then return for the rest. The next day, the Persian and Canadian visited a Persian rug store to pick up $120,000 in cash wrapped in...
You ever see the movie Blow with Johnny Depp? I mean, incredible movie. But you watch how he morphs into the real guy, who's just as ugly as sin, and he's just sitting in prison rotting away because he got a really, really, really long sentence. There is no way, gentlemen and ladies, to use or deal in this day and age hard drugs. There just isn't. They're going to find you sooner or later. Even one deal.
Newspaper.
I don't
hid
think
it in
so.
the hotel room. On June 13th, the Russian left the hotel with $17,000 to buy the sample, while the
I'll be
others
honest
were
with you,
waiting in
bro.
the room.
I think that was
After
worth
an
it.
hour and a half, they grew restless, hungry. They
Living a
stepped
good
out
life
to
for
get
20
food
years, bro?
And walked straight into an FBI trap.
Oh, big surprise there. Remember John DeLorean? He got set up by the feds.
The deal had been a setup from the start. Trofimov, the ex-KGB agent, was an FBI informant wearing a wire, and the cocaine was supplied by the Bureau. The Russian and the Persian pled guilty, but the Canadian did not. At his 2010 sentencing, he pleaded with the judge. What I did was completely out of character for me, and it's a personal mission of mine to rebuild my reputation. As an athlete, I was always taught that there are no second chances, and, well, I'm here asking for exactly that. The man asking for forgiveness was none other than the Olympic snowboarder Ryan Wedding. The judge showed leniency, handing down a sentence that seemed merciful at the time, a decision that would lead to a catastrophic series of events.
Why in the fuck would you take another swing at this if
Yeah.
at first you don't succeed? You know, I mean,
I don't
the
know.
FBI and the DEA and the local drug task force people have a network of snitches. And so you don't know when you are going to a meeting who's going to be there, whether you're going to get popped or not. And I couldn't take that stress.
15 years later, Ryan would be on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted for murders all across North America and for being the kingpin of a billion-dollar international drug empire.
That took a big turn, didn't it? Jesus Christ. So that last video we just saw was from a channel called Brew, B-R-E-W. Well done, Brew. So Wedding was dead to rights, says Brett Kalina, a former FBI agent who arrested him. He was on the recordings from the second he stepped down on U.S. soil. He was very controlled. Kalina remembers. Once we read him his rights, he didn't say anything. And the few instances that we did have chance to interact with him, when we were either picking him up from the jail or dropping him off to make a proffer, you know, a proffer is snitching, he was kind of like, you're not getting anything from me. You know, you had the world by the ass, so it seems. You know, you were this snowboarder.
Stand on business, bro.
Snowboarder.
You better not snitch, bro.
Qualified for the Olympics. You silvered. I mean,
You set yourself up for this.
Something. And yeah, and you came from privilege. Is that not enough for you? So in the 2 years between arrest and conviction, he was held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in San Diego. And that's known for housing a lot of cartel folks. And this is what former FBI agent said. He really did just turn into a much better drug dealer than he ever was when he started with us. Unbelievable. So conspiracy to traffic cocaine, if the conditions are met, with a minimum of 10 years, mandatory minimum of 10 years when you're dealing with 5 kilos of cocaine or more. And here's the thing.
This is a lot more.
That can go up. If you have firearms, that can exacerbate it. And when it's a 10-year mandatory minimum, there's nothing the judge can do other than give you the 10-year mandatory minimum unless you meet one of the qualifications. Safety valve is one, and there's a whole bunch of conditions, but this guy would not qualify for the safety valve. If there are guns involved, you don't qualify for the safety valve. And the other thing is unless you become a snitch. In May 2010, Wedding's sentence was reduced to 4 years because he snitched. I guarantee it. The U.S. government agreed it would not stop a transfer to Canada to finish his sentence on the condition that he drop an appeal and forfeit.
All right, yeah, so he did snitch.
Wedding was then sent to a federal correctional institute.
Wow.
In Texas. He was then deported back to Canada. When you're dealing with murders across the board, the guidelines for that is life. And in some case, the feds have the death penalty. So here's what prison can do for you. You can do one of two things. It can either be a stepping stone to more criminal activity through the people that you meet, or it can be a wake-up call. Now, in this case, it was a stepping stone. And this is where it gets kind of interesting because he winds up getting related to El Chapo. At the same time, the drug world in Canada was in flux. Control went from the mob and Hells Angels to Chapo Guzman, who made inroads into Canada, catching the DEA off guard. A kilo of cocaine in Chicago was going for 25 grand, but in Canada, the same kilo was going for 35,000. And another benefit is that Canada is much more lenient on drug enforcement, so they say. So in 2013, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police began targeting 2 Canadians involved in large-scale trafficking of cocaine. And they were planning on importing 1,000 kilos from the Caribbean to Newfoundland. From there, they would haul it into trucks in Toronto and Montreal. From either city, this also allowed them easier access to New York City. And who at this time was filing for bankruptcy? Our good friend, Mr. Wedding. These hub and spoke operations is, you have a hub, in other words, like Toronto, and then it splinters off. Like Chicago is a hub, and then Minneapolis is a stopover, Fargo is a stopover, Madison, Wisconsin,
15K warm killers? No way.
You can kind of branch out from there. So they call this Operation Harrington. And while undercover, investigators got introduced to Ryan Wedding, the man in charge. How did he become this kingpin? The previous man in charge had been gunned down in British Columbia the year before. Here's the thing. The cartel is no fucking organization to mess around with.
Yeah, you could.
I have who is now a close friend who was doing work for them a long time, almost 20 years ago now, 22, 23 years ago. In order to do work for them and make money, he had to give them his mother's address. He had to, they had to meet the family. So if you fuck them over, they're going to kill your family. I had another client who was forced to buy guns for the cartel when they showed up at his mother's house. They killed his grandmother 20 years earlier because she wouldn't let them use her field as an airfield. So they're nothing to mess around with. So undercover agents met with Ryan Wedding as someone with a sailboat who could bring boats to and from the Caribbean.
What the fuck?
Ryan. This deal was called off, but in April 2015, the French Navy intercepted a supply boat carrying 212 kilos, in other words, $10 million worth of cocaine, and arrests were made. 15 warrants were out, and Ryan was one of those arrests.
Yes, sir.
The guidelines on something like this is through the roof, especially if there's homicides involved. A man who introduced Ryan to the undercover agents, Filipos Kalaros, was one of the 15 arrested, and he was sentenced to 1 day in prison. I wonder why that is. Kalaros was in a coffee shop in Montreal when a man entered the cafe
1 day?
shot Kalaros, and he was killed, obviously. Ryan Wedding was never arrested for this murder or for his plans to import cocaine to Canada. Instead, he fled to Mexico. It's so much easier to get somebody back from Mexico than it used to be. Not as much has been publicly shared about his actions or location. How long Wedding can evade capture is an open question. It's pretty hard, and this is a statement from the Department of Justice. It's pretty hard to hide a 6'4" white guy, Kalina said. He's in a part of the world where he's going to totally stick out. That's true, actually. And I don't see him being any kind of guy who is okay hiding out in a bunker for the next 20 years. Here's the thing. The Department of Justice and the FBI are incredibly patient. I had a case that was in 2004. They didn't indict him until like 5 years later. And there's 27 people involved in that indictment.
Fort Lapis, what the fuck?
At the time, my client was collecting money for the cartel to pay me in a DUI case. Never do that. Never commit a felony to avoid a misdemeanor. Dudes, I mean, it's criminal law 101. But they didn't do anything with that case for 5 years. So it was like 2009 when they finally indicted him. By then he had 2 children. He had gotten sober. He had a wife. He started his own business. I mean, he was a completely different person in 5 years. And so he didn't really snitch at all. And because he was out of the business, he couldn't snitch. And so the judge wound up giving him a departure that he didn't necessarily deserve. And it's just crazy that happens.
Wow.
So the Department of Justice has said that Ryan Wedding, with connections to the Sinaloa cartel, was moving 60 tons of cocaine each year, valued at $500 million.
Wow.
60 tons. How does a dumb shit, get involved in this. Like all drug operations, murder is inevitable. Violence, guns, and murder are part and parcel of the drug trade. Ryan has been linked to at least 4 murders and 1 attempted murder, 2 of which were family members who had nothing to do with drugs and instead were victims of mistaken identity.
Wow.
How
Mistake murder.
He also ordered the murder of a federal witness, so the FBI had a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Ryan. And in early 2025, a witness for the feds, Jonathan Acevedo Garcia, was shot to death in a Colombian mall. Jonathan had been a longtime collaborator with Ryan, going back to 2008 when they met in prison in Texas. When Ryan found out that Jonathan was cooperating with the feds, a bounty was placed on his head. Reports say the bounty was as high as $5 million.
Damn.
This just floors me. A new charge for Ryan: murder and witness retaliation. So Ryan was added to
Bro, he's
the
standing on business
10 most
though.
wanted list in 2025. And the same day, the reward was increased to 10 million, and then later to 15 million. So this guy's wanted. I mean, look at that. I mean, honestly, how would you feel if your kid was on the fucking 10 most wanted list? Oh, Jesus Christ! I mean, that's bad. Let's see what Pam Bondi, one of my favorite people, has to
Oh,
say.
bro.
National criminal
Oh my god.
enterprise. He's currently on the FBI's and has been top 10 most wanted list. He controls one of the most prolific and violent drug trafficking
I cannot stand her, bro.
in this world. He is currently the largest distributor of cocaine in Canada. Wedding collaborates closely with the Sinaloa cartel, a foreign terrorist organization, to flood not only American but also Canadian communities with cocaine coming from Colombia. His organization is responsible for importing approximately 60 metric tons of cocaine a
Damn.
year into Los Angeles via semi-truck.
Okay, I'm not gonna. I just read all that shit to you. Okay, and I'm not a fan of Pam Bondi, and I'm not gonna try to hide it. Oh, let's listen to somebody else that I'm a real fan of, Cash Patel.
As the Attorney General mentioned, this is an indictment.
Okay, that's all I want to hear from him. Okay.
Indictment, an additional indictment, an arrest of multiple subjects.
And nobody wants to hear more from him, bro. Nobody likes these people, bro. They gotta do their job ASAP.
From the tremendous team established here by the Attorney General. You do not get to be a drug kingpin and evade the law. Make no mistake about it. Ryan Wedding is a modern-day iteration of Pablo Escobar.
Pablo Escobar, I get it. I wish he would just tie his tie normally. You know, I don't like to see. I hate it when guys are open their collar.
Pablo Escobar.
What a complaint.
This Justice Department and this FBI will work with our Canadian counterparts and the government officials across the
Blah, blah,
world
blah, 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 blah,
to
blah,
bring
blah,
him
blah.
to justice. He is responsible for engineering a narco-trafficking and narco-terrorism program that we have not seen in a long time.
But isn't that the kind of person that you typically pardon?
Yeah.
Like the convicted drug trafficker, the former leader of Honduras. Didn't we let him go?
The murder also involved a Canadian website, as the Attorney General discussed, which claimed to be a news outlet. This so-called news outlet, the Dirty News, was paid by a co-defendant to post a photograph of the victim, witness, and his wife online.
The entire Department of Justice cannot be taken serious anymore, so I don't know if I would. I don't think anyone. I don't even take their word seriously.
And I want to just add a couple things here. Mr. Wedding is the most prolific cocaine trafficker in Canada, but he used Southern California, my district, as a hub for his logistics to move the cocaine. The reason he selected California is because of California's weak laws.
California has the same
From mining?
laws as the rest of the United States.
Popped with cocaine in California, they probably wouldn't get much of.
That's just bullshit. I mean, the federal law applies exactly the same in California.
You can
as
make
it does in
money,
New York,
of course, but
as it
it's
does
not
in
gonna be
Florida, as it
good.
does in
I'll be
DC,
honest
as
with you.
it does in Minnesota, as it does in Texas, as
It's
it
not gonna
does
be
in
great.
Washington
Yeah,
State,
no.
as it
You're
does
better
in
off
Maine.
farming at that point.
The federal guidelines are the federal guidelines.
A sentence.
I think farming should be more.
I want to note the lawyer that we arrested yesterday. We arrested 12 people yesterday in an international takedown. You're going to hear more about that.
Here's the other thing. If you're a lawyer for one of these guys, guess what you're doing? If you're taking in fees from these guys, you're taking in drug money. You can't do that. You have to, sometimes, you know, we're asked to source our funds, you know, and I asked the prosecutor, hey, is it okay if I take this fee from this guy? Well, you know, and sometimes they say yes, sometimes they say no, depending upon what the situation is.
One of which is his lawyer in Canada. His lawyer advised them to kill this witness. His lawyer told
moron, your bus is leaving. You know, there's one of the crucial rules about becoming a criminal defense lawyer. If someone's got to go to jail, make sure
You should get a Hotem 10.
you.
Hotem 10, of course.
his lawyer told him if you kill this witness, the case would be dismissed.
Do nucleus
That
runs for
lawyer is
Hotem
now
7, then
arrested.
do shafts
And how do they
to
get
Hotem
that
10.
information?
Be extradited and brought to justice here in the United States. So all this to say, it doesn't matter who you are or where you are. When the United States government and this Department of Justice decides we're going after someone, we're going to get you.
Unbelievable. How fucking stupid was that for the lawyer? So let's watch Ryan's Instagram. The internet has been talking a lot about Instagram account, possibly owned by Ryan. This account, he was bragging about taunting the FBI.
Is an accused drug kingpin on the run bragging about his lavish life on Instagram. Canadian Ryan Wedding is a former Olympian on the FBI's most wanted list for allegedly running a transnational criminal enterprise that smuggled tons of cocaine. The FBI can't find him, but over on Instagram, an account called Boss Ryan W shows off a luxury watch and motorcycles. The account has quickly gained more than 50,000 followers and was promoted as being real in this X post with over 700,000 views. But here's the thing, the photos shared by the account are fake and generated by AI. Take a look at this sculpture. The text on the metal is garbled. In this watch, the numbers are also warped and nonsensical. This one's trickier because that does look like Ryan Wedding, but look closely and the rotor is a jumbled mess. Just for good measure, look at these motorcycles. The text is also warped and misspelled. And this image, which says the bike was gifted by MotoGP champion Marc Marquez, well, a representative for Marquez told me the writing and the signature on the photo were not made by Mark. So
Damn.
what's going on here? Instagram shows the account is based in Bolivia and has changed its username 7 times. I contacted the person running the account and they said they are Ryan Wedding, but they wouldn't provide any proof, and as we've shown, the content they're sharing is fake.
So in breaking news, Ryan Wedding got caught, and this is just like last Friday.
Former Olympic snowboarder turned alleged drug kingpin has now been arrested. Law enforcement officials say he had been on the run from authorities in the U.S. and Mexico. Today, Ryan Wedding brought back to the U.S. on a government plane in Ontario, California. One of the FBI's 10 most wanted now in custody and on U.S. soil, touching down at an airport outside of Los Angeles hours.
That doesn't look too fake, does it?
After his arrest in Mexico. For more than a year, an intense manhunt has been underway for Ryan Wedding, a former Canadian snowboarder who competed in the 2000.
Yeah, for Hotem, yeah, of course. That's the only thing you can do.
He went from an Olympic snowboarder to the largest narco trafficker in modern times. He is a modern-day El Chapo. He is a modern-day Pablo Escobar. And he thought he could evade justice.
Authorities say Wedding was known to have been hiding out in Mexico under a...
You know, wouldn't you rather be in Cortina, Italy, kind of training right now? You know, wouldn't you rather be heading towards the Olympics?
The commissions until Hotem 7 shouldn't be too bad.
I mean, sure,
But
a lot of
I
money.
feel like nucleus runs commissions is the fastest.
Where's El Chapo now? In jail. And he's never getting out. He's in Supermax. Where is Ryan now? He's in federal custody. He's not getting out.
Number of different aliases. The FBI says he was being protected by the Sinaloa cartel. Federal prosecutors believe he's been responsible for moving more than $1 billion a year worth of cocaine into the U.S., utilizing a network of trucks crossing the border. Mexican authorities telling ABC News Wedding surrendered
Because nuclear runs, I think, can give you 5 commissions from just one run.
of negotiating his surrender.
The crystals.
Without getting into operational sensitivities, Ryan Wedding was apprehended last night in Mexico City. And to safeguard the integrity of the ongoing investigation, we will not go into that.
The case had been closing in on Wedding for months. In November, a superseding indictment alleged Wedding had a witness murdered who was set to testify against him.
So, if you get indicted on something, they can add to the indictment, you know, or even take away, but mostly they add. And if they add a new charge or they add something, they call it a superseding indictment. Just replaces the old indictment.
Wedding is charged with multiple counts, including running a criminal enterprise and murder, charges that could put him in prison for the rest of his life if convicted. We are told Wedding will remain in custody in the Los Angeles area. He is expected.
So once you're arrested, they'll have a detention hearing, and it will be presumed that he's detained, right? In other words, there's a presumption that he has to try to overcome and prove that there's a set of conditions that can assure his reappearance and the safety of the community. But that ain't going to happen. He's not going to leave custody.
I don't think so either.
He's a fugitive, number one. And number two, it's a homicide case, you know, and a drug case, a big drug case. So you think...
Massive drug case.
Did he get out? No, he didn't. Unbelievable. So what was happening behind the scenes, according to CBC News in Canada?
So what you do is...
Cash Patel portrayed Wedding as a modern-day Pablo Escobar.
You just follow what the commission gives you, what crystal you take. So here, I have amber crystal. So you just do amber crystal, and then you claim it, and then you take the next crystal.
How do you get this? You know, how do you fall
And
so
so
far
then you
from
will get
grace?
5 commissions
So
per run.
says Wedding managed to move and operate in Mexico City, living between top hotels there while under the protective supervision of Los.
And then you should have Corleone in the same lobby, so if it resets to a Corleone, you know where to find it.
The sons of El Chapo. Kind of unbelievable. For reasons still unknown, Los Chapitos decided to pull the backing that he had in Mexico, and he had to find his own protection, which just shows you there's no loyalty among thieves, right? This left Wedding powerless with a very real threat of assassination hanging over him. So he knew his days were numbered. So without protection of Los Chapitos, Saucedo says Wedding became a target for those loyal to Ishmael El Mayo Zambada Garcia, one of the leaders of the Sinaloa cartel.
The Mayo with 4.5 PKs in nucleus.
In July 2024,
Huh? What do you mean?
over to U.S. authorities,
What?
sparking a civil war
You confused me now.
in the cartel.
Why would you mine in the nucleus? Or do you mean making a route?
Unbelievable, honestly, when you think about this. And it's just, how do you go from being a snowboarder to a kingpin at this level? See, Wedding was too trusting of cartel, and analysts say. That was Ryan's problem. He trusted exclusively in Los Chapitos, and Los Chapitos have betrayal tattoo on their skin, Saucedo says. That's how Los Chapitos have survived for so many years. They betrayed associates, friends, collaborators, and Ryan was no exception. You know, you're an asset until you become a liability.
Routes. Yeah, just mine with a normal pickaxe, it's fine.
Saucedo says that it seemed Los Chapitos began to provide Mexican authorities with information about Wedding, which may have led to the raids in late December, targeting several properties linked to the Canadian. Unbelievable. So, I mean, so now there's snitches against him. So let me just tell you, when you're on the run, number one, I mean, look at, just take one of the most famous examples, Saddam Hussein.
I mean, why wouldn't you snitch? It was $15 million?
So he lives in a fucking spider hole.
But they're probably not even gonna pay the money.
And stuff cool. He was caught with like $70 million cash. I think that's what he had. but he couldn't go anywhere. So Ryan's facing the same situation. You know, you can't go anywhere, even though you have probably a lot of cash. He was running out of options. So what happens? He's got an indictment in the U.S. He's not liked by the cartel. So he's either going to get killed or taken into prison. So he really ran out of options. So his charges are drug trafficking conspiracy, continuing criminal enterprise.
Damn, they didn't like him?
Murder, witness
Was he making too much bread for
money
them?
laundering, and international financial crimes. The drug trade is just, I mean, it seems like you could make a bunch of money really quick, right? It doesn't, it comes at a cost. I mean, it comes at a real cost. If you're thinking about doing this, don't. You think anybody can take my boat from me? No, because it's paid for. I have a beautiful 50-foot yacht that I brought up from Fort Lauderdale. Legitimately. Nobody can take that from me. You know, I have a law practice that I've had for almost 30 years. You know, I mean, do things the right way.
Flex, bro. Damn.
I don't have to look over my shoulder. You know, I wake up in the morning with a clear conscience and a beautiful woman by my side. You know, a really beautiful woman. You know, I mean, life is good. You know, this shit is so fucking dangerous. And some people are addicted to danger and drugs. I just don't understand.
That too. I know. People, I don't know why would be addicted to danger.
Acceptable. I guess that's what's always guided me. You know, I want to be liked by my peers. I wanted to be accepted by my family. You know, whether it's my wife at the time or my children for sure, or you know, my mother and father. You know, as I was coming of age, you know, I always wanted to do the right thing. I wanted to have that respect. You know, and this kind of shit, you don't get that kind of respect. How many people?
I would say Perry.
What do you do, Fred? Well, you know, I'm running the Sinaloa cartel. Today, I murdered 7 people, and boy,
oh, boo-hoo.
You know, and 60 tons of cocaine. You know how much tons is, right? 2,000 pounds. That's 120,000 pounds a year that he was trafficking. So
just how?
So here's
I don't know if I can believe that.
This case goes. He's looking at a mandatory life sentence. Mandatory life. Judge won't have any discretion unless he snitches. And I think he's already snitched once. He's going to snitch again. But what does he get for that snitching? Maybe with the possibility of parole. Maybe he gets out in 20 years. I don't know. It's all up to the judge. And it's got to be significant. They don't do downstreamers. In other words, you don't cooperate against people who are have a lower role than you did. You would go upstream, you know, like another El Chapo Guzman, you know, or Pablo Escobar. That's the kind of people that they want. I honestly think, you know, I don't know why they wouldn't go after these guys militarily, to be honest with you, because they're so fucking dangerous. We'll see what happens. You know, if he gets anything less than a life sentence, you know he snitched. You know he did. There won't be any public record of it. And, you know, you will see if you log on to PACER, which is the U.S. government system, electronic filing system. If you go on there and you see something, sealed document, that's probably his snitch paperwork. You know, you heard them talking about moving him for a proffer. A proffer is where you snitch. A proffer is where you sit down with the government, you tell them everything you know, and you cooperate against this person, this person, this person. And if you do that well enough, you get substantial assistance of what they call a 5K departure. I'm not a snitch lawyer, so I don't really represent a whole lot of snitches. So it's a little foreign to me, but that's what happens. That's how all the government's cases are created. Snitch testimony, 100%. Whether he gets out, you know, in a shorter period and is in witness protection, you know, I personally have not seen that, you know, so I don't know how they do that these days.
I think he would die.
That's a definite possibility, especially when, you know, the situation.
He would be killed.
That's our little.
He would just be killed if he snitched on anyone. He would just get killed if he go out.
Friday, and now he's in government custody. They'll have a detention hearing, but he'll be detained. He's going to be sitting in jail until this case is heard and taken care of. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe.
I'm
Follow us on
interested for the
Instagram, follow us on
developments in
Twitter,
this case.
Sign up for Patreon. Go to Facebook. Go to CLRBruceRivers.com for all your merch needs. And we'll see you next time on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching go. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another serious episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board certified criminal defense. So you know it's serious because I'm wearing my pearl handle pistol cufflinks so graciously gifted to me by our
Michael.
content genius that you knew is Michael Rivers, God rest his soul. Today we are reacting to more fucking drama. In the first minute I swore. You know, I told myself I would try not to swear so much. But I'm fired up because, you know, I live in Minneapolis, Minnesota, the epicenter of all that is unholy, right? At least today. So we're reacting to more about the
I feel bad for him, bro.
the ice and things that happened after and before and everything. And we're going to react to some of your comments. And I'm fired up. I'm fired up as fuck. All right. So here's the deal. You know what? When you get fired up like this, you don't take the law into your own hands. Where do you go? Oh, I snuck that in there. So you go to
AskAlawyer.com.
AskAlawyer.com is an effective way and cheap way to get legal advice from a living, breathing human being, aka a lawyer. Yes, we are human beings. And
Damn.
For $49, if you got an issue with your landlord, you got an issue with your neighbor, or if you've got a contract dispute, any kind of legal problem that you got, go to AskAlawyer.com. They can get you in the right direction. And if you're doing your own legal research, they have their own legal
platform. Come on, just give me a scrap. Hello?
All the 50 states, and I think
Am I tripping, bro?
they're a good outfit because it's the same people that brought you e-form and e-sign. So go to AskAlawyer.com. Okay. So before we get to the videos, now people say,
damn, bro, what the fuck is this? Hello?
Didn't do that. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. This isn't a fucking left or right issue, in my opinion. This is a brown shirt issue on the streets of your hometown. Guess what? Is Trump sending all these people to Houston? Are there no illegal immigrants in Houston? You know there are. How about Jacksonville, Florida? How about Miami, Florida? You think there are any immigrants down there? Oh, yeah, I'm sure they are. But it's a red state, right? How about North Carolina? How about Dallas? No, we're not sending anybody to those places. And we're not sending him there. Why? Because he's attacking what he believes to be blue communities. Portland, Philadelphia,
insane.
Minneapolis, and New York. There's some shit we're going to go through. Anyway.
I'm interested in this.
So I want to do a little outreach. She was shot in the head. This is from Andy Omo, which sounds a little like homo, but anyway, Andy's not an Omo. He's Omo. She was shot in the head 3 times. There was no first aid to render.
Damn.
You still got to check on. You don't just look, she's fucked, and then leave. Give me a break. All right, and then we've got
Silverfish. Yeah.
What the fuck? 69. He'll spin it. See, we've been Medicare. Of course, Bruce is lefty shill to the core. Not as much of a paid party member as Legal Eagle, but close. I voted for Jesse Ventura when he ran for governor. Okay, I'm more of an independent than an ultra liberal. I'm a Second Amendment guy, as you can fucking see. But this isn't a left or right issue.
Exactly.
You know? And here's the thing. I don't have one problem somebody fleeing poverty to work here, even if it's illegally, trying to save their family from famine or an unsafe condition. You know, most of the people that are in this country illegally are not criminals. They're criminals by the virtue of the fact that they got here illegally.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they're criminals. But most of them are not murderers and rapists and drug dealers. There's plenty of those in our own population too. Should we take their citizenship away and put them in El Salvador? I know Trump has talked about that. So Robert just brought up a good point. And that one of the things about me and my viewpoint and doesn't really come from a liberal or conservative aspect. It comes from a criminal lawyer's perspective.
Yeah.
You know, I tried, Kate, in the last month and a half, I've tried 2 major felonies. Won them both, thank you very much. And I see what the government tries to do, and I stand in front of the government. I stand between justice and incarceration. You know, I mean, that's my job. So that's the point of view that if that seems liberal to you, then you're not a fucking conservative. Because advising somebody about their rights, observing their rights, protecting their rights, putting a check on a government, what's that? That's a conservative value, isn't it? Okay.
Yes.
So let's see. Margaret
That
7620
was
says, I have noticed all across these incidents, from those which end up with apprehension of both immigrants and citizens to those which end up in injury or death, you mention about the continuum starting with verbal commands. So start right there. Almost invariably, there are conflicting commands. Put your hands up, kneel down, move back, don't move, and on and on. We're going to react to something about that later. Conflicting directions from numerous commands. Never make it clear what the target is it's supposed to do. That makes sense because
I'm very citrine.
first of all, everybody's screaming at everybody, right? You know, and there's a lot of confusion going on. I always grew up to obey law enforcement.
Yeah.
You know, tell them what they want to hear. You know, respect authority. Well, don't antagonize authority, but you don't have to tell them what they want to hear.
Yeah.
You don't self-snitch. You don't do any of that shit, okay? But at the same time,
you instead get a criminal lawyer like Bruce Rivers, man.
of the law. What would have been lost? What would have been lost had that ICE agent just stepped aside? And maybe she clipped his knee and gave him a little red mark on his knee. Pink mark. I bet it was a pink mark. So you light a pink mark on his leg. So he backs up a little bit and lets her go. You got her fucking address. Well, then you can do your heavy-handed thing at her house. How great would that be? Scare the fuck out of her children, you know, and pull her lesbian hair out of her crotch and just say, you know, come with us. You're getting arrested.
Lesbian hair out of her crotch.
What could be lost by doing that? These are not cops, by the way. These are immigration enforcement thugs, and they are thugs. You know, I have been seeing these guys run around town in these unmarked vehicles, lights and sirens. On the morning this happened, that silver Suburban you see in the video sped past me, and I had to pull over for him. This is before the shooting. And right after that, 2 more smaller, dark-colored SUVs, mid-sized SUVs, with embedded lights in the grill and stuff, so you can't even tell they're law enforcement. You know, I don't like the idea of brown shirts on our fucking streets. I just don't. And this smacks, it just absolutely smacks of something more than just immigration. You know, I mean, Trump said initially he was going to put troops in because of the crime rate.
What?
That. The crime rate's no different than it was in his first term. Why didn't he do it in his first term? I don't give a shit if you're Democrat or Republican. Here's the thing. We're all fucking Americans, aren't we? If we were in a foxhole, would I sit there and say, oh my God, you're a conservative asshole? I'm not saving you. No, you're my fucking brother. Of course I would do anything to save your brother, wouldn't you? We're brothers and sisters in this goddamn country. You know, in this God-fearing country, whatever. You know, sorry, I didn't mean to be blasphemous there, but you know what I mean. Bob Dole said it best, and John McCain echoed the sentiment. You know, somebody said about Bill Clinton to Bob Dole back in the day.
Americans are so far gone.
And he says, hate him. He's my opponent. He's not my enemy. You know, we're getting down a fucking far field here. Or far afield. All right, Professor X117. Video from the front shows her actually hitting him. Oh, I think I hurt my knee. Plus, there's no way he could have seen the tires turning away. For all he knows, she was just going to hit him. He was at the corner of her car. He was at the corner. You watch it again, and we're going to go through that multiple views. He was at the corner of her, and I'm not here to take a side, but I'm telling you, it's not as innocent as you think. And this is lethal force. And at the end, you hear him on his own. I mean, and he's video recording her. So he's got his phone out. I mean, you don't get in front of a fucking moving vehicle. That's what he did, right?
Damn.
That's training 101. So she's, you can clearly see. And then there's that clip where she says, I'm not angry. I'm just dumb. You know?
Is a pristine potato worth
I mean,
it? I don't
honestly,
think so.
I can see a couple of different
Oh,
viewpoints.
wait, right.
The one point I can see, this cop shouldn't have used lethal force. He could have easily dodged out of the way and saved this woman's life. And isn't that what law enforcement and first responders are supposed to do? Protect life almost at all costs. You know, he doesn't have to, you know, risk his own to save somebody else necessarily, but they do. My dad was a fireman. He ran into burning buildings and risked his life plenty of times to save kids and women and children. And
damn, W your dad.
But at the same time, how fucking dumb are these people? You know, you want to protest with signs and shout, fine. You know, you want to block the street with your fucking car? Well, guess what? Car's going to get towed. You're going to get arrested. You know, do things that aren't physically confrontational. Do a few more of these. This is from Video Stills Edit. I think YouTube might have flagged the video. He's probably had to edit the video to stop it, get it from getting banned, although the video is everywhere on YouTube.
What?
Yeah, here's the thing. We had to... It's just a YouTube thing. It's not because of anything other than just YouTube. How many Aussies watch Bruce? This is a shout out to all of our Australian fans. I don't know why. We have a lot of Irish fans. I'm Irish. And we have a lot of Australian fans. I'm not Australian. But I have had a shrimp on the bobby. Oh, that's not a very good Australian accent. Oh, fucking A. Let's see. A couple more. Trisha, and now the BCA has been completely locked out of the investigation, making it FBI only. Wonder why. Let me tell you something about that. So what? So what? I mean,
we find Amber.
Locked out of one investigation.
Not bad.
The BCA and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office can do their own investigation. You know, they haven't locked up the people that were there that day. So they made a pitch, and we'll play this video here in a little bit. They've made a pitch to all the people who have taken videos, and you know they'll do their own analysis, and it's not rocket science, you know. I mean, and it's just like the George Floyd case. It kind of is. These are people who are acting in the exercise of their supposed legal authority, but they don't have unfettered immunity or
Why do I feel like
absolute
I have the
immunity
wrong ad
as spoken by JD Vance? They just don't. They have qualified immunity, but that's for a civil
Where's
case.
my mining one? Hello?
Bonjour, 194.
What?
You're like a non-corrupt Saul Goodman, bro. Do you know how long it took me before I understood what Saul Goodman means? Saul Goodman. You get kind of tunnel vision, and I'll take that as a compliment. Two more.
There we go.
And, so KTM Rider, hey, we're going to be riding adventure bikes down to Argentina, which brings me to that. This note here. In May 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a unanimous 9-0 ruling in Barnes versus Felix that significantly changed how police shootings are evaluated in court. The ruling officially struck down the moment of threat doctrine, which had been used by some courts to protect officers
dimensional gives more
who fired their
wisdom.
weapons while in the path of a moving vehicle. Very good, Mr. KTM Rider. And while that's my point, they don't have unfettered immunity. And you watch this video, this cop is not immune from being held to account for what he did.
Dimension bad person.
Okay, but so this.
I guess that's what we need, but
David,
I don't know if
Misbach, I will be reaching out to this. He rode down to Argentina, or went down to South America from Indiana, and he made it all the way to Chile before his trip ended, and so he reached out to me and said, I might have some pointers for you. So thank you, David. All right, last little comment, and we'll get to the business of the day.
That's your business.
This is, and I haven't seen any of these
That
comments.
sick ass
before,
woman.
so you know. Samson 83. Fight it out in court is not a valid option if people are put on a flight the next day or dumped on some prison without ability to contact a family or a lawyer. 100% agree. 100% agree with you on that. You remember the guy? I can't remember his name, but they arrested him and they said he was part of MS-13 and all this other shit, which was just all bullshit. And then they sent him to El Salvador against a court order. Oh, we can't turn the plane around now, Judge, because it's in the air. You know, we've had federal judges here turn a plane around in mid-flight. Mid-flight. I am not all about, you know, the federal government doing whatever the fuck, whenever the fuck they want. Now, we reacted to the one video, and so now we're going to react to the video of the officer with holding his cell phone. So this is his viewpoint. So he gets out of his car, and he's got his cell phone going right away. She's got her little doggy in the car. She backs up. That's fine, dude. I'm not mad. She's peaceful, right? She's not, which goes against the grain of what the government's line is right now.
Yeah.
He records her license plate.
What?
Now he's behind her at this point. Why wouldn't, if she really wanted to nail him, why wouldn't she just fucking back up and run the fucker over at that point?
Hey, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
You know, I just don't take attitudes with people like that because I'm not a tough guy. Go get lunch, big boy. You know, I mean, protest. I got better things to do.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
Now, here's what I don't like about what she's doing. The car door is locked, and she's leaving her friend in a lurch. Get out of the fucking car.
Out of the car.
All right, right there. Does she hit him? Maybe she does hit him a little bit. But let's back it up just a titch. Where is he?
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
He drops he drops his cell phone, or it appears that he does. And we don't know how hard or even if he was hit, but he certainly was able to get off 3 rounds. Maybe you're okay with cops killing people willy-nilly. And I don't think he did it willy-nilly, but I think he did a knee-jerk reaction. Because right
yeah,
after
that is so stupid.
He calls her a fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. He goes and looks at her for 2 seconds, realizes what the fuck I did, and then leaves. Now here's another angle. And then we'll slow it down a little bit. If you see, let's just back it up just a little bit. He's never right in front of the vehicle. So he's always on the corner. And here's my bitch about this. Where's his partner? His partner's right there. Now we're gonna watch it at half speed.
Citrine.
That's probably the best view of how his body was compared to the car.
They say.
I could be completely wrong about all this. I'm not, but I could be. And there's a bigger issue at stake here. 2 more people were killed in Portland, Oregon.
The fuck?
You've
More?
got mayors in the city of Portland. You got mayors in Philadelphia. You got the Hennepin County attorney. Let's just look at their kind of what they're saying. Let's pull up. And the mayor of Minneapolis just kind of went on a rampage saying, get the fuck out of here, which I don't think was helpful, to be honest with you. You can have over-enforcement, and it's now having a ripple effect on communities at large. Let's listen to the mayor of Philadelphia.
Is going to come to Philly to commit crimes, then you can get the F out of here. Because if you do that here, I will charge you with those crimes. You will be arrested. You will stand trial. You will be convicted, whether it's in state or federal court. It's my office prosecuting it. That's how the law works. And you will do your time because Donald Trump cannot pardon you for a state court conviction. Do you hear me?
So this is, I misspoke. It's not the mayor. This is the district attorney for Philadelphia.
Ooh.
But he's right. Trump can't pardon Derek Chauvin, for example. He can't pardon him because he was convicted and got 150 months in state court.
ICE agents, do you hear me, National Guard? Do you hear me, military? You're going to jail if you commit crimes in the city of Philadelphia. You will be accountable. The law applies to all of you.
You can't violate my rights. You can't violate immigrants if they're on our soil.
Wow, he's gonna
they
base.
have rights. They have rights protected by our Constitution. The Constitution just doesn't protect citizens.
And I know that there are honest, decent, moral law enforcement officers out there by the bushel, including in ICE.
And this has got to make it so hard for those guys, right? That the overzealous, the thuggery that's going on by a few bad men are tainting the rest of the good officers. And it makes their job 10 times harder.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not for you. This is for any one of your colleagues who thinks they are above the law.
Let me play another clip here.
Jurisdiction to make this decision that happened in this case where her life was taken in Hennepin County. It does not matter that it was a federal law enforcement agent. To be sure, there are complex legal issues involved when a federal law enforcement officer is involved. But the law is clear. We do have jurisdiction to make this decision.
Yes.
We cannot make any decision, however, if there is not evidence submitted to our office. So we are moving forward in collaboration with the Attorney General's office and the BCA to preserve any evidence and ensure that it can be reviewed.
This is Mary Moriarty. She's the Hennepin County attorney. She was our chief public defender a while back. Not a fan of her, to be quite frank with you. I'm just going to go on record saying that. I'm just going to leave that there. I don't like her that much. But she's 100% right.
To that end, we are asking those in our community who have information.
Did I just air dirty laundry? I think I just did.
Or who have video
Or dirty laundry?
of the event to
What?
submit that information to our office. We are
What the fuck does
providing
that
a
mean?
secure link where people can submit this evidence. The link can be.
That goes to my point that I said earlier, that the Hennepin County, where this has happened, they can investigate it themselves. The Minneapolis police can investigate it themselves. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, that's what our state investigative agency, can look into it and they can prosecute this guy if they deem that they have probable cause. So this is later that fucking day. So later that same day, these same agents, they go over to a high school, and this is what happens there. This is a high school.
What the fuck?
Where is your discretion? Back off. And they wind up macing these high school kids.
The fuck?
You guys, you know, I'm not an ultra liberal, but fucking hell, what are we doing here? So as a result of that fiasco, the Minneapolis public schools now are online until February. ICE, reevaluate, retool, figure out a more peaceful way to get your job done.
Yeah.
If you need to get people off the street because there are these rapists, these murderers, and they're, you know, bad. I'm sure some of them are good people. You know, that whole shit. Find another way, because you're disrupting our community.
I can see that. Imagine being in there, bro. It would be so annoying.
It's a party. It's an immigration party. You know, they went in front of ICE, what they believe to be ICE hotels. Here, check this out.
Right now, we are in downtown Minneapolis.
You got a band.
This protest outside of a hotel where these
and they're trying to create as much noise so they can't sleep. You think these guys
just in
give
the
a
last
shit?
few seconds, it appears they're trying to get actually inside this hotel, truly making as much noise as humanly possible to this point, banging on drums, blowing their whistles, out with their signs. This is at least the second hotel they have been to in the downtown Minneapolis area, appearing to be under the belief that agents are staying at the hotels at which they arrive.
And this is going on everywhere. It's just going on everywhere. Do we really want... Look at this.
How old are you? 20. 20 years old?
Yeah.
Any type of ID with you?
No.
No? Okay. Where were you born?
Minnesota.
All right. Have a good day. Appreciate your time.
All right.
I don't give a shit if he just asked him a question. Who are we to start asking people on the street, are you a citizen? And they're masked up, they're gunned up, they've got brown shirts on. I mean, this is more about intimidation. And you watch, this is not about immigration. This is about taking over liberal strongholds, or what Trump believes to be liberal strongholds are. This is about intimidation. And you watch, mark my words, he's so afraid that the Dems are going to take the House, and he's going to get impeached again, and they're going to put a roadblock up to everything he wants to do. And my advice to everybody out there, because of the heavy-handedness of what's going on, not just there. I mean, he wants to take over Greenland, and he's going to take it by fucking force to destroy NATO. Why the fuck would you do that? You know, NATO has been a stabilizing force for over 70 years. These are our allies. You don't think if we wanted any kind of runway or missile base or anything in Greenland, we could just do that with their permission?
Yeah.
Now we're taking over Trump-Venezuela? You know, I mean, welcome to Trump-Venezuela. Would you like a towel with your golden boss robe? And give me a fucking break. You know, what gives us the right to take that country over? It's all about power. It's about control. It's about being a strong man. I think he thinks he looked weak in the last. I mean, he's stopped 8 wars. And I don't mean this to be an anti-Trump video. You know I don't like Trump. You just, and so what? Who gives a shit? You know, we have a freedom of speech, or do we? You know?
You don't. Not really, no.
But I'm pro-American, and this is fucking not American. Stopping people on the street without any probable cause and asking them for their citizenship. You know, what Trump has done is he's gotten us to fucking hate immigrants. Hate people that don't look like us. Hate people that aren't from here. You know, I mean, oh, I hate Somalis. They're all fraud. A bunch of them are. But that's a fucking case, right? And that's Tim Walz's fucking problem. That's a huge failure of a system that, oh, here, the fire hose of money, let's turn this fucker on and spray it all over these people. Give me a break. That's not okay either.
Citrine.
But fucking A,
He's spitting so much cream right now.
We get closer to Trump's, this shit is going to continue. He wants a civil war. He wants civil unrest. He wants to be able to implore martial law. He wants to be able to stay in office until he's dead, for life. Because he sees Xi as in there for life. He sees Putin in there for life, and he's an impotent erectile dysfunction president because he's going to be gone in 2.5 years. What are we doing? What are we doing as a country? So let's play this again. This is a guy right out in front of his own house.
All right. Citizen of the United States?
Yeah.
Okay. You got any type of ID? You born here? How old are you?
20.
20 years old?
Yeah.
Any type of ID with you?
Nah.
No? Okay. Where were you born?
Minnesota.
All right. Have a good day. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Damn!
What if he said, I was born in Minnesota. Can't you see I'm a citizen of this country? What if he sounded like that? My name is Pablo Bazalua. I was born in Bloomington, Minnesota. What if he sounded like that? You think it would have been that fucking easy? Yeah, look at their vehicles. They're all nondescript vehicles. This is like a paramilitary motherfucking organization, and they're under the cloud of darkness. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Call me a liberal. Okay, if I'm a liberal because I don't like this shit, I'm a liberal. Fuck you. So, long story short, they're coming into your town. If you're in a blue state, if you're in a red state, you're cool. You're cool. If you're in a blue state, you're not so cool. But we have a Supreme Court who's putting some checks on him, not letting him do everything he wants to do. But he didn't give a shit. So, if you're going to protest, be smart about it. If you're in a vehicle and they tell you to get out and be peaceful. Don't call them names. Don't fucking scare them. Don't throw snowballs at them, which is what the Roosevelt High School kids did, which I think is funny. Here's the thing. Before he took office, I don't know, we had like 11 million people here. I think that was the figure bantered about a few years ago that were undocumented. Why are they here? Why are they here? The almighty dollar. They're here to work. I know so many people that, have had minor little, traffic accident or something like that. They come to see me that they're working here, sending money home. And guess what? People are employing these people. Companies are employed. You don't see I'm not hearing about raids of companies.
Exactly.
I'm just seeing them go to private homes pretty much. They are going to some schools, and they're. We can expect a little bit of illegal immigration because this is the land of plenty. And I don't begrudge anybody trying to make money for their family. Now, if you're a violent felon, get the fuck out of here. And guess what we do? We don't deport them. We put them in prison first, and then and then we deport them after that.
Yeah.
So we take on that burden. You know how much it costs to house somebody in prison and feed them and clothe them and wash their nuts? I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't have all the answers, but I sure am pointing out some problems, aren't I? All right, so enough proselytizing by this board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter.
Wow, I'm really fucked with you, Bruce.
Go to CLRBruceRivers.com. We finally got Nick into living in the backseat of his car instead of the cardboard box.
I fuck with you heavy, Bruce.
Because guess what? When you have drugs and guns together, that raises the bar.
Yeah, I knew it is. Whoa.
Open the door. I am. Get out.
Why my mommy?
Undo your seatbelt. Get out of the car.
I'm gonna call my mommy.
No. My phone. Get away from me. Get over here. Get the fuck out.
That's called fucking around and finding out. I mean, that's what happens.
Exactly.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal.
There's another Fiesta today,
Coming
right?
to you with another video. Another
Man,
video about
3 hours,
driving.
40 minutes?
This one
Damn.
is entitled Street
That's
Racer
not too
Cries
long.
Out for Mommy After Getting Arrested. So before we get to this, I'll tell you what this street racer should have done. He should have called askalawyer.com.
All right,
It's
bro.
cheaper than getting in trouble. So go to askalawyer.com if you need legal advice, any kind of legal advice. If you're being sued, if you're looking to sue somebody, if you have a claim, anything that has a legal component to it, they can help you. It's a living, breathing lawyer, and they're not going to represent you in court necessarily, but they will get you to the next level. And if you're doing your own legal research, they have an AI component that's trained in all the 50 states. So go to askalawyer.com, same people that brought you eForm and eSign, which I use regularly, and they can help you. All right, so let's just get into this. It's be a little bit shorter video, but a cold reaction nonetheless.
Are you asking for your mom? Yes. How old are you? 22.
Oh my God. Metro 1, I have a long eye and somebody's doing donuts in the parking lot right now. 10-4.
I remember one time when I was in high school, my dad had this 1978 Lincoln Continental. You know how fucking long that car is? Huge car, right? Well, it had just snowed, and so we were doing donuts, and all of a sudden, hit a curb and smash. It didn't hurt the car because the car was almost bulletproof. But we look up, and it's in the parking lot of the Edina Police Department. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Oh my God, I couldn't believe it.
If you're able to get the camera on them and record the driving behavior and advise on which vehicle you think that deserves to be 54. Metro 1, I got 2 that just finished a race. Looks like 2 more setting up to race, and I got 2 doing donuts in the parking lot. They're going to be south of the main road, and all of the drag racers are going to be on the main road.
Cops do not like racers. And street racing, it avoids your insurance. So if you get in an accident, street racing, they're not going to cover you, first of all. Second of all, if you kill somebody, it'll be a felony, a high-level felony. Otherwise, it's misdemeanor stuff that can affect your driver's license, but that's what it is.
384 to Metro 1. We're looking at a white Chrysler. 10-4. Like I have long eye still. We're going into the area, but due to the sun and where the direction we're coming from, it's hard to see colors right now. I at least want some sort of video evidence of them drag racing first, and then we'll go try to make 2-5 with them. I do have a couple of vehicles drag racing. I got 2 pickup trucks setting up right now to race, and I do have those individuals doing donuts. We were a little far
Wait, so they hear the helicopter, but they're still going?
And they're starting their race now. 303. Yeah, if you want to
How exciting. Race my pickup.
start creeping up here, let me know when you're at the bottom of the hill on University.
This is kind of lame, bro. Let the homies just have some fun, bro. What the fuck?
Alright, they completed their first race. Looks like they're setting up on the east side to race back westbound. That's going to be a black pickup and a blue pickup.
Maybe if there is no cars, who really cares, bro? I'm gonna be honest with you.
And they're racing back westbound.
I'm a bit so free, bro. Who cares?
Do you see any other white Chrysler in the parking lot? I have 1 white Chrysler with a yellow 26. Let's see if I can't get it for you.
Hell, please, man.
I got a white Chrysler with a yellow 26. It's going to be next to a blue Camaro with a temp tag in the back upper left window. I can't read the temp.
I was coming across Florida doing about 75 or so, and it was I think 55 back then. This is a long time ago, and the eye in the sky, you know, they had a plane flying up around, and you know, have you ever seen like those marks on the side of the road, and they're so many feet apart?
Wait,
What
what?
they're doing was once I pass one, they time it, and so that timing tells you they can do a calculation depending upon how many seconds pass, how fast you're going.
Monitored zones are marked with a thick white sign near the speed limit enforced by aircraft sign, and are capped with a finish line set at the end of the zone. 2 officers, a pilot, and a spotter fly over a marked zone. Once in the zone, the spotter uses a specifically designed stopwatch to clock the car's speed. Once a helicopter spots a speeding driver, law enforcement officers will then radio down to a patrol car to pull you over and cite you a ticket.
And
damn.
I never paid the ticket.
And I can't read the plate on the white Chrysler, and there is another race going on right now.
Honestly, I say just pick one, go in for a 54. If they flee, call out the description and DOT for a Metro line to take it.
Hard to flee from a helicopter, unless maybe you pull into a mall parking lot.
The 2 that are racing are finished, and they're headed back westbound now. You got 1 vehicle. Looks like
Wait, are you telling me cat no this video fortune is bugged again, bro?
And now I have a yellow Dodge with black racing stripes leaving. Both of them are going northbound.
While an officer making his way to the scene is just seconds away, one of the 2 people that just left the scene presumably sees the officer and calls the others who haven't left yet to warn them, telling them the officer is on the way there.
Looks like they just got a phone call. Everybody's running to their cars. And
they're starting to get in them now.
Cops do love this shit, because this is not violent crime, and it's, I mean, who doesn't love, you ever watch the Rockford Files? Oh my god, am I dating myself now? I watch the reruns all the time, and he does his own driving stunts. So you know how they you back up and then you flip around. We used to call that a Rockford.
all vehicles are leaving.
Uh-oh.
We're going eastbound on the main road. I've got eyes on the Chrysler. My Dodge is leaving extremely high rate of speed. Negative 26, I'm trying to catch up with 54. My Dodge is leaving extremely high rate of speed.
Oh, are they actually gonna chase? Uh-oh. That sounds some fun, bro.
All vehicles are coming out the main entrance. Remember behind that gray, the Chrysler, that white Chrysler.
Now nobody's stopping, so this is now a felony at multiple levels.
Damn, idiots.
White Chrysler is taking off at a high rate of speed. Sirens and lights are active, failing to yield.
Damn,
so
bro.
The things that they do when you're doing a high-speed chase is a pit maneuver. You ever heard what a pit maneuver is? A pit maneuver is where they take their car and they just nudge the bumper or side of the car, and they try to spin it around.
All right, White Chrysler is going to be the target vehicle. Metro 1, it's all yours if you still have eyes on it, sir.
Mexico Boys, Zebra, Lincoln.
Metro 1's got the eye on the White Chrysler. He was going in the oncoming lanes to bypass other vehicles. High rate of speed, northbound, in the number 1 lane.
Fleeing is a felony.
Mark units are
I don't know why they would flee. I'm gonna be honest with you, they could have just taken the ticket. I don't think they would have even gone to jail.
They're all going the same speed right now, going northbound.
Maybe they just want to have some fun.
Why wouldn't you stop at this point? This is a misdemeanor. You know, doing donuts in a parking lot, who cares?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too.
Or are you doing this for the chase? Because you want to get chased?
I see a mark marked unit. Number 1 lane still continuing over the bridge.
Here's the other thing they do. They throw down spike strips. Pop your tires.
We do have reckless driving and ag fling. He almost hit a red Mustang on the way up.
Ag fling is when you're fleeing at a high rate of speed.
Mm.
And the problem with that is that you're creating a risk of danger to the officer and to the other motorists. So that's why it's aggravated.
We're staying in the number 1 lane.
Bro, this is so dumb, bro.
And it looks like he's gonna... Oh, no, he just shot back over to make the westbound turn onto Real Bravo. Westbound turn in the number 2 lane. Just jumped and cut the corner. Now westbound Real Bravo in the number 2 lane. Continued westbound Real Bravo passing under 25.
How much is an alloy right now?
And how do you think the cops greet you when they finally stop you? After you crash your car? Do you think they'd say, "Come on, son, let's go have a chat"? No. They fucking manhandle the fuck out of you and have their guns drawn, typically.
So I have to go northbound Broadway. We're in the right turn to go northbound Broadway, red light.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm definitely holding alloy.
Doesn't even look like he's going that fast.
Northbound Broadway did not stop.
Officers continue using the helicopter to track the white Chrysler's pathing as multiple units follow behind the suspect out of sight. 8 minutes later, the helicopter follows the white Chrysler to a dead-end road. Since the suspect is now boxed in at the dead end, officers decide it's time to make their move.
Don't move! Keep your hands up! Don't move!
What'd I tell you? First thing comes out of the guns.
Put your hands up! Put them up! Do not...
Here's the other thing. You can lose your fucking vehicle, you know, in forfeiture because it's the instrument of a crime.
Move!
So dumb, bro. It's so dumb.
I am.
Damn, maybe he has some regrets.
Mommy.
Undo your seatbelt, get out of the car!
I want to call my mommy.
What's wrong with this guy?
Fucking around and finding out. I mean, that's what happens. Cops, their adrenaline gets really pumped up when they're starting the chase.
Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Okay. Stop resisting!
Can't breathe. I can't breathe. What a fucking baby. I mean, here's the thing. This was your choice to do all this shit. You were just doing donuts in a parking lot. All you had to do was take your fucking misdemeanor ticket and go home. You would have just got a ticket, and they wouldn't have arrested you.
Do you have any weapons on you?
That's kind of real.
What? That's just a gun to have underneath my name. Where's your gun? It's in the car.
Oh, let's escalate this a little more. Let's have a gun on us.
Fucking hell, bro. This is so stupid. You could have just taken the ticket.
I want my mommy.
Come on here.
Mom.
Mama.
Please.
Ooh.
Please. Have a seat. Please. Have a seat, okay? Please. Have a seat.
When you're a cop, you have to deal with this shit. You know?
Oh, stop crying, mijito.
Mijito.
I have a disability.
Well, you shouldn't be driving.
I was driving for a friend.
Why are you so sad?
Because that's it.
But you can, if you have a disability. I have a friend of mine's boyfriend. Let's put it that way. He has a habit of taking off from the cops whenever he's stopped, or whenever they're trying to stop him. He's done it like 3 times now, and it's like, you're gonna go to prison one of these days. Then why are you driving like that?
I don't know.
Causing harm to other civilians on the roadway. You could have just pulled over and we could have talked. But you caused this whole thing. You never commit a felony to avoid a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
Simple rule. Okay, so let's be an adult about it. Let's stop crying. Okay, look at me. It's like he wouldn't spend $100 to save 50. Right? Look at me, straight. Oh, you know what? Come over here. The sun's flip positions.
Yeah, you make it's kind of funny, bro. Look at the whole beat.
Hey, Dad, stop crying. Okay, look at me. Are you asking for your mom?
Yes. How old are you? 22.
Oh my God. Do you have any marks or anything? 22-year-old mama's boy. Your mama's not here to take care of you now, boy. But Bubba is. Marks or anything on your
Bubba.
finger? Turn around. Let me get your fingers really quick. What finger is it? All right, just keep them spread
Amber
out like that, okay?
Onyx, was that it? Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Why are you crying?
Because I want to go with my mom.
You want to go with your mom?
Yes.
So this guy obviously has some emotional problems. Doesn't seem normal. Well, you're going to jail.
No, please. I ain't never been in trouble. I don't like to get in trouble.
You shouldn't have run.
I wish I had stopped too, but I don't want no other cars to hit me.
We're gonna ask some questions, okay?
No,
Take a seat.
no, please, mom.
Take a seat in there, okay? He wants his mom.
Fernando, can you calm down a little bit? Can you speak to me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna read this to you, okay, before we go any further, okay? You have the right.
Miranda. You see, he's in custody and interrogation. That's when Miranda is invoked.
Right to remain silent. Do you understand any issues I've explained to you?
Yes.
Okay, with these rights in mind, do you want to speak to me?
No, I just want my mom.
You have the right to continue crying. If you observe that right, you're going to know everybody in your presence.
Speak to me?
I want my mom.
Okay, so if you don't want to speak to me, if you don't want to speak to me, that's fine. That's well within your right. But as of right now, you are under arrest for aggravated fleeing law enforcement officers. After racing. Okay, so go ahead and put. Is this your?
Can I call my mom then?
No, you gotta put your feet in the car, okay?
I'm not searching. Why can I call my mom?
We gotta search you real quick. You're not gonna be able to call your mom today, okay?
Why?
Because you're an adult.
I need her. I have a disability, and you guys just threw me to the floor. That's my friend's car.
Well, it's gonna get to. Okay. Have a seat.
So even if it's your friend's car, and if the friend knew what you were doing with the car, it can still get forfeited.
My mom
is not here.
These racers, they never think that their actions could cause somebody to be in a body bag. Illegal street racing crashes reached what experts called epidemic levels, and more than 1,000 people lost their lives in street racing crashes between 2001 and 2008.
So street racing is illegal.
Yeah.
And, you know, in certain jurisdictions, it's more serious than others. What was he doing? I mean, initially. I mean, he shouldn't have taken off from the cops. But it's all fun and games until somebody gets fucking hurt. And that's when the real danger comes into play for people. So if you're young, dumb, and full of cum, you probably should not be racing. Use your brain. Do something else. Go find a chick and hang out with her. Go watch a rom-com. and live to see another day. So, and this wasn't even that bad. The racing that they were doing wasn't even that bad. It wasn't like, you know, what's like a squeeze? It wasn't like squeeze bends or license.
Yeah, true.
But it's still illegal. But you don't fucking take off from the cops. Take your little tiny ticket and go home.
Yeah, that was
arrested.
like $200 ticket.
So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure
Since
you
they fled.
follow that speed limit, at least within 20 miles or so.
But did they not get the other
See you next
drivers?
time on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, and go to Facebook. Go to CLRBruceRivers.com for all your merch needs. Valentine's Day is coming up. So
Probably those 2 shaft.
I
Ooh,
guarantee you get some of this shit, bro. Putty in your hands. Putty. This goes totally to my theory that nothing good happens after midnight. Get drunk, stay home, beat your wife like a God-fearing American. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. But you get my point. My point is just, if you're going to get drunk, stay the fuck home.
Thanks, though. React to assassination.
Hi, welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, coming to you with my pearl handle pistol cufflinks. Today we're reacting to, what's the name of this one? Cop arrested after doing the unthinkable. This is an EWU video. I haven't seen it, so it's cold reaction, and they're fantastic, so give them some love. And this is in Florida, and all bad things happen in Florida because where's our toilet? Our toilet is in Florida. The country just flushes everything down to Florida. But before we get to this, this episode is brought to you by...
Wait, does it?
AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com. You talking to me? Hey, pretend like you're in Florida and you're getting arrested and you don't know what the hell you're doing. Well, you know what you should have done before you got arrested? Go to AskALawyer.com. Same people that brought you eForms, eSign. They're fantastic folks, and they're a loyal sponsor of our channel. So in the event you find yourself needing a lawyer, guess what? Take the initial step. Go to AskALawyer.com. They'll guide you through. It's a good resource for $49. You can't beat it. And they also have an AI component, so if you're doing your own legal research, go to AskALawyer.com. So let's just get into this because I haven't seen this, and like I said, it's a cold reaction.
Yeah, I'm gonna take me to jail. Take me to jail. I don't give I had 20 black.
Take me to jail. Take me to jail. Because that's where I want to go. I don't want to go home and make a sandwich. I want to go home. No, I want to go to jail. You want to go to jail or you want to go home? Remember that from training day?
Black boys on my ass over there.
Huh?
I don't want to drive. They body slammed me inside the club.
Keep your head still for me, okay?
I do got a nice truck.
You don't stop. Get the truck.
Please.
Back it up.
I don't like it when cops get manhandling people, but, sometimes they have to do their job.
Get up. Back it up. We're not trying to, hey, listen. Stop. Stop. Take a breath. Take a breath.
We're good.
Everything's all right.
We're good.
The Nassau County Sheriff's Office is called following the report of an intoxicated man fleeing a bar. But what should have been a standard arrest soon takes a dramatic turn, and the situation quickly spirals out of control, resulting in...
This goes totally to my theory that nothing good happens after midnight. Get drunk, stay home, beat your wife like a God-fearing American. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Bro,
Don't do that.
is that actually the regular? I did not know that.
Fuck home. Getting out in public and getting loud, it just is, and wearing, the other thing is I fucking hate cutoff shorts. I just hate cutoffs. I don't know what it is. I just hate cutoff shorts. My mom used to wear them, and I just was like, Mom, put something on.
Resulting in accusations of battery
and
misconduct.
You can get the back inside, or you can go to jail too.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage
Shouldn't be showing the legs for free by AP.
Cops can talk like that because you think they're going to lose business? No.
Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On July 6, 2025, the Nassau County Sheriff's Office is called to assist the city of Fernandina Beach Police Department, following the report of an intoxicated man leaving the Hammerhead Bar. When the deputies arrive, they find the suspect still in the park.
Okay, so intoxicated man leaving a bar. Okay.
Wait, did I just break snow and am I crazy?
Get in the vehicle!
Maybe I'm crazy.
HQ Bravo, 650 on that vehicle. It's going to be a blue F-150 at the hotel by the sea.
There's place for like 3 parrot banners in this lobby here. Shit's so massive.
Oh, he's getting ready. Those aren't just regular gloves. Those are weighted gloves, and they hurt when they pound on you.
How's it going, man? How you going?
Oh, he's in the driver's seat. I thought he was in the passenger seat.
Pretty good.
I live here. I don't live here.
Okay.
I'm from Georgia. And I see that.
What'd you guess?
I'm trying to get in my room.
All right. Why y'all bloodied up, man?
Cause my toe's bleeding. My toe. Just my toe.
You need rescue or anything like that, my man?
Listen, I just came from here, but when the black dudes come out, hold on. I ain't doing nothing wrong. I don't want to get beat up. I don't want to get jumped. I don't want to do nothing wrong. Please, sir, I'm sorry. I swear to God, here. I swear to God, I'm sorry.
Why don't you just set that?
You know, when I'm out and about, I like to take
Sorry
my
for
shirt
what?
off because clothes are just just in it.
Is he on the bath salts?
Don't you? Nobody
Maybe on the bath salts, bro?
Why don't you just set that down?
Oh, y'all, look, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No weapons. I got a cigarette. I know it's funny, but listen.
No, something else.
That truck over there.
Listen. I was at the bar. Okay, cool. They got my credit card.
Over-explaining your situation to a police officer is not advised. Okay? No, look, I'm going to explain everything to you over there.
Credit card. Everything's good. I got a lot of money.
Shit.
I'm making $100,000 a year.
Cap.
Okay. I'm not from here. I'm from Georgia.
Perhaps you could use some of that money to remove some of those ugly tattoos on your body.
You got an ID in the car?
It's in my wallet.
Do you mind if I grab it real quick?
Do whatever you do.
Okay.
Any weapons or anything?
Tyler, any I just got this. And I'm a happy mother.
What's all the liquid here? Did you throw up? Did you piss?
You got them right I threw up. No, probably sweating.
I
You goddamn right.
Sweating. What?
Honestly, do you want to sit there at your vehicle and be questioned by police? Or would you rather be snuggled up to your sweetheart in bed? That's an easy one.
Yeah, I got it, man. Don't reach in there. I got you. Hey, don't go reaching in there.
I ain't doing
I got you. I got you. Hang tight right there for me.
Though the man is hard to follow, his driver's license identifies him as 31-year-old Tyler Merritt. With some
big leagues right here, though.
Attempts to explain that an altercation had taken place at the bar before he left. He says it all started because of one of his tattoos.
What?
That's cool, man. You just chill here. All right.
I'm talking to you. You see this on my stomach? I did 9 years in prison, officer.
Okay.
Gee, that's hard to believe. Somebody of your caliber would do 9 years in prison.
For something I did wrong.
What'd you do?
I stole a bunch of scrap metal.
Remember I keep saying, don't be coming up to me?
You're right.
Cool. What'd you go to prison for?
I went to prison for theft by taking. I stole scrap metal.
Okay.
Did I need school clothes this year?
You went to prison for 9 fucking years for stealing scrap metal? It had to be a lot of scrap metal.
It has to be so much.
My mama was smoking crack. Did I need school clothes? Come on.
Oh, and you have a crack smoking mama. That's just seems so odd. I would expect to find you at, the Woodbridge Country Club.
But you got, okay.
Okay, of course.
I get
Anyways, I went chain gang. I come home, I went chain gang. Parole violation. I come home. Am I on parole now? No. Am I on probation now? No.
So where'd you see him pull right out of that spot right over there?
What's up with homie?
So you seen him drive? Okay.
It didn't matter if you saw him drive. You saw him sitting in the driver's seat. So here's the thing. Even if you're not driving, if you're sitting in the driver's seat and you're
you're
in
cooked.
control of a motor vehicle, even if the keys aren't in the ignition, although there's no keys in the ignition anymore, right? Because it's whether you have physical control of a motor vehicle. And unless your tires are off and it's immovable, you're still at DWI, driving all under the influence.
Fair enough.
Come here. Did he hit that other car?
No, I don't think he
I don't know why you would drink and head into your car. Just take the Uber or something, right?
Take me to jail. I don't give I got my money. Monday,
We're just trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, what I'm telling y'all is, them black motherfuckers over there, y'all seen them. They big football motherfuckers.
The bouncers.
You goddamn right, son.
They're the bouncers.
They're bouncers. They're there to kick your ass out if you're being unruly.
They said, hey.
They're security.
I was leaving, going to chase my wife.
Okay.
Though it's somewhat unclear what exactly happened, Tyler claims that he left his debit and credit card with the bartender, and when he tried to get them back, there was a confrontation with the bouncers. He then left the bar and the deputies were called. Whatever may have occurred prior to the deputies arriving would pale in comparison to the incident that was about to take place.
Why are you trying to drive?
I wasn't trying to drive, but my wife...
Man, you were parked in the median over there.
Listen.
The truck's up in a minute, man.
Listen. I was parked there. You goddamn right I was parked there.
What the fuck?
My wife left an hour and a half ago. The bartender had my debit card. I got...
Because you bought some drinks, right?
Well, what I'm telling you is, these black dudes seen this Confederate flag on my stomach. I was 31 now.
Keep saying
Officer.
these black dudes.
I don't know if you know this, but the Confederate flag is controversial.
Here's my cigarette.
Keep backing up. I don't know why you keep coming up to me.
You know, if you had a fucking shirt on, they wouldn't have seen it.
I'm trying to leave with my wife.
And you're trying to get your stuff back.
You goddamn right.
Okay.
That's my wife. Look how pretty
Did
she
you end up getting your stuff back or no?
No. Until the bar closed. Until they come over and say, listen to me, officer.
Because your wallet's...
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Lock me up. I don't give a I got bond money. We'll bond out, go to court. It is what it is. I paid fines. I make $52,000 a year.
Thought he made $100,000. Now he just got demoted.
You get demoted while you're there.
Lock me up. We'll bond out.
You just said you made $100,000 a year.
No, I've been there 2 years. I made $122,000.
Oh, in the past 2 years. Okay.
By the grace of God.
There you go.
By the grace of God.
All right, man. So I'm gonna talk to you, okay?
You want to lock me up? Let me up.
So,
But what I'm saying is,
listen to me. You gonna let me talk?
I go leave. You goddamn right. You disrespect the white folks. Listen, I am a white folk.
Huh?
He's got some things.
So I got to talk to you real quick, okay?
Yes,
So
my wife over there.
I got you. Based on some of these events tonight, I believe that you're impaired. What I got to do?
But I got a motel.
I got you. Well, I got to make sure that you're safe to operate a motor vehicle from you moving
I don't
that
wanna
motor
drive.
vehicle to here to there.
She
I
drive.
get you that you don't want to drive. However, you were just caught driving
Huh?
from there to there.
You want to do whatever you want to do?
So I got it.
So he admitted driving. See what happens.
Respect that.
So listen to me.
I
Let's
done
listen
did.
to Listen to me.
You're right.
I'm going to
And he's a little fella too. I mean, look at him. He's not that tall.
now.
That's not the big homie.
Standardized field sobriety exercises to determine. I got a list of exercises I'm going to have you do if you choose to.
You want it, whatever you want. I do.
Okay.
Despite his compliance, getting Tyler to actually complete the field sobriety tests would be easier said than done.
Now, you don't have to do the field sobriety test, but they'll assume that you would have failed, and then they arrest you and bring you back to the jail or the cop shop, and they'll make you take a test. And if you don't take a test, it's a crime. Do not refuse. You know, they can let you have a phone to talk to a lawyer. Any lawyer that would tell you not to take the test is wrong, because it's a crime to refuse.
Are you not wanting to perform the
I don't want to
exercises?
drive. You goddamn right I don't want to drive. The only reason
No, I'm saying the exercises. Are you?
Because I had 20 black boys on my over there. You goddamn right I don't want to drive. They body slammed me inside the club. Only thing I was asking was for my debit card.
Are you wanting to do exercises?
If you want it, yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna have you listen. I need you to listen to me.
What I need to
I will talk to you in just a second. I'm gonna have you lean right there
do,
on that
I'm gonna
push
leave from
button.
here. No, but I got a room inside.
I'm gonna have you follow this lighted stimulus with your eyes and your eyes only.
Amber.
I want you to keep your head still.
Something tells me it's not just booze that is in his system.
Yeah, it's a mix.
and
It's definitely a
I
mix.
do, y'all. Listen. Well,
Wait.
I'm
Is it
sorry.
Listen to me, man. I'll let you talk in
I
a
didn't want
second.
to crank my truck. I didn't want to leave the motel. But you can get, well, you got 30 black boys looking at a Confederate flag. You racist mother. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to be racist. Whatever you
What?
want, I'll do it. I'm shut up.
All right. I'm gonna have you follow this lighted stimulus
Yes.
with your eyes and your eyes only. Keep your head still, okay?
He's Japanese, bro.
Keep your head still for me, okay?
I do got a nice truck, though. Sir, I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to drive.
See, part of following instructions or not following instructions can be indicia of
I
intoxication.
don't want to drive. You want to hit with DUI? Hit me. I'll pay that. I'll go to court. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't talk. I got a motel here, though. Them black boys don't give a cuz they wanted to fucking up. I was just trying to get my credit card. Go back to the motel room. Go to sleep. I'm sorry. I swear to God, officer.
Here's what I'm gonna have you do, okay? Stand up normal for me.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna have you turn and look at these. There's two, a red and blue light right there.
Tyler is informed he's being arrested for suspected DUI. While he seems understanding, securing Tyler in the back of the vehicle also proves to be a challenge.
If you're gonna throw up, you let me know.
Listen, officer.
You hit that side.
I'm
you
on
hit
your
the street.
side.
All right, if you're gonna throw up,
I
don't
swear
look
to
at me.
God. Listen.
See that right there? You gotta sit right there.
It's
I'll do whatever you want to.
5:41.
Cool, sit right here.
But what I'm saying is, my wife.
All right, now they're going to put him in the passenger seat, it looks like, for whatever reason. And I think that's his truck. And he's handcuffed. Keep that in mind.
Don't let her divorce me.
Oh, dude, that's between you and your wife. That ain't between me.
I know, but right now I'm going to jail.
Crawl up in there.
Goddamn, man, cause...
Yeah, you gotta lean back, gotta step up.
Officer, I swear to God.
That's the cop's car.
Well, you're all bloody and stuff. I don't get your blood all over me.
Emma, my knee.
Yeah, don't be kicking me with that. All right, scoot on in. Just scoot.
I ain't doing nothing wrong.
Scoot.
Whatever you...
No shoes either. No socks. No shirt. No dice.
You want... I'm down.
All right, cool. Scoot.
God damn, that hurts.
All right, here.
Oh, I am bleeding.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Officer,
I'm just pushing you in a little bit, all right?
Well, whatever you want. Whatever you want.
All right, now you can sit up straight.
I ain't against nothing, officer.
Cool.
I got a motel here if you want.
All right, cool. I'll be right back with you, all right?
Listen.
I'll be right back with you.
Whatever you want. I'm down.
All right, cool. I'll be right back.
During all of this, Tyler's...
I wouldn't give you 2 plug nickels to be a cop. I mean, that time of night, where would you rather be? On the street dealing with fucking drunks like this? Or snuggled up with your sweetheart? Oh, baby, I love you. Thank God we're not out and drunk.
Tyler's wife and nephew have been waiting on the other side of the parking lot. Deputy William Woods, who will soon be involved in a shocking and unexpected incident.
Here's what I want you to do tonight, okay? Or maybe the next night or whatever. But one night, I want you to just wake up at 12:01 and look to yourself and think, oh my God, I'm so glad I bought this guy.
Now approaches them.
Alrighty. He wants your stuff to go with you. Or his stuff to go with you. Alright. We are conducting an inventory of the vehicle now, search incident to arrest. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I understand y'all got some kids here, right? I'm not going to tow your vehicle tonight. Okay?
Bro, what you yelling for?
I'm trying to tell...
That's a big statement right there. They're not towing the vehicle. So they're not taking the vehicle into their custody. And he's out of the vehicle. So what's your reason for searching the vehicle? He said it was an inventory search. Inventory search only applies if you bring it into your custody.
I'm trying to tell my wife the truth.
She knows the truth.
I'm trying to go to sleep.
Okay, well, you can take a nap right back here, all right?
I love you.
All right, man.
I love you. Don't tell a cop you love him, because they won't believe it.
Once again leaves Tyler alone in the back of the vehicle. But despite claiming he wants to go to sleep, he continues shouting. Tyler's wife is adamant that he never drinks. In fact, this is the first time he's drank in 3 years after getting clean.
He is a little happy when he gets drunk,
It's
so funny, it scares me back.
I get it.
Without warning, Deputy William Woods makes a split-second decision that changes everything.
You don't stop. Get the truck.
Please.
Back it up. Back it up.
Why did he do that? Why the fuck would you do that? Because he's irritated and the guy was making noise. But he wasn't hurting nobody. And he wasn't obstructing his investigation. He's just back there, you know, a typical drunk. No reason for this cop to do that.
Everybody back up.
He's got a bullet in his back. You
back it up. Back it up.
Over here
hey,
now.
You can't be breaking out windows.
No, but you
back it. Hey, if you don't stop, back it.
Come on.
Back it up.
You ain't scaring me, boss.
No, you're good. Just back it up. All right? Hey, man.
We're just
Hey, man.
he does have a bullet on his back.
He's trying to break out our windows. That's not cool. Hey, no. We're not trying to. Hey, listen. Stop. Stop. Take a breath. Take a breath.
We're good.
Everything's all right.
We're good.
As soon as he hit the ground, Tyler was knocked unconscious.
Let's get him in recovery.
So I had a case once where my client was at the bar with another guy, and these guys came in from the college, and they were giving the commander shit. They were being racist, and it was a VFW. And they get drunk, and the commander says, or the commodore, or whatever they call him, and he says, can you help get this guy? So my client and another guy escort this guy out of the bar. My client's just holding him by the hands, and
this one.
behind. The guy wriggles free as he's out the door, and he goes to punch my client. My client pushes him, falls back, hits his head, and he dies 5 days later. So when you see something like this, you hit your fucking head, you could die from a brain hemorrhage pretty easily.
Mm.
that's just balls. You know, that's just fucking balls from this cop. The cop could have pulled him out and said, look, don't do this, or given him a warning. He could have done anything. He didn't break any windows, and maybe he was trying to. But you bring him out and you gently, you have a duty of care to somebody in the back of your squad.
Dumbass.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's breathing.
We're gonna make sure he's all right.
Yanking him out of the truck like that was unnecessary.
Him trying to bust out the windows unnecessary.
Yeah, but he's drunk.
It don't matter.
You sober.
Hey man, this is our.
Think this guy has a job anymore? He better fucking not.
It's our job. It is. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Hey, save that. All right, save it. That's all I got. That's all I ask. Just save it.
You can get the back inside, or you can go to jail too.
We're just worried because he's bleeding. That's it, Kobe, stop.
Why am I going to take you to jail? Because now you're opposing.
Huh?
Yeah, you can get 25 yards away from me.
The fuck?
Or you can go too.
Stay right here.
Yes. You can. You're not trying to act some type of way.
You're just making sure he's good. I understand. We'll be all right.
Huh?
Tyler, are you okay?
He's moving. He's all right.
He's responding.
He didn't look okay to me.
I'm not trying to get because I'm...
Just hang out right there for me, all right?
Is he okay?
We're gonna have rescue come look at him, all right?
Tyler! Tyler!
Hey, I understand that, but hey, while they're doing that, we can't just be.
He just does
screaming.
have a bullet on his spine.
I understand.
If it's hit the wrong way, it will paralyze him.
Okay.
At this point, they should be doing airway, breathing, circulation, ABCs. I drove an ambulance when I was in college.
We'll knock him out.
Okay.
That's the only reason. I'm not trying to.
We're gonna have rescue look at it. All right.
Tyler's wife explains that he was shot 2 years ago, and the bullet was never removed.
What the fuck is wrong with these tires, bro?
He's moving.
There's a thing called the eggshell skull rule, which means if you tap somebody on the head and it's unwanted touching, even though the normal person
Okay, so that's a level up on this. That's
damage,
good.
you're responsible for that damage, even if they have an eggshell skull. So they didn't
Wait,
know that.
am I eligible for more?
But they're responsible for it
That's
just the
alright.
same.
Moving and breathing.
After about 4 minutes, Tyler begins to regain consciousness.
Relax, relax, relax. Relax. You trying to act a fool, man.
Wait, we're recording.
So hang tight. Okay? Yeah. Headbutting and kicking. And when I opened the door, he pushed it into me, so I just snatched him.
No, he didn't.
Watch that video again. He didn't do that.
Sit up.
Count.
The deputy who removed Tyler from the vehicle is William Woods. Deputy Woods will expand on this claim about Tyler's actions later, but his own body cam footage will leave the truth of the situation up for debate. For now, while they wait for EMS to arrive, the other deputy attempts to explain the situation to Tyler's wife.
We have things that we have to do, you know what I mean? Like, we can't just, like, let people break out our windows. So, like, that was the only thing. Like, how he just sat there and just was yelling, cool.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about that.
When he starts,
But, because here's the thing, too, right? Like, although we had to do that, he was banging his head on the window, right? He can cause himself harm, you know what I mean?
And you ameliorate that by bashing his head into the fucking pavement while he's handcuffed.
I just worry.
It isn't long before emergency services arrive and begin examining Tyler.
I love y'all.
Well, you're not right, man. What's going on?
I know I
You been
am.
drinking?
What did they get me?
What they get you about the club?
I don't know. Please help. Please help me.
So when y'all got here, he was doing what?
He was trying to drive. He almost crashed twice. Went to do DUI. I got him in the back of the car. He started trying to bust the windows out. And so I opened the door. When I opened the door, he kicked towards it. And I snatched him at the same time, and he went straight down head first.
Tyler has injuries to his feet and legs, which occurred during his altercation with the bouncers, and now has a gash on his head. Before he can be transported, Deputy Woods adjusts Tyler's handcuffs.
Listen to me.
Listen to him.
I'm going to take these handcuffs off of you. They're going to come to the front. When I do that, don't do anything stupid.
I swear to God. I'm sorry.
I'll work with you, but don't do anything stupid.
I'll work with whatever you want. I'm drunk. Yeah.
Let me get gloves real quick.
No, I got just these gloves.
I'm sorry.
I get it, man.
Tyler's cuffs are moved to the front and he's soon loaded into the ambulance, but his family is left reeling from what they've just witnessed.
He's in custody, okay? So he'll be on a police hold, so you won't be able to go back to see him or anything like that. We'll get him cleared from there, and he'll just go to jail tonight, okay?
While one deputy explains the jail process to Tyler's wife, Deputy Woods heads to speak with a colleague where he will once again share his version of events.
Yeah, I'm good.
Anyone in?
Just him. None of us. We're all good. Pretty much while we get into the back of the car, I know they don't call it excited delirium anymore. He's got something else other than alcohol on board. Drenched in sweat, he starts banging his head against the windshield. I don't have bars or anything like that, so I go to open the door. That's when he kind of kicks the door into me. I grab him, he kind of jumps out, and I'm taking him out of the car, and he just...
That did not happen. See, I mean, most cops don't do that. Most cops tell it like it is. But when you know you have to shade it, right?
And he just hit the ground.
In his report, Deputy Woods described that Tyler, quote, began to bang his head against the rear driver's side window, causing it to flex and bow in an outward manner. I advised him to stop headbutting the window and attempted to open the rear door to...
Did you ever hear him advise him to do anything?
...or to keep the arrestee from harming himself. When I opened the rear door of my patrol vehicle, the arrestee lunged out of the vehicle as I was trying to pull him.
Well, you know, he lunged with your help. He said, I would like to eat the pavement, sir. Can you help me eat the pavement?
I was trying to pull him out of the vehicle. The arrestee went limp and fell to the ground, hitting his head on the asphalt.
He went limp. Oh, I see. Oh, I think he went limp after he forced his head to, become part of the pavement.
Deputy Wood's own body cam captures this exact moment.
Get the truck.
Please,
Back it up. Back up now. Back it up.
Notably, though his report states he told Tyler to stop headbutting the window, Deputy Woods isn't heard saying this in any of the body cam footage.
If you don't stop,
get the truck.
Back it up. Back it up.
You can kill somebody with that maneuver. Isn't that, I mean, it's just terrible.
At the scene, Tyler's wife and nephew follow the ambulance to the hospital, leaving the deputies to discuss among themselves.
You're the only one who used force? Yeah.
I am. I had him for DUI. He's mine.
According to court documents, Tyler Merritt was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol, obstructing or opposing a police officer without violence, and careless driving. He was adjudicated guilty of driving under the influence. The charge of obstructing or opposing a police officer was not prosecuted, and the careless driving charge was dismissed. According to court documents, Deputy William Woods was later investigated and faces charges of battery and official misconduct. He's pled not guilty, however, the case remains ongoing.
So, had he been at home snuggling up with his loved one and not getting shit-faced at a bar, none of this would have happened.
But...
And this cop, I'm telling you, if you're a cop out there, you hate cops like this. Right? You hate cops that make it difficult for you. You hate the cop that gets pulled over and shows you his badge. Like, what kind of position are you putting me in? Having to arrest you, or having to back you up on a bullshit story. Good cops don't do that. Good cops don't do shit like this.
Yeah.
In all likelihood, he's not a cop anymore, and he's probably working as a greeter at Walmart.
Good.
So that's our reaction to the
Okay,
cop regrets his final decision to
you don't just
make
throw him in the ground.
Pavement. At midnight, and I didn't see what time of day this was, but I believe they do have extra belts, if I'm not mistaken. I think because if it doesn't fit around you,
Wait, fat activist?
This lovely lady, Jalen Chaney, recently got arrested, and we're gonna watch this. She didn't fit in the back of the fucking police car. Oh, I shouldn't laugh at this, but and I know some of you people are gonna give me shit for laughing, but it's so ridiculous. So let's just look at this TikTok.
So you want to hear my hot take on plus size travel and why I think every plus size traveler should get a free second and even third seat on an airplane? Then
free second and third seat. Well, let's put them in Delta One. In fact, better yet, let's give them their own fucking airplane with Twinkies and all kinds of steaks and whatever they need to shove in their gullets.
Good idea, bro. That doesn't even make any sense. Because you're fat, you need more space on your plane.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another
You deserve more seats.
fat-filled, fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers. You're a board-certified criminal defense lawyer, and I'm a little plus size today. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I've lived a good life, and I need to trim down. I'm like huge right now. And a couple of years ago, I lost a bunch of weight. I was running every day, and I'm not doing that right now. So I'm a little heavy. And you know what? I have suits that I don't fit in. So and really good-looking suits. So I'm in the process of doing that, and that's relevant. Why, Bruce? Oh, it has to do with this episode. But before we get to this J. Bay, whatever her name is, this episode is brought to you by AskALawyer.com. Let's say you're plus size and you really want to litigate the fact that you can only have 3 seats across an aisle and you need your own plane because you're a plus size traveler. Well, what you do is you go to AskALawyer.com for $49 and you know the currency is all the same size. It doesn't matter how big the wallet is. You go to AskALawyer.com, you get a living, breathing lawyer, and they'll tell you that you're full of they will give you good legal advice. So you go to AskALawyer.com, you get a live lawyer, and whether you have a problem with your landlord, maybe a neighbor, maybe you've got maybe somebody suing you, maybe whatever your legal issues are, go to AskALawyer.com. And here's the other thing: if you're doing your own research,
I kind of want to get another coronavirus, but it would just ruin me.
So you're good to go. You know, it's the same people that brought you eForm and eSign, which I use both of those on kind of a regular basis. I actually subscribe to both of those. You'd think they would give it to me for free, but no, I pay just like you guys. But it's not that much, so it's a good value. So AskALawyer.com.
All right, bro.
If Grandma says it's good, then you know it's good. AskALawyer.com. Okay. Here's the thing. We have a society, right? And society is kind of built on norms. And when you walk around on a sidewalk, or you walk, you know, down the street, or you get into an airplane, or you get in the back of a taxi cab, you know, they're built for normal people. And if you have an extreme, like you're too thin or you're too fat or whatever, you just have to fucking deal with it. And here's the thing. I'm not insensitive to people who are heavy. I mean, look at me. I'm fat right now. I am insanely. I hate it because a lot of my suits don't fit, and I've got some really nice suits that what do I have to do? Bitch to somebody? No. What I do is I do a little bit less hand-to-mouth disease, and I get on the treadmill, and you know, you just try to get fit. You know, you work on yourself. But you know, being heavy is also a health problem. Inflammation is the cause of knee problems because you're dragging around 300 pounds. Your knees are going to be all fucked up. Your hips get all fucked up. Your bone structure gets screwed up. Your organs get screwed up. And you don't have a long lifespan. Remember John Candy? He was one of the nicest guys on the planet. One of the funniest guys. Yeah, or Chris Farley. You know, their weight killed them, aside from the drugs. This lovely lady, Jalen Chaney, recently got arrested. And we're gonna watch this. She didn't fit in the back of the fucking police car. Oh, I shouldn't laugh at this, but and I know some of you people are gonna give me shit for laughing, but it's so ridiculous. So let's just look at this TikTok.
So you want to hear my hot take on plus size travel and why I think every plus size traveler should get a free second and even third seat?
200 have signed.
Free second and third seat. Well, let's put them in Delta One. In fact, better yet, let's give them their own fucking airplane with Twinkies and all kinds of steaks and whatever they need to shove in their gullets.
Then you better keep watching and sign my petition to make some real change. Let's just state facts. Plus size travelers need more space.
Plus size travelers need to size down. Let's just say this. You know, no, I'm sorry. The seats are the way they are. Just because you have an eating disorder or you have a physical problem doesn't require the airlines to accommodate you. It just doesn't. Do you see? They bring people in wheelchairs, but they don't have a section for wheelchairs on the airplane. You know, they can bring you in a wheelchair. put you in a seat, but they don't take out a seat to put your wheelchair in.
Yeah.
Many people agree that plane seats are too small, even for the average size person. As
Huh?
a plus size traveler myself, I know how uncomfortable and unsafe it can be to squeeze into a tiny airplane seat.
Every seat with her is a tiny fucking seat. Well, how about first class? Oh, that's a tiny seat. How about Delta One? Oh, I should get 2 beds instead of 1.
We're not asking for special treatment or luxury accommodations.
You are.
We simply want enough space to travel comfortably and safely without fear of being discriminated against because of our size. It's truly that simple.
It's truly that simple that you need to do less of this. I mean, honestly, why doesn't she bitch about her toilet? Because if she shit in relation to her ass size, her bathroom would be the biggest room in the house. I mean, she's not saying her toilet's too small. Granted, some people have weight problems for a variety of reasons. Health reasons, for example. If you're on certain steroids, it can balloon you up, and you have no control of it. I get it. Don't tell me that people aren't heavy because of their personal choices and habits. I'm heavy right now because I fucking eat like shit. I mean, it's simple as that. I eat too much ice cream. You know, and that's why I'm hiding it right now. If I took my shirt off, you guys would throw up.
If you agree that every traveler deserves to fly comfortably and without fear of discrimination, then go ahead and please sign my petition and share it with everybody that you know. Let's work together to make air travel more inclusive and accommodating for everyone.
Having the airlines, you know, they calculate these things. They need to have so many seats and so many souls on board in order to make a profit, and they need to make a profit in order to keep running. It's not discrimination because, I mean, you're not normal size. I mean, how much does she weigh? Do we know how much she weighs? If you're a woman, and let's say you're 5'5", 5'6", just generous, you're medium height, and you're over
She's like
200 pounds,
350.
that's heavy. If you're over 300 pounds, that's really heavy. If you're 500 or 600 pounds like this woman, that's medically dangerous. It just is dangerous. I mean, if you're on fucking oxygen because of your weight, you need to make some changes. Let's just take a look at her in the seat. This is just so bad.
My body isn't the problem. The system is. When you're forced to buy 2 seats or squeeze into a space that wasn't designed for your body, it's not just inconvenient, it's dehumanizing. This isn't a luxury, it's a basic human right to travel with it.
Okay, the reason I played that is I want to make sure I fucking heard that right. Your body isn't the problem? So are you saying that you were meant to be 600 pounds or 500 pounds or even 400 pounds or even 300 pounds? Your body is the problem. It is not normal for people to weigh that much. It's not normal for your body to have to support that kind of weight. It's a medical issue. So if you are unapologetic and you're big and you're loud and you're proud, well, good for you. But live in a world that's not like that for everybody else. You're a small fraction of the public. You are going to die early because of your weight. Plain and fucking simple. If I smoked, for example, oh, I can't smoke on a fucking airplane. I'm being discriminated against. Oh my goodness. I mean, fucking hell. That's not the case. There's no smoking on airplanes, dumb shit. And you shouldn't smoke anyway. I don't smoke, but I can't imagine people that do today, you know?
Bring back indoor smoking.
Yeah, well, Robert smokes, and I used to work at a nightclub where I was a DJ when I was in college. And I'd come home, and I would smell it. I didn't smoke, but it was when you could smoke in restaurants and bars. I would just reek like secondhand smoke. Thank God they changed that. Well, this is no different. These are personal choices, by and large. There are the occasion where somebody has a medical condition that, you know, they're just heavy because of some medical, and I get that. Either thyroid condition, or you're on steroids, or whatever. You know, so now look at her. She that looks actually like a first class seat that she's in, and she she takes up the entire space. Most people don't do that.
You're forced to buy 2 seats or squeeze into a space.
That's a big seat too, bro.
Okay, she can get down the aisle just fine. You know, I don't know what she's talking about.
It's not just inconvenient, it's dehumanizing. This isn't a luxury, it's a basic human right to travel with.
She's on fucking oxygen. She's on oxygen. Why is she on oxygen? Because she can't breathe because her fucking fat belly is pushing. And I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback on this from people. But I am heavy myself, so I can talk about this a little bit. But I'm not this heavy. You know, what do? You watch your diet. You eat salads. You eat a little bit of chicken. You go for a run on the treadmill or a brisk walk. or you just don't eat that pizza for breakfast.
Travel with dignity.
This plus
He's
size
spitting
woman
gamer
believes
now.
it's a basic human right to travel with dignity, and she's standing up for change. With every journey, Jalen challenges the uncomfortable realities that many larger travelers face, from cramped seats to insensitive policy.
Cramped seats for somebody that's 300, 400, 500 pounds. I'm sorry, if you're gonna weigh that much and you're proud of it, good for you. I mean, I don't think anybody should judge anybody, and I don't judge you for your weight. But you're not gonna have an airplane. Imagine if they accommodated everybody for that kind of weight. How big would the airplane have to fucking be?
Policies, and she demands a change.
You deserve to be comfortable flying, and you deserve to live your best.
I want my own oxygen too. You know those oxygens that they only come out during emergencies? That should be an option to have the oxygen come out just because I can't breathe because it's pushing on my chest and I can hardly breathe.
Your best life, just like everybody else. Airline seats are too small for many people, regardless of their size or weight.
Jalen has launched a GoFundMe to advocate for fat equality and offers helpful tips on how plus-size travelers can travel safely and comfortably.
You deserve to be...
I believe they do have extra belts, if I'm not mistaken. I think because if it doesn't fit around you, you know, it's just like, shit.
Yeah.
You deserve to be comfortable. You deserve to get there and not affect your health in some crazy way. If anyone is being asshole to you and staring at you or making you feel uncomfortable, realize that that's more a reflection of who they are and not you.
I do agree with that. I mean, I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek here. I know I'm being slightly disrespectful just to make a point. I mean, I don't want to fat shame anybody. I mean, if you're heavy, you're heavy. So the fuck what? Nobody cares. However, you can't demand 3 seats on an airplane. I mean, why would they do that? You know, I mean, charter your own airplane then. You know, where you can sit
Exactly.
in
Exactly.
the belly of the airplane
Exactly.
and have them take up the whole airplane. It doesn't work like that. Our good friend J Bay, oh my God, she's so huge. She's so huge. It just looks so uncomfortable. And here's the other thing: you can't do things. You can't get up and walk around the block like walk your dog, or go for a run, or just I don't know, run a marathon. I just that immobility that you have, and so then you isolate, right? And you isolate, and what's the only thing that you can do? This. I can do this all day long, and I can watch TV, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And it's really wind up being an addiction to food. So she's kind of gone off the radar screen. And according to the Daily Mail, they discovered that she was accused of attacking a police officer at a hospital in Kennewick, Washington. Why? Well, evidently she's polyamorous. You know what polyamorous is? That's where you're kind of into more than one person at a time. And I'm all for that, I guess, if that's floats your boat. Tends to complicate things, though. You ever seen the guy on Sister Wives? You think he's doing okay? Everybody wants a piece of his ass and don't want his ass. You know, they want his property. They want, you know, and it's just more fucking headache than it's worth. But her boyfriend or her fiance Jacob, she discovered was with another man. I guess he was polyamorous too, and she assaulted him. So the Daily Mail talked to Jerome Cheney, her dad, and her father, and told the Daily Mail that he believed that the incident that happened after his daughter, who publicly identifies as polyamorous, caught her ex-fiancé Jacob Ard with another man, resulting in alleged domestic assault. So when officers arrived to arrest Cheney, they discovered the 6XL influencer was too big to fit in their police car.
6XL is insane.
Custody. You know, that's another discrimination. I can't fit in your cop car. So what do? I remember when I was in college,
maybe the person is the issue, not the system.
Woman who was 545 pounds. It took 4 big, strong guys, and that means me too, to pick her up and put her in my ambulance. And I sat in the back with her, and she hung over so fucking far on both sides of our gurney. We couldn't put up the railing on either side.
America, baby.
Lock it in. I just had to hold it there with my feet. And so, God forbid we should get in an accident or something, because she would have gone flying. I struggle with weight. You know, everybody struggles with something, you know. And you got to watch it, especially as you get older, because it just becomes a health hazard. But it doesn't give you the right to, oh my God, look at her. Fucking God. So, what did they do?
How is their clothes for that size? How does this exist?
Man had to be dispatched with a fucking lift. with a lift. I mean, it's not like she's slightly overweight or she's just a heavy girl that, you know, just needs an accommodation. No, they needed to send a fucking truck to come get you with a lift in it. So they claimed she was unable to manage the steps to get up the police van, so they saw a affordable lift deployed so that she could safely be placed in the rear.
Prison is very good for her, though.
Papers unearthed by the Daily Mail. Oh. And she was charged with third-degree assault and resisting the officers. She could resist the officers just by fucking sitting there. I mean, how are you going to move her? I suppose you could pinch her ass until she moved. I shouldn't be. I really don't want you to think that I hate fat people. I don't give a shit what color you are. I don't give a shit what race you are. I don't give a shit how fat you are or skinny you are. I care about how you treat other people. And I care about just being good to people. And when you're, not being good to the cops, because she was charged with third-degree assault and obstruction of justice, because she's giving the officer shit because she didn't want to get arrested. That's normal. Now, that's normal behavior. Criminal behavior, but it's normal. So she was taken to the jail where she was charged with those offenses and resisting arrest.
To you, and you know your trespass, so.
Oh my god. How did she get it to 2?
Flip it up. This is all my evidence.
Yep.
Everyone.
Make sure you grab all your stuff.
No, hey, you guys, please. They're going to kill me.
Huh?
Grab all your stuff.
It's okay, the FBI's watching.
Her channel doesn't work unless she's the fucking victim all the time, right? She's the victim, she's the victim, she's the victim.
It's okay, the FBI's watching. They saw what you just did.
Did you see the one TikTok where the guy is at the get kicked out of the all-you-can-eat buffet because he's there for like 5 hours?
Wait, you get kicked out? Why?
So actually, I need to call my dad now.
He's not interested. You've already burned the bridge, so he's not going to come help you.
I'm going to call my dad, actually.
You can call from your phone.
Yeah,
your
give
own.
me the phone.
No, you don't get this phone. You're trespassed now.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
I can call.
Yep. Let's go.
No,
Let's
you
go.
have to arrest me here.
No, we don't have to arrest you here.
I'm not leaving. I'm naked.
You're covered. Yeah.
What are you doing when you're...
In a wheelchair, too.
I just don't get these people who are, when you're 550 pounds, I don't care if you're 6'5" and you're 550 pounds. That's still heavy. I mean, how much does Shaq weigh? Shaq doesn't weigh 500 pounds. And he's 7 feet tall. When you can't move. She's in a wheelchair.
You have all kinds of clothing.
Don't let this happen, dude. Hey, this is my evidence.
Yeah,
Get the
we're going
out
out
now.
with you. Let's go.
Get the out now.
Let's go. Let's go.
Get the out now.
Let's go.
Okay,
That way.
This is why I came to Trios. This is
That
why I
way.
knew you guys would do this.
That way.
What? She's actually
Burnt the
naked.
bridge, unfortunately.
Trios, please.
She's not a nice person, it doesn't appear.
I'm sorry. This is why I was trying to talk to you privately. Please don't let them do this.
Why don't you make a run for it?
Yeah, right.
You guys know what you're doing, and I'm literally
Ripping up the trespass order and just,
literally naked.
We're
I'm not getting
trespassing
out of
you
the
from
wheelchair.
private property that they don't want you here.
Give me those.
Yep, we'll give them to you.
Yep, trespass me.
We'd already done that.
Make sure I'm naked on it.
That's on you.
You ripped your paperwork up. That was your formal trespass.
What an idiot. I don't even want her to say a word anymore, to be honest with you.
Why did you guys just tell me what the fuck is going on?
We did tell you.
Dude, I need to go to the police.
Why is she
Are you
talking?
We are the police.
No,
I can't walk.
you can walk.
I can't.
You can't.
I'm going to stay here. So wherever you leave
Well,
me.
we will help remove you from the chair, and then you can decide if you want to
Take me
sit
to
on the
jail.
sidewalk or
Take
not.
me
We're
to
not
jail.
taking you to jail.
I'm going to jail. I just ripped up your 99-year
That doesn't matter. You don't have to keep that paperwork.
Wherever you take me.
Sure.
Help! Help! Ramos knows what he did!
Ramos knows what he did? This is mental illness, honestly. And that can manifest itself, in a number of ways. And one of the ways is overeating and not taking care of yourself.
KPD, hands up, don't shoot! I'm naked and they fucking raped me! Trio Southward just trying to save me!
Guys, any woman that, alleges rape, that you should run away from them. Any woman that's 550 pounds, run away from her.
The FBI is watching.
What?
Yeah, do what you're gonna do. Destroy the evidence. Destroy the evidence.
Yay, one bill sacks.
Ramos! KPD! All those police watching me!
Hold on, though. That was kind of tough.
How is that helping her? You know, when you are obstreperous,
That's actually kind of tough.
You know, I mean, I think she's just trying to get arrested at this point.
Taking you off their property.
Oh. All of a sudden I can walk
Perfect.
again.
Now you can walk. Go that way. Go that way. Go that way. No. No.
Why do you want to get arrested so bad? Is it because you want to lose weight?
I gotta go to the hospital.
Nope. Walk that way.
911.
Walk that way.
911.
Walk.
911.
Walk.
911.
Walk.
They don't want to arrest her because they know she won't fit in the back of their car. So these cops don't want her in their car. You know, I mean, it is just a trespass order. Is she being disorderly now? Yeah, she is. But, you know, discretion is 9/10 of the law. So cops can look at the other way on things, and they often do. But, I mean, squeezing her into the back of your squad, which you know she won't fit in, and all of a sudden she gets caught or injured somehow, and then files a claim against the city. Do you need that headache? No, you don't. But then she's on the street, so something's going on with her that's more than just being heavy.
I think so too.
Clearly, she's got mental health problems.
I believe that too.
They
Honestly,
said she was, you know, rude, unpleasant to deal with, saying that she threatened to kill our families and was telling us to burn in hell.
Families.
I mean, you don't say that to cops. I mean, what do I say in almost every one of my episodes? I wouldn't give you 2 plug nickels to be a cop because it's a fucking difficult job. And they don't deal with shit like this. Whether you're drunk or you're mentally ill or just a you know, bloating, you know, influencer personality I don't think she's an influencer. I think she's just got some following because she's heavy. She did a GoFundMe and she raised $1,200 with a target of $1,600. Adding the money would help her secure short-term housing, living essentials, and legal guidance. Along the fundraising, she shared images of herself in a hospital bed with a breathing tube in her nose, while others show her in the back of the car packed with luggage. Unbelievable. So, oh my God, look at her there.
It's gross. Don't show it.
I used to transport people like this constantly. And some were very nice and some were not so nice. But she clearly is just a pain in the ass. And I'm sure
she's literally a pest.
Oh, yes, she is. Because her public defender filed a motion to have her found, had a competency evaluation, and they came back and said she wasn't competent to proceed. So here's what happens with that. You know, generally speaking, if you're not found competent.
DoorDash crash it.
The police last night because I wasn't sure of DoorDash's process for like SA. Or if this was even reportable to the police in New York State because he was in his home.
He never touched you. He was unconscious. There's no assault. There's no volitional act. He's just laying there with his pecker hanging out. I mean, so what? You know, a penis is not an evil thing.
It's not like he came up to his door with it out or like his window with it out or whatever.
That's evil. Oh my God.
What?
Oh, wiener. Look at his wiener. Oh my God. Get over yourself. Have you never seen, touched, tasted, or felt a cock? I mean, it's not that big a deal.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
Boy.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. How lucky am I to have you guys on the other end of this camera and viewing what I do for a living. Wait, do I do this? No, I'm also a board-certified criminal defense lawyer. So I'm coming to you with an experience and with and today we're reacting to DoorDash Girl, okay? And this kind of ties nicely with a case that I tried this week, and I'll tell you a little bit about that as we dive into this. And I'm coming to you with my pearl handle pistol cufflinks, so graciously gifted to me by our former content genius, Michael Rivers. And you know, I put a post up, you know, about his passing. It's been a year. You know, it just sucks. It just fucking sucks. I think we have almost 42,000, a little over 40,000 likes and all these comments. You guys are amazing. It really does make a difference, and they do get through. And we all read them, and I just can't reply to them because there's so many. But know that they get through and they're listened to, and you know it's like a prayer to me. And I just really appreciate the
But I don't think he understands, bro.
Sentiments. So before we get
yeah,
to
I think he knows now.
DoorDash girl, Olivia Henderson, a viral story of self-snitching. As we got our stuff here. This is brought to you by AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com. Say you're a DoorDash girl and you decide, hey, I think it's a good idea to put this shit on TikTok and make some false claims. I think that would be a great idea. Maybe I should check with AskALawyer.com first. Guess what? For $49, you wouldn't have to go hire a lawyer and get charged with crimes because you already figured it out. If you need a lawyer for whatever reason, or you need some legal advice, go to AskALawyer.com. It's actually $49. You get a living and breathing human being. You know, it's the same people that brought you eForm and eSign. So they, you know, and I use both of those, and so they're good folks. And or if you're doing your own legal research, they have an AI component trained in all the 50 states. So go to AskALawyer.com. They're a great.
This is a constant supporter, so yeah, I believe it.
AskALawyer.com. You know, it's a difficult job when you go from door to door. You know, like DoorDash or Instacart or even a cop. You know, Olivia Henderson was a 23-year-old DoorDash driver. She was delivering food when she encountered a male customer who was naked, passed out, partially naked anyway, unconscious on his couch due to him being drunk. A lot of us need to lose weight. I need to lose weight. And, you know, late night snacking is probably one way to avoid, if you avoid late night snacking. And if you order DoorDash, you should stay conscious for it. But if you're so fucking drunk that you can't eat your food, don't order it. So that sounds kind of logical, doesn't it? So Olivia proceeded to film the passed out customer and post it to her TikTok, claiming this encounter was a sexual assault.
Huh?
Doing Olivia. The following videos came from Olivia as she posts her assault, tells the story. She's got like 70 million views. And I guess we're going to give her some more views. Because people are saying, oh, I got to see this shit, right?
Wow.
If you encounter somebody that's naked and you're a DoorDash driver, shouldn't you try to respect their privacy? And maybe they're dead. You know, maybe they're dead. Maybe they're in a medical situation that, you know, maybe they passed out because they did drugs, or maybe they had a heart condition, or maybe
exactly.
What are you doing taking advantage of the situation?
Retarded. What the fuck?
That's fucked up. No, what's fucked up is her posting it. We live in a society where we take advantage of each other too much. She's taking advantage of a situation for her
benefit,
for her clout, for her bullshit.
Yep.
And she probably made a lot of money off this. Who knows? I don't even know how you make money off of TikTok. Where's our brother's keeper? You know, and I don't do a whole lot of videos about positive things where somebody does it. And the reason I don't is because I'm a criminal defense lawyer and I talk about crimes. But in all fairness, don't you think we should be our brother's keeper? Why not put a fucking blanket over him and make sure he's breathing and not post that shit on the fucking internet? Or post, you know, I encountered this person today. I'm not going to show you who he is, but this is what happened. I put a blanket on him. He was breathing. I made sure he was okay. But I mean, be your brother's keeper. You know, take care of one another, not exploit one another. So let's take another one of these stupid clips. And now she claims this is an assault. First of all, what's the definition of an assault? Assault is the immediate apprehension of bodily harm. A sexual assault is the immediate apprehension of an unwanted sexual touching, and it can take a lot of forms. It can take the form of, you know, forcible. That's why you have crim sex 1 all the way to crim sex 5. You know, crim sex 5 in Minnesota is the least culpable. You know, and then all the way up to like things done with force. So there's a whole wide range. You walk in on a naked person, that is not a sexual assault. But let's just hear what she has to say. And I haven't seen this, so let's see what she has to say.
She's so dumb.
I commented, but my comment's getting buried in my comment section. I reported this to DoorDash over 12 hours ago, and they're supposed to call me back, which is strange because I've reported a couple less serious incidents before, and they called me back within 1 to 2 hours for those reports. So I don't know what's going on there, but I didn't report this to the police last night because I wasn't sure of DoorDash's process for like SA or if this was even reportable to the police in New York State because he was in his home. But after so many people...
He never touched you. He was unconscious. There's no assault. There's no volitional act that
I don't understand this at all.
He's just laying there. His pecker hanging out. I mean, so what? You know, and here's the other thing. You know, a penis is not an evil thing. You know, it can't just get up and chase you down a hallway. You know, just because we have one doesn't mean that we're going to use it against you. I mean, give me a break.
People told me to report it to the police. I did. And I called the non-emergency line, and they sent a police officer over to speak to me in person and watch the video that I have.
Was it okay for her to call the cops? I think so. But not because she was sexually assaulted. Because they'll do a welfare check on this guy because he's passed out, and I don't know if he's okay or not. He ordered DoorDash, and now he's passed out on his couch. I put a blanket on him to cover him up. I think there's something.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be the brotherly love thing to do.
And then he asked me to email it to him, and he asked me if I want to press charges, like what do I want to come from this? And I said, yeah, if there are charges to press, I would prefer that because I don't want this to happen to somebody else again. And he understood that, the police officer, and then he went back out to his car, and then he came back to me, and he told me, like, this is pretty much verbatim. It's not verbatim, but, like, it's the point that he said. He said he's not sure if there are charges that can be pressed at this point because he was inside of his house, and specifically he said it's not like he came up to his door with it out or, like, his window with it out or whatever, but it's like, come on now.
That's evil, Oh, my God. Oh, wiener. Look at its wiener. Oh my God. Break. You know, I mean, get over yourself. Have you never seen, touched, tasted, or felt a cock? It's not that big a deal. Pushing you down and forcing it on you, that's a big deal. Or getting you drunk and doing things without your consent, that's a big deal. You coming into an apartment with a passed out dude trying to deliver his DoorDash, here you go. See you later. Run away.
Like, how likely is it that it's cold outside? It's pretty chilly. Your ceiling fan is on. You got all your lights on in your house. You got your front door open, right? You just ordered DoorDash 15 minutes ago. And within 15 minutes of ordering DoorDash and it getting delivered to your front door, you're asleep on the couch with your pants and your underwear to your ankles, your front door wide open, your lights on. It's freezing outside. Like, come on now. That is voyeurism. That is...
No, it's not. Voyeurism is when you peek in somebody's fucking window.
That is exhibitionism.
Could be exhibitionism. If he was conscious.
That was something against my own will that I was fulfilling for that man.
He wasn't even there.
Get over yourself.
Oh, and I forgot to say the police officer said he was going over to the residence of that DoorDash customer to speak to him and see what his side of the story is, what he has to say about what was going on.
He probably doesn't even know.
And then another major factor that we're not even considering is that man lives in a duplex. In that video, you'll see another door next to his. That's another apartment unit right next to his. That could be a family. Anybody could walk out. See, listen, if I was a target...
It could be another sex offender. I mean, you know, in which case it would be community service. Give me a break.
You still shouldn't be walking off, whether you're drunk or under the influence of any substances, with your door wide open regardless, because anybody could walk out and get assaulted from that, seeing what you're doing on...
I did have a case one time. My cousin, really nice guy. Nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Sitting on his steps, right in front of his front door, completely naked, manipulating his genitals, cuffing the carrot, boxing the clown, you know, jerking the gherkin. And, you know, people are walking by, you know, and there is something to that. But he was conscious. It was a volitional act. He was a veteran who had PTSD, and he just, for the life of him, couldn't figure out why the hell he was doing that. And we got him a little bit of help, and we took care of it and kept it off his record. But he didn't try to hurt anybody.
Your couch. It could be a child. Anybody could come up on your porch and see that.
Well, a kid's got to learn somehow, right? No, I'm joking.
Anybody walking by on the sidewalk and accidentally getting a glance would be a victim.
What?
A glance. A glance blow. I have bystander trauma, Your Honor. Give me a break. So, like, if I see a car accident and I'm a bystander, do I have a claim for negligent infliction of distress because I'm a bystander? I happen to see something. Give me a break. We have a knee-jerk victim mentality in this country that drives me a little bit insane. You know, I'm all for protecting victims' rights. You know, like the Epstein files. We're going to do a kind of a longer version of that motherfucker. And there's some people that are going to have to answer some questions. Like Bill Clinton was on that plane 26 times, called the Lolita Express. I mean, I thought it was powerful when you saw those 10 women come forward. This was me then, and I was, sexually assaulted back then. Powerful. They should be protected. You walk by and you see some guy with his dick out. I mean, get out of here. It's annoying. I mean, you're not. What are you, scarred for life? Oh, I've been in therapy for 14 years because I accidentally saw half of his balls. Give me a break. Ugh, don't get me started already.
Hey guys, so DoorDash just deactivated me 2 days after.
Great, yay! Who gives a shit? If you're so victimized, you know what true victims do? They don't want to fucking tell anyone.
They'll be deactivated.
Honestly, they don't want. They feel embarrassed. They feel it's their fault. They feel like I don't even want to tell my mom. I don't want to, and I have to go to a courtroom and get on a stand and tell everybody this. No, they don't post shit all over TikTok. Give me a break.
Days after I reported my sexual assault. Hey guys, I just lost my job, and they won't tell me why.
Do you have to really figure out why? You posted a video of a customer online. I think that's enough, whether he's got his dick out or not.
They're supposed to send an email immediately after deactivation providing you the reason why and a link to appeal, and they didn't. So I contacted support, and they made me sit on the phone with them for 50 minutes just to tell me that they can't tell me the reason why, and I have to just go ahead and appeal without knowing why. So my chances of getting my account back, they have my money in that account. I was working! I was literally working! And they deactivated me! This is related! They just punished me!
Seems like you're a little unstable. And I don't think I want you delivering shit to my house.
Yeah.
For posting about my sexual assault while DoorDash.
You weren't sexually assaulted. Nobody touched you.
Dashing. They just fired me! And the police are doing nothing! I lost my job! And that was my only way to make money to pay my bills!
And you ruined it.
If any guys out there were looking for a date, and she's really good when it comes to debating, lifelong decisions. Give me a fucking break. Okay, she considered suing. What claim would she have? I'm a little fired up too because I'm on the heels of a case that I just won.
What the fuck is wrong with her?
And it was a sexual assault case. So my client worked at Denny's, right? He was an immigrant, and he was from Mexico. Been here 17 years. Worked all that time at Denny's. The whole time at Denny's as a cook. They loved him there. I had 4 witnesses to come in and say, number one, they saw the video, blah, blah, blah. He comes to court in September. ICE picked him up and put him in ICE custody, so he couldn't have his trial. And they're going to deport him. Wait. You're denying his due process rights. So I called the county attorney, who happened to be a close friend of mine from law school. And I don't do that often. I don't ask for favors. Hardly ever. But this time I did. And I asked the prosecutor to get ICE to just get him a writ and bring him into court so we can try the case. So I can hopefully win it and keep him here. And I knew I could win this case. But it was a 15-year-old girl who he knew from a child with family friends. And she worked there as a hostess. She did everything she wasn't supposed to. She was not supposed to be in the freezer because she was underage. She wasn't supposed to be going and doing side work because she was a hostess, not a server. And all these other things she wasn't supposed to do. The cops, when they get the allegation about, a week later or so, they don't go there to get the video. And so the video gets written over 30 days later. So there's only, but the district manager saw it. And she said,
Did I get there?
They were in the freezer for maybe 20 to 25 minutes, 25 seconds, 20 seconds is about all it was. She goes in first, and he had his hands full when he went in, so he wasn't going in after her. And then she didn't want to.
How is he lost so little on this?
I was so pumped up to try this case. Long story short, she said he groped her in the freezer, and he had a hard-on and was grinding on her with a full cook's apron on. And I told the jury, I said, look, what she said about him grinding on her, let me just tell you something. First, he had a big apron on. Second, for all you guys out there, when you're in the cold temperature, things don't get bigger. They get smaller. And give me a fucking break. The state put their case in. It was like about an hour and a half, if that. That's how long it took the state to put their 3 witnesses on. I took about the same, maybe 2 hours to put on 4 witnesses. The jury took less than an hour to find him not guilty. And I'm telling you, it just was BS. It was a BS case, just like this is a BS case, you know? And when you have false allegations like this is not a real case. Was he a little bit negligent in leaving his door open? Yeah, and doing whatever he was doing? He's in his own home, and he's unconscious. Dude, quit drinking. I mean, just as simple as that. But these allegations can affect a guy's life or a woman's life. You know, look at all these teachers that get accused of sexual assault. And then if you're a true victim, you're not publicizing all this. So she wants clout for this. So here's a more formal statement.
3 days ago, October 12, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. Excuse me if you've already seen this. This is my 3rd time posting this because TikTok keeps silencing me and taking my videos down and giving me strikes. So if I get one more strike, you guys, I'm just letting you know right now my account is going to be banned.
What will I do with my time?
So I'm going to try to word this as chill as possible to avoid getting this video striked. So on October 2025, the DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on. And they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes.
Did you take a bite of a reasonable pill or something? I mean, of course, you dumb shit.
But I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. I appealed, and they were supposed to respond to my appeal within 7 to 10 business days. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. I was supposed to send an email. They didn't.
Maybe
so
don't care.
I contacted support, and they told me to continue with my appeal without knowing a reason why. There's an option to select, don't know why I was deactivated, and then you still have to explain yourself. So I did. And within 12 hours afterward...
You know, I watched this show called Snowflake Mountain. Have you seen that on Netflix? And it's about these, you know, self-entitled 20-somethings who just think the world is owed to them. You post a naked picture of a DoorDash customer. Why would you think
so
disembarked for that?
pig pet has to be the best level, right? So I'm gonna just level all the pig pets and see where I go from there.
I mean, 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. So I'm really never getting my DoorDash account back. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter. And TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time. And this is the only justice I'm getting because I also reported this to the police and the police are doing nothing.
It's not an assault, you dumb shit.
So what? So what? You're gonna take down my videos and give me strikes and just expect me to be like, oh, I just better shut up. I just better sit here and be quiet. I just better not say anything else. I've lost my job, my only way to pay my bills and make a living. I've also gotten assaulted.
Oh, really?
It doesn't.
The only way? You know, there's thousands and thousands of jobs out there, but none of those are good enough for you? Give me a break.
Assaulted, and the police are doing nothing to help me. So let me just shut up. You know, the videos got taken down. Nobody has to know what happened to me. No. I'm going to keep telling my story. Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man and having posted that video.
All right, compare this to Cassie Ventura. Compare it. And how much did you see Cassie put online?
Video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he... You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished.
Know where he is? Should we lock him up? I mean, the guy passed out with his pants at his knees. How do you know somebody else didn't do that to him? How do you know how he got that way? I mean, his door is open. All you had to do was drop the food right there. You didn't have to go in and look at him. I mean, it was simple as that. Give me a break. This guy is just...
Any combination of two options.
He's not getting in trouble with the police. He didn't lose his job if he has one. Like, what's going on with him? Why am I getting fired?
Because you posted a video of a man who's naked on the couch.
I was assaulted. I'm the victim.
Assaulted?
I lost my job. I'm the victim. Right? Is this making sense to any fucking buddy?
I think I heard this in an opera one time. Me. It's all about me. Hey, enough about me. Let's talk about me. Hey, what are you doing? I don't want to talk about what you're doing. Let's talk about what I'm doing. Hey, what about me? me, myself. Oh, give me I cannot stand this.
Hey guys, it's been a minute. A whole 24 hours, I know. But I have an update as of October 16th, 2025. But first and foremost, I just want to thank everybody for the overwhelming support and...
Oh, you're a victim. You're a victim. There's a certain level of advocacy that some women find, and some gay guys. Just ask Robert. No, I'm just kidding. Where everybody's a victim. You know, everybody's a victim. If the penis comes anywhere near you, that's sexual assault. Even if you asked for it, even if you said, "Hey, let's get married and have a baby," but don't put your penis anywhere near me. There's a certain level of victimhood that people enjoy. This guy was irresponsible, and that's really about the level of his culpability, depending upon what happened to him. You don't even know what happened to him.
Yeah, exactly.
That you've shown me, it's really making me feel so validated and seen and heard, and that's really helping me through this tough time. So I just want to let you guys know.
What is allyship? What is ally? Does she mean allyship? To be my ally or help me out in the alley?
I really appreciate the outpouring of support. So the update is, last night I was made aware, a bunch of people started commenting on my pages that DoorDash made a public statement about me on their TikTok story and on their most recent
As well they should, because you are talking about DoorDash and how bullshit this is. So you're going public, they might as well go public.
Instagram post in the comment section. And I'm not going to speak too much further on details, but what I am going to say is I and the entire rest of the world found out why I lost my job at the exact same time. I didn't find out before you guys. I'm just letting you know this right now. The people that saw their public statements and made me aware that they made those public statements knew why I lost my job before I did. Because I went and I checked my email once I was made aware that they made those public statements.
Who gives a shit? Tell us why did you lose? Tell us why did you lose your job after you posted a video of a naked customer?
Public statements, and they sent me the deactivation email around the same time they released the public statements, like literally within the same hour.
Okay.
So they sent me my deactivation email explaining my reason for being deactivated. A whole 24 hours after they deactivated me, and a whole 24 hours after I already submitted my appeal. And about
okay, stop yapping. Explain what happened.
My appeal. They finally sent me the email explaining why they fired me. So I and the rest.
What did they say? I mean, you're not gonna tell us? I'm not gonna go fucking look it up.
The rest of the world. We all found out why I lost my job together. That's the update.
I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. She was arrested on November 10th.
Good.
And arrested and charged with unlawful surveillance in the second degree, which is a felony, and dissemination of unlawful surveillance in the first degree. If convicted, she can look up to 8 years. Well, she's not going to get 8 years. You took a video of an unconscious person who was naked, and then you published it. What did you expect was going to happen? It's an invasion of privacy. It just is. Unbelievable. There's a big debate, over this case. Some say her claims are valid. Others say the man was passed out and didn't know he'd been seen.
How can someone say his claims valid?
That he made a statement to her or asked her to touch his wiener or tried to chase her down the hall with his naked wiener or do anything with his wiener. She doesn't say he was even conscious at any time. If he ordered DoorDash, he was clearly expecting someone to show up. That's true. But he was obviously drunk enough not to know better, and on and on and on. So here's the thing. Yeah, does he have some responsibility? Sure he does. It's mitigated by the fact that he's a drunk. I mean, if in fact he was drunk. Or maybe he was just really tired and he scratched his balls and forgot to pull up his pants. Who knows? She ain't a victim. And her going into his house, taking a video of him, and then publishing it on the internet is a cybercrime if I've never seen one before. You know, you can't just publish stuff about people. You know, you can't. You know, there's a thing called cyberbullying, you know, and it's usually boyfriend and girlfriend. Girlfriends like to send some racy pictures and stuff.
Ooh.
Oh, you know what? You fucking bitch. I'm going to post this shit online, blah, 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 blah. No, you don't do that. You don't do that. If she trusted you to be intimate with you by sending you, you know, a sexy picture or video or whatever, you don't abuse that by putting it online.
Exactly.
And, you know, and that's what this gal did here. I mean, they're not boyfriend, girlfriend, obviously, but this guy was vulnerable. How do you know he didn't have some kind of medical thing going on? Or even if he was drunk, you know? I mean, you could have just left the food right there. So some media outlets are reporting that the police were able to retrieve the Ring doorbell footage of Olivia opening the door. This is in contradiction. I don't know if that's true or not. So this is in contradiction to her statement that the door was wide open when she arrived. My guess, look at this outrage from this snowflake. My guess is that that's probably the case. She probably knocked on the door. He didn't answer, and then she opened the door. The 23-year-old contacted police and claimed she'd been lured in the house by a man and described the incident as an instance of sexual assault. However, the Ring camera footage taken from the residence reportedly appeared to show Henderson letting herself into the home. Well, that's a whole different kettle of fish now, isn't it? The Ring camera footage taken from the residence reportedly appeared to show Henderson letting herself into the home, and police reportedly stated the man in the home hadn't given her any indication to enter.
So laggy, bro. Am I crazy?
Could something like exposing yourself to a DoorDasher even be considered sexual assault? No. It's indecent exposure. Seems like police know he was drunk versus Olivia saying she was lured. She was lured.
Yeah.
Her original video got over 30 million views before she deleted it. How does the virality of this case affect how a judge will see this in court? Could it result in harsher sentencing? I think so. I think the fact that this did go viral and she had 30 million views and then she kept posting about it is an aggravating factor, especially if she lied about it. If the door Ring camera shows her opening the door and she lied about it, that's more of a malicious thing going on there. Could the man sue Olivia for defamation in a civil suit that she has painted him as a rapist? Yeah, oh my God, yes. What are you going to get from her? She's unemployed. But, yeah, you could. You absolutely could. Because let's say the door was closed and she let herself in and he's passed out with his, you know, pants. I mean, it's the human body, for crying out loud. It's not like he's, you know, chasing her around, you know, with lube. You know, I mean, he's not doing anything. He's just passed out. I mean, maybe he had to take a dump and forgot to pull his pants up. Who knows? But he didn't have an erect penis, according to her. I mean, she didn't say he did. If she goes into the home, sees that, and then puts that online, that is invasion of privacy. And that's the intentional infliction of emotional distress. I know, I'm distressed just thinking about it. All right, that's all we got for this one, for this Miss Henderson.
Crazy, bro. What a stupid idiot girl.
Find another job. Because you're not going back to DoorDash.
Keep your eyes open, Nick. Nick, I know it hurts.
Hey,
Just keep your eyes open, please.
As Nick struggles to remain conscious, Sarah attempts to comfort him.
Can't breathe. He can't breathe.
I know. They're coming. We're expediting him. They're here.
All over what? Fucking chickens. All over chickens. Does that seem like it worth it to you?
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And he's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your very own board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my 24 karat gold shark cufflinks, which means that we're doing business today. We've got another Ewu Explore With Us video, so make sure you give them some love. It's when an HOA violation ends horrifically.
Damn.
Cold reaction. Now, here's the deal. You know anything about homeowners associations? You've seen these Karens who are, on the board and they, your bush is 2 inches too high, or you can't have your bicycle out front, or that's one of the things that I think I would just absolutely hate about being in an HOA like that, because your home isn't your home. You're part of a community, and you have to do as the community says. Your fence has to be just so. Your hedge has to be just so. The color has to be just so. Everything has to be just motherfucking so. Oh. All right, so I haven't seen this, so we'll get into what a pain in the ass is, and how this ends horrifically. But before we get to that, this is brought to you by our sponsor. Let's say you get into a situation with a homeowners association. This is a perfect situation to call askalawyer.com. I mean, what are my rights under the HOA bylaws? Do I have a right to have my swastika flag flying? I mean, I don't have one, but it could happen. But do I have a right to do this? Do I have a right to do that? You go to askalawyer.com for $49. They'll give you all the reasonable intelligence you need to perfect your claim against Karen, because Karen's giving you all kinds of grief. And if you're going to do your own legal research to find out if you can fly that, regardless whether it's Union Jack or a Southern Cross or whatever it is, you want the rights that you're afforded to. Well, you go to AI, and they have an AI component trained in all the 50 states, and you're good. So
Give me
askalawyer.com.
that scrap.
I recommend it. Same people that gave you eForm and eSign, which I subscribe to both of those because I use them on a regular basis. Okay, right off the bat, where you hit the, it's always guns, isn't it? We have too many guns in this country. I honestly believe that. The gun violence.
Extremely true.
But it keeps guys like me in business.
Come out! Hands up!
Can't breathe. He can't breathe.
Holy.
Yeah. And then
Is it lagging, bro? Or am I tripping?
Yeah.
On December 29th, 2023, the City of North Las Vegas Police Department is called when a dispute between neighbors takes a violent turn. The chaotic and deadly scene is caught on camera, and as harrowing as the footage is, nothing is more shocking than the reason the dispute started in the first place.
She's got chickens in the backyard. I turned her into the HOA for chickens.
I hate people who turn people in. Snitches get stitches, and sometimes wind up in ditches. Granted, I wouldn't like somebody raising chickens next to me, I don't think. Number one, they carry disease. Number two, they stink. Number three, they're loud. And number two, it's just messy. I don't like chicken shit all the time. Yeah. However, I also don't want to be that person that's a pain in the ass that say, hey, look,
The following is based on official reports, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
But not in the court of Bruce Rivers, Criminal Reacts.
At 4:28 p.m., a 911 call is made to the City of North Las Vegas Dispatch.
Why am I lagging so bad? Kind of confused, so I'm gonna
Police? Our crazy neighbor?
Okay, what's going on out here?
What was that?
What's going on out here, please?
Our crazy neighbor just fired shots. She might have...
So, neighborhood disputes are just awful, in my opinion, because it hits you where you live, right? My neighbor is the nicest guy on the fucking planet. He built my addition onto my house. I just sold him a car. If I'm gone, he'll bring in packages. I'll do the same for him. I was gone. I went down to Florida, for just a little bit, and it snowed while I was gone. So what did he? I came back, and he had shoveled my driveway.
Damn.
That's how you roll. When I get up on a sunny or snowy morning, I shovel the front of my sidewalk, and I shovel my neighbors, and one more up, and then one more down, or two more down. So I shovel the sidewalk for like 5 people, so they don't have to do it. I'm already out there. Why not? That's the way neighbors should be. I've got this one case where my client has just got these neighbors that just hate her, and it's just so sad. And you know she put up these cameras, so they looking down into my client's backyard. You know, it's like you're invading my privacy a little bit. She's walking around with a dildo on a stick, kind of as an FU to them. But all it did was fuel the fire. You know, be nice to your neighbors.
Ah, c'est de l'eau paste.
We don't know where she is. She has a gun. She's armed.
Figuring that an armed suspect has apparently opened fire in a residential area, officers race to the scene.
In number 2? Shooter's in number 2? Or
she ran that way.
It's a female?
Isn't that funny? You hear shooter, what do you automatically think? You automatically think it's a guy, don't you? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
See, that's what we call confirmation bias. Where you've been and what you've done, that informs how you make your decisions. And that's one of the things that you fight in jury selection. You don't want people in the jury who have that confirmation bias that's so strong that they jump to conclusions, like I just did in my own head.
Number 2 room. Shooter's supposed to be in building 2.
Damn,
Right
there's a
here beside the
shooter?
suspect. Go, go, go! Hey, go, 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 go! Where's he hit? Where you hit? Alright.
You're good, you're good.
Control 3.
Just stay awake, okay? Keep breathing, you're good. Look at me, talk to me. You're good.
Hands up! Come out! Hands up! Hands up! Contact with suspect! Contact! Hands up! Hands up!
See, I mean, tell me cops don't have a tough job. You know, they run to danger. We run away from it. I'm a basement window man myself, as my mom used to always say. You know, and talking about afraid of heights. You know, it's a tough job to be a police. You know, they take so much shit from the general public. You know, and some of it's, you know, deserved, I guess, because some cops act like shitheads. But for the most part, cops are pretty damn good, and they have a tough job.
Open the door! Open the door!
Now, here's the deal. This is like a drill, you know? I mean, you've got to... You ever see that where they go through a course, you know, and they have one, you know, guy with you know, you can't tell if he's... You got to make a split-second decision. Do you make... So what do you do with her? Does she have a gun on her? Is she going to fire
why did you just
me?
reset there?
I mean, you only have a split second right here to make a decision.
Open the door! Get out! Get out! Get out! On the ground! On the ground!
Good. What's your name?
Can we get his ID, please? Hard to breathe.
I know, but just here, look at me. You're good.
Do we know the suspect? I don't know. Here, give me that gauze. Give me that gauze.
Crazy neighbor, we have a restraining order on file.
Okay.
Around the corner, the officer has successfully handcuffed the suspect.
Where's the gun?
I don't know. The girl.
It's the reason my game is. I'll just do that now.
Is there an exit wound? Hold on. Here, turn around. Hey, sir. There's no exit wound.
The victim is identified as 46-year-old Nick Davey. Just as the officers take a look at the gunshot wound in his abdomen, they notice something on the ground just behind him.
Secure that. Secure that.
Mhm.
Secure that. No, don't grab it. Don't grab it. Don't grab it.
You're good, you're good.
The officer quickly secures the abandoned firearm in her patrol car.
What's your neighbor's name? What's your neighbor's name?
Joe Junio.
Oh, so now I'm confused. So who's the woman with their hands up? And they said the suspect now is a guy. Bias confirmed.
Joe Jr.? I'm going to just hold the pressure on you. Joe?
Joe Junio, female Filipino.
Got her in custody around the corner.
That's a gun right there.
Where?
Right here. I think. That's a gun, I think. That's my sock.
I don't know if this is her or not. I think it is.
There she is, right there.
36-year-old Joe Junio is handed off and swiftly placed in the back of a police vehicle. What she pointed to in the street was actually a 9mm cartridge.
Nick.
Nick.
What do you do for work? Pastor. You're a pastor? Where do you...
Where at?
What church? Nick. Can't breathe.
I know. It's okay. Medical's on its way, okay?
Hey, was that gun the...
You're a pastor where?
I wrestled it from her. Yeah.
The woman speaking is Nick's wife, 43-year-old Sarah Davey. She'll soon share a harrowing account of the day's events.
I know. Don't get up. Don't get up.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yo, Nick.
Okay. All right.
Keep your eyes open, Nick.
Hello?
Nick, I know it hurts.
Hey,
Just keep your eyes open, please.
As Nick struggles to remain conscious, Sarah attempts to comfort him.
Can't breathe. He can't breathe.
I know. They're
coming.
We're expediting him. They're here.
There you go. Here he is, Nick. Is this a phone? Is this a phone? This is, this might be her phone.
Yeah, there's no
Okay, cool. Just gonna ask for medical can do their thing, okay? You can stand right here. Just give us a
Ma'am, all over what? Fucking chickens. All over chickens. Does that seem like it worth it to you?
Yeah. Hey, we gotta get you on the gurney, sir. We gotta stand you up, okay? You good to hold pressure? Yeah, I got you. I got you. You got it?
Mm.
All right. Is it bleeding pretty heavily, or? No, that's all the blood.
If we
Mm.
all just, took into consideration our fellow neighbor, you wouldn't have situations like
Mm.
this. Because it isn't just about chickens.
That's
It's
all.
about this slight, about that slight. It's about fuck you, no fuck you, no fuck you, back and forth.
You are fucking, you bloody, bastard, bitch, fuck you, bloody, fuck you, bloody, fuck you, mother, bloody, fuck, bitch, bloody, fuck you, fucking bloody bastard, benchwood, bloody, you blunder. No, but why? Bloody no, bloody fucking accident. Then what you wanna do? Why you fuck me? I fuck you, bloody bastard, fucking running like lady, bloody. What the fuck, man?
When you're on the road, what could be lost if somebody's trying to get in to let him in? Do you really gain by getting that last little spot and not letting somebody in? No. And if they want to be a dickhead and cut you off, just back off. We need to, as a society, we need to back off just a little bit more.
As Nick is rushed to receive medical aid, the officers attempt to better understand what led to the violent altercation and try to speak with Joe. What they can't yet know is the bizarre turn this story will take.
Hey man, what's your name?
Joe.
Joe. All right, I'm gonna read you something. Just let me know if you don't understand anything, okay?
Joe is read out her Miranda rights.
You wish to talk to me?
No, I need a lawyer.
You need a lawyer? So you don't want to explain?
I need a lawyer. Bye-bye. Can't talk to her.
Explain what happened here?
I need a lawyer.
Okay. All right, thank you. Somebody said they had video. You guys have video? Check that video, and then we'll go from there. She already lawyered up, so.
As it would turn out, the incident was caught on multiple cameras. For now, though, the officers turn to Sarah to get the peculiar and alarming story. She's standing with her and Nick's 2 children.
What's the backstory on this? She's a crazy neighbor. Okay. We have a restraining order filed. It has not been approved. The hearing is January 8th. Today, she slow rolled in front of us. We were pulling out.
Which one's her car?
A white Mazda SUV.
Security footage actually captures the moment before this and shows Joe.
With ring doorbell cameras, they're everywhere. I can't tell you how many cases I have. It's almost rare to not have video these days because there's cameras. There's cameras on the street lights. There's cameras everywhere.
And shows Joe driving away from her home. A minute later, she can be seen returning and pulling her vehicle in directly next to the Davy family as they're all preparing to leave.
She rolled her window down.
And here's the thing. If you have a shitty neighbor, guess what? They're going to probably put up security cameras because they want to capture everything that's going on.
Window down looks. Nick is like half in the car, half not. He says, "What are you
getting like in the driver's seat or in the passenger seat?"
Nick is getting in the driver's seat of our car.
Okay.
And she's in the driver's seat of her car, and they're both facing in opposite directions, so they're right next to each other.
Okay.
He says, "What are you doing?" What? And she, nothing, opens the door with a gun.
This exact moment is also caught by the security cameras. However, another video will reveal.
What does that look like? And then nobody else is armed. This just looks like a gratuitous fuck you.
The horrific incident in shocking detail.
Multiple shots. They go
around how many? Like if you can try and remember.
3 or 4 before I.
Okay.
So Nick is shot immediately behind the car. He falls. I don't know which direction I.
Whether you're using your fists or a firearm, your actions always have to meet a reasonable standard under the circumstances. they report her to the HOA, you know, for her chickens. And, you know, notice how I came out originally kind of on the side of who was being reported. Well, I'm not there now. See, this is why you have to wait until all the facts are in before you make a decision.
Direction I go in, I think I go from
About
behind.
how many, 3 or 4?
Can you get medical for her? She fought her and her tooth is broke.
This isn't the only injury Sarah sustained during the struggle.
Has shot 3 times
Gotcha,
or so.
okay.
Another shot. I assumed I was shot, but
Are
I
you?
wasn't.
Did you check?
It just hurts right here. Oh.
Were you
yeah.
shot?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Is this a bullet? Or is it just like a...
Looks like you're grazed.
You got grace? Let me see on the back. Oh, there's an exit wound.
Feel it?
Got into the fleshy material. You know, we had a running back, Ted Brown, and he was cleaning his gun and shot it right into his leg and hardly felt it. You know, those running backs have just massive, massive legs.
I don't know. Adrenaline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does she point the gun at you, or did you?
Well, I go up to her and I'm wrestling her, so she's down in the gun. I hear a shot. I assume I have been shot, and then I get her. I get the gun from her, and she runs around.
Okay.
A nearby vehicle was also struck during the altercation. With medical on its way again, this time to treat Sarah for her busted tooth and gunshot wound, the officer finally asks about what caused the disagreement in the first place. And the answer is far more unusual than anyone expects.
So she's pissed at us.
Okay. Why did that start, though? Why did you guys...
She's got chickens in her backyard. I turned her into the HOA for chickens.
Okay.
And she started threatening us. And then she started threatening us.
Following the reveal that this incident all began because of a dispute over chickens, the Davies daughter shares that she managed to capture the entire confrontation on her phone and hands over the video.
So my guess is, you know, maybe today was about the chickens, but for her to say my crazy neighbor, sounds like they've had more than one run-in before.
I think
she got shot too. It just went through and through, and her tooth is
fuck.
missing. But look, like she got it on video. The daughter.
Wait, was she still standing? What
Yeah, it went through and through. She said she doesn't feel it.
Oh.
Yeah.
She plays the video again for another colleague, this time with audio.
Video?
Yeah, you can literally see the whole thing here. She just gets down and shoots him.
Holy.
Yeah. And then after that, she starts wrestling her. They get into it. She takes the gun from her.
Joe's condo was eventually searched for evidence, and police recovered handwritten notes reading, "My next door Unit 3 neighbor is harassing me. The HOA board never stop harassing me, make me crazy, and they never stop." Stunned by the footage the Davies daughter recorded, one officer even recreates the action.
She jumps out the car, literally like this. Pop, pop, pop.
As things start wrapping up at the scene, the officers discuss Nick's wounds.
Very pale.
One entrance. So what is this? Is it assault with a dangerous weapon, or is it attempted murder?
Or one wound, so we have an in, no out, and he's pretty pale.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, he looks like he's got some internal bleeding, bare minimum.
Police records confirm Sarah was later transported to the University Medical Center, where she was given a CT scan and determined to be in a stable condition with non-life-threatening injuries. According to police documents, Nick Davey went into cardiac arrest and tragically passed away. According to court documents, Joe Junio was charged with murder with use of a deadly weapon, attempted murder with use of a deadly weapon, battery with use of a deadly weapon, child abuse, neglect, or endangerment, and discharging a firearm where persons might be endangered. News sources state that Sarah Davey has since filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Joe. The case is ongoing.
All over just a dispute. So how do you defend somebody like this? Well, you have to defend somebody like with a mental health defense. You know, I'm going crazy, she says. You know, do you hear voices? And, you know, are you going so crazy that you can't control your actions? You know, do those things matter? They certainly do. You know, and you can also have a mitigating circumstances that you just were driven to the edge, and so maybe you wind up getting a depraved heart type of dispositional departure or durational departure. So in other words, you negotiate this down to depraved heart murder, as opposed to like murder one, because it seems almost like murder one. Like she had her business lined up. She pulled in and she had that firearm with her. So the guy that we saw earlier was Nick. That was her husband. That was the guy that got shot. He wasn't a suspect. Suspect was this woman here. And funny how, I just thought automatically that the shooter was a male. So we wish her the best, because she's going to be eating government food now for probably the rest of her natural days. You guys, I do love my work, but I love it when stories turn out nice. You know what I mean? So why don't you send me a picture of you with your neighbor and your arm around your neighbor? That's the way we should be. So that's our reaction to the awful neighbor. I just can't even begin to tell you how grateful I am for the neighbors that I have. They're fantastic. So we'll see you next time here at Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Sign up for Patreon. Go to Facebook. And go to clrbrucerivers.com for all your merch needs. And we'll see you next time on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. 23-hour lockdown, please is at my god.
Ja. Ja. Kan du kjøpe mer fond? For jeg betaler jo så månedlig. Jeg kan jo kjøpe ekstra uten å... Vent der. Men nå er det så lavt, nå er det kjempebra å kjøpe, er det ikke? I grunn, ja. Vent litt til I morgen. Mamma er meg. Nå fikk jeg lønn igjen, og nå har jeg dager. Ja. Nå var 18 000 på brutto. 11 000 på. De rentene I sparekonto ser jo helt idiotisk ut. Det helt elendig. Det sånn 2% på 1 år.
head kind of shaved, and I don't know if that's what he looked like, but it just he looks like he's got a screw loose or an evil screw loose.
Well, he does. That's the thing. Easy.
Hi, I'm Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another healthy episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my 24 karat gold Irish cufflinks today, so graciously gifted to me by Clodagh, my fiance, which I'll be seeing here shortly on New Year's. And we're coming to, this is a channel crafted and created by our former content genius that you know and I know as Michael Rivers, God rest his soul. Today we're reacting to the death of the Ryman family as accused by, or the accused is Nick Reiner. Rob Reiner's wife, as you know, were murdered at home. Before we get to that, this is brought to you by AskALawyer.com.
Wow.
AskALawyer.com is a very effective way for you to get legal advice for $49. It's a paltry sum, based on, depending upon what you get. They have living, breathing lawyers that are there at the ready. They're in the process of redoing their website, so my mug is supposed to be on it. So if it's down for a minute, don't fret. It'll be up and running again. Same people that brought you eForm and eSign, which I use on a regular basis. So go to AskALawyer.com if you got a problem with your lawyer. Or, you know what? Actually, if you did have a problem with your lawyer, let's say you're represented by somebody and you're not feeling it, go to AskALawyer.com. I mean, they can help you with that. They can help you with any kind of lawsuit. You know, and they're not the end solution, but they can certainly get you on the right way. And they have an AI component that's trained in all the 50 states. So if you're doing your own legal research, they got you covered. So AskALawyer.com. Okay, I can't think of a more horrific scenario than being murdered by your own child. I brought you into this world. Thanks for taking me out. I mean, fuck. Honestly, it's just a sad, sad thing. And then you got Trump just, you know, I don't even need to bring Trump up, but you've got Ted Cruz and a lot of these other Republicans saying good things about Rob Reiner. I mean, he hated Trump. So what? You know, we don't sit there and badmouth people that were murdered and their families and try to add to that tragedy. This was 100% a tragedy. So let's just kind of start from the beginning and let's see where we go from there. Let's get the initial news reports.
In Hollywood this morning, shock over the death of legendary movie director Rob Reiner and his wife, both found dead in their Los Angeles area home. Their son this morning in custody. Melissa Adon is in LA with more.
Mourners laying flowers at the Hollywood Boulevard star of filmmaker Rob Reiner after the shocking news that he and his wife, Michelle Singer, a photographer, were found stabbed to death in their Los Angeles home Sunday afternoon.
The Los Angeles Police Department is now conducting an investigation at this residence here on Chadbourne, and that investigation will continue over the coming days.
According to ABC News sources, Reiner's son, 32-year-old Nick Reiner, is in police custody and booked on suspicion of murder. The son of comedy icon Carl Reiner, Rob Reiner, first rose to fame in the 70s, playing the son.
Now, he was an outspoken critic of you know, right-wing politics, let's just put it that way. But he was an incredible filmmaker, but he had a long battle with his son on one of the films that they made together, something about Charlie or something like that. And part of it was semi-autobiographical. Struggle with drugs, struggle with mental illness.
The son-in-law to Archie Bunker on the hit sitcom All in the Family.
It looks like we lost a daughter, but we gained a meathead.
We gained a meathead. You know, I loved Rob Reiner later in life. I hated his fucking hair. I just hated that 70s hair. I don't know why, but I just did.
Show ended, Reiner turned to directing, making his debut with the 1984 mockumentary This Is Spinal Tap. Appearing just this year on Jimmy Kimmel Live to promote the sequel in character as the film's director.
I was just lucky enough to be the one chosen to document it.
His other hit movies include The Princess Bride, Stand By Me, Misery, When Harry...
Stand By Me, one of the best films of all time. I think I've seen that 3,000 times.
Harry met Sally,
I love that it takes you an hour and a half to order a sandwich.
and A Few Good Men.
You can't handle the truth.
In addition to his work in film, Reiner also was heavily involved in environmental causes and democratic politics.
I grew up in a house where, you know, we talked about civil rights, and they were both against the war in Vietnam, and those kind of things were talked about in my house all the time.
You know, and the political differences aside, he was an American. He was one of us. You know, he was I mean, he was Hollywood, so he was Hollywood elite, I guess. But, you know, nobody deserves that crap. You know, nobody deserves to be slaughtered.
Reactions to Reiner's death coming in from Hollywood to Washington. Rob Reiner was 78. His wife, Michelle, 68. Melissa Adon, ABC News, Los Angeles.
So now imagine you're the sister.
Mm.
You know?
Wow.
You're left
You have a sister?
Your brother's in jail, and your parents are gone. Just gone. So where do we go from here? So now Nick is in custody. What's your defense? My guess is that there's a mountain of evidence that he did this. So there won't be any issue about whether he did this or not. So let's continue down our little pathway.
New details are emerging in the shocking deaths of filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle Singer-Reiner. Attention is turning to Nick Reiner's behavior at a holiday gathering. According
Look at him with his head kind of shaved, and I don't know if that's what he looked like. But it just, he looks like he's got a screw loose, or an evil screw loose. So he was 32 years old. He was at a holiday party hosted by Conan O'Brien. And he got into a big argument and exhibited some bizarre behavior. Rumor had it he was a paranoid schizophrenic. I always say paranoid schizophrenic. The doctors were messing with his meds. In other words, trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. That's going to play a big part in this. You just watch.
to NBC News, two sources confirmed the couple's son had been disruptive at a holiday party hosted by Conan O'Brien on Saturday, December 13th, the night before his parents were found dead at their Los Angeles home. One source tells NBC News that Nick allegedly interrupted a discussion involving comedian Bill Hader. After Bill told him it was a private conversation, Nick reportedly stood still and stared before, quote, storming off. E! News has reached out to representatives for Bill Hader for comment. 32-year-old Nick was arrested the next day for suspicion of murder and is currently being held without bail. On December 16th,
So whenever you're charged with a serious crime, in Minnesota we don't have hold without bail unless it's a federal case. But in a lot of states you do. And in this case, there are some aggravating factors. You know, the place of privacy, you've got a dangerous weapon that was used. And so could it be death penalty eligible? Now, there's a moratorium in California on the death penalty. And I think it goes back to 2006. So almost 20 years. So my guess is that, you know, and the family's wishes here are going to be huge. You know, you're not going to have a sister who's going to say, put my brother to death. You know, I'm sure not.
He was formally charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection with the fatal stabbing of his parents. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office noted that he also faces a special allegation for allegedly using a knife. Lawyer Alan Jackson confirmed to E! News on December 16th that he will be Nick's attorney and would not be commenting any further beyond procedural details of the case.
And that's the way it should be. You know, you don't glad hand, you don't grandstand, you don't do that. So we'll get to Alan Jackson in a second.
Now at 11, flashing lights as police swarm Exposition Park. The end of an hours-long manhunt after the murders of Rob and Michelle Reiner. The arrest of their son Nick caught on camera from a nearby gas station. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Camilla Rambaldi in for Carolyn Johnson. Nick Reiner was arrested just after 9 o'clock Sunday night. Today, he was formally charged with double murder, and he could make his first court appearance as soon as tomorrow. Tonight, we have live team coverage. Darsha Phillips with what happened in court today, but we'll start with Tracy Leong joining.
And you just scratch your head. What could have caused this? My guess is you know, Alan Jackson's been hired by this state, in other words, and he's probably not going to be cheap, I'm sure. You remember who Alan Jackson is? So he represented Karen Reed, and fantastic lawyer. But what are your options in a case like this? Is there an issue of guilt? Well, let's just start from the beginning.
Joining us now in the newsroom with the new video of what happened after the murders and right before that arrest. Tracy.
Yeah, Camilla, this newly obtained surveillance video reveals the moments leading up to Nick Reiner's arrest for the murder of his parents. He appears calm in the video and did not resist arrest. Surveillance footage shared with NBC4 shows 32-year-old Nick Reiner walking across the Arco gas station in Exposition Park Sunday evening, wearing a green and black jacket, jeans, a black hat, and carrying a backpack. Reiner then enters the AM/PM store, walks through the aisles, and then heads to the refrigerator to grab a drink. The store owner confirming it was a Gatorade. Reiner then waits in line to pay and exits, spending only about 2 minutes inside. You then see Reiner casually walk down Exposition Boulevard, crossing Vermont Avenue, and then turns left on Vermont, crossing the metro tracks. Reiner is then seen standing on the sidewalk along Exposition, right in front of a USC student housing building. In this next shot, you see the police drive by, and then 10 seconds later, turn around. Within seconds, he's surrounded by multiple police cars. Reiner raises his hands and surrenders. Next, you see multiple officers approach Reiner and arrest him.
So that's pretty standard stuff, right? But what isn't standard is a couple of things that happen now. Usually within 36 hours, you're supposed to be in front of a judge. Well, he didn't get in front of a judge right away. Why didn't he get in front of a judge right away? Because his lawyer, Alan Jackson, said he wasn't medically fit for trial or for court. What does that mean? He's not medically fit. Did they beat the shit out of him? I doubt it. It's not that kind of a case. So when you look at what we're dealing with here, the very first part of what we're dealing with is competency. If somebody is not competent, they cannot be held accountable, in a criminal justice system. Does that mean they walk free? No, it doesn't. It means they're committed, and they stay in custody. So it's not like he's out walking around. Once you get over that hurdle, if competency can't be established, that he's not competent, then they stay the criminal proceedings until he's either restored to competency and then they just house him, at a hospital, typically. The fact that he's not at a hospital tells me competency is not going to be an issue. And what is competency? Well, it's being able to aid in your own defense. Some people have a situation where they are so, off the wall, I don't want to use the term crazy, but delusional, that they don't know right from wrong. They don't know what's going on with their defense lawyer. Their defense lawyer has wings, just all this crazy stuff, right? And they can't effectively, help in their representation, in their defense, aid in your defense. So if you can't get over that hurdle, you're not competent, they can't proceed, they stay the criminal proceedings. And in homicides, so like in certain kinds of cases, like in misdemeanors, if you're not competent for a misdemeanor, they typically throw it out, which is odd, right? But that's what happens. If you aren't found competent in certain felonies, lower level felonies, they wait usually it's about 3 years, and try to get you. If you're not restored to competency in that time, then they toss it out, but you're still committed. On homicides, there's no limit. So I've got one right now that we're going on 5 years. My client's been in custody in a hospital, lockdown facility. He ran somebody over thinking he heard voices. So once you get the competency piece figured out and restored to competency or was never an issue, then you got to determine, what the other piece of it is. Is there a mental health defense here? Did he not know right from wrong? Did he not know what he was doing? And that's really the kind of the test. If he thought his parents were part of an evil cult and that was the only way that he could ensure his survival is by murdering them, that's not knowing right from wrong because it wasn't true, right? Let's dive into this just a little bit deeper. Where was he and what was he doing up until this point? And right afterwards. If you go to confess to a priest, well, you clearly know what you did was wrong, right? That's an extreme example. But if you put curtains up, bed sheets up over the windows of your hotel room, if you're, what does all this mean? His defense is certainly psychological, it's psych defense. And what about drug-induced psychosis? I mean, if it's his own recreational drug use, like voluntary, not a defense. But if he is getting care from a doctor and the meds that the doctor are giving him are causing him to act like this, that's a completely different kettle of fish. And who knows why he had the bed sheets over the windows. I mean, it could be that he was just freaked out and thought somebody, the government was listening in or whatever he was doing. So the weeks leading up to this homicide, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And the doctors were playing with his meds. And that's what they fucking do. I mean, that's just a normal thing that they do.
Damn.
Doctors try this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and because it doesn't always work with everybody in the same way. I dealt with that with Michael, like nobody's business. So in addition to that, he was described as having erratic behavior leading up to this. And, when you're dealing with schizophrenia, I had a client once who was going to kidnap a very famous lawyer's daughter here in town. And she put an ad for 10 bodyguards. And this guy shows up and she said, this is my plan. And I want to get out of the country because people are after me. And she didn't have one foot in the reality pool, And so he goes to the cops and tells them what's going on. So they get her, and we wound up having a trial. And this gal was pretty. She was smart. She was getting her PhD in clinical psychology. She had attended American University in D.C., and by all accounts, if you just looked at her, you wouldn't know anything was amiss. But she thought people were after her. She thought she needed to get a large sum of money to get out of the country. And her parents were part of a devil sex cult. Her brother was part of the CIA running cocaine across the border. I mean, all this stuff was just not true. It's just absolutely incredible. Nick had evidently been in a Los Angeles-based rehab facility that specializes in mental illness and substance abuse. They charge like $70,000 a month. Holy shit. And lots of rich and powerful parents send their troubled kids there. Just unbelievable when you think about this. According to TMZ, he was out of his mind with the change in medication, and then you mix that with recreational drugs, right? That's a problem. That's a really big problem. It's a problem for his defense. It really is. And Alan Jackson has got his work cut out for him. The question's been raised: what liability does the care facility that he's living in have? And he was living with his folks for a little bit, and he clearly was free to come and go. And I think there's a limit to that liability, unless it's like an employee or something like that. But let's take a look at his first court appearance.
Well, the son of famed actor and filmmaker Rob Reiner made his first court appearance this week. His siblings say they're experiencing unimaginable pain after the deaths of their parents so tragically. Gwen Baumgartner is in Los Angeles with more.
Security footage from a Los Angeles convenience store shows Nick Reiner buying a drink Sunday night and then being arrested without
Sort of weird seeing somebody's last free moments, isn't it?
Yeah.
incident by the LAPD. Reiner is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder in the killing of his parents, Rob and Michelle. According to the medical examiner's office, the couple died of multiple sharp force injuries. The 32-year-old was kept off camera during Wednesday's court appearance, but was seen wearing a blue suicide prevention smock as the judge asked.
That's called a turtle suit. And they put the in there when they think you're going to kill yourself.
Asked if he understood his rights.
You waive your right to speak and read it?
Reiner did not enter a plea and remains held without bail. His attorney, Alan Jackson, urged the public not to rush to judgment.
There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case.
The bodies were found in the family home Sunday afternoon. Saturday night, sources tell CBS News Rob and
No, we
Nick
jump into
had a brief but loud argument during a party at Conan O'Brien's house. If convicted, Reiner could face life in prison without the possibility of parole or even the death sentence. Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani says that is unlikely.
Having the death penalty on the table is absolutely a bargaining chip. The prosecution is going to leverage that to try to get some sort of deal.
In a statement, the couple's two other children, Jake and Romy Reiner, said, "Words cannot even begin to describe the unimaginable pain we are experiencing. They weren't just our parents, they were our best friends." Gwen Baumgartner, CBS News, Los Angeles.
I see Rob Reiner as kind of like, almost like the dad in Wolf of Wall Street. Remember, he was the father in that. You know, you can just hear him. You know, his animations and he cared for all of his kids. You know, and he and his wife, I'm sure, loved their children.
Yeah.
And it's just so horrific. You know, when you think about it. So where do they go from here? You know, I mean, and Alan Jackson's got his work cut out for him. No question about it. We don't know what the evidence is at this point.
Right. I mean, like, what's the best case scenario for Alan Jackson here in terms of like what's a win?
A win, I suppose, would be not guilty by reason of a mental illness, but it doesn't mean that he goes free. I mean, look how long John Hinckley was in custody. He was in custody 30 years before he was let out, and he was found not guilty by reason of mental illness. Our hearts go out to the family, the Reiner family. I feel for them because I feel like I've been where they are. You know? Michael would go off on these fucking benders, and he had mental health problems too, and he just wouldn't do anything fucking normal. You know, I mean, he was so smart and so talented in so many ways. But when you're out of their presence, you're just fucking worried, and that's all you do is worry. I guarantee you, they did the same thing. They worried whenever they didn't hear from him. You know, text him. Oh, you're okay. Oh God. You know, and that's what I would do with Michael. The day he died, I couldn't hear from him. You know, and there were other times where I didn't hear from him, and I would be so fucking worried. You know, it's really tough when you raise a child that has mental illness and chemical health problems. You don't give up on him, though. You just don't give up on him. You know, so what's the next stage? The next stage is get him a psychological evaluation. I guarantee you that's going to be the next phase. They've got all kinds of resources. In the state, let's say there's a finding of incompetency. The government can challenge that. Or if there's a finding of competency, the defense can challenge that. We'll keep an eye on this and keep you updated on the facts and figures and everything else. Related to Nick Reiner. Ugh, my heart goes out to that family. You know, I just think about, you know, the last time I touched Michael's leg. You know, if only I did this, if only I did that.
The grave robber? Excuse me? What?
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another live episode. And I say live because we're not talking about the living in this episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my, actually my Native American cufflinks on today, which means we're talking about being just alive in our own skin or out of our skin. There's some creepy things going on in Pennsylvania. But before we get to that, I know I'm kind of being cryptic, aren't I? This episode is brought to you by AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com is an effective way for $49 you can get the advice of a lawyer, a living, breathing human being, to get you on your way. It's not going to solve all your legal problems, but you know what? It'll be a good resource if you have any questions. And if you're doing your own legal research, well, guess what? You can go to AskALawyer.com, and they have an AI component trained in all the 50 states for all the laws. So go to AskALawyer.com. If you have a problem with your landlord, or if your grandma's in your basement like mine is, and you're trying to get her out for whatever reason, which I'm not, because she's there in her Cheeto-stained nightie, just doing her OnlyFans feed page, go to AskALawyer.com. Same people that brought you eForms and eSign, AskALawyer.com, a very loyal sponsor of this show. And so make sure you go there. All right. So Jonathan Christ Gerlach. Oh my God. AKA Dead Shitty Daddy. Okay, that's nice. He was arrested in Pennsylvania on January 6th.
Dead Shitty
not
Daddy?
Not have anything to do with January 6th, but there are reports of desecrated grave sites and mausoleums and underground vaults at Mount Moriah Cemetery started to surface. You know, I went to go visit Grandma, and she wasn't there.
What?
She's in my basement. The cemetery is a historic, partially abandoned cemetery that was established in 1855, officially closed in April 2011. It's 200 acres and houses 150,000 burials. Well, who's going to miss a half a dozen? Oh my God, this is so fucking gross. So he was arrested on January 6th, and here's a little news clipping of it.
We have new details in that gruesome case where a man was arrested and charged with burglarizing graves and storing remains in his home and storage unit. Chris O'Connell.
Sounds unclean, doesn't it? You know, and there's something unholy about disturbing a grave. You know, you ever see that, the bit that Sam Kinison did? You know, he's like, oh, what's the worst thing that could ever happen to you? You know, you die, right? No, you're just laying there waiting for Jesus, and all of a sudden, you know, somebody disturbs your grave, and if he flips you over, he's fucking you in the ass. You're not only dead, but somebody's fucking you. That's Sam Kinison. But it's just creepy when you disturb a grave.
Been following this story since
True though.
What are police saying?
Oh, Jason, police think that Jonathan Gerlach was selling at least some of those human remains online.
All right, it's one thing to be creepy enough to collect them. Who the fuck is buying this shit?
Investigators say he had collected a trove of human skulls, skeletons, and bones, including full corpses hanging from his basement ceiling.
Okay, now, we can't play
What?
this, but Robert said he sent this to me on my phone, and I'm going to watch what he just talked about. Oh my God, he put it all over Instagram. So go to his Instagram, Daddy Shit Daddy. This guy's got an obsession. Without a doubt, he's got an obsession. Let's see, leaked footage inside the grave robbery. You know what, we can put this on Patreon. So if you're a Patreon member, you can see it. Looks like a storage unit.
It's like my grandmother's dentures. It is. It's fucking gross. Look at the one hanging. Ugh. Look at these ones. The ones behind you.
Little much expensive.
Unbelievable. That just is not okay. There's something unholy about it.
I never thought I would see this in my life. It was an experience that you really don't want to relive.
The Yeadon police chief says he's seen a lot in his career, but nothing like what he saw when he walked into the home of
good-looking guy.
accused grave robber Jonathan Gerlach. He was one of the first inside of Gerlach's Ephrata home when they discovered more than 100 human remains of people who have died decades, even centuries ago.
Huh?
So when you have a case, so now one of the first things you do is, would they have probable cause to get a search warrant? That's the first place you look, right? To try to defend this. And it's like, well, he put it on his Instagram. So, and if he's got people buying this shit, but okay, so let's say you can't get over the hump of guilt. You know, it's just too much evidence. So where do you send a guy for this kind of predilection? You know, you get a psychological evaluation and then go to treatment for a necrophiliac.
Investigators and medical examiners were back at the property today.
This is insane to me.
Bodies were found at a nearby storage locker.
They were basically on display. There was some stuff in boxes, but most of the stuff was on
What?
display.
According to newly released affidavits, police say Gerlach used crowbars and screwdrivers to break into dozens of mausoleums and underground burial vaults on both the Yeadon and Philadelphia sides of the historic mountain.
Whether you're a judge, a prosecutor, a defense lawyer, or a cellmate, this is just creepy as shit.
Mount Elias Cemetery. You can actually see where some of the stones were moved and vaults burglarized. 2 corpses stolen from this grave, 7 sets of remains stolen from this family plot. All of the remains were from those who died many years ago, but some as young as infants. Descendants of family members buried here are sickened.
It's yucky.
I mean, anybody finding out, we
I think it's a little beyond yucky.
think that, you know, we're going to rest in peace and be okay there. And I mean,
Remember what I said? Worst thing that can happen to you? Oh, you're sitting there waiting for Jesus to come take you. Jesus.
it's their landing space of their body, not their soul. So there's peace in that.
Neighbors at Gerlach's Ephrata home started to get suspicious when they started noticing flies around the window.
It was more than 5.
Unhygienic.
It was at least 20, 30 on each window. I figured it was a garage that they were getting in through somewhere. They couldn't get out, and now finding out that there was all those remains in there, it makes sense.
Investigators are trying to figure out if other cemeteries were hit. In December, a tip came into police about a grave robber in Luzerne County. A tipster told police they recently discovered a partially decomposed corpse hanging from Gerlach's basement. They also say he disappeared for a few days and mentioned that he had been in Chicago selling a human skull. Police are looking into a Facebook page devoted to selling human remains. Investigators wonder how long it's been going on or what else they may find.
What could this evolve to next? You know, you're collecting human remains. What's the next step in the evolution of this? And that's something that, you know, hopefully we will find out why.
So one of the things that cops always think about is, you know, the ultimate crime isn't the crime, you know, that there's evolution to things. You know, is this going to lead to him, you know, the fascination of a place like this to go and collect his own? You know, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer started out with, you know, animals, and it progressed to what it progressed to. You know what happened with Jeffrey Dahmer and Ed Gein and some of these other guys. How far is this guy off from collecting his own?
Now, Gerlach remains in the Delaware County Jail on $1 million cash bail. Investigators are now trying to connect loved ones with their family members' remains, but since all of them died many, many years ago, Dawn, they understand it is going to be a challenge.
How unsettling for these families. And the $1 million, think about it. If there are hundreds of graves that have been disturbed, that's hundreds of counts. So let's just take a little bit. How would they even catch this guy? So on November 7, 2025, and this is right from the police reports, at 11:29 hours, the Yadenboro Police Department was dispatched to the Yadenboro section of Mount Moriah Cemetery for a report of burglary discovered. Officers arrived on location and were met by the complainant, a member of the Friends of Mount Moriah. Officers were directed to section 125 with a cemetery within the cemetery, which contains mausoleums. Due to previous vandalism over the years, all access to mausoleums had previously been sealed with concrete blocks and cement. Officers were led to the Hunter family mausoleum, which had a large hole in the cinder blocks that now permitted access. So, upon inspection of the mausoleum, it was discovered that the marble flooring was destroyed, revealing the crypts situated below ground level. It should be noted that the drop from the damaged flooring to the lower level of the ground, underground crypts, is approximately 10 feet. So he's going down into these graves. I mean, he's not afraid. So located inside of Pritchard Mausoleum amongst the debris was, which caused damage to the cinder block and marble floor, was a 24-ounce Monster Energy drink.
What's wrong with this guy?
Which shouldn't be there. And guess what they found on the Monster Energy? The can still had some liquid inside, and the stamp on the bottom can be read, which means they can find out where it was purchased. The can was collected as evidence and later processed for latent fingerprints and DNA evidence. As a result of processing the Monster Energy drinks and 2 partial prints were recovered, detective utilized the hydrated cotton swab to process mouth of the can for DNA. Dumb shit, your bus is leaving. The lift cards and swab will be forwarded to the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab for testing purposes. So, you know, not only is he so dumb that he puts this stuff on Instagram, He's so dumb that he leaves clues for them to find. How easy is that? So on December 23rd, a detective was contacted by Plains Township Police Detective Lepore in reference to a crime tip submitted by Lancaster City Police Department's Crime Watch portal, which was then forwarded to the police department. The tip, so they got a tip from somebody. Look into Jonathan Gerlach.
Oh, the big tip?
For the Luzerne County mausoleum robbery. I know someone who's friends with his family, and they mentioned that they recently discovered a partially decomposed corpse hanging in his basement, but were afraid to tell the police. They suspect he may be behind the Luzerne County mausoleum robbery, which happened about the same time in early November. The mausoleum was robbed between November 1 and 6, and Jonathan was charged with shoplifting in East Earl Township.
What's wrong with homie?
While not a crime, you'll see his Instagram that he follows accounts in taxidermy, skeleton collecting, oddities, bones, etc. He also disappeared for a few days in November and mentioned that he had been in the Chicago selling a human skull. Well, who the fuck would buy a human skull? So a press conference ensues. Let's check that out real quick. And then we'll kind of go through what his charges are.
Where's some freaky ass girl, bro?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanner Rouse. I'm the District Attorney of Delaware County, and we are here today because of the arrest of 34-year-old Jonathan Gerlach of Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Over the course of the last several weeks, detectives from Yeadon Borough as well as Delaware County CID became aware that from November of 2025 up until 2 days ago, January of 2026, Mount Moriah Cemetery had been burglarized by, at that point, an unknown individual. 26 separate mausoleums and burial sites had been... 26 mausoleums. You know, why don't you just get a job as a mortician? You know, if you're fascinated with dead people, you could touch them every day and make money. Been torn into and, for lack of a better word, desecrated. Investigation took place. Yeadon deserves a hell of a lot. So you got disturbing a corpse, manipulating a corpse. You got destruction of private property.
Yeah, it's over, bro.
A whole host of other crimes against humanity. A lot of credit on this for doing good old-fashioned police work, going through LPRs. I was just gonna say this was solved by good old-fashioned police work. Honestly, tracking physical evidence, piecing together a suspect, cooperating with CID. We developed that suspect, we laid in wait, and we eventually watched and caught Mr. Gerlach as he desecrated yet another monument as recently as 2 days ago. 2 days ago.
He keeps doing this shit.
You know,
He can't help it.
You know, I understand financial crimes because, you know, you're in a pinch, you know, you got a wife in one state and a girlfriend in another state and you just can't make ends meet, so you gotta fucking screw somebody over in order to keep... I get it. Or crimes of passion. You catch your wife in bed with another man, you blow the guy away. I get it. You know, you get those. There are certain crimes I don't understand.
This one.
Like child sex crimes.
Yes.
What the fuck is your problem? You know?
Yes.
Corpse robbing. You know, I mean, displaying them neatly in a... and we're going to post that on Patreon, so you can go on over there. But having them like they're objects of affection or proud to have them or whatnot, you know, I don't get it. He's taken into custody. Search warrants were executed at his home in Ephrata, where over 100 human skeletons were recovered, and that's in part. At this point, we are still trying to figure out how many of those are complete and what exactly. And how would you figure out who is who? You know, honestly, how would you figure out who is who? And you have to pay respect to each family member. My guess is this guy may have been so sophisticated that he had a catalog or something. A separate storage locker was found to be in Mr. Gerlach's possession. Also was in Ephrata. We found there 8 more human remains. Very simply, detectives have recovered an awful lot of bones at this point, and we are still trying to piece together who they are.
What is the charges for this?
And what a mountain of work for this forensic team. You know, just an absolute mountain of work to categorize everybody. You know, you probably have to use a forensic anthropologist. You know, go back and watch my video with Dr. Lindsay Thomas. She'll tell you what it's like to be a medical examiner and a forensic pathologist. And a forensic anthropologist is somebody who looks at the bones and tells you who they are.
And how many we are looking at, and it's going to be quite some time before we have a final answer.
Onyx, they said.
He is now arrested. Bail has been set at $1 million cash by Judge Williams. He is in on 26 counts of burglary, criminal trespass, and a host of other offenses. Kelly Wilson, who's handling our media affairs, is going to pass out a complaint so that you guys have the complete list of charges at your disposal.
Damn.
Very simply, detectives walked into a horror movie come to life the other night, guys. This is an unbelievable scene that...
I mean, imagine, you know, cops see everything. You know, same with firemen and ambulance drivers, paramedics. They all see the worst of the worst, right? People don't call the cops when you're doing well. Say, hey, you know, we're having a party here and we've got some punch. Would you like to come over? No, we don't do that with cops, do we? We say, I'm being fucking murdered. I need you here right now to protect me. And so they walk into this shit on a daily basis and they see the worst of the worst of the worst. Imagine and try to unsee. Go on Patreon and see this shit and try to unsee it. You can't. It's so fucking disgusting. It's like, you know, it's like certain autopsy photos you just can't get over.
No one involved, from myself to
I think I shouldn't watch it then.
examiners that are now trying to piece together what they are looking at, quite literally. None of them have ever seen anything like this before. It is truly, in the most literal sense of the word, horrific. I grieve for those who are upset by this, who are going through it, who are trying to figure out if it is in fact their loved one or their child, because we found remains that we believe to be months-old infants among the...
Imagine.
Wow.
You know, I mean, how offensive is that to our sensibilities? And then imagine being the defense lawyer. You know, he's going to have a public defender. And when your public defender, the chief comes to you and says, hands you a file and says, this is yours, buddy. No, I don't want this one. You can't say no. Fuck.
Those that he had collected. So our hearts go out to every family that is impacted by this. Some of these are hundreds of years old.
So let's just take a look at his charges. This is fucking crazy. Abuse of a corpse, 100 counts. Theft by unlawful taking, 100 counts. Receiving stolen property, 100 counts. Burglary, 26 counts. Criminal trespass. Who gives a shit about that? It's mostly misdemeanors, but 26 counts. Intentional desecration of a public monument, 26 counts.
What?
Intentional desecration of venerated object, 26 counts. Intentional desecration of historical lots and burial places, 26 counts. Criminal mischief, 26 counts. Defiant trespasser, never heard of that, 7 counts. He is currently being held on $1 million cash bond, and his preliminary hearing is scheduled for January 20th. So a preliminary hearing is where they determine whether or not there's probable cause to bind you over for trial. Most of the time it's perfunctory because most of the time they have plenty of evidence. But sometimes you challenge probable cause and there's not much to really argue about. But in this case, I guarantee you,
it is over for now.
Just a mountain of evidence.
You're trying to figure out exactly what we are looking at. We quite simply at this juncture are not able to date and identify all of them. I'm going to turn it over now to Mayor Rohan Hepkins of Yaden before we take questions.
Thank you.
Then we'll take questions. If you can just do me a favor, identify yourself and where you're from, just so I can get to know you guys a little bit. I would appreciate it very much. Yeah.
Hi, Anna Durante, NBC 10.
Hi, dude. How are you? Good.
So it's possible here that your detectives, your agencies, didn't just crack a case that was happening in Yaden, because this does appear to be a statewide situation.
It almost certainly did not only happen in Yaden. Whether or not it's statewide and exactly what that means, Dina, we don't know at this point, but you're absolutely right. It is almost certain that this is not exclusive to Yaden.
Are you talking with investigators, say, in Plains Township, Luzerne county?
We are, yes, that outreach is beginning now. Truthfully, we were a little bit handcuffed because we didn't know.
No, this guy couldn't have had a day job. I mean, the amount of work that he had to do to get to all these things, that's called motivation. And that's why when you look at the depravity,
He should have
of a
just
crime,
been a mortician,
so
like you said.
my experience, like in criminal sexual conduct cases, for example, people can go down a path and, that was just, I normally wouldn't have done that, but then they start going down, another path, and all of a sudden that depravity kind of sinks in, and what used to turn out takes 10 times more. And so they go down this path and they evolve, and it gets worse and worse and worse. Same with wife beaters, gets worse and worse, and same with this kind of stuff. So who knows what was next?
Know what we were going to find in that house. Now that we are aware of the extent of what's going on, that's beginning more fully.
John Paul with 6 ABC. Can you tell us a little bit more about when you found these skeletons?
Is it 10,000?
Where were they? What condition were they in? What was he doing with them?
So, John, a lot remains to be determined at this point. They were in the basement predominantly, although, as you can imagine, with 100 remains, it was not as though they were in an isolated area. We don't know.
100 bodies, 100 remains in his basement. Who knows? And then he had 8 or 10 of them in a storage unit.
Exactly what he was doing with them. Time will tell. They were in various states. Understand, some of these are 200 years old. Some of them obviously much newer. There's one that had a pacemaker still attached to the body. So clearly that's not 200.
Well, that ain't 200 years old. But I mean, the indignity of it all.
Not 200 years old. We are trying to figure out exactly what went on in that home. It is still unclear, and given the enormity of what we are looking at and the sheer kind of utter lack of reasonable explanation, it's difficult to say right now at this juncture.
There's only one reasonable explanation. He's a sick motherfucker. And what they're going to have to do is a psych eval on him. You're going to have to figure out, where his head's at. That's the first thing the judge is going to want. Apparently, this hulk of a man had a girlfriend who, I guarantee if you spent one night in his house of horrors, knew about this. And if she did anything at all to help him, anything at all, she's aiding and abetting. And even concealing it is aiding and abetting. My guess, she might have even gone along with him on one of these trips. And if that's the case, well, then she's just as guilty, a part of the crimes as he is. And then, and you look at the motivation. Is the motivation financial? I don't think so. You don't get this prolific. I mean, he may have sold a few, maybe just to get some work in cash, but you don't go through this level of effort because you're in the market to sell human remains. You could deal, I don't know how you would deal with them legitimately. I mean, it's just, and the amount of effort and work to go into all this, it's just astounding.
Holy shit, that's expensive.
He's 34 years old. I would say he'd have to get at least 10 years. At least 10 years. 10 to 15, I think, is a good benchmark to kind of start with. I mean, he's victimized so many families. That's our mausoleum. We have to repair it. This, and we don't have grave insurance. Who has grave insurance? Nobody does. You think it's all done? Oh my, I'll see you on your birthday. I'll pray to you at your grave. My mom always said, "Don't pray for me in my grave because I'm not there." I loved her to death. Anyway, just think about if somebody did this to your loved one. Fuck. Or think if this was your son. Or your brother, or doing this. It's hard to wrap your head around something like this. So we'll follow this, and mark my words, he'll get between 10 and 15 years, somewhere in there. I think that's where it's going to wind up. It's not a homicide, but it's about a half of a homicide, it seems like, right? So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Look for our hidden footage of this on Patreon. So sign up for Patreon and go to Facebook, build our platform there, and we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away.
And here's the thing. You want to fuck with somebody who has a gun, expect to get shot. I mean, it's as simple as that. You're not supposed to shoot into a moving vehicle for a couple of reasons. One is you could hit somebody else. You hit a car, it ricochets off. Number two, what about your partners that are there? Did you see the proximity to the partners? I mean, you got one guy on the side and you're shooting at the front. I mean, how dangerous is that? If you're the lawyer for the officer, certainly you try to paint her as an obstructionist, as somebody that's impeding this ICE operation, as somebody that wants to get in the way, and it was told to get out of the way and told to get out of her vehicle.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my gold Irish cufflinks on. It's a somber day today because we're talking about Miss Good, who lost her life in an ICE attack. I'm just going to call it attack because she was attacked. But we're going to show some clips. We're going to dissect it a little bit. And we're going to talk about use of force. And there's a lot to talk about. This was an operation by ICE, and there's this whole ICE has put 2,000 troops, basically. I'm going to call them troops because that's how they're acting. They're acting like troops. They've got Kevlar on, they've got camo on, they're masked up, they're loaded up.
This is so stupid.
Rock and roll, and so we're going to talk about what that means as well. So, but before we get to that, ladies and gentlemen, this is brought to you by AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com is a very effective way. For $49, you can get the advice of a living, breathing lawyer. AskALawyer.com. For example, if you have an issue with ICE, and you want to find out what should I do as I'm hiding in my basement with my favorite YouTuber's grandma. My grandma loves Mexicans, and I love Mexicans. So, but if they're undocumented and they're sitting in my basement, what do? Well, you call AskALawyer.com. And they might not be able to fix your immediate problem, but they can get you in the right direction to give you some guidance on where to go for $49. To have that at your ready is very valuable. And if you're doing your own legal research, they have an AI component that's trained on all the 50 states. So go to AskALawyer.com. Same people that brought you eForm and eSign, which I use.
Thanks.
Okay, here we are, the tundra of Minnesota. And another pivotal case coming, we had George Floyd, that was a big, huge deal here. We had Derek Chauvin, that whole fiasco. We had Philando Castillo here in town. We had
I need to know this crap.
Other ones, and now we have we have those Somali fraud cases. Now we have Renee Nicole Good, who was gunned down in the streets of Minneapolis.
That's not good.
Now, let's just talk about immigration for a second. I deal with people who are undocumented almost every day. Almost every day. I have, and when it comes to immigration, I deal with immigration lawyers all the time. Because what I do as a criminal lawyer has an impact on somebody's immigration status, right? So if somebody has a case and I lose the case, well, they can be deported because of that case. But if I win the case, well, all of a sudden they can't use any facts surrounding that case, and they're in a much better position. Case in point, last September, I had a case in Anoka County. We show up for the day of trial. My client is there. and ICE shows up and swoops him up, puts him in ICE custody.
Yeah,
Doesn't
so this.
allow him to go to his trial. And it was a criminal sexual conduct case. He was working at Denny's as a cook, and this gal who did not want to be there, she was 15 and didn't want to have a job. Family friend of my client decides, what better way to not work for Denny's anymore, but if I tell them that he sexually assaulted me. Police didn't get the video. And anyway, long story short, that really impacted my client because he got picked up by ICE. I pulled some strings with a friend of mine and got him out of ICE custody, back into Anoka jail, at the Anoka County Jail, and we went to trial on his case. And guess what? The jury came back in less than an hour and acquitted my client. It was an absolute bullshit allegation. It should never have been tried to begin with, to be quite frank with you. And so now he's able to stay here and have a much better... That's why I love what I do, because we affect somebody's life, right? But when you have people who are undocumented, we have, the right to enforce our borders and to, deport people who aren't here legally. I get that. But do we want, do we want 2,000 troops to just come into our communities and rouse people who are at work and at school and whatever? And I'm not advocating, for sanctuary cities by any means. I don't like troops on my fucking streets. Trump has talked about putting the National Guard into certain cities and having the military take control of law enforcement. He doesn't do that in Houston. He doesn't do that in Dallas. He doesn't do that in Miami. He doesn't do that in Jacksonville, Florida, where there's murders like you wouldn't believe between gang members. He does it in blue states. Okay, enough of the politics of this whole thing. So the troops are here, and here's the thing. On this morning, when Miss Good was shot, which was yesterday, I was on my way from one courthouse to my office. And as I'm traveling down the road, these guys that were part of this operation passed me up. And I know, because I see the vehicles that were, they passed me on the highway. So I saw them going to this situation. First of all, I don't like protesters at all. I'm just kidding. They're pains in the asses. And during the Floyd trial, we had the courthouse all fenced off, and they were across the street. No, we won't go. No, won't. Pick, suck my dick, whatever they say. But I get they have the right to do it. As irritating as it might seem. And what's the penalty for protesting or even fleeing when you're it's not a death penalty, right? So I see these guys speed past me. I pull over because whenever you have an emergency vehicle going after on the road, you have to pull over. Anyway, so I see these guys and I'm like, something's going on. I almost followed them, to be honest with you, because I was a gawker, like anybody else, but I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't actually in retrospect. And let me tell you just something about immigrants, people coming into this country. The percentage of immigrants who are involved in criminal activity
They're so
as
small.
opposed to the number of immigrants who are law-abiding and, undocumented, but law-abiding otherwise, and, working to make something for their family is at or below the percentage of our normal citizen population. You get what I'm saying? So, and that is a documented fact. Regardless, if you're here illegally, you don't have the right to stay here. And a lot of people do, and they hide in the shadows, and they work and they work and they work. I don't have any problem with people leaving their home, and even if they're not unsafe, even if it's just poverty. Do anything for your family. I would do it too. I just would. We can take the hard right approach, and that there's nothing illegal about kicking people out of the country that don't have the right to be here to begin with. Fair enough. I get that. Why isn't that applied to the businesses as well? I mean, you know, we've got big factories and all over this country that are employing all kinds of illegal immigrants.
What does that even mean?
Or undocumented immigrants. They're all over the place. We do. You know, how come we don't have raids on businesses? How come we don't have, you know, the federal government shutting down businesses that are employing people who, you know, that they're targeting? Really. Let's take a look at. So let's just start with the news clip. You know, this has been all over the news. You guys have seen it on the news.
That was quick.
Just learned the woman who was killed was 37-year-old Renee Good.
A witness caught one angle of what happened on video. A warning, though, it could be disturbing for some viewers.
Now, I don't know what she was doing there. You know, ICE is doing whatever they're doing, and people are protesting. And here's the thing. You want to fuck with somebody who has a gun? Expect to get shot. I mean, it's as simple as that. But there is also a force continuum. You know what the force continuum is? The force continuum is you start with a certain level of force, you know, like verbal commands, and then you escalate until compliance. And you don't use lethal force is on the very, very end of the force continuum. And you're not supposed to use lethal force
how am I doing?
unless you are facing
What? You need to open hacks,
or
bro.
substantial bodily harm.
Are you stupid?
What the? You hear 3 shots fired, a crash, and then you see witnesses running to help.
Now we're gonna go back to this video in a minute, but listen to more of this coverage.
The woman who was shot died. Federal authorities say that driver was trying to run over an ICE agent. Not long after, tensions quickly boiled over at the scene. Agents sprayed some protesters with a chemical irritant, trying to get the crowd under control.
I don't like seeing people in fatigues, in Kevlar, in, you know, army helmets, and, you know, boots on our soil, in our neighborhoods. I mean, I just don't like seeing it.
This all played out in South Minneapolis near 34th and Portland, where a large crowd is still gathering this evening.
About a mile from my house.
We continue our live team coverage of this breaking news now. I believe we're going to begin with Connor White, who's been at the scene all day. Connor?
Good evening. The number of people...
Connor just got his paper route and is doing this on the side.
People here has really ebbed and flowed.
Look how young this guy looks. Maybe I'm just getting older. Everybody looks so young now to me. I don't know, but he looks like he's about 14.
Throughout the 9 hours since that shooting, we've seen here as this vigil gets underway that more people are flooding in. It's really shoulder to shoulder, standing room only, so to speak, here just off 34th and Portland. A lot of people here to express their anger, but also to honor 37-year-old Renee Good, the American citizen who ICE shot and killed earlier this morning in an incident that bystanders say simply did not need to happen. Now, this was recorded by one of those bystanders. We showed you some of this video off the top. In it, you can hear several shots after the red Honda backs up and begins moving forward here on Portland. The car crashes,
How much money fortune does that perk even
still
get?
in the driver's seat for some time with blood covering the interior.
It's
of the car.
100 fortune.
That woman appears to be Renee Good, who is brought outside of the car eventually and receives medical attention from law enforcement. Though witnesses tell us ICE appeared to stop a man who was claiming to be a doctor who wanted to help.
A man on the street next to me said, "I'm a doctor, I'm a physician, allow me to get closer to provide emergency medical aid." The ICE agent said, "No, back up, get on the sidewalk, stay on the sidewalk."
The failure to render aid is just astounding here. Show me your credentials real quick. I mean, you got a medical license in your wallet.
While that was happening, another guy was shouting, "No pulse, no pulse." And maybe 2 minutes later, emergency medical services showed up with an ambulance. And I saw them carry the body out of the vehicle and bring her halfway down the block and around the corner, where somebody administered emergency CPR.
In all fairness, it's very difficult to do what you need to do when you are surrounded by people like this.
Now, as you can hear, there is still a large crowd. It is a passionate crowd listening to some speakers following along
Yes,
in
sir.
chants. We'll go to our Adam Duxter soon, who will have a bit more information on what's happening right now. On the law enforcement side of things, we know there is a joint investigation into the shooting underway between the FBI, that's the federal level, and the BCA here with the state of Minnesota. Connor White, WCCO News.
They're not going to do anything.
BCA is the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. It's not a local law enforcement agency. It's a statewide investigative agency that's used primarily by the Attorney General's office and in certain crimes, like task force crimes, and they have a lab and that kind of thing. So let's take a look at the video. I'm going to slow it down to a quarter of its speed. Now, you've got what I think is an ice car right there, and then you have the woman is Renee Good in her
Whole bunch of trucks, just trucks, all of them, bro. Escalades.
And you can see her brakes are on. It looks like she was actually attempting to move, just as this Ford Explorer is going in front of her.
Wait, why did they shoot her again?
And
Because
it looks
she
like
reversed,
she got
right?
her arm out of the of her driver's side window. And if you keep in mind, a vehicle just passed, so she's not trying to ram anybody, and she's a lot, telling, like, kind of waving people through. And you see this black SUV here? That's the kind of SUV that I saw passing me on the highway. And you saw that Suburban there. She's just sitting there, not doing anything. She's no threat to anybody at this point, right?
Yep. True. Alright, so they're just gonna leave her alone, right?
Towards her, so she's gonna try to move. So she's gonna back up, and this officer attempts to grab her door. So I'll turn the volume down. Let's turn the volume off on that. All right, now he's at the door.
Yeah.
Telling her, he doesn't tell her, get out of the car. Get the fuck out of the car. And one of the things about these ICE agents, there's an influx of these guys, right? And they're all.
There's no way she shot through her hair. It doesn't make any sense.
Is what I understand. I've always said cops need a lot more training. They need a lot more schooling. So he's got his hand inside her vehicle. Now he's on the side, and you got another agent on this side. And you got one right in front of her. If you can see the guy right there, that's the first shot. She's not going after him. You can see her wheels are turned to the right. You can see they're turned to the right. She's not trying to run anybody over. And you're not supposed to put yourself in front of a fucking vehicle. I mean, that's just safety. First shot. You see the first shot go there. Now look at this. This is at 16 seconds into the video. The officer involved here is at the side of the vehicle. He's not in front of her. His hand is pointed directly inside the driver's side window. So we only have one bullet hole in the window.
This doesn't even make any sense.
Reported that there was another bullet hole in one of the side mirrors. There's no other bullet holes. And we know, I think we can safely say that one of the shots came directly from the driver's side.
Yeah.
Point blank range.
Mm-hmm.
Within 18 seconds, she's dead. Why wouldn't he just let her go? Don't stand in front of the vehicle. If somebody's not complying, you got her license plate number. You can go to her house and arrest her for failure to obey a lawful order or fleeing in a motor vehicle. I mean, you could do that. What would be the crime here? I mean, if you analyze this in the same context as, say, the George Floyd case, you know, you have to look at use of force and the continuum and what
I
officers
need
are
to just
allowed
speak
and not
numbers
allowed
at
to
this
do.
point.
It's the same standard for Derek Chauvin as it is for this guy. You know, you're not, first of all, they're taught not to shoot into a fucking vehicle. You're not supposed to shoot into a moving vehicle for a couple of reasons. One is you could hit somebody else. You hit a car, it ricochets off. Number two, what about your partners that are there? Did you see the proximity to the partners? I mean, you got one guy on the side and you're shooting at the front. I mean, how dangerous is that? You're only supposed to do it if you're in fear of substantial bodily harm or death. Very traumatic for this community to have these ICE agents come in. So let's take another angle at it. This is from so her foot must have been stuck on the accelerator when she crashed. So what they did is they had to turn the vehicle off. That's why you heard that sound over and over again. So sad. Let's hear what one of the witnesses has to say. There's no question that in that angle that you just saw, that she's trying to get away and she's not really intending to mow anybody down.
They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah,
Okay.
that was her goal.
Whether it was or not, I mean, she was attempting to leave. So it's been bantered about, you know, would it make a difference if she's a willful, you know, obstructionist, you know, or if she's just dropping off a kid, you know, and I think it does to a certain degree. However, you still don't shoot into a moving vehicle unless you're, you know, looking at substantial bodily harm or death. And she clearly is turning away and waving cars through. There was a car that just got through, you know, so she wasn't trying to impede that person. If you're the lawyer for the officer, certainly you try to paint her as an obstructionist, as somebody that's impeding this ICE operation, as somebody that wants to get in the way and was told to get out of the way and get out of her vehicle. And the uncertainty of what's going on is something that can't be lost. However, I still come to the conclusion that he could have easily just stepped out of the way, and you know, it was. I think Trump tweeted that he was almost killed, you know, which is just ridiculous. I think they said he went to the hospital and was released. For what? I didn't see any injuries at all. So let's hear what our fair mayor has to say.
The mayor did not hold back when speaking about the shooting.
He had this strong message for ICE.
And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis.
Okay, if I want to lower the rhetoric, would I use those words? And you know I love to swear, right? I love to swear. Come on. But he's frustrated and he wants to sound tough. But what are you going to do? I mean, there's nothing you can do. If ICE wants to be here, they're going to be here, right? And it's up to the citizenry, you know, to do whatever they're going to do. But I don't advocate anybody going against ICE. Fight it out in court.
Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite.
WCCO's Reg Chapman was at that press conference for us, and he joins us now with more reaction from the mayor and the police chief. Reg.
Our camera saw Minneapolis City Councilor Jason Chavez with a bullhorn, urging the crowd to protest peacefully. But the mayor and the police chief are urging the same thing, to try and keep the calm while the investigation plays out.
We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally,
What's wrong with that woman, bro?
We ask
She's so wild.
the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights.
There's just no reason for you to get in the way of ICE. And I'm saying that respectfully because I get how frustrated the people are. The people are very frustrated. You know, I mean, we don't need to be a sanctuary city. At the same time, we don't need to have over-enforcement. And I think that's what we have here. So, you know, the thing about it is we're so aptly represented with leaders, you know, whether Democrat or Republican, you know, and our leader in Homeland Security, so fashionably coiffed with her, you know, her suede hat and her brown shirts. There are brown shirts. Let's hear what our dear leader has to say.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism.
Act of domestic terrorism? Did she blow something up? Did she try to kill anybody? Did she hurt anybody? She didn't try to run anybody.
How did it make this shit up and people buy it?
Was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to...
Stuck in the snow? There was no fucking snow. There was no snow on the ground. I mean, yeah, we have snow on the ground, but it's been in the 30s. So they didn't get stuck in the snow. It didn't happen.
Attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them. And those
She didn't attack them. I mean, what is she watching that we're not watching?
Those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer...
Is this AI? I mean, this looks like it's AI.
Of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him.
This is not what she should say. There's another dude who's like,
what?
What's the other guy's name? This is not how you do it, folks. This is not what a leader says at a time like this.
And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts.
There was no vehicle ramming here whatsoever.
Domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such.
How are people buying this?
To protect our ICE officers.
Unbelievable. I can't believe she's got a job. Quite honestly, look at that fucking hat.
Aiden Ross.
She's cute and everything. She's kind of
Yo, Aiden.
She's got a little too much Botox. So Tom Holman, the border czar, sat down with Anderson Cooper.
Let's go, Aiden Ross, man.
Stuff. Not the way Christina. Oh, it's an act of domestic terrorism. It is. She tried to kill him, and the officer was acting in self-defense. And you know, so you're not holding anybody accountable. You're not being a measured response. Let's hear what Tom Holman has to say.
We had an incident in Minneapolis. According to the Department of Homeland Security, a woman attempted to weaponize her vehicle. That's a quote. Ram an agent, run over an agent. The department's called it an act of domestic terrorism. Open fire. That woman is dead this evening. Many
That's crazy.
are watching videos of this incident online.
It doesn't make any sense.
Different than what the department is describing. I'd like to show you one of those videos so you can talk directly to Americans tonight about what they're seeing.
And sadly, I was right. There has been bloodshed. There's been attacks on ICE officers. There have been people killed. Even our detainees were killed here in Dallas.
Yeah.
The investigation's ongoing. There's a lot of video, a lot of evidence hasn't been seen yet. I'm not a forensics expert, and neither are the people and members of Congress commenting on this. The auditors hold their judgment. Take a deep breath. Hold their judgment. Because I think the comments about murder is going to incite what? More violence, more threats, and hopefully not more bloodshed.
And I want to get into that. I want to get into the increase in violence and threats against ICE officers, but I also want to linger for a moment on this incident because it's a really important one. I think the city of Minneapolis is on edge. I think the country is on edge.
Suffice to say, I'm not going to play this whole thing. You guys have probably already seen this anyway. But Holman says, look, there's an ongoing investigation. Let's wait till everything comes out. Instead of, being Mr. Partisan like Christine Holm is, and going off like this. At the end of the day, a woman lost her life. And why did she lose her life? She lost her life standing up for what she believed in, and going against ICE. We have to have more measure in our responses. We just do.
It doesn't even make any sense.
ICE has a tough job. Anybody in law enforcement has a tough job, period, plain and simple. The use of force is something that is entrusted to a few people, and they have to have the training necessary. I could honestly see, Trump's administration isn't going to prosecute him for anything, for sure. But Keith Ellison, our attorney general here in Minnesota, who was a former congressman and a former defense lawyer, I actually knew him when he was a practicing lawyer. We went up against each other in cases.
Nice.
But he is not a. I would bet that there is going to be a situation where they might put this in front of a grand jury, and that's where it belongs, because you have the grand jury decide whether there was probable cause to charge somebody. That should happen here, and I bet it will. So in my closing thoughts, my heart goes out to this Renee Good's family. They lost a sister, a mother, a daughter, and sounds like she was a good woman by all accounts, unarmed, and the rhetoric that you hear from the White House and from Chris.
It's so fucked over.
She didn't do what she was accused of doing. She didn't run somebody down. She waved one guy through, and then she was trying to leave. Or actually, she delayed in leaving, and they told her to get out of the car. And then she tried to leave. So, but they had her license plate number. They could have just let her go. And if somebody does that, I am totally against police chases. At this day and age, there's no reason for it. You got a description of the person driving. You got their license plate number. You can just post up at their house when they're, and issue a warrant. But cops have a tough job, period. Plain and simple. And now the local police, what do they do with this ICE presence? I mean, that's complicated. How do you balance what ICE is trying to do and what the role of the Minneapolis police is here? I don't have an answer for you on that, because that's above my pay grade. So,
thank you for being wise there.
On this stuff as it happens, and hopefully the city doesn't burn like it did during the George Floyd days. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, go to Facebook. Let's build that platform, and we'll see you next time on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
Charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away.
Okay. Can you? I didn't end up a dead. Well, I'm sorry.
I just came from the tanning studio, and my kid's behind me. She's been following me all day. I just don't know. If it weren't for stupid decisions, drugs, and alcohol, I wouldn't have.
Yep.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming in with my Irish gold cufflinks on today, which means I'm doing business on behalf of the people, my people. As a board-certified criminal defense lawyer, what I give you is a bird's eye view through the lens of a criminal defense lawyer of what you should and shouldn't do in your human life. You know what else? You know who else does that? AskALawyer.com. Oh, snuck that in there. AskALawyer.com is an effective way for you to get legal advice from a living being for only $49. Can you beat that? No, I don't think you can. And your grandma in her basement, she's an entrepreneur, isn't she? Well, she wants to incorporate. She wants to figure out what to do. Well, have her go to AskALawyer.com to have her grow business that she's doing in your basement. You better go look.
Hi, Aiden Ross.
Anyway, but if you have any other problems or any other legal issues, go to AskALawyer.com because they are an excellent resource. And if you are doing your own legal research, they've got AI trained on all 50 states, so you know you're getting good results because AI is what? Trustworthy, isn't it? We just need to sit on the couch and play with our
I fuck with AI, I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Devices.
It's useful.
For lack of a better word.
I'm very useful, actually.
AskALawyer.com. Same people that brought you e-forms and e-sign. So go to AskALawyer.com. I'm just going to tell you something. It's a privilege to have children, right? And it's a privilege to drive. And it's a privilege to drink. But you shouldn't mix all three of them together. So the title of this video is Mom Turns Violent After 50 DUI with a Child in the Car. You know, that's what we call an aggravating factor. And then if you decide to be a jerk on top of it, that's another aggravating factor. I just don't know. You know, if it weren't for stupid decisions, drugs, and alcohol,
You wouldn't have a job.
You know, I wouldn't have a job. So let's just check it out.
So how'd you end up in the ditch here?
Actually, I just found here.
All right, right away we're starting out pretty poorly. You know, when you have to start out a case in what you're arguing about, you know, you're arguing about beating somebody up. You know, you're already in the hole, right? Because it's violent. You're in the ditch. There's no, and it looks like it's a fairly clean day out. You should not be in the ditch.
And I just.
Okay. Can you?
I didn't end up a ditch.
Well, I'm sorry.
I just came from the studio and my kid's behind me. She's been following me all day.
Sorry, you're in the grass line here. I just want to make sure you're okay. Can I just get your driver's license so I know who I'm talking to?
Now, this video is also brought to you by Midwest Safety. They're one of our partners. We team up with them from time to time. You know, what a bad feeling to be pulled over by the cops with your kid in the car and you being shit-faced.
No, I actually don't have it with me. I'm so sorry.
You don't have your license with you?
No.
Okay, I'll take it from you verbally then, just so I know who I'm talking to.
I promise you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. I promise you.
Huh?
I hear ya.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright, how do you spell your last name? What's your first name?
MJ. Like it's the initials.
That's your first name?
Yes.
MJ.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so what's your first name then?
My first name is Mary Jo.
Mary Jo. Alright, just do me a...
MJ, Michael Jackson, perhaps? You know, the thing about it that's just so sad about these cases is mom's going to jail. Well, you know mom's going to jail by the time
it's over, bro.
But what's going to happen to her kid?
The kids.
Think of how frightened the kid is watching mom put in handcuffs. Kids should never be felt like they don't have somebody to rely on in all of their affairs. You know, they should just put their head on the pillow and dream, you know, little dreams of sugar plums and icicles or whatever the fuck. You know, I don't know what the hell I'm saying. But I mean, they should be carefree, you know? Their stress should be, I didn't get invited to Sonia's birthday party. That should be the sum total of their world. Not worried about whether mom's going to go to fucking jail.
Do me a favor. Keep the vehicle turned off. I don't want you to hit anybody, okay? So hang on a second, okay?
I was taking the garbage out. There was somebody that left like around 3:30 or 4, and so it'd have to be between. She could have been back here for an hour, as far as we know. We don't know.
Between 3:30 and 4.
Yeah.
There's a kid in there.
Yes.
Is it in park?
Yes, it is. The vehicle's off.
She's standing on the brake.
Yep.
When I knocked on the window, she woke up and I said, "Are you okay?" Because I thought maybe she'd her head or
Drunk, asleep with the kid in the car.
head or something.
She's slurring her speech. I got an odor or something in there. I don't know whether it's necessarily alcohol or her pupil.
Ooh, I don't know that it's necessarily alcohol. That is a fact that's good in her favor.
Pupils are humongous.
Why don't you want to make contact? Because what if she's trashing stuff right now?
I did make
Light
contact.
side.
I know, but we need to stay in contact here. Hi, you roll it all the way down? What's your name?
MJ.
MJ? Okay.
Did you both see it?
So you can get a DUI for any kind of intoxicant. So it doesn't have to be alcohol. It can be alcohol. It can be marijuana. It can be drugs. And in some instances, if you have any amount of a controlled substance in your body, you're kind of screwed.
She called. She came out first and saw. We both worked together in the building, and I came out to take the garbage out, and I noticed that I couldn't see anybody at first in the front seat because her head was on the steering wheel, and all I could see is a little boy, and I was like, well.
And she was completely passed out?
She was tipped over on the steering wheel. Okay. So then I knocked on the window and said, are you okay? But then I realized shortly.
1 second for me here. I'm sorry. Last name's gonna be.
I see you got a little problem here, huh?
No. I'm good.
No, you're not. You're buried 2 feet into the grass here.
Oh wow, she went into the soil.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Probably.
It's okay. He's on the way to get us.
Who's on the way?
So in court, a DRE, they call them drug recognition experts. They can't call them that in court because
There's some supporting.
a certified expert like.
Thank you, Ankh. Thank you.
One of the
But
things
are you the real Aiden
They
Ross?
have you guess how much time elapses. It's called the Romberg test. So I want you to just close your eyes, and I want you to guess how much time has gone by when I say stop. And depending upon if you're sped up or you're slowed down, they can tell. Well, supposedly they can tell if you are on some kind of mood-altering chemical.
A boyfriend.
Your boyfriend? Older too.
Older too?
Yep. How far is your boyfriend coming from? How far?
It's like 10 minutes away.
10 minutes away?
It's okay. Yeah.
All right. Do you have your insurance information? Did you give it to the other officer?
Yeah.
Okay. So what brings you back to the parking lot? Did you have an appointment?
Nice to see you. Yeah, we did, actually.
Where was your appointment?
He had an appointment.
Yeah. Strong odor.
You're good to go then. You'll probably get a phone call from us. Are you willing to write any kind of statement or anything like
I
that?
can just describe what I just saw now. I just saw the little one in the back, and I didn't know if somebody had gone out of the car because I couldn't see her. And then I
Damn, bro.
just looked closer, and then I saw her laying like this, and that's when I.
So this is like a private parking lot. So I don't even know what she maybe throwing something weird.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
What'd you say?
I said you can act like whatever, but I'm not doing anything.
I can act like whatever, but you're not doing anything wrong?
I promise you I'm not doing anything wrong. So.
Well, I mean, I don't think.
You can act like whatever, just whatever, and I'm not doing anything wrong. Because I'm not that kind of girl, you see.
You good girl.
Don't you love that vocal fry when they do that?
Back here like chasing a joint to break in or anything, but you damaged the yard here. You definitely wrecked their grass. Is this your car?
Yeah.
Is this your car?
Is this your car?
No? Okay.
Is she gonna take it? Or I'll take it.
It's your call if you want her to do it or you.
It's okay.
First on scene by 5 minutes, first contact.
I know. I was way out. I got here as fast as I could.
Did you
but
think
I
so?
didn't make contact with her at all.
Yeah. So you said the other officer has your insurance information and your ID, your driver's license? All right.
I'm really sorry.
Well, thank you so much for calling, okay?
All right. Thank you. Of course. Thank you.
Is she on the phone or what is she on?
She said her boyfriend's coming.
Okay. Do you want to step out for me, please? Thank you.
She's got strong odor too.
Very.
You know, we've seen this time and time again where people, use alcohol or drugs, to either out of habit or addicted or whatever. And how stupid they are when they do certain things. Like, you've seen the teacher videos?
Yep.
Where the teacher's drinking on the job.
It's so stupid.
Doing coke on the job, remember that gal?
That was not too long. I saw it.
She's drunk, and so how many times do you think she's done this before? You know what I mean? And just by sheer luck that she didn't smash into somebody.
Please don't. Please don't. He's really scared. Please.
Okay. Please not what?
Don't do that.
We'll come back behind the car so he can't see it. How about that? Come on back here. So, I don't know. Let's take your phone and your stuff off you here.
Fine.
Can we take your shoulder bag off?
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
It's not happening. It's just not happening. I'm not doing this. I don't have time for this.
So, obviously we have an odor of alcohol coming from you. Okay.
Actually.
Hang on a second. So I'm going to run you through some field sobriety tests, okay?
Your shoulder bag's coming off of you now, too, because you're acting really suspicious. Do you have any weapons on you or anything we need to worry about?
I would never do that, guys. Come on.
Yeah, she definitely would.
Guys, hey. I remember one time I had a client who was on a high-speed chase.
Hey guys. Hey.
And he crashed his car, and his car is upside down, and they're trying to yank him out of the car, and he's got a fractured hip because he's all fucked up. He goes, "Come on, man, come on, guys." It's like, fuck it.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Never do this.
I have an odor of alcohol coming from the vehicle. Okay?
God. Look at her face.
How did you end up here?
What?
How did you end up here?
My son.
Okay,
your son drove you?
Yeah, my son from the back seat. He put his foot all over that gas. Me.
I followed you, but I streamed too. Nice. I know you, Aiden Ross.
Why are you here in this parking lot? I'm just curious how you got here.
So, sorry.
She didn't have one on her. Her name's Mary.
How did you get here?
Huh?
What made you come?
Hi.
How high are you?
Hi, how are you?
Oh no, how high are you?
Come to this parking lot.
I really apologize, but I'm not really.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you to apologize. I'm asking you a question. How did you?
She is fucked up. I mean, that's if you want to look up the definition of fucked up, it would play a little video like this.
You ain't wrong, my boy.
Sorry.
Why are you here in this parking lot?
Okay. Is your boyfriend his dad?
Yeah.
No. We knew it. No. I apologize.
I apologize.
Warm in the car? Okay, good. Does your car normally smell like alcohol?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it does. And my car drinks without me, all the time. My car's a drunk. I'm fine, but my car's a drunk.
Do you have toys or something you have, or a book?
And this would be really, really funny. Had it, it's not really funny, but it just would be funny, kind of, if it weren't for the kid in the car. You know what I mean? Seeing cops, seeing your mom being questioned by the cops, and watching your mom getting taken by the cops.
I can agree with that. I'll be able with that.
Huh?
Where were you coming from?
The road. I mean, she's just messed up. It's just so sad, honestly.
No, were you coming from your house?
Yes.
You were coming from your house. Okay, so then how did we end up here in this parking lot?
Because I came here from the road.
Okay. So you just came off the road and just came into the parking lot?
O'Connor Walk.
Okay. I'm gonna have you take your hands out of your pockets for me. Do you have anything on you that's gonna poke or cut me at all?
Huh?
I mean, here's the thing. She is so obviously out of it.
Yeah.
And, she...
We all can tell.
For a child like that. And so do you need to do any field sobriety at this point? You really don't. I don't think so. I think you've established that, got an odor of alcohol, and she can't answer a single question. Where'd you come from? The road. Well, how did you...
The road.
Huh?
The road.
So, I mean, she's almost incapable of doing any roadside field sobriety tests. So what they tend to do is this. You have to have, cause to stop somebody, right? Reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime was committed and she committed. And so, and her car is, screwed up, and so they take her out of the car, and the next step normally would be to do standard field sobriety tests. So you do the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, and they look for a maximum deviation at 45 degrees. In other words, jerky eye movements as opposed to smooth pursuit. And then you have usually walk and turn test, usually the one leg stand test. You
Bayside Paradox.
and then they do usually the PBT, the preliminary breath test, which is not admissible at trial, but it is admissible to establish probable cause for the arrest, to get her to the station, to either do the breath test or get a warrant for your blood.
Is there anything on you that's going to poke or cut me at all? Mary, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, I actually do.
You need an ambulance? Okay. Why do you feel you need an ambulance? What's going on so I can tell them why you need an ambulance?
I can't breathe, actually.
You can't breathe? You're breathing pretty well.
What did I do? Can you please tell me what I did?
I can't breathe.
Guys?
So, I'm going to have you turn to face me, okay? What you're going to do is you're going to follow tip my finger with your eyes, and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Move your eyes and your eyes only. Top my finger. Follow it. No, leave your head straight. Straight
It's so old for her.
with just your eyes, please. Okay? Got that? It's pretty simple. Look at my finger. You're looking at the ground. Okay. All right. Actually, come over here. We'll utilize this line here, okay? So what I want you to do is put your left foot on that line, and then your right foot in front of it, heel to toe touching. I'm going to explain the rest of the test to you, okay?
Oh, wow.
Why?
No, because I didn't tell you to. When I tell you to, you're going to take 9 heel to toe steps down the line like this. 1, 2, on your... Stop. Don't start.
So one of the things they look for in the walk and turn, the heel to toe test, called the walk and turn test, and they don't tell you this, but if your arms are more than 6 inches out, that's a clue of intoxication. You didn't fucking tell me that. If you use your hands for balance at all, that's a clue. If you don't properly go exactly heel to toe, that's a clue. Any little kind of misstep is a clue of intoxication.
Start the test, please. When you get to your 9th step, you're going to take a series of small steps like this, turning around. Watch me. You're going to take 9 steps going down the line. 1, 2, all the way to 9. Count your steps out. Keep your hands down to your sides. Right foot in front of your left foot, like I explained to you.
All right.
Okay. Are you done? Yeah. Okay. All right, come on back over here.
And she gives this stupid smile like, hey, I fucking aced that one, didn't I? Oh.
This test is going to be a 1-leg stand. So when I tell you to, you're going to raise your foot approximately 6 inches off the ground. And you're going to count in the manner of 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Okay, you may begin. Keep going. Jeremy, you have it.
Why bother at this point? She can't even follow directions, and she can't even come close to getting them done.
PBT. All right, you can stop. How much would you say you've had to drink today?
Actually, nothing.
Nothing at all? Okay, are you on any prescribed medications I should be aware of?
Yeah.
Okay, what medications are you on that could cause?
I'm on a lot of prescriptions.
Okay. At this time, I'm just going to ask if you're willing to submit to a PBT. No? Okay. Then you can hold tight then. Put your hands behind your back for me, okay?
Why are you doing this?
So in Minnesota, if you don't take the PBT, you can get arrested, and then you go down and you have to take the test. You don't have to take the roadside test. But once you get down to the station, if you don't take a test, it's called refusal, and that's a crime in and of itself. So and then you refuse, you kind of wipe it all.
You need to be more exciting than me. That's my only thing, because I'm here sleepy as shit.
Yes, you are.
This is why I wouldn't like to be a cop. All this confrontation, you deal with drunks, you deal with people who aren't doing well. I'm not bad-mouthing cops and their jobs. I'm just saying it's a difficult job, and it takes a special person to be able to do this.
And then you also gotta get used to the lag on Hypixel Skyblock.
Why are you doing
This is a tragedy.
No, I did not refuse it.
Stop fighting and resisting so your kid doesn't see this.
Stop it, I did not.
You want your son to see you doing this? Stop it.
Please stop it.
Your husband's coming to pick him up. Our officer's going to go pick him up right now because he's downtown looking for you. He just called in a well-being check.
No.
And the first place he went is he walked to all the bars because you were supposed to bring him to the hospital.
I would never do this.
You're not at a bar, but
A friend of mine, this just kills me what people will do for a drink.
Lyssna på min
A
värld.
friend of mine has a daughter, and they're on vacation, and her partner says, "Oh, let me just go, take our little daughter out for lunch." Okay, that's cute, father-daughter. Hours later, he's sitting at the bar. The child's sitting on the bar, and it's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? You know, I mean, it's such a privilege to be a parent, and you are in charge of a life. You don't squander that. You just don't squander because you never know what's going to happen down the road.
bar, but you're drinking beer in the parking lot and throwing it out.
Stop it. Hi. Just really quick, is it okay if I just check your pockets for weapons? Yep. Not that I don't trust you, I just...
Lyssna på
Where you're gonna go. I'm just gonna have you sit back here, okay? I'll take you over there right away.
God, that would piss me off. If that was my partner and she's drunk and the kid's in the back seat.
Stop it. Stop it. That sounds like you're... Please. Son!
There's a kid in the car. He's really upset right now. Come on, have a seat in here. Mary, how many times have you been arrested for drunk driving before? How many times have you been arrested for operating while intoxicated? Never? Your husband says 4.
Like in Wisconsin, 5th time with a kid in the car, it's a 3-year mandatory minimum. 3 years out of your fucking life.
4 times. Does that sound about right to you?
No. He's not my husband.
Well, okay.
Can you please just stop, judging me, please?
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you questions.
Stop!
Hey, if you're not going to cooperate, we'll just hold you up against the squad here. How about that?
Stop it!
Hey! Knock it off!
Ow!
You kick me another time, you are going to get charged.
Okay, add another charge. 4th-degree assault against a police officer.
I swear to God.
I'm searching.
It's lagging på heavily.
Let's get her in the squad and I'll...
So one of the things they have to do is they got to search you before they enter the squad. Because if all of a sudden they find drugs, they say, oh, well, it was in there when I got in there. And one of the things that they do at the beginning of their shift is search their vehicle. Make sure that there's nothing in there.
I don't feel like getting kicked again. You want a felony?
You want to touch me?
I am touching you. I'm touching you right now.
Give a
Cool. Well, you just caught a resisting charge as well now. There you go.
Ow! I'm really sorry.
Just slide in a little bit. Well, why do you think you're like this right now? This isn't normally how you act?
No.
So what's causing you to act like this? You wouldn't think it has to do with any of the alcohol you've consumed today or whatever drugs are on board in your system?
I don't do drugs and I don't drink.
Okay. Have you ever had a traumatic brain injury?
Försöker
In general. How do you feel right now? Do you feel normal?
To be honest with you, I don't want to tell the truth because I'm scared.
So did you drive all the way from Pennsylvania today? That's a long drive. All right, I'm going to shut the door so you stay warm, okay?
All right, you can come over here for me. So he said that she did have consent. Well, she could take the vehicle, but he wasn't aware at the time that she was intoxicated or anything like that.
Does she take prescription drugs for anything?
Mary Jo. Yeah.
What for?
Panic attacks, anxiety.
Because her pupils are as big as her eyes right now. And we have fresh Coors Light cans in the snow. At her drink of choice?
Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Pennsylvania. She's here for a visit.
Did she come from Pennsylvania today?
No.
Okay, so she's been out here for a couple days. Weeks. Okay. Officer Koleski is obviously arresting her for an operating while intoxicated, having the child in the...
So a 5th time is obviously a felony. And with a felony comes long-term probation and potential prison. And when you get out of prison, guess what? Then you're on supervised release for another 5 years. So, I mean, it just isn't worth it. But people who do this don't weigh the pros and cons. They just act.
On the car ups everything higher, and then having 4 priors, it's going to be felony levels, and then
She resisted, fought, and kicked us. We were trying to do it back here with him in the car seat so he didn't see anything. And then she changed it so he saw everything. And then he started screaming in the car. Thankfully, our lovely firefighters understood and they went to try to console. They scooped him right up and took him inside to keep him warm. So, do you have primary custody then? Yeah. Okay.
Gee, you know, tell me that wouldn't play well in family court. You know, oh, mommy got her 50 UI while I was in the back seat of the car and she fought with the cops. You know, and what do you do with that? You know, as a defense lawyer, how do you defend somebody like that? You don't do it on guilt. You do it on disposition. So now it's cleanup time. So you get your ass treatment, you start going to meetings, you get a job, you go to church, you get a religious conversion, you just decide, hey, Chandelier, I now see
Oh my god, it's lagging so bad.
Save me, Jesus!
It's lagging so bad.
Can you get down okay? It's a big step. Big step. Ready? Wow. There's Dad.
Oh, it's lagging so bad you can't even.
Thanks, guys. You're good here. I'm sorry. I wish you luck with everything.
Yeah,
thank you.
That would just piss me off to no end. You know, I mean, and then you wouldn't want the child to go back into her custody. I mean, if you're drinking, you're putting the child in danger.
After getting a search warrant for a blood draw to determine the suspect's blood alcohol level, she begins to get feisty with officers.
Which arm do you want him to take the blood from?
The one that's...
Oh, it's happening.
Okay.
So in Minnesota, you can do it. I think you can still refuse. I haven't had anybody refuse in a while, but in Wisconsin, you can't refuse. So they have a fucking taser to your neck if they have a warrant. So you either get tased and you get a blood draw that way, or that's it. You know, or you
So
cooperate.
you're done with the phone then for now.
Actually, no, you're not touching me.
Yeah, we are.
No, you actually aren't.
We gotta slide your arm out.
Don't
so we can
touch me.
get a blood
Get
draw
off
down,
of me.
okay?
If you kick me, we're gonna have a problem.
Actually, no, you have no right to touch me if I refuse.
Yes, we do. We have a warrant, and I tried telling you this.
I don't care. Get off
Let's
me.
go of the jacket.
This is a great fiesta, bro.
No, actually, no. Don't.
Let's
care.
go.
Leave me alone, please. Don't touch me. Don't rip my coat. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I will rip the coat if you do not get it
Stop
off
it.
your arm. Let it go.
Don't touch me again. Get away from me.
We got one.
Get away from me.
There you go. Good job.
No, not good job. Get the away from me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You have no right to touch me. Get the off of me. Get off of me. Get okay.
All for what? All this drama for a Coors Light.
Okay. Off of me. No, get the off of me. Are you serious?
Yep.
No, you don't just.
Are you serious? Yup.
That's why we got a
No, you
warrant.
don't.
That's why we got a. You bite me?
Get off of me.
You
right
better
now.
not bite me.
Get off of me.
Your arm.
Ow.
Okay.
Got it.
You had so many chances.
Leave me alone.
Once he gets it out, we'll let go of him.
Ow. What the fuck?
He's drawing blood. Just look at me and breathe.
He's got it. I opened
Look
it.
at me and breathe. You don't like needles, right? I'm guessing? Okay. It's almost done. Just breathe, Mary, breathe. Don't fight. Big deep breath in.
Rumor has it she's single, guys. So if you're looking for somebody that, you know, and she's also available during the day to take care of your kids.
Hold your breath. Let it out. Don't pull. Don't.
Stop digging
Ow.
nails into me.
Did you just hit me in the head like that?
Yeah, because you just bit my wrist.
Ow.
That's another felony for you.
Ow. Ow. He's doing. Oh, we need. Please stop. Please.
Damn, bro, what the fuck?
Hold on. Okay.
Just relax now. Just relax.
You don't touch me. You don't touch me again. Don't touch me.
Do not take my car.
Seems like somebody can't handle their liquor. I always fail to see how getting sideways and physical with 5 officers when you're just a single female is going to do you any good. But had she been thinking rationally, she wouldn't have gotten this position to begin with, correct?
My partner.
You don't touch me. Don't touch me again. How dare you?
Relax.
Give me my shoe, please. I can't relax. You're being an
Put your
if she wants to kick me with it, sure.
You're freaking holding me down and it hurt.
Yeah, well, you didn't want to. You didn't volunteer.
You hurt me. You hurt me. And it's on camera.
So those are your claw marks in my arm and your bite marks. That's another felony.
Oh my God.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Well, I mean, it hurt. I didn't give consent for it, but I'll be okay.
Everyone's gonna feel bad for you.
Yep. Oh, yeah. She get you too? You okay? Breathe. Let the adrenaline slow down.
So she's going to have multiple felony counts of assault against a police officer.
Idiots.
Now you just sound like my father.
To ensure officer safety, the suspect is restrained in a chair, and a spit hood is put over her head as she's transported to jail. Her blood alcohol content was determined to be .236, which is almost 3 times the legal limit. She was charged with her 5th or 6th offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated with a passenger under 16 years old, resisting obstructing, and 2 counts of battery to a law enforcement officer. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
You know, as I look at stuff like this, you know, it takes a lot to get to your 5th time or 6th time DWI. You know, it takes driving drunk literally probably hundreds and hundreds of times before you get to that point. And it's just a matter of time before you either kill somebody else, kill yourself, or seriously injure somebody. It is not that hard to not drink and drive. You know, a good friend of mine, a lawyer, high-buck lawyer, called me up one morning. He was in the jail, and I said, I'll come down and see you. He was shit-faced at 8 in the morning. He was like .23 at 8 in the morning. He said, I get it. I'm not going to quit drinking, but I'll quit driving. And that's when he first introduced me to Uber. That was quite a while ago. And so, you know, if we go out to dinner, I didn't even bring my car. I just Uber it. You know, when you're in Europe, I mean, they almost nobody drives over there because it's so the DWI laws in Europe are just so much more dramatic. You can lose your license for a lifetime, which makes sense. So if you're going to drink and you know you're going to go out to drink, don't have a car with you. Just take an Uber on your way there. That you're not tempted, and everybody will make that decision to drive. And that decision is made with alcohol on board. And it's like, well, you know what? I don't want to come back and get it in the morning. And guess what? You got to pay somebody like me a lot of money. And you lose your license. You lose your job. You lose your time. You know, it's just not worth it. And when you see somebody like
this is the OG map. Yo, big leagues.
You could also lose your child. You know, when there's a custody battle, get on. Who's going to put that kid back in her custody? Nobody would. A judge wouldn't do it. I mean, unless there's been some other domestic violence and there's no other alternative. But who
Can you swim?
Nobody. So,
You don't swim. GG's.
somebody like this is probably on probation for another one. And guess what happens when you're on probation for a DUI when you get another one? They stack the charges. You know, they stack the time. They do it consecutively, one after the other. So you don't really have, there's no upside to drinking and driving. Except for the convenience of not getting caught.
It's Sack. It's Sack, bro. It's Sack 18. I know who it is. No.
Sentence. You get the first one. Oh, don't do that again. Don't do. You bad little boy. You get the second one. All right, come on. You know. Third one, they can take your fucking car. Fourth one, you can go to prison. And they get progressively worse. And I'm pretty sure it's that way in every state. Just a different way to get to a felony DUI. And, you know, you kill somebody, you're going to prison. I mean, it's very difficult to stay out of prison.
Oh my God.
No. Life because you've been drinking and driving. I had one client that had, I think, 23 DUIs.
Oh.
And I was trying to keep him out of prison. And I told the judge, look, if we give him local time and load up on the prison time, you can actually hang on to him under supervision, judge, way longer than if you just sent him to prison. And she bought it. And, you know, it had been a long time.
Oh, man.
But it's just so stupid. It's just so short.
Oh, no.
So that's our reaction to the mother gets a little sideways with the police on her 5th DUI with a child in the car. So see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, go to clrbrucerivers.com for all your merch needs. Get that Nick out of his car.
It's them!
shelter. We'll see you next time here. Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away.
Oh, whew. Okay. Holy, the murder chance is in the roof right now. What the fuck?
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
This is the criminal.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, welcome to Criminal Lawyer Reacts, CLR Bruce Rivers. That's me. I'm your board-certified criminal defense lawyer, and this is another fun-filled episode. Well, not really, because we're talking about death, but it is nevertheless an interesting episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my pearl handle pistol cufflinks, so graciously gifted to me by our former content genius that you know and I know as Michael Rivers. Today we're reacting to a woman dies in police custody after a cop makes horrible mistake, which brings up the issue
Oh my god.
of law enforcement once they take you into custody. Do they owe you a duty of care? Well, of course they do. But before we get to that, you know, I just want to bring to your attention that AskALawyer.com is a very effective way to get some legal advice for not much money. $49 is all it is. So you go to AskALawyer.com if you've got a case where maybe you have a loved one that was in police custody and unalived by the cops accidentally.
You don't believe I've seen this. This is a murder?
Or you got a problem with your landlord.
This
or
is
you
a
got
straight up
problem with a
murder?
contract, or you're facing some kind of legal battle somewhere. Go to AskALawyer.com. You'll get a living, breathing human being as a lawyer, and they'll help you. If you're working on your own stuff, they've got an AI component trained in all the laws in the 50 states. AI is everywhere. In one of our episodes, we're going to talk a little bit more about AI. Anyway, so you get arrested and you get brought into police custody. You don't feel good. I'm on drugs. Well, you know what? They have a duty of care to you because you're in their custody. So the jail has it, and the cop and everybody that's caring for you, they take your body. They take you physically. They put you in custody. If you have a medical condition, they're responsible for treating that medical condition. You have a constitutional right to medical care. And if they don't attend to it, guess what?
Katrina, the call I got is you was asking people for drugs.
I could not get off of it because it was not.
There's two types of cops when it comes to drugs. Some people are impatient and don't give a shit and say, fuck you, you did this to yourself, you know. And there's other cops who are like, okay, you know, let's get you a meal. You know, let's get you off the street. Let's figure out your resources. And I'm not going to lie to you. People on drugs are frustrating as fuck. You know, they don't listen to you. They lie to you. They, you know, in the face of almost certain death, they continue to do this shit that I mean, I know this firsthand from my son, right? They're not thinking with a full neck. They're not acting rationally.
Able to use me. You see what I'm saying?
No, you're making no sense. Who the are you talking about?
When you're on drugs, you don't make any fucking sense. Big surprise.
My girl, you are dead ass.
On February 29, 2024, the Cocke County Sheriff's Office in Tennessee responds swiftly to reports of someone attempting to obtain narcotics outside a hospital. However, not everything in this case is as it seems, and officers will laugh as they make a horrific mistake.
So, sometimes one of the best things that can happen to somebody is getting taken into custody by law enforcement. I've often said that because it's like, you won't fucking listen. I had a client, he had a drug case, and then he got a DWI, and I was representing him on that. And while that's pending, he and another guy go carjack somebody. You know, and my client really wasn't the instigator in that. It was the other guy. And the other guy made him sell his car, took his money for drugs. And he would give him the drugs, you know. So it was just manipulation. And this guy was totally fucked up because of the drugs. So they go and they carjack this woman. And the other guy had the gun, and my client was just walking behind him. And basically doing whatever the guy told him to. And they take this car. Now the guy's in federal prison. Well, guess what? That 44 months or whatever he got in federal prison saved his ass. It saved his life. And hopefully, he'll be away from drugs long enough. Not that there aren't drugs in prison, but there really aren't that many drugs in federal prison. They're not supposed to be anyway. But my point is that taking him off the street, taking him away from that crowd of people,
Bro.
taking him away from the situation actually can save a life.
Walking around asking people for drugs. The call we got. Like she needs any more.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Let me tell you one other thing. It's so easy to look at a fat broad and, somebody that's down on their luck and say, oh, what a fucking, whatever. It's quite another just to have compassion. It's quite another to look at somebody as a human being that needs help, that is a life. A life is a life is a life is a fucking
It is my
life.
last game, for sure.
And it's
right?
They all should be treated with respect.
I need to go back to Fiesta.
Around 7:40 p.m. on the 29th, the Newport Medical Center calls 911 to report someone asking for narcotics in the parking
Holy
lot
gold
outside
rain,
the
bro.
hospital. When officers arrive, they find 40-year-old Katrina Dukes.
How dumb, though, honestly. What's right outside of hospitals, generally speaking, especially a trauma center? Cops. Because where gunshot victims go. Into the trauma center. And, are you asking for... It's like when Michael was in high school. He put on Facebook, I'm selling Xanax. Oh, gee, that was smart. How long before he got busted in that? Like 2.3 minutes? I mean, people who do drugs just aren't the brightest people in the fucking world. But this law enforcement intervention could be a positive thing. It doesn't have to go like this.
The amount of hesitation from this guy is kind of worrying me here.
So I'm done. I'm done.
You what?
I'm done.
Was you in the hospital?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I?
Where's your
Yes. Can I please go?
This is kind of sus.
Where are you trying to get to?
I'm good. Will you
Yeah, just advise. I'm not with her.
Will you go with me?
Where are you trying to go?
Uh-oh.
To this.
Run.
I'm good. I'm done with it.
Katrina, the call I got is you asking people for drugs.
No, I'm done.
Police reports allege they were called because Katrina was, quote, harassing people for narcotics, while court records state that staff reported that outside the hospital, she was asking passers-by
Damn, bro,
for
one
a
kill, bro,
number
with that
to get
ass.
fix, and that she appeared to not know who she was or what was going on.
What'd they give you while you...
No, she should not be going to jail. She should be going to a detox facility where she's monitored a little
I can't
closely.
stop, though. I have to keep going, bro.
Cops just, a lot of times, don't care.
He's in here.
Huh?
I said, what? How long?
I'm done.
What time did you get to the hospital?
I just now got.
I'm done.
Got off of it.
Earlier that day, Katrina had been taken to the hospital after asking the front desk clerk at the hotel where she lives for help. The clerk noted that Katrina had been confused, lethargic, repeating incoherent sentences, and appeared to be experiencing symptoms of a medical event.
I understand that. What time did you get here?
I just now got off of it.
But how long were you here?
Off of it, I could not get off of it because it wasn't able to use me. You see what I'm saying?
No, you're...
Oh, yeah, it's perfectly clear what you're talking about. When people are on drugs, they're in their own mind, and they don't make sense. And, this guy's got to get a history. Should bring her back into the hospital and, okay, let's take your blood. Let's see what you got on board. Let's make sure you're safe. If we need to take you to a detox,
Is it her?
let's do that. I mean, you don't need to bring this gal to jail, honestly.
You're making no sense.
Look, okay, so this is where it's not able to use me. See it?
Uh-huh.
Court records state that while at the hospital, Katrina had been diagnosed with diabetes mellitus with hyperglycemia and was treated for high blood sugar before she was released. The Mayo Clinic lists the early symptoms of high blood sugar as frequent urination, increased thirst, blurred vision, and feeling weak or unusually tired. However, later signs include nausea and vomiting, shortness of breath, confusion, and loss of consciousness.
See it?
Yeah.
So I'm good, but I can't. Can I please go to the? Can I please go to the?
Katrina is holding what is believed to be her discharge paperwork from the hospital, which would have included her diabetes diagnosis. She'd been released only a few minutes before hospital staff called the police.
What are you doing? What am I doing?
You're under arrest.
Why?
Discretion is 9/10 of the law. I wouldn't have arrested her. She's clearly fucked up. This whole incarcerating use people is not my idea of good use of resources. However, like I said, sometimes it saves a life.
It's this person, isn't it?
This is a situation where, first of all, when you're in a diabetic state like that, you can have hallucinations, you can have, issues.
I'm done.
Done with what?
I knew it, bro.
I just now got off.
You can't even form a complete sentence.
I'm good.
This cop has no idea why she's doing what she's doing. Why is she under arrest? For soliciting narcotics from who? It's
Stupid
just a
bitch.
general allegation. She clearly should be taken back into the hospital and stabilized.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Can you tell me? Look, it's just now went on me.
As Katrina is being handcuffed, other officers arrive at the scene. According to police reports, she was arrested for drunkenness and public intoxication, and the officer notes that she appeared to be intoxicated on a stimulant. However, while at the hospital, Katrina had been administered a drug screening for oxycodone, amphetamines, barbiturates, opiates, benzodiazepines, cannabinoids, cocaine, methadone, phencyclidine, and alcohol.
I did
It
say
tested
it, though.
negative for all substances.
See, when your blood sugar is fucked up and if your heart's messed up, if you have any problems going on,
Okay, this is actually the last one, though, bro.
your blood, it can certainly affect your cognitive.
It wasn't that fun to mine, though, and it's
just because I don't
too ping. But
Oh my god.
And why wouldn't you check with the hospital on the tox screen? Because they do that kind of routinely on a lot of cases. So you could say, hey, did you do a tox screen? It would take, how much would it take? But cops sometimes just say, just the bare minimum. That's the benefit of a 2-year education. Get a 4-year education. Get a master's degree. Get to the bottom of what the fuck you're talking about, what you're dealing with somebody. Because what are you dealing with? A life. And you're taking a life into your hands.
I'm not out. Listen, I'm not out.
Is that the one you stopped yesterday? No. Who is that? That's Katrina, dude. She's usually got meth stuffed up in her, but she's high as hell. Can't even tell me where she's at. Who did you say that was? Katrina, dude.
And she hasn't, she's got her discharge papers there, so you could take a look at those to see why she was.
why does it keep putting me right away into
you ever
Mash?
deal with someone who's hypoglycemic?
I know.
They can have similar kind of dysphoria.
I need to get into mining, bro. Oh.
I got her at Motel 6 one time. She had over an ounce of meth stuffed up in her.
Court filings
just going by her past, so she must have a bunch of meth stuffed up her butt.
Indicate that on April 22nd, 2021, Katrina was charged with possession of meth. She was then charged with probation violation on July 31st, 2023.
You couldn't even tell me what time you got here, and you got no shoes on.
Why don't you get down to her level and just argue with her? There's something going on there, and you think you know what the deal is, but you don't.
You don't.
And then I've got people up at the hospital saying that you're asking them for drugs.
That is not even. See, I'm supposed to be on the.
Were you trying to go to the hospital or get out of the hospital?
This is supposed to be to it.
To what?
Look, it's not supposed to. I'm not supposed to be going to that. Listen, would
When you were walking, Katrina, where were you trying to go?
Would you take me? Would you show them?
What?
Now, okay, I'll take the other side for a second. You know, with a history of meth use and, you know, Occam's razor, and she seems like she's fucked up. But, I mean, she doesn't have any shoes on, and it just comes out of the hospital. A little more history might have been good. But I can see why the cops are dealing with her in this manner. However,
I can't understand what you're trying to tell me because you can't. Do you hear what you're saying? You said it's across to my stuff, and that doesn't make any sense to me. What does that mean, Katrina?
It's not supposed to be going to my person.
What?
You see what I'm saying?
What is not supposed to be going to your person?
It's supposed to be going to my shirt.
but here's the thing. In all fairness to the cop, she doesn't appear to be in distress. She just appears to be confused. You know, so I can kind of see both sides.
Please. They're supposed to be going towards us.
Who was?
Us.
Who?
Us.
Me and you. That's us.
Okay.
Are supposed to be
and
going
they're supposed to be going towards us. They're not supposed to be going towards us.
Who the are you talking?
Oddly enough, this is exactly how people respond once they've been abducted by aliens. And then they have that anal probe, you know, the one that kind of controls their personality. Yeah, it's happened to me 100 times.
What are you talking about?
They're not supposed to be going towards our... I told you. I told you. Please, let me tell you.
But who's mining
They're
tungsten
supposed to be
only,
going
bro?
towards us.
Can
What
you
are
stop
you
tungsten
talking
mining?
about? They're not supposed to be going towards us. Okay, they're supposed to be going towards us to go to the country.
My girl, you are
No, they're supposed to be going towards us to the country. Will you, listen. Okay, they're supposed to be going towards us.
I hate it when jailers and cops take an attitude with somebody because they're just impatient. You know, girl, you are fucked up. And then points that way, you know, and dismiss it. You know, it's a life, you know, and she's not being belligerent. She's just being confused.
Yeah, that's true.
Go
I can
around
agree
towards
with
the
that.
door, Katrina.
They're supposed to be going all across the country. You are, yes. They're supposed to be going on us. They're supposed to be.
I know this look right here. See this bro with her fucking braids? I know that look. It's an institutional look. It's a superior look. You're a drug user. I'm not. You're in custody. I'm a jailer. You know, it's kind of that kind of attitude, that government attitude. You're in charge of somebody in custody. You're the caretaker of that person.
Somebody open the red
God
door.
damn it.
Watch your mouth.
No, I can't.
Watch your mouth. I just that attitude is.
Explain it to you.
Then watch your mouth. I don't want to see that coming out.
Okay, can I tell you something?
Yep.
Okay.
You can tell me what you're coming out with.
No, they're supposed to be going on us.
Okay.
They're not supposed to be going towards us.
This is the same conversation I've had for the last 10 minutes.
She's not being belligerent. Watch your mouth. What is she doing that? And here's the thing. They can talk to people however the fuck they want to. You know why? Because they're not going to lose business. It's simple as that.
That's true.
It's just a shame that you get some people who are in the job for the right reason, and you got other people that are just doing life on the installment plan.
No, it's all right. I mean, I guess her hospital paperwork got out. I guess I don't know what's going on. She had it with her.
They aren't even supposed to be going towards
Okay,
us.
so what are you going to charge her with? PI. She's walking around asking people for drugs. Call we done. Like she needs any more.
According to court records, about an hour after Katrina was transferred into the care of jail staff, her blood sugar levels were tested and came back as 360 milligrams per deciliter. A reading of 300 is considered dangerously high. Corrections officers reported that Katrina was, quote, nodding in and out and talking out of her head, not acting as she has when she has been there in the past. They decided to give her a dose of
What did it say? For what?
Her blood sugar levels were tested and came back as 360 milligrams per deciliter. A reading of 300 is considered dangerously high. Corrections officers reported that Katrina was, quote, nodding in and out and talking out of her head. Not
So she's got a blood sugar problem, you know, and that's what a 2-year education will get you. You know, when you're, and I wish I was in charge sometimes, but I'm glad I'm not, because heavy wears the crown, right? You have a situation where you are in charge of people. When somebody comes to the ER, what does a doctor do? He doesn't just go, oh, it must be this. No, they look at this, they look at this, they look at this. Could it be this? Could it be this? You know, they have a broad range of shit that they look at, you know? Why? Because it could be something else. It could be other things. And the fact that she tested negative should be known by these cops and these jailers. You know, should she be out there asking for drugs? No, of course not. Is that an arrestable offense? Sure it is. But if had they known she was acting like this and not on anything, you know, maybe they're alert and oriented to her condition, which they're not. But the problem here is you look at this woman and they just say she must be on drugs. It just must be a drug thing.
I can't really blame the cops on this.
She has when she has been there in the past. They
She
decided
was
to give her a
I
dose of
guess.
Narcan, which she resisted.
Narcan. Not knowing what her blood levels are for anything. So give her Narcan.
The next day, on March 1st, Katrina appeared normal in the morning, but her condition deteriorated throughout the day. At 4:36 p.m., another inmate told staff that Katrina was lying on the floor of her cell. They called 911 and administered 3 more doses of Narcan before emergency responders arrived. EMS noted that Katrina was in critical condition with stroke-like symptoms. While at the hospital, she regained consciousness, but couldn't move one side of her body, and a CT scan confirmed she had experienced a stroke. She died a few days later, on March 3rd, 2024, at the age of 40. Katrina's mother has since filed a wrongful death lawsuit alleging that after Katrina's arrest and transportation to the Cocke County Jail, she developed serious medical needs that were neglected and from which she died without emergency treatment. The case remains ongoing.
So, you know, cops and, you know, staff at the hospital, well, I'm not so sure about the staff at the hospital, but cops for sure have what they call qualified immunity. That means they're, you know, as long as they're not acting in a grossly negligent manner, but I mean, you have somebody experience it. I mean, she's got discharge papers from the hospital. So you know she was at the hospital for something. And you know she got treated at the hospital. What is your duty to get more information about somebody experiencing a medical condition? And clearly she was. She was clearly confused. So how much is something like that worth? You know, I don't know. How much is she worth to her family? You know, you're not going to get economic damages, are you? I mean, probably not. So it's not going to be a huge, you know, windfall for anybody. But notwithstanding that, you've got somebody that dies unnecessarily in police custody. And why did she die? She died because the cops looked at her history and say 1 and 1 is 3. And really, they should have just looked a little bit deeper. And had they looked a little bit deeper, they would have seen, look, and you know, in all fairness to cops, they're not trained medical people. I mean, they are usually EMTs. They should be EMTs if they're not. That's emergency medical technician. That's what I was when I drove an ambulance for about 6 years while I was in college. You got to look more than just what's in front of your fucking face. But when you've only been to school for 2 years, you don't know what you don't know. And that is what a doctor does. Because the doctor says, I may not know all the facts here. Let's get all the facts. That's why we get her blood levels. That's why we get her glucose levels. That's why we do this and why we do that. You know, do all these tests. So when we're making our decisions, we have a wide variety of information. When you go to the jail, guess what the jail says? You're fucked up. Go sit in your cell and sleep it off. Well, they're in charge of her. They have a duty to care for somebody in their custody. You know, giving her Narcan when she's got high glucose levels is not going to do anything for her. You know, it's just a really sad thing that this woman died because of a 2-year education. And really, that's what it comes down to. Now, a lot of nurses have a 2-year education, but I think nurses sometimes, well, certainly on medical stuff, they're smarter than cops. But you got to get to the bottom of what's going on. You know, my heart breaks for the family, you know. I mean, especially because somebody dies like that. It's like, you know, we wanted her to get off the drugs, and we just thought, you know, there were times of sobriety, and she did well.
I mean, possibly due to her suffering a head injury, maybe she's not in the right headspace, but I can't for sure say that she's a danger to herself as of right now.
Before making a decision, the officer tries calling Nancy's phone.
Hello, is Nancy there?
Okay, well, Nancy ain't gonna answer the phone. Bueno. Bueno.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminally Reacts. I'm coming to you with my pearl handle pistol cufflinks from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where you can hear the sirens of pleasure. Right across the street, there's all kinds of shit going on. There's protests, there's drones, there's helicopters from the State Patrol, there's Proud Boys, there's Proud Marys, there's all kinds of shit going on. But you know what? We're not going to be talking about that today. We're going to be a little lighter. The name of this video from Ewu, during another Ewu reaction,
Yes, sir.
is Missing Woman Found in the Most Unexpected Way. Another cold reaction. I haven't seen this, so we'll be watching it together. So this is not quite as long, so you have half a bowl of popcorn and maybe half a bottle of white wine. No box wine. You know, it's so funny. My daughter had some people over for New Year's.
Bro, why did you not get a scrap then?
And I knew she was no big deal. She's 20. And all of a sudden, I find in her room a bottle of, you know, box wine. And I said, who's this belong to? She said, oh, that was so-and-so's. And I said, are you sure? He goes, Dad, yes. I said, because no daughter of mine drinks box wine. Fucking no way. Anyway, before we get to this lovely video.
Damn, this box went bad?
More criminal stuff. This is brought to you by AskALawyer.com. So, for example, if you're 20 years old and you're staying in your parents' house and you want to find out, is it legal for me to drink in my dad's house box wine against his wishes? Well, go to AskALawyer.com for $49. You'll get the answer. Or if you have a dispute with a landlord, or if your grandma's in your basement trying to start an OnlyFans page with her feet, well, she can go to AskALawyer.com and get some business advice or get on the way, you know. And they're not meant to represent you in court, but for $49, you can get legal advice on which way to go and how to kind of get going on whatever legal issue that you're facing. And if you're doing your own legal research, they also have a library that's contained basically AI focused on all the 50 states. So you've got all the tools at your disposal. So go to AskALawyer.com. Same people that brought you eForm and eSign, so you know they're reliable, good folks. Okay, let's get right to it with Missing Woman Found in the Most Unusual.
Let's see. I'm very interested.
We can't find her.
She's missing right now, and she had hit her head on the hardwoods, and we've all talked to her, and she just wasn't right.
I just worry because
Oh, is this case? I've seen this. How was his take on this though? Oh, he's this.
Oh my God.
On April 3rd, 2025, a 74-year-old grandmother leaves her Michigan home to hit the casino, then vanishes without a trace.
You know, anytime you're dealing with the elderly, and I guess, you know, 74 is like upper middle age, would you say? That's a snooty white winer drinker joke. The danger is, you know, you want to give them their independence, right? But, you know, you're going to let grandma go buy a used car by herself? You know, you're going to let, they become like dangerous to themselves. And not unrealistically so, but you just got to be careful.
But just as the search reaches a standstill, an unbelievable discovery changes everything.
That close. Unbelievable. It's crazy. That's just wild.
The following is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. On Friday, April 4th, 2025, Norton Shores officers meet with a man named Robert, who has concerns about his elderly neighbor.
Well, the other day, I come by here and Nancy's garage door's open.
Are you the neighbor?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we came and went, and last night, the garage door was still open. Today, the garage door's still open, and she don't do that. And whenever she goes to check the mail, and she locks her doors.
Okay.
And that door was open. You said it was.
Yeah. She had a fall yesterday.
How old is she?
Hit her
2
head.
days ago.
Yeah, Wednesday. It was Wednesday.
Yeah,
morning.
How old is
She's
she?
64. Or,
64.
excuse me, 74.
74. Okay.
I hate seeing old people at the casino, sitting at the slot machines. Ding, 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 ding. There's a reason that, it costs $2 billion to create a hotel in Las Vegas. Because they win. I mean...
The 74-year-old grandmother, Nancy Bloomquist, lives alone. Though they share that the house is slightly less tidy than Nancy likes to keep it, nothing inside leads them to believe there was a break-in or foul play.
Yesterday, she called me and
You can't rule out anything in a situation like this.
Yeah.
So as you're a cop investigating this, okay, you got the door open, you got the garage door open.
Yeah, true.
It does look like somebody's been, in the house. That's not supposed to be.
She called me and she kept saying, "I'm waiting for you to get here so you can go to Little River." And I said, "We're not going to the casino. You need to go to the doctor or call your doctor's office. You need to stay home."
So you said she had a fall recently. She hit her head. When was this?
Morning.
Wednesday?
And she wasn't right.
What does not right mean? Can you help me clarify that a little bit?
Talking almost like she had a stroke. I even told her, "Look at your pupils in the mirror."
I
You
did
said
too.
you did.
According to her friend Julie and her cousin Kelly, not only has she missed work every day since hitting her head, she also failed to show up for a luncheon that she organized for today. Robert speaks with the casino on speakerphone, hoping that she may be there.
She's always at the casino, so she hasn't wanted to try to go to the casino yesterday. And she went.
Bloomquist.
I don't know how somebody could get so lucky.
Unfortunately, the casino tells Robert they'll have to call him back, leaving them with no answers. Suddenly, another neighbor approaches the group.
Hello.
Something happened to Nancy.
We can't find her.
She's missing right now.
She left it.
Yesterday afternoon.
No, this morning.
This morning?
Yes. Went to the mailbox. That was like 10:30. And left, and then I noticed her garage door was open.
Yeah, there's mail in the mailbox.
Okay, that is weird.
The neighbor's story offers hope that the situation isn't as bad as they feared, but Nancy's friend remains deeply concerned.
I just worry because of that head injury. She just was not Nancy.
The officer contacts dispatch and relays what he's learned, and faces a difficult choice given the circumstances.
Do you believe her life is in danger?
So what information does the officer have at this point? Think about this like a puzzle, right? She was seen as recently as 10:30 in the morning, leaving, and her just left her doors open. So at this point, he has no information, and she hit her head, but she seemed to be physically capable. So at this point, she seems like she's okay.
I mean, possibly due to her suffering a head injury. Maybe she's not in the right headspace, but I can't for sure say that she's a danger to herself as right now.
Before making a decision, the officer tries calling Nancy's phone.
Hello, is Nancy there?
Okay, well, Nancy ain't gonna answer the phone. Bueno. Bueno. So now there seems like there's some fuckery afoot, doesn't it? Some Mexican guy or Spanish guy just answered her phone. So one of the first things I would do is ping the phone. Where's the phone?
And like that. That's her phone number? No. Okay. We're good.
But even after trying the correct phone number, calls to Nancy go directly to voicemail.
Maybe she's on a hot streak at the casino. Maybe she decided to go heater. You guys don't want to come with me? Just wanted to go AWOL.
Yeah.
They're not going to like the answer yet. Unfortunately, we're not at the grounds of she's in immediate danger, so we can't ping her phone.
Even with the head injury?
Right. We need to prove that if this phone call doesn't happen, she's most likely going to die, which we are not at that point because we have to violate her rights and immediately contact her agency. We're not there. We already called. We can't do that. What we can do is put out a BOL for the entire county. So every officer in the county will have
BOL, be on the lookout.
The county will have notification telling them to look for her car and look for her and check on her if you see her. Stop her, check on her, make sure everything's okay. And then if her car is parked anywhere, abandoned anywhere, found anywhere, they'll know because it's going to have a BOL attached to it.
The officer obtains a description of Nancy's car, a white
I thought it was a Bodo.
2024 GMC Terrain with a Michigan plate. Though it leaves them with no comfort, all they can do is wait.
What a helpless feeling, right?
Yeah.
A good friend of yours or a neighbor or a loved one. You don't know where they are. You know, can I tell you how many fucking times that has happened with Michael? When he was a kid growing up, he would just take off. He would take off in his car, my car, didn't matter. You know, he'd be in Florida, Colorado, Nebraska. I mean, Michael, come the fuck home. And I'd just pull my hair out.
By Saturday morning, April 5th, Nancy still hasn't made it home.
She's not home.
No, we know. We've been looking into her location. We do know that she is up. She went up to the casino yesterday. They checked the hotels in the area, and they checked with her brother up in Traverse City. She's not there with him, so that's as much information as we know.
Oh my God. So let's just wait and hope she shows up.
Yep.
Okay.
By the late afternoon of April 5th, there's still no sign of Nancy, and officers have given no alerts indicating Nancy's car has passed any license plate readers. Given the circumstances, an officer contacts Nancy's brother and asks him to fill out a missing persons form. When he arrives to meet with him, he learns their timeline for her disappearance has been very wrong.
This neighbor, Jamie, told me that she saw the door open, which is uncharacteristic. My sister would never leave home leaving the door open, so she was not of her right mind. But anyway, she saw that both Thursday when she went up to the casino and also Thursday evening.
Why is she going to the casino, bro?
Also Friday morning, which would kind of indicate Nancy did not come back here on Thursday night. So the neighbor over here probably had their dates confused.
Though the neighbor
What the fuck does that mean, Wiz?
At 10:30 a.m.
Wiz, are you okay, bro? Are you here?
Report. The reality is that she never made it home from the
Sure, give me a sub first and I'll do it.
A sudden call to the Little River Band of Ottawa Indians Police Department brings a pivotal update.
Surveillance has her walking out of the building at 5:10 p.m.
5:10.
She kind of wandered around the parking lot trying to locate her vehicle for about 30 minutes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, she was lost. Yeah.
But then she did get to her vehicle about 5:40 and then was observed leaving the property and heading south on US 31.
Oh.
That's some excellent information that they didn't have before.
Time to pay up first and I'll do it on stream right now.
The road was pulled over by the cops. Cops get out of the
I
car.
assume you're just a bot, so whatever.
And they pull him over again, and he takes off again. Same thing. Then they push him up on the sidewalk. He had no idea where he was, and then he goes to the hospital, and he wound up having a tumor the size of a softball or a tennis ball in his head. Not cancerous or anything, but and he recovered from that pretty well. But you know, you just don't know what conditions that people can suffer and.
Thank you for that information. So that was about 5:40, you said?
Yep, 5:40 p.m.
As Nancy never made it home after leaving the casino.
And this just goes to show you how connected we are as people. You know, we feel the absence of somebody. Like, I feel the absence of Michael like you wouldn't believe. You know, he was part of me, you know. My mom, even though she passed, I still feel her presence to this day. She was just the most wonderful person in my life. 5 foot tall Irish Catholic woman who never said a bad word about anybody, you know. So when one of us is missing, you know, we're all connected. You know, I never felt that more than I did in COVID, you know. When COVID hit, you know, and we couldn't go to work. We couldn't do the things that we normally did. Couldn't go out to restaurants. We had to be isolated. It had an impact on a lot of people. And then so like this situation where their neighbor and their sister, you know, you have to check in with people every so often, you know, just to make sure that we're all, you know, because we need each other.
This means she hasn't been seen on cameras or heard from in roughly 47 hours. If her head injury was worse than anyone realized and she truly suffered a stroke, every hour could mean the difference between life and death. Just as the trail runs cold at 4:30 p.m. on Sunday, April 6th, a breakthrough sends the case in a new direction. Norton Shores officers are alerted by the Mason County Sheriff's Department that a landowner has discovered a damaged vehicle about 30 feet into the woods, 13 miles south of Little River Casino. Though the car is so heavily burned that the VIN and license plate are illegible, trail cameras captured what appeared to be Nancy walking away from the burning car and further into the woods at 7:30 p.m. on Thursday night.
How amazing is that somebody had a trail camera to capture some of this?
3 days earlier, K-9 units and multiple drone operators are dispatched to the area, and it isn't long before a drone operator sees a possible person lying in the woods.
Oh my God. Look at that. That is, just shows how hard it is.
Still alive.
Yes. Nancy?
Well, unfortunately, she's alive. How nice is that, honestly? Your car kind of barbecued.
I know.
But we'll get you up and get you warm, okay?
I've been cold for days.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh, what? How? Don't you feel better knowing that she's alive? Honestly.
Yeah.
But I mean, fuck. That's why when you have somebody that's elderly, they can be insistent. They can be insistent because they're independent, you know, and that's the one thing that they don't want to give up is their independence. You know, having a second set of eyes on them is not a bad thing.
Are you hurt?
No.
Anybody got a thermal blanket in their car?
I'm just freezing.
I do not.
According to the Mason
Holy
County
shit.
Sheriff, it rained heavily the night of Nancy's disappearance, and temperatures plunged below freezing, adding a layer of suffering to her terrifying experience.
Somebody grab her money there that's laying on the ground.
I couldn't find it.
Yeah, we got it.
We got it. We found it for you.
Thank you.
Is that your winnings from the casino?
Let me put it in your pocket. I'm going to zip your pocket up.
Oh, that's in my ATM.
Do you get the stick out of your back, okay? Do you think maybe you could...
Jesus Christ. Nancy, get off the fucking forest floor.
Stand up if we help you?
But no, this is a situation where you're a first responder and it's a happy case. You know, I mean, we found her and she's alive. And there's no fuckery afoot. No responsible Mexican who said bueno on her felt that was because they got the wrong number.
I can grab it.
You know,
Thanks.
Might as well. I don't know if she's going to be hurt or not.
How about you just sit tight for a second? We'll help
We're gonna
you get up.
we're gonna get something to help you, okay? We don't want you to get hurt any more than you already are.
So here's the thing, you know, it's really dangerous to move somebody like this because they don't know how badly she was injured in this car accident. And how the fuck did her car all of a sudden catch on fire? Nancy, guess what? You're getting a new car.
I can't find my house.
I know. We'll help you do that. We're gonna make sure we get you home.
This is my home, but I can't find the house.
This is my. There's no home here. I live in this tree right here.
I know. We'll get to it. Sometimes it gets a little tricky out here.
With Nancy showing signs of confusion and disorientation, getting her to a hospital quickly is critical. However, an ambulance won't be able to drive to their location. Instead, an officer races to get one of the police SUVs.
Well, I'm glad we found you.
Did you find your phone? I had
No.
a phone that slipped out of my hand.
Oh, did it?
I can't find it. I was going to call Bob and ask him where my house was.
Oh.
I don't know if it burnt down
we were all
or
just walking right
blew
here.
away or what.
So you don't know if she's going through shock. You know, you don't know what's going through her internally. So that's why it's really important to get her to a hospital ASAP.
We would have walked right past her.
I can't find the driveway either.
I know. We'll help you, though. It's quite the adventure you've been on.
Horrible.
Yep. You got one heck of a story for your grandson.
The officers carefully load Nancy onto a mega mover, a device designed to rescue patients in areas that are inaccessible to
this is wild.
strangers. As a team, they carry
We called that the Shahooner when I drove an ambulance.
Nancy towards the clearing.
All right. We're just going to take a break.
What's just cold? Or your leg bothering you?
My hip.
Your hip?
Because every time I tried to get up to find the house, I'd fall. I'd trip over something. Oh, that hurt.
That close. Unbelievable. It's crazy. That's just wild.
Yeah, and I come up about right up here, because I looked down along the swamp some up.
How you doing, Nancy?
Call the boss. We found her. She's alive. Yeah, she was like 100 yards into the woods from where we were. The drone captured it, and so there's like 10 of us going out into the woods. Like 8 of us walked past her, and someone's like, "Here she is." She was underneath some, like a tree that had fallen. So she's talking and everything. We just moved her out on a mega mover, and we got an ambulance on the way. So, yeah, pretty wild.
After carefully loading her into the back of an SUV, Nancy was transported to the main road and into an ambulance, and officers called to inform the family that their loved one had been found alive and was on her way to the hospital. The Mason County Sheriff later explained,
Fuck you mean, bro? You don't need thanks.
Casino, Nancy got twisted around, winding up in the driveway of a seasonal home. As she tried to get back to the main road, her car became disabled and caught fire. He added the person who owns the seasonal property rarely visits, and it was blind luck that the homeowner happened to come home and find the car on their property.
I don't know how somebody could get so lucky.
Despite enduring freezing temperatures.
Well, she said she was lucky at the casino, and I guess she got lucky here. Although it was pretty unlucky for the story. But what a happy story, honestly. You know that, and you know,
We're not friends in it.
paramedics.
You know, I've tried inviting you to every banquet I've gotten, but you aren't even online, bro.
Usually come to tragedies. So nice to see that they. Did you see how happy the guy was when he found out she was alive?
Yeah, I didn't invite you to this one because last time I tried inviting you, you weren't online, so I don't care.
74-year-old Nancy Bloomquist ultimately recovered from the harrowing ordeal.
Unbelievable.
What are you inviting me for, bro?
Okay. Well, that just goes to show you should take care of your own, and if Nancy is in your neighborhood, make sure that you don't listen to her when she says I'm okay. You know, make sure that you just gotta care for each other, don't we? And what a heartwarming story. So it's not really a criminal story. We thought it could be, but it's really more of a search and rescue. And thank God Nancy's okay, and that there was no fuckery afoot. So we'll see you next time here at Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter. Give Ewu some love, because that's where we got this video.
Yo. Oh, this beat is crazy.
I always like a good car chase. And guess what? It never.
It's so laggy, bro. When exiting and
After a pediatric doctor was stabbed in the head, neck, and abdomen in Jupiter, Florida, deputies with the Indian River County Sheriff's Office were told to be on the lookout for a white Lexus headed north on I-95.
Do you know how many white Lexuses there are in Jupiter, Florida? It is the retiree capital of the world.
Meanwhile, Jupiter police continued tracking the vehicle via an Apple AirTag.
Further information, Jupiter
By an Apple AirTag. No, that's a new one. I've not heard of that.
does not have a visual on it. It's strictly the track via the AirTag.
Onyx? Bro, is this still Fiesta?
How the heck does the cop have the
I don't even
tracking
know.
with an Apple AirTag? That's pretty cool.
What's the current location of it? Stand by.
I'm not a fan of chasing. Where somebody stabs somebody, a little more immediacy is involved. In other words, the public safety. If
Is
they're
it still
gonna stab
Fiesta?
a fucking doctor, who else is he gonna stab? You know.
It kind of has to be, because look at this lag. Right, maybe it is. I don't know.
To signal and you take off. Where is the? If you let him just take off, and make a note of who he is, and then make a note of what the driver looks like. No need to chase somebody for a low level, and you shouldn't.
Okay, okay. Look at this.
Yeah, last I heard it was passing.
Look at
See
this
how these
lag.
people, they're waiting for this light, but just so you're clear, in every state, if you are driving down the road and you see the cops, you got to pull over. If you don't pull over, that's a traffic offense. Similarly, if you see the cop pulled over on the side of the road, move over a lane. It's similarly.
Oh, why does it have to lag all the time?
It's also just common courtesy, right?
Oh my fucking god, bro. This is so sad, bro. Look at this shit. I kind of prefer 140.
Just south of State Road 60, still northbound.
I prefer no Fiesta than Fiesta with this, to be honest.
Shut the fuck up. This cop has low frustration tolerance, we call that.
You know what? Yo, that's driving me fucking crazy.
That is corpse. Thanks done, Alex.
See, these people aren't. You should stop and pull over.
Is it? I don't know. Is that a lot though? For me, it's not even remotely very close because I'm lagging.
Do you think he's a little frustrated?
Number 2 visual on it?
The thing is, I like mining the gemstones instead of pickabilizing it for coins, but at the same time, I probably should pickabilize it. It's way quicker. I'm leveling pig pets right now. Are you leveling pig pets as well?
You hear how excited these cops are when people don't get out of their fucking way? Guess how excited they are when they ultimately encounter the suspect.
Pig pets.
You just made me risk everybody's life behind me and my own. I almost became...
I made some earlier.
My wife almost became a widow.
10 or something.
And my children almost became fatherless because
I'm
of
working.
your stupid ass.
I have some pigs here that I'm gonna work on. It's for net worth.
Hi,
Isn't pig like the best profit right now? Why?
Imagine me being here.
Or is it your own reward drag?
You're board certified criminal defense.
If it's not your own, then you're throwing coins.
Love and kindness that you deserve.
Pig is more profit.
You don't deserve any, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. So today we're reacting to man flees at 133 miles an hour after stabbing his doctor. Could you put more shit into that headline? Flees at 133 miles an hour after stabbing.
Bro, it's like 45 million right now. Because of the update that's coming.
Reaction, but before we get to it, this episode, like all of our episodes,
it's a full rework on Pig Pet.
The good people, the same people that brought you eForms and eSign, both of which I use.
And nobody likes leveling it because it sucks in Garden.
You can, for $49, you can log on and you get a living lawyer at your disposal. You know how valuable that is? You know, I charge.
Yes, then G-Drag, yeah, but not than Pig Pet. What?
You can't really compare. You know, ask a lawyer.
I've just told Pig Pet is 45 million for level 100 earlier.
Sued by somebody, you have
and it's like 50k to make it.
Go to askalawyer.com, and if you're running your own legal research,
yeah,
guess what? They have an AI component.
That's a lot better than a Rose Dragon, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, right?
Research, and boy, is she little Cheeto underwear stained grandma in my basement. That's who she is. Anyway, so go to askalawyer.com.
Hey, hold on.
I'm just not a fan. And the reason being, you know, look at all the people that are in jeopardy here. However,
True.
when you have an allegation that he stabbed a doctor, and you might say, oh, well, what if it was just some Joe Blow? Well, no. If he's stabbing a doctor, that's a totally different situation. You know, that's somebody who's, you know, in a clinical setting. You know, if he's willing to do that, what else is this guy willing to do?
Private test me up here, 51295.
Dispatch has been updated.
Yo.
Okay, well, that's another felony. So now the cop's going the wrong way down a one-way.
Is your mile marker? Hello, 6, I have the radio. We're passing mile marker 149 northbound.
So they've got all
P-
kinds of new devices nowadays.
Yeah, it might even rise more when it actually comes and it becomes useful on the updates.
Catches the tires, and they're tethered to the cop car.
And I hope they make it best for pig, not for potato fortune. I think that's justified. That's cool.
You know, it tracks the car where it goes. So I'm a fan for tracking the car wherever it goes. And they have helicopters too, as you saw.
Yeah, it's fully reworked. Every perk is changed.
He's on the wrong side of the fucking road.
We're gonna need sticks probably on the vehicle. He's not gonna stop.
And selling it is way less fees than a roast drag.
129, I have speak at the 153. Middle lane, passing cars.
Back into the left lane.
Alright guys, my radio now, I have eyes, outside lane, passing the 151, he's in the outside lane, 151.
Damn, bro, listen. How many commissions are you at, bro? I'm gonna check mine. Let's go look at achievements, tiered achievements.
We're gonna have suspects ready on the other side, upper 995.
42,000 comes for me. Combined though. That's combined. Yeah, but I'm just counting my other account too, or profile. It's 500k Slayer XP? I only have 45,000? Wait, what? What is that? Is that for Vamp Slayer? I'm so confused.
You know, I'm following this guy with
What?
extreme caution. And that's because, you know, he probably doesn't have a gun because he probably...
Wait, what other accounts do you have, bro?
But you never know.
You don't have another
If he's
account?
willing to be that violent with his doctor, imagine what he's going to do with people who are trying to put him in jail.
2 miles from the exit. Traffic's coming to a stop up here, he's gonna slow down.
All of them. Alright, bro. On my Ironman though, I'm at 19.5. It's like average of 1k comes per day or something. So yeah, the die is absolutely atrocious to get. But...
He's coming up to the 155 now, outside lane. I'm sorry, inside lane, still northbound. He's right behind you.
I've only seen this work in my career once.
Mm.
I had a client who was being chased on a motorcycle by the cops. Now, motorcycles are inherently faster than cars generally. I mean, they take off faster and more maneuverability. But he crashed his motorcycle, and then he went on foot, and he's taken off on foot. Then he went behind this house where there's a lake behind it. Then he hopped in a canoe and fucking took off across the lake, and he ditched the cops. All because there was a controlled buy. The cops gave him 50 grand of buy money, right? 50 grand. And he didn't have the drugs on him. So he took the money and fucking ran. And then they tried to take off, and they never found the money. But they never found him. They found him later because they knew.
Brown cheese is delicious, bro.
But that's the only time
People are missing out. Have you tried brown cheese?
You're good to pay over 60 as long as it pays the bill. Alright, just past the exit, stand by on the inside lane.
Brown cheese. Brown cheese, you know, cheese, and then brown.
It is so important to have that calm between the cops, so they can tell. You know, when I'm riding with my buddies, we're all calm.
Yeah, brown cheese.
Our ears, you know, our helmets, and that's why the guy.
Yeah, I haven't tried it.
Hey, there's an obstacle in the road.
Bro, it's
or
delicious.
truck, or it's clear, or whatever.
It's Norway cheese, yeah. Bro, it's fire, bro. I feel bad for you, man.
Not sure where he's gonna go.
Coming on the left. There is nowhere for this guy to go.
Okay, I have the radio, please. I will advise what he's doing. Middle lane, outside lane now. Get him! Get him! He's still northbound on I-95.
Brown cheese and yellow cheese, bangers. But I like them both. And someone like blue cheese, that doesn't even make any sense. That sounds disgusting.
So
blue cheese.
Like they laid spike strips down to pop the tires. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's normal.
See that? I mean, that's what happens when you
that's
flee the
normal
fucking
shit.
cops. When you flee the cops, they think, oh, really? You know, what else are you going to do? Are you armed? Is this going to be an armed confrontation?
Wait, so brown cheese is nowhere else than Norway? There's no way. Bro, don't let America get the brown cheese. That would end the world. Oh no. They would explode.
Now what? You going to run for it? I don't think so.
To the bend on I-95.
Oh, What? That does not sound like brown cheese, bro.
I'm getting ahead.
Trying to cut into the median, he's gonna get stuck. He's in the water. He's made it. He might make it through, guys.
If I'm a cop, I'm like,
I think there's a lot, like from go
now
to
I
the
gotta
sheep.
get wet.
Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, I've never tasted that.
Well, might as well keep on going.
This is very different. I don't even know how this is made. I don't even know how it's made, but oh, it's so good. So quiet. Oh, what the
No,
fuck
that's
is...
not an invitation for lunch. Put your fucking hands up. Get out of the car now.
What? You mean the audio?
Look away from me now! Don't you move, or you will be shot. You understand?
See how amped up these cops are?
You want me to approach?
Can you not hear it? Are you deaf, bro?
Cross, behind cover,
Oh, bro, it hits max. It literally hit max.
See, that's that's why they were cautious. Because he was armed with a rifle.
Where's he at? Just for my guys, while we're waiting, it doesn't appear that anybody else is in the vehicle. I can't confirm. I do have eyes on the driver, nobody else. Hey, move up. Move up on this side.
I'm literally hitting max, no? Hello?
Verbal commands. Beach is taking over commands. Start fire just because the car's smoking. Just have them stationed. Stay right there. Theo, on him. Take commands.
Driver, shut up! Stand up!
Muni.
This is attempted murder.
Bro.
This
Why?
fleeing is not that big a deal in the broad scheme of things. But it is an aggravating factor that the judge can take into consideration. You talk about the underlying attempted murder.
Keep eyes on him on that side.
Hands up! Face away! Take 2 steps to your left! Left!
Somebody take commands.
Keep walking to your left!
I guess I can go to Gordon then. Bro, that's devious, bro. Why you do this during the fiesta, bro?
Just don't start running.
Your waist.
Peach, cover the car. We got him.
Grab your shirt and pick it up so we can see your waist. Don't look at me. Spin around. Spin around. Do a circle. I'm trying to help you. Please don't shoot. Keep doing your circle. Please don't shoot. Keep your hands up and do what I say. Nobody will shoot you. To your left.
I'm trying to help you, he says. I'm trying to help us what? In training on how to apprehend somebody who's a dickhead?
One more step
Dickhead.
to the left. All right, keep backing up. Keep backing up, just like you're doing. All right?
11-13, do anything from the board? Hey, I'll see you there in the
Oh, that's gonna be the biggest grief ever, bro. Bro. So you can ban me from doing dungeons? What do you mean?
Just hold what you have. We're gonna grab a shield and approach.
On my normal profile?
Give +1 commands. You hear me?
Guess what? If he would have taken off, what's the first thing they release on him? The dogs. And guess what they do?
Oh,
They bite. And they bite.
I don't even know. I'm not really worrying about it before September, so I don't know. It's not much though.
Anybody else in the vehicle, come out with your
Half of it is just Gordon.
You got debrief from driver?
I got shield. You ready? Yep. You give commands? Yep. Hey, we're gonna move up. You hear me? You got anything else?
No, sir. I ain't got nothing.
Both shields, lip them up. Come around this side, Macias.
Ernest, come around.
Come on this side.
It's B3 for, I think, yeah, it's Ashfang. What is it? It's Gordon, Sunbird,
Thanks for putting all these
and the other guy,
in danger.
and 3 more marksmen here. I don't know what this even is. Vanquisher,
Move up on this back door.
Bladesword, I think, and Ashfang. Yeah, Ashfang is big.
Keep moving. Yep. It's all clear. Let me pop the trunk.
I do sometimes. Oh, they died.
Take no chances. Is there somebody in the trunk that's gonna come out with a weapon? Who knows?
Well, I need 20 times to talk bestiary, so it takes a lot of time.
And one of the things the cops don't want to do, they're not the interrogators. They're just apprehend, get him into custody, and then have somebody else interrogate the defendant.
Heavenly Father Yahweh is on your side, bro. I don't know. This isn't just.
What do you mean? I'm still like 3 weeks of prep on Ironman, or 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
Let me
It's
tell you
quite a lot.
about roadside justice.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty jammed up. We're probably gonna have to pull it up. Hey, I'm gonna swing across, yeah? Hot the button. Come on this side, then. Right? suitcase. Clear.
Oh, Sarah Boone's boyfriend is in the suitcase.
Is something wrong with this, by the way? I feel like this is taking forever. Is my farm built very bad or something? Why does this take so long?
The water, I had no brakes. Did yours? They're not supposed to do it. Mine said will not exceed 130. I guess that's what they top out at. What? Yeah. It's not fast. Mine wouldn't go. Trying to take it out. He's moving.
He's been searched already?
Yeah. Want to know yours? And what's the other?
Wait, can I mine now? Yeah, that's...
No, sir. No, not yet.
You're not hurt?
Not yet. Physically, no, not yet. Not yet.
Normally,
What do you mean?
stuff, I'm totally opposed to doing chases, but in this case, tell me that wasn't necessary. I mean, it was absolutely necessary.
No, bro, I got a parachute shaft. You can't do that.
A doctor.
Let's go.
And who knows what more carnage he was willing to cause. And then he gives them shit for justice. Is this justice what you did to me?
No justice, no peace, man.
I'll talk to you in a minute, alright?
Engine was like smoking really bad. It told me my pressure was really high. Is that the smell we're smelling? Probably. that. Richie's brake.
Which is why you don't want to buy a retired police car. Because they beat the shit out of them.
Brakes.
Hey, how are you?
No, you're not.
Felt better. Yeah. They hit me. I think fucked up my back, but there's nothing you can do, man. I got you.
You can't have that much points anyway.
It is what it is.
We probably have like 500 points left.
God, you know, my plans went wrong. You know, I just wanted to stab somebody. I mean, come on, guys.
Share a check, make sure you're alright.
No, you're not.
No, we are.
How do you ensure?
We're different, whole different.
This man calls me. We're in the middle of a class. He's like, "Where are you guys at?" I'm like, "What do you mean? You were just here." And he's time to go to work, man.
Yeah. What's your name?
Nicholas David Parchesco. What's your name?
I'm Travis.
Travis. Nice to meet you too, Travis.
Where are you heading?
I think my sack will fill up though.
I don't know.
From this shaft.
Trying to escape the Babylonian Empire. Trying to escape. Because you people have only had me hostage my whole life.
What is this guy saying?
Satan, the devil, and all you Babylonian followers.
Babylonian.
Wow. Is Satan the devil and all you Babylonian followers? Well, guess what? You have to know right from wrong in order to be charged with a crime. And you have to be of sound mind to be able to participate in your defense. So if he's not able to do one of those two things, he would be committed to a mental facility and not getting out until he can be restored to competency.
Listen. I'm
They don't really take mental health seriously in America, so I don't know.
Do you think that going 130 miles an hour away from the cops is helping?
I do not know why the system has to deal with it this way. It's
What?
not right, dude. Just because I'm Egyptian or a person of color? Just because
What?
I'm a white person like you, man?
Dude, you're white. But when you're dealing with mental illness, you can't tell anybody anything.
You guys gotta hold us down.
Dude,
And keep us
2x
poor.
drops is actually so goated.
Bro, I don't need to explain nothing to you. Man, you guys are teaching the youth really awesome, bro. Guns and drugs. That's all the youth is gonna
And
know,
you
bro,
stabbed the
because of you.
doctor. And you stabbed the doctor. That doesn't really help.
Yeah, well, Satan put an evil curse on me so he could oppress the children of Judah. So, this isn't fair. This isn't just. This isn't freedom.
No, it's not freedom. You're in a locked police car in the backseat where you can't hardly move because you've got handcuffs on. No, that's not freedom. You had freedom before you went to the clinic. Now you don't have freedom because you went to the clinic.
Exactly.
These evil lizard serpents don't care about us.
Evil lizards.
We're on our way to the Indian River County Sheriff's Office, and you're gonna meet with some detectives when we get there. Okay?
So, should I tell them the truth, or are these the type of detectives where you tell them the truth that they kill you?
I can
Huh?
I can 100% promise you that they're not gonna kill you.
Prisoner in my own realm.
Does he have a realm? Is he part of his own thing?
Y'all made me prisoner in my own realm.
According to court documents, Nicholas Parchesco was booked at the Indian River Sheriff's Office on one charge of high-speed fleeing. Later, while in custody, Nicholas was charged with making a written threat to kill in reference to an email he sent while incarcerated, where he threatened to kill a nurse if she didn't give him Tylenol. Both of these cases remain open.
So let's read this together. I need to go to the hospital and see a doctor / nurse that actually cares about the human race, because my head has been pounding from a concussion for over a month now. They all have been refusing me medical assistance. I nicely asked the nurse this morning for some Tylenol, and she refused to give me medical treatment, even though I signed the consent to treatment form yesterday. I'm going to try asking her very kindly one more time, and next time she comes around, and if she refuses, I'm catching another attempted murder charge. Okay. Fuck. Another attempted murder charge. So what does that tell you? That tells you he knows right from wrong. It tells you he knows what he's trying to do.
Where he threatened to kill a nurse if she didn't give him Tylenol. Both of these cases remain open.
Go to the fucking gas station and get some Tylenol. It's kind of spendy at the gas station, but you can get it anywhere.
Open, but were put on hold after he was transferred to Palm Beach County, where he was charged with attempted first-degree murder with a deadly weapon and held without bond. Additionally, the town of Jupiter filed a petition with the court for a risk protection order, wherein Nicholas was prohibited from owning any firearms or ammunition. Nicholas pled not guilty and underwent a mental health evaluation by a hospital doctor who found him competent to stand trial. However, 4 months later, a second doctor found him incompetent to stand trial, and he was committed to the Department of Children and Families and placed in a mental health treatment facility. 6 months later, his continued involuntary commitment was extended, and a status hearing was set for September 24th, 2025. According to court documents, the doctor who Nicholas attacked was hospitalized with multiple stab wounds to his head, neck, and abdomen. A detective interviewed the victim at the hospital and testified that he was a close family friend who knew Nicholas for 15 years and stated that his mental health had recently been declining in the time.
So just because you're not competent to stand trial doesn't mean that you're able to walk free.
Yeah.
He's in custody. I mean, he's in a locked facility.
Time leading up to the attack, the doctor's daughter, who was present for the attack, testified that 6 months prior to his arrest, Nicholas attacked the doctor at his practice by punching him several times. Afterwards, he began sending numerous strange text messages containing nonsense. According to a Facebook post, the victim suffered only minor injuries and recovered from his wounds with his family by his
Good.
side.
Stopping bad
W.
guys? Stopping bad guys? That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, man. Don't be mad about that. Look better if you were in a pink shirt.
You know, crimes are always committed.
Okay, his ass. Let's go, man.
Now, it can be mental health, they can be drugs, they can be financial, they can be overwrought emotions during a domestic, husband and wife or boyfriend, girlfriend. And it never ceases to amaze me when I see the mental health side of things. I had a client who...
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
Who is it?
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
What is it?
And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer. And
Yes, sir.
I'm here today to react to a bunch of stupid criminal shit.
Come on, man.
Actually, it's blind. I haven't seen it yet. It's cold reaction, and if you're sitting there with some popcorn and white wine, I suggest you put your feet up and let's enjoy the process.
Do I do the next Fiesta as well? Ooh.
Before we get to that, this is brought to you
Maybe.
by your favorite.
At what time is it?
AskAlawyer.com. AskAlawyer.com. I'm not kidding you. If you are looking for legal representation or guidance on a legal case, go to askalawyer.com for $49. You can get all the legal advice you want without leaving the comfort of your own home and talk to a living, breathing lawyer. You know, Grandma does it just because she's lonely in the basement in her Cheeto stain nightie. But here's the other thing. If you're doing your own legal research, they also have a legal library that's AI trained on all the 50 states. So it'll know basically and answer the questions that you're trying to ask.
Damn.
So whatever your legal need is, go to askalawyer.com. I highly recommend it. It's the same people that probably e-form and e-sign. Good folks, and I use both of those on a regular basis. So I subscribe, so you should too. All right. So let's just... the first title of this one is You're Being Arrested. How hard is it to stay out of jail? I mean, it's not that hard. But if it wasn't for alcohol, drugs, and dumb decisions, I wouldn't have a job.
You're being arrested, yes, sir.
For what?
Because you urinated on a table while people were eating.
What?
What? That's a crime? I thought it was a condiment.
Wait, what? That's disgusting.
Yeah,
What's the crime there? Well, you're putting body fluids on somebody else. That could be.
Yeah.
But it's disorderly conduct, really.
We kind of frown upon that.
Now I'm gonna have to fight this one. You know this, right?
Well, that's what court's for, sir. What I
We're
need
gonna have
you
to
to do
fight
right
this one.
That wasn't my piss.
now is go ahead and take off your shoes and your socks.
And
What the
tell
fuck
me
is
that
happening?
alcohol didn't play a part in this.
Using your socks for me.
And I pissed where?
You pissed on a table while people were eating.
That's disgusting, bro.
My dad had a bachelor party for one of his brothers.
He has to be mentally ill, right?
Downstairs, and he lifted up the cover for the keys on the piano, and he thought he was going to take a piss on the piano. People do dumb shit when they're drunk.
No, I did not do that unless you have
I want mining
information
60.
on that.
Take off the shoes or else I'm going to assist.
Documented information. What the hell does that mean? People think, oh, you know, they don't have any evidence. No, they do. They have a statement. Well, that's not evidence. Yeah, a statement from somebody is evidence.
Assist you, sir.
Keep this.
Paul.
Make sure you keep this.
I'm going to ask you one more
You're trying
time.
to abuse me in America. That's a cracker right there.
Not using racial terminology, sir.
Yeah. Deep South, crackers. White man can say it too.
What's this key to, sir?
That's your mother's house.
Really?
Well, you know, I said it 100 times. I wouldn't give you 2 fucking plug nickels to be a cop. They do an amazing job, but they have to deal with shitheads like this. I wouldn't have the patience. It's your mother's house.
Your mother sucked me dick.
I'm sure your mother would be very proud to hear you speak like that.
Mother loves me.
Go ahead and stand up. We're going to step right in here, sir. Going right over here.
What I'd be worried about somebody talking like this is that they would get violent.
Put your arms down. Put your hands down by your side.
How we do it.
You don't know anything about the military, sir?
Oh, yes, I do.
Really? What branch of service were you in?
What do you mean?
Exactly.
Well, stolen valor there? I don't know. A lot of these cops are ex-military, which explains their PTSD responses sometimes, which are overboard. All right, let's get to the next one.
Hey, Joseph, would you mind if this officer behind you checked your pocket to make sure you don't have any narcotics or anything like that? You don't want us to check your pockets?
Now, you don't have to consent to a search, and I suggest you don't. But if they're going to do it anyway, you don't resist.
Isn't skeleton key like super overpriced right now or something?
Narcotic smelling horse right here.
So, I mean, everything would just show crazy loss, no? Unless it's a locket. I don't know why keys is up in price though. Like, locket is gonna die in price. You can just do lapis corpses for a locket now. I don't know how it will remain any price. What is happening, bro? It's a horse?
Running away from the cops when they're on horseback is not a smart idea. Because guess what? I don't care if you're a fucking track star, you can't run as fast as a horse.
I'm gonna have him stop here, hold here. Arizona University Bridge, northbound bridge, look.
Well, you can meter it, right?
Now, this looks like it's not connected.
But the meter is so easy.
Driving over what looks like to be a lift.
It's only 100 Vanguard's meter. or 5,000 lapis corpses. And that doesn't cost any money, so you can just do 5,000 lapis corpses. You just do a party with 4 and warp each other into shouts.
A dumb criminal. Yep. Shouldn't have done that.
He actually made the jump over the bridge.
Like, I'm not against the meter if they upped the amount of vanguards you need for the die, and then also remove lapis corpses counting for locket progress. That's what they need to do. They probably won't. So 200 vanguards, that's it. It's stupid. It's so stupid. It's way too little. Doesn't make any sense. 200 meter filled.
Right in front of a cop. How fucking stupid is that?
Neighbors calling, claiming that she watched you jump a fence, take her plant. Did you take her plant? Did she owe you money? Do you owe her money?
I didn't take her plants at all.
And you don't have.
Wait a minute. I mean, what do you mean?
I don't have anything for MERS.
Okay. How many plants do you have of your own?
I don't have any plants.
So you have no plants
I mean,
at all?
listen, nobody will claim the die unless you're a die grinder, but still, I don't know. It feels so underwhelming.
Okay. If I walk back that way, would I find a plant?
Be my guest. I was gonna say, be my guest.
Be my guest. Okay.
No, but you need to understand, umber and tungsten and lapis corpses also count toward meter. So it's not only gonna be 200 vanguards. It's probably gonna be like 120 vanguards, and the rest is from the other.
Are you good if she comes and grabs them?
You didn't.
Oh, that was you?
That was me. This is citation for driving on suspended license, okay?
Yes, and I'm paying on that.
And the reason why I don't have that many vanguards on this, I think I have like 70 vanguards right now. And the reason is because I'm solo mining, so I don't get warped into any vanguards.
And he's drunk. And he's like, "Oh shit, I'm drunk. Let's switch." So they switch.
I have more keys than I've spent, and I can make more keys.
And so they took him.
Let's see.
And put in the back of the woman.
Yeah, it's coins, it's coins.
While they're doing field
it's items by, yeah. That's kind of balanced, kind of.
You know, when you're sitting in the back of a squad car, there's no door handles or anything. There's no way to get out.
It's very underwhelming, dude.
You know, she didn't
Like, a die shouldn't be 200 vanguards only. I don't know.
The panel on the inside of the door.
Maybe, I mean,
manipulate the lever.
It definitely takes a bit of time on Ironman, but like, you can just pay to win 200 corpses. It takes no time. And then you get a die. It's probably like the third easiest die in the game now. Instead of being like on the hoarder side.
Why is he running? He doesn't even have a warrant.
Why is he running? He doesn't even have a warrant. Some people just have that aversion to cops.
What's his name again? Robert, you're good, bud. No warrant, Robert.
Oh.
Well, you're you're underestimating though, because I feel like keys and locket will go down in price, so you won't really lose a lot. Or at least locket will go down, so you won't really lose that much money on vanguards.
How some people will just take off from the cops.
Like, here's the thing, on a normal profile, you should not be claiming locket points-wise, right? I mean, die. You can either get 2 lockets or 1 die. Of course, you're gonna pick two lockets. So it's just basically for people who want dies, but still, that's why they should make it harder for that group of people. I don't know. I don't know. I think just 200 is kind of
At what point does this make any sense? At what point?
Now, rumor has it she's available.
It doesn't make it. At what point do you think telling the cops that someone stole...
I'm being honest. He's not being honest. Where's what he...
Are there drugs in this car?
No, there isn't.
No, because he stole the fucking drugs. So you sold drugs to somebody. What were they? Oh, it was cocaine. Okay, so you sold cocaine.
So like on a
No,
normal
they
profile
stole.
and
you gave
or even
them.
Ironman, I
No,
can
they
see why
stole
people
it.
would
They got
not
robbed.
pick die, but die grind as well, of course.
469.
It does feel very wrong though for a die to be like with all loot tables added up. I think it's like 1 in
And you only have her
1.5k from a Vanguard,
so there's
and
a
then the
doctrine
RNG
called
meter is
corpus
200
delicti.
Vanguards.
Can't be
How does this
convicted
make
on
any
your
sense?
own word without corroboration.
And
There's
look at
gotta be
this, like
some
150 chance,
corroboration. And
1 in 150, and then the meter is 100. And then during aura, next aura, this will be all doubled. I don't know, bro. Because you all know aura is coming back. It's just that's
Nobody
crazy.
took him seriously.
Everybody get down! Get out of the money! It's got the pockets!
Telling a little kid to empty out his pockets.
Look at this bum.
Where's the money?
What?
Some people get no respect.
Look at this. It just
He
left.
didn't know the owner was inside the car.
Excuse you.
How dumb can you be?
They never expected that to happen.
Doorbell cam.
Get away from the door.
The scary guard dog took them by surprise.
I tell you, those Ring cameras are incredible. You know, they catch stuff on the street, and they can help. I like them because they make a case easier. You know, you can't argue with them.
Onyx.
That's just a tiny little puppy dog. Some people are just afraid of dogs no matter how big they are.
What the fuck?
Okay, so now we got somebody that looks like he's going into his waistband for probably his money belt.
Hey!
Open it. Open it. Open it now.
No, don't open.
Open it.
No.
No, open it.
You know, nowadays, the
Oh, would they not open the door?
thought for an employee, if somebody comes in, just cooperate, you know, with the person who is doing this. These people are moving a little slow after they see they're getting robbed.
Yeah. He's locked in now.
What a dumb shit. You know, and some of these crimes are so stupid because it's a lot of risk for hardly any reward.
Fucking idiot. What is he doing, bro? Oh my god.
Okay.
Look at this goofy.
Looks like there are bars across the windows. What the fuck are you doing?
There's just 3 bars there.
So it looks like he's breaking some glass, but the bars are still there.
Yeah, the bars are there, bro.
You know, all for what? For like hardly anything.
Look at him, bro. He's panicking. Please? Is he begging them to let him out?
Please, I have let it, please. 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 Please.
Didn't you just walk in there with a gun? And you were a badass with a gun?
Please. Please. I have let it. Please. I'm sorry, please.
Oh, fuck, you're sorry. Oh, that's a legal excuse. Your Honor, he's sorry. Oh, well, be on your way with a letter of apology from the government.
Please. Help. Help, please.
Damn, bro. I would let the homie out, to be honest. You know? Would you let this guy out?
Why doesn't he go to the back of the store? There's probably a door at the back of the store.
Hey, bro, he dropped everything. He left everything. He's just trying to get out of there, bro. Why not? He's knocking on the window.
What I don't get is think about what you're doing before you do it.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of these things are, drug related. That you're just thinking, oh, it's a good idea to rob this store because I'm on drugs and I got nothing coming in.
Is the police there already?
That's called fucking around and finding out.
What an idiot.
I think the last time I shot was over a year ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
You told Deputy Brown here that you didn't fire off your gun tonight, and
I might have did it by accident. Well, I was cleaning it.
Okay.
You know what? 5 bullets is not really cleaning. That's because you were
Yeah, but it was a
upset.
slam.
5 bullets. Pop, 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 poppity, pop, pop, pop. I had a client who
It was an accident. 5 bullets.
and you look in his apartment, there's just like all these words written up everywhere, and like really.
Give me a Jasper shaft, please.
And he went outside.
I know you're not gonna ban it.
Like,
Let's be for real.
empty the clip magazine, whatever you want to call it. Pop, 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 pop. Because he wanted to get the attention of the sheriff, because people were after him. And far be it for him to pick up the fucking phone, but you're not cleaning your gun and firing 5 shots.
I know, boom, 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 I understand.
Yeah, slam fire.
Got you. But guess what? He's gonna make sure you get evaluated and you get released tomorrow, okay?
tomorrow?
Yeah, as long as the doctor says you're good.
How am I gonna get home?
Don't worry, but that's
We'll worry.
Alright, so that's our little reaction to some dumb criminals. Just kind of a, fun candy. Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Today we're reacting. These are cold reactions. We got some Antifa. We got some roadside stupid criminals. Actually, I don't know if they're stupid criminals, but it might be like, I don't know, because it's cold. So what the fuck do I know? Let's just get right into it.
Who's this criminal? Who is he? Snitch.
So this is a mass Antifa activist punches a journalist outside an ICE facility. I've never been a fan of protests, but I understand they have their place.
Get his face on camera. He broke my phone. I'm done with the fucking property damage. I'm done with you fuckers breaking my shit.
That sounds like a store owner.
Not so tough behind your mask, bitch.
Hide behind your mask, bitch. I'm not an Antifa supporter at all. They had this viewpoint that they can destroy property to make a point, which I think is just bullshit. Let's just see. Check out this next guy.
Let's go.
Generally, if you're bent over a squad, and you've got all kinds of guys around,
Are you gonna mine?
You're not in a position of strength.
Let's go.
I don't think de-escalating is blocking people from doing it.
Oh, 100 ml glazer powder. Nice.
So this is the same guy, right? And this sort of reminds me of the George Floyd days. I had 2 homicides in that George Floyd case. One was a shop owner and one was a protester. One was a pawn shop guy
There you go.
who was accused of shooting somebody that came into his facility, and then they stole everything, including the gun that was supposedly used. The other guy was, they videoed it. videoing this, and he's
Wait,
like, "We're gonna
is
burn
this
this
perfect?
motherfucker
Yeah,
down."
I can main it onto the squares.
Gasoline all over a pawn shop, and somebody was downstairs robbing the place, and he got killed. You know, I mean, it just stay at home and eat some Cheetos. So in that video that we just watched, Nick Sortor was a reporter. The protester ambushed, right? And he tried to drag his mask down, and it's wondering.
Bro, that's more than you.
Defense,
So much more than you.
Somebody's putting their hands on you. I think it kind of is, because you don't know what's going to happen in a situation like that, right? So it all comes down to what is reasonable under the circumstances.
Are you gonna get unmuted today?
One of the things that you have with these
Do you believe?
and these mob mentality like things, people feel licensed to do whatever the fuck they want.
Did you creep someone out? Why did you get muted?
I mean, he was being chased and he shot a couple people and he was acquitted. So it's all what a jury thinks is reasonable. This jury could think it's reasonable. This jury might not think it's reasonable. It's kind of crazy. Both men in this case were charged with second-degree disorderly conduct. Cases are pending, but you know what happens in these things? They go away. So this woman is making threats.
Oh, he didn't like that, did he?
You can thank Nick for that info.
Is he a retard?
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Fuck you. I'm not resisting. Looks like you're resisting. I'm not a fan of these ICE guys covering their fucking faces. We don't know who they are. You know, normally the cop has to give you his badge number and everything. You know who they are.
You're under arrest for making
No, I never said a threat. I never said anything. I never said anything.
You got her, man. Hey.
He looks like he's having too much fun riding her.
Yeah.
You know, these ICE guys, they remind me of the what are the brown shoes, or you know the fucking the brown shirts, and they're going around from city to city to city.
It's stupid.
Now that's somebody that's going to be hard to squeeze in the back of your squad if you have a squad, but they ride SUVs, so they're probably good. So this woman was blocking an ICE van, and she told the cops that you're going to regret this. She was later charged with interfering with federal law enforcement, and she pled to a misdemeanor. Nothing's going to fucking happen to her. But these are like state court type things that were clogging our federal system. Oh, and this next one is brought to
We
you
will
by
buy Clover next auction.
GasLawyer.com. Let's see what we did.
Bro, who is we?